In the chaotic depths of his consciousness, Su Han stood at odds with a powerful intruder, a remnant soul claiming dominance. What are you trying to do? Devour me completely? This isn't fair. I wasn't prepared for this. Su Han's predecessor growled, his voice tinged with frustration and despair. You're strong, I'll give you that, but this is too much. The current Su Han, unbothered by the protests, coldly replied, it's true that your soul is being absorbed. You can complain all you want, but it changes nothing. Soon, you'll be part of me. The sea of consciousness erupted into a fierce battle. The remnant soul fought valiantly, but piece by piece, it was torn apart. Despite his apparent dominance, Su Han felt a pang of bitterness. This wasn't how he wanted things to go. If he could avoid it, he would have. Why me? The predecessor lamented, his tone now softer. I didn't ask for this. If I had known, I would have stayed a nobody, instead of becoming prey for someone like you. Su Han sighed, his emotions conflicted. This wasn't an ideal outcome, but there was no other way forward. The predecessor's soul eventually disintegrated, leaving Su Han to reflect on the implications. Chapter: An Alchemist's Gamble. The tension in Yibao Pavilion was palpable. Su Han stood across from the fiery and determined Su Yining, her phoenix bloodline radiating an aura of unyielding power. The master of Yibao Pavilion, observing the scene, broke the silence. Host, the system chimed in Su Han's mind, this woman's physique is extraordinary. It contains traces of a phoenix bloodline. If you could harness it, your potential would soar. Su Han groaned internally. You're late with this revelation, system. What now? She's standing right there, ready to challenge me. The system continued nonchalantly, you could compete with her in alchemy. If you win, her family's true essence pill materials will be yours. If you lose, well, you won't. Su Han chuckled bitterly. That's reassuring. The contest begins. Mr. Su, the elder of the Su family, leaned forward, his face twisted with concern and anger. You're proposing a competition? Fine. But if Su Han loses, his life is forfeit. No excuses, no second chances. The master of Yibao Pavilion frowned. That's excessive, Mr. Su. Let's keep this civil. Mr. Su waved him off. This boy has robbed my family of materials and respect. It's only fair he pays the price. Su Han, unfazed, stepped forward. And if I win? If you win, Mr. Su sneered, you get the Su family's entire stock of true essence pill ingredients. The room fell silent as the stakes settled in. Su Han nodded. Fine. But remember, Mr. Su, you brought this on yourself. Flames and fury. The competition began. Both Su Han and Su Yining worked tirelessly, refining elixirs with unparalleled focus. Su Yining wielded her phoenix flame with skill, her movements fluid and precise. Su Han, however, worked differently. He relied not only on his skill but on the system's vast database of alchemical techniques. His hands moved like a blur, deconstructing and combining ingredients with surgical precision. In mere hours, Su Han had refined 50 batches of true essence pills, each batch yielding 10 pills of unmatched quality. The observers were stunned, their awe turning to unease. Mr. Su's face darkened as he muttered, this isn't possible. No alchemist can work at this speed or achieve this consistency. The master of Yibao Pavilion, watching intently, whispered, Su Han, just who are you? A turning point. Su Han set his final batch of pills aside, the golden elixirs glowing faintly in their container. Turning to Mr. Su, he spoke calmly, the competition is over. My work speaks for itself. Mr. Su gritted his teeth, glaring at the elixirs that had surpassed anything his family could produce. But his greed for Su Han's talents overtook his fury. Su Han, Mr. Su said, his voice low and measured, stay with the Su family. We can provide you with the resources you need. In return, you'll work for us. I won't take your unique abilities from you. Su Han's eyes narrowed. You mean the jade pendant, don't you? The one that lets me absorb others' cultivation. Mr. Su flinched but recovered quickly. It's a small price to pay for your freedom. Su Han laughed coldly. Freedom? You call servitude freedom? I'd rather take my chances on my own. The master of Yibao Pavilion stepped in, addressing Mr. Su. Enough. Su Han has proven his worth. Let him be. You've lost this gamble. Final words. As the crowd dispersed, Su Han gathered his winnings. The system chimed once more, its voice dripping with smugness. See? I told you the bet was worth it. Su Han sighed. Maybe. But now I've painted a target on my back. Let's hope these pills were worth the trouble. With that, he stepped into the shadows, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Su Yining clenched her fists, her anger barely contained as the master of Ebao Pavilion delivered his words with infuriating calmness. Her fiery red aura flickered dangerously, a testament to her phoenix fire bloodline, an extraordinary power, but one that painted a target on her back. Yes, I possess phoenix fire, Su Yining said coldly, but do you think you can just strip it away from me? Do you think I will stand idly by and let you humiliate me? The master of Ebao Pavilion sighed, unshaken. Su Yining, you misunderstand me. This is not personal. The phoenix fire, while rare, is not invincible. Your sect knows the rules well. If an alchemist of your caliber falls into the wrong hands, even your own sect might decide to dispose of you for the greater good. Her fury grew, but deep down, Su Yining knew his words held weight. The Xiantian sect valued strength, and alchemists were both prized and disposable, depending on the circumstances. If she faltered, she'd be nothing more than a liability to her sect. The system's gambit. Meanwhile, Su Han watched the exchange from the sidelines, his thoughts interrupted by the familiar mechanical voice of his system. Ding. The host has triggered a side mission, refine 3,000 true essence pills. 3,000. Su Han muttered under his breath. Where am I supposed to find enough materials for that? Mission reward, Vientian Xianding Cauldron. The name caught Su Han's attention. The Vientian Xianding was a legendary alchemy cauldron, said to refine not only materials but also living beings into elixirs, a horrifying but undeniably powerful artifact. While Su Han had no intention of using such dark methods, the cauldron's other capabilities intrigue him. Alchemy amidst conflict. With little choice, Su Han began refining true essence pills, using the limited medicinal materials he had. Over the next day, he painstakingly crafted batch after batch, his focus unshaken even as the tension between the master of Ebao Pavilion and Mr. Su escalated in the background. As the last batch of materials dwindled, Su Han finally completed his task. 3,000 true essence pills gleamed in their containers, a testament to his skill and determination. But the cost had been steep, his own resources were nearly depleted. The system chimed in once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the side mission. The Vientian Xianding Cauldron has been unlocked. Su Han retrieved the cauldron from his storage ring. Its intricate engravings shimmered with an otherworldly light, exuding an aura of ancient power. Despite his reservations, he knew this tool would be invaluable for his future endeavors. Su Yining's anguish. As Su Han inspected his reward, the conflict reached a boiling point. Su Yining, cornered and desperate, turned her gaze to Su Han. You're no better than the rest, she spat. You'd take my phoenix fire and leave me for dead if it benefited you. Su Han met her glare, his voice calm but firm. I don't want your fire, Su Yining. But if you threaten me again, I won't hesitate to defend myself. The system's cold voice broke into his thoughts once more. Ding. Side mission triggered. Absorb phoenix fire to enhance host's alchemical abilities. Reward, significant cultivation boost and increased proficiency in fire-based techniques. Su Han clenched his fists. The temptation was undeniable, but he had no desire to kill unnecessarily. Yet, the system's insistence and Su Yining's hostility left him with little choice. A fatal decision. Before Su Han could decide, the system acted on its own. His body moved, as though possessed, and a fiery claw formed in his hand. Su Han's heart sank as the claw struck Su Yining, her screams echoing through the hall. When the fiery red energy of her phoenix fire surged into his veins, Su Han's cultivation skyrocketed, the power invigorating but bittersweet. Su Yining fell lifeless to the ground, her once vibrant aura extinguished. The room fell silent. The master of Ebao Pavilion shook his head in disapproval, while Mr. Su's face twisted in fury. Su Han, Mr. Su growled, his voice shaking with anger. You've gone too far this time. A new ally? The tension broke with the arrival of a woman in red robes, her presence commanding immediate attention. She was a high-ranking elder from the Xiantian sect, and her expression was inscrutable as she surveyed the scene. Su Han, she said, her voice calm but firm, you've shown remarkable skill and power. The Xiantian sect extends an invitation to join us. However, there is a condition. You must refine 1 million true essence pills for the sect as compensation for your actions. 1 million. Su Han echoed, incredulous. That's absurd. The woman's gaze didn't waver. If you refuse, the sect will consider you an enemy. Accept, and you'll gain not only amnesty but also protection. The system chimed in once more. Ding. New mission triggered. Refine 5 million true essence pills within 1 year. Failure will result in a loss of 6 cultivation levels. Su Han's shoulders slumped. 5 million? Are you kidding me? At this rate, the system will kill me before the sect does. But he knew he had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, Su-Han nodded. Fine. I'll refine your pills. But don't think for a second that I'll forget how you've cornered me. Entering the sect. The next day, Su-Han arrived at the gates of the Xiantian sect, led by the woman in red. The towering mountain gate and sprawling sect grounds were impressive, but Su-Han felt no awe. His focus was solely on survival and growth. This is your new home, the woman said. Prove your worth, and you'll rise quickly. Fail, and you'll be discarded just as quickly. Su-Han's eyes narrowed. He had a year to fulfill the system's impossible demand and secure his place in this ruthless world. Failure wasn't an option.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
As for what the woman in red who brought me in was saying, in fact, I didn't hear it at all. After following that woman in red, walking around, I finally came to where I lived, but at this time, he found that the place where he lived looked like a warehouse, and there were many paper bags inside, which should be the materials for these true essence pills. There was some information about Xiantian sect in his predecessor's memories, but it was only at this time that he felt that those memories of his predecessor were too thin. After all, he had nothing to say so far. What should he do now? Maybe this is the only thing that happened to me. Anyway, I have nothing to say. This is not your residence, this is our ammunition warehouse. In fact, these places have certain tools. It's just that I sent you to the material warehouse. After you get the materials, you can start placing orders and refining the elixir. You can just put the medicine directly into the bamboo basket of our sect. After refining 1 million pieces, you can be free. However, at this time, this guy also saw something like a white paper, which was some information about Xiantian sect. However, at this time, some information about Xiantian sect did not attract Su-Han's attention. He only cared about where he was. Where is the place? According to the records on the white paper, if you make a mistake and have enough ability, you will have to be a slave in the Xiantian sect. But this is nothing, it is just for a period of time. As long as you complete the task, you will be a free person, but at this time, Xiantian sect actually treated Su-Han as a slave, but the current situation was just more annoying. How come you don't know what to do after you get to this place? Use the Wangxiang cauldron I gave you. This Wangxiang cauldron can allow you to refine a large amount of elixirs in a short time, which can not only meet the needs of Xiantian sect, but even you can still store some yourself. But if you don't do this now, you won't be able to finish refining it even if you spent your whole life refining it. System, you can really entertain me. In a place like this, how can I do without refining alchemy? If I could practice calligraphy so many words now, I would have left long ago. Why would I still be here now? This place is really depressing. This place doesn't look big, but it is very clean. Apart from these medicine packages, there is only a console and a bed. This is probably where I will have to stay for a while. What do you think is going on with me? But it doesn't matter. After all, if you really want to find someone to take revenge after killing someone from the Xiantian sect, it will be more difficult. Now that the person is dead, what should you do? It's impossible to really find anyone else to do such a thing. Su-Han shook his head. He had to leave the Su family this time, and then go to the sect to see how powerful it was. There was no need to think about other issues now. If there was really trouble, then he would just stand aside. Now it's time to show his strength to the sect, since he has nothing to consider anyway. At this time, the system hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and the voice floated out again. These 1 million true essence pills are indeed challenging, so I won't hide behind this time. I will find a way to help you. Then you can enter the system to provide. This space has the function of time flow, but if you use it once, you have to hand over the energy of 10,000 true essence pills as energy source, which can last for a long time. The system was a little speechless at what he said, but Su-Han was a little helpless, because this was a useless thing similar to a time barrier. If you were practicing or doing something inside, one day outside would be equivalent to a year inside. Although in my past, it's useless, but in this Izumo Empire, this is a time barrier that defies heaven, and it only needs 10,000 true essence pills to supply energy, so it is also a bit scary. If that's the case, then I'll give it a try. I don't believe it. I can't use up all the medicinal materials in this sect within 1 year. If this is the case, I will be too low. I don't know what to do. It's agreed, but your time barrier shouldn't be turned on often. There is such a thing in the system. Su-Han actually didn't think of it before. He was a little helpless about such a situation. In fact, he also knew that it was not easy to be an alchemist or a weapon refiner. He usually went into seclusion and so on. Months or even years. What should I do if such a situation happens? But with this kind of thing, then I don't have to worry about it. It is like this every time I practice. Anyway, I don't worry about time, and I don't have to worry about it. It will be discovered by Chinese people, because this thing is like a cover, fastened to the place where you are. People outside will see that you are just refining elixir. Su-Han only had some understanding of this sect at this time, but he never expected that before this sect only thought that the material of the true Yuan Dan was waste, because not many people could refine the true Yuan Dan, and at most, he only knows the recipe for the elixir. This thing is very difficult to refine. Why these people would accept people from the Su family as their disciples is actually very simple. Because the people from the Su family have the phoenix flame. If the people from the Su family can deal with these materials, then it will be fine. Although the people from the Xiantian sect, the territory is relatively large, but the number of alchemists they can find is very small. Under normal circumstances, they can only deal with part of the materials, but at this time, Su Yining's appearance did attract their attention. However, Su-han directly killed Su Yining with the help of the system. If he didn't arrest a strong man like himself, what else could he do? The Xiantian sect had no choice, but now there was nothing to say. What he wanted nothing works, which is a bit unlucky. If I could, I would have already made what I want. Xiantian sect is the largest sect in the Izumo Empire. If you are careful, you can get something. After all, these troubles are quite bad. Stop here, you are the new one, slave Su-han. Now, I can tell you that your task is to refine all these medicinal materials into elixirs. Just when Su-han was slightly lost in thought, a very fat man came to the door of the room and threw a large bag of materials from the window. This surprised Su-han somewhat. This sect, what on earth do you want to do? But is this really treating you like a slave? You have to think of a way to refine all these elixirs quickly, otherwise you won't even be free. Actually, the Xiantian sect's elixir field also has a lot of these materials. If you can refine it into elixirs, then hurry up. We are really unlucky now. If we want to buy the materials, there is no problem, but we have to buy the elixir has to go to the alchemy sect. The man said almost speechlessly, but Su-han also heard what he said at this time, and he didn't know whether he said it on purpose or for himself. But the problem now is really troublesome. If he can enter Xiantian, it would be easier to handle within the sect. Because not only do you need to take these true essence pills, but the sect also needs them. Since this is the case, you are not welcome and can do whatever you want. Chapter 410, The Secret of the Sect. Chapter 411, The Domineering Head of the Family. Damn Su-han, this guy is pretty good, why don't you tell us this? If you tell us, our Xiantian sect people, we will definitely invite him 100%. Why don't you go find Su Yining? Damn it, what do you think of us? The leader of Xiantian sect soon saw the pills sent from the alchemy room. They were genuine pills, and the quality was pretty good, and there were about 100,000 pills in each basket. This is a bit scary. Just like peanuts, this is really a bit scary. Damn it, I didn't expect him to be so good at refining alchemy. If that's the case, we have to do something for him. What do you think we can do for him now? After shaking his head hard, the leader of Xiantian sect quickly calmed down. At this time, he didn't know what the result would be. So many pills couldn't make him feel excited. That would be strange. Anyway, what should I say at this time? Now that I think about it, I feel a little depressed. This is what he promised to compensate the sect for Su Yining's losses, so you can just take these recruitment orders. I don't know what to say, but he did the same thing at the time. He agreed to these conditions for us, then we have to find a way to get these things. The red-clothed elder was a little depressed when he said it, but he quickly came to his senses. Why did he not pay attention to such a guy when he appeared, and put such high demands on him? But this guy actually agreed to this request, which makes me a little annoyed when I think about it. If I could, I wouldn't be like this now. You can bring him down, but now if he is willing, I can go and destroy the Su family. Anyway, these people in the Su family have no use value. If under the rule of those Su family, we can get so much if there are more things, that's fine, but it's a pity that we can't get them. But this guy Su-han doesn't matter anymore. The strong figure of the Xiantian sect leader immediately flashed from the hall and came to the room where Su-han was refining alchemy. When he saw the door of Su-han's room, he kicked the door open without caring about anything. Opened. Fortunately, Su-han was not refining the elixir at this time, but was devouring the elixir. After all, the 5 million pills had already been refined in the barrier, and the current situation was a bit scary when he thought about it, but it was like this. The problem sounds a bit unfortunate. Who is so bold as to come here to steal things from us? We don't have much here. It's just some medicinal materials and a place for one person to live. What are you doing here? Su-han was startled, because the guy in front of him looked a bit like a tiger with a bear's back from the 5 Great Three Mountains. He still looked a bit powerful, but he had just finished refining it at this time. His body is still weak, and he has just swallowed some true Yuan Dan and has not yet finished refining it. Are you Su-han? If so, come with me. If you can, I would like to invite you to be the elixir offering for our middle school. I don't know if it is possible. If you can, please go and register as soon as possible. We have absolutely excellent people. The reward is waiting for you. There was a look in this man's eyes, as if he had something that could impress him, but soon, this man became a little angry, because he didn't have anything at all, but at this time, he had no idea that this man was actually such a mysterious person. The leader of Tianzong? More. I don't know that after so many years, this sect leader will still never leave me. The Su family is really over this time. Among the younger generations of the Su family, the 2 most talented people have been killed by this guy. Anyway, I don't know what to do. There is nothing to say now. What on earth does this idiot want to do? Mr. Su said to himself, but there was no one in the room at this time. Even if he said it loudly, no one would care. At this time, a slave wearing a blue sarong appeared here. Inside, because the slave is a woman, it looks quite awkward, and the woman is quite old. Grandpa, why are you like this now? When Sohan was born, you asked me to take care of them. But now, thinking about it, I feel a little annoyed. What should I say to you? I don't know what to do. Now that something big has happened to Sohan, and he has such great potential, you don't even know about it, and you've been cruel to us. This old man talks very annoyingly. These words made the old man of the Su family almost angry. What did he mean? Did this person really have any purpose? But it is useless to say it now, but now he does not have enough evidence to prove this. He admitted that he had harmed Sohan, but Sohan had nothing to think about, because he was just a scumbag. How you want to deal with it is your own business. It has nothing to do with other people's orders. Besides, these people won't say anything anyway. As the most noble person in the Su family, you can say whatever you want. You guy, I only ask you one question. If you think that person is not worthy of doing anything, then go ahead and do it. Mr. Su is really speechless, but the current result is really a bit depressing. If such a thing really happens, then it's hard to say anything else. If he wants to do something random now, it can be explained. He just wants to let the Su family have such a slave, who can not only make alchemy and weapons for them, but also provide them with all the economic conditions, and they can't even reveal their identity as an alchemist. What do you mean by this guy? Since he has already been thrown out of the water, and his parents have divorced him, why are they still interested in coming to our Su family? It would be nice if our Su family didn't come to cause trouble for him. It's really ridiculous. If something happens to me now, I don't know what to say. Now that he is no longer a member of the Su family, what does it have to do with me? You scumbags have to protect him life and death. Safety. Since he is no longer a member of the Su family, you should not let your subordinates and grandchildren bully her. What should I say now? You have abandoned him, so you should give him freedom. He is indeed here. If you can't get freedom, why should you consider other issues? Mr. Su had to admit that what his servant said was very correct, but with his desire for control, how could he allow such a person to come here? And in the current situation, this guy is not by his side at all, and there are all kinds of such problems have already arisen, and it seems that the day when the Su family will be exterminated is coming. Chapter 412, New Storm. Sect Master, what's the use of you coming here to find me? I'm a useless person now. If I still had any status in the Su family, then I wouldn't have such an unfortunate family. Sohan had recognized at this time that this was the leader of Xiantian sect, but at this time, he felt quite uncomfortable because at this time, he was thinking about other problems. What should he do? After all, he could now this is the only person who can help him destroy the Su family. Unfortunately, if he really wants to kill everyone in the Su family, it doesn't seem to be that easy. Who said you have no identity or status? As long as you take the alchemist assessment, even if you become a first-level alchemist, you will completely trample the bookshelf under your feet. I know that your abilities are definitely more than one. A level alchemist, now a level 1 alchemist can only refine elixirs like Genkai Dan. Low-level currency, but the question now is not whether you have identity. At this time, the leader of the Xiantian sect simply wanted to spend everything he had in exchange for the 1 million true yuan pills. He knew that these 1 million true yuan pills were not easy, and it was not easy to find them. Even if you are willing to give so many recruitment orders, you will definitely give Xiantian sect a big blow. You don't have to tell me this. I know that Sohan himself is a slave of the Su family. If it weren't for his special relationship, he would maintain his status as a direct descendant of the Su family. Otherwise, he would have been demoted to a slave long ago. After all, he is a waste of cultivation. Sohan covered his face with great effort, not knowing what it meant. Although it was troublesome to say this, there was nothing he could say now. He knows his abilities. Since these people all think he is a waste, and a waste that can never be solved, so now he doesn't have to think about anything else. He can do whatever he wants, as long as he can get revenge. There is no problem. Although I don't know what ability these people have to help me, I still have to try my best. I know you feel uncomfortable, but now the Su family takes pleasure in torturing you. Do you know that as long as they are willing to say that you are crazy, or have some other hidden disease, or even say that you don't do anything, it is possible, but have you ever thought about proving this? If possible, I want to tell you one thing. You'd better take the alchemist assessment as soon as possible. If you can't take part, then a dead end awaits you. The Xiantian sect leader spoke directly, but Sohan also knew that this guy was only willing to tell the truth to him after he was tormented by him, or after being tormented by his 1 million pills. Of course, he wanted to prove this in the past, but he also knew that Sohan knew very well that these people did not want to prove this at all. Moreover, I live for myself and will not live for others at all. Why should I use other people's opinions as the standard for my actions? Why should I kowtow to them and admit guilt when they are wrong, or even go too far? Things you don't understand. Sect Master, please go. I don't want to talk to you or do business with you now. I know that my current ability is indeed not very good, and people will always look at me like this, treat me like a slave, and always think that this kind of thing is a gift, so let it go, whatever they want. So complete. The leader of the Xiantian sect lost his mind and left this place. What was the reason for this? In fact, the leader of the Xiantian sect knew that he had been tortured by this guy to the point where he had no way to turn around. What was the reason why Sohan became like this? However, at this moment, Sohan wanted to cry loudly, because the original owner of this body lived a very miserable life. At this time, even if he is a demon from another continent, he is not in a good situation now. No matter what he says, no matter how high his cultivation level is, he will still be suppressed by the Su family, and after more things happen, the Su family will not. If you look at yourself like this, then why should you care about this? Anyway, to yourself, this is also very nonsense. The predecessor Sohan was really bad. He was obviously very powerful, but it was just because of the jade pendant that he couldn't practice. As long as he took out the jade pendant, it would be fine. But in this situation, he had to devour other people's cultivation to solve his own problems, but such a result was really unacceptable, so he was called a devil by the people of the Su family. Even if you look down on yourself, but if you are an alchemist or a chi refiner, then I won't see you clearly. I know what kind of people those in the Su family are, and they don't care about you. I also know what kind of attitude it is, but at this time, I can't say anything. Now, I only have one way to help you, and that is for you to think of a way and treat yourself as an alchemist. The system also said it quite seriously at this time, but Sohan shook his head a little at this time, because at this time, he had already remembered his previous identity, but now he had no way. After all, his cultivation level was too low. Now that the alchemy has been successful, I want to leave Xiantian sect and develop elsewhere. Although Xiantian sect has given me some territory now, it is hard for me to believe that this person is very kind to me. Although he was nice to me and just wanted the elixir, I am still very grateful to him. However, at this time, the interior of the Su family's mansion was actually brightly lit again. Although these people had already thought of their own ways to leave, they had no other abilities, and there was nothing they could do. Now I don't know what these guys are going to do. The only thing they can see in the Su family mansion is a very tall young man. Grandpa, I am a direct disciple of Xiantian sect. He is just an outer disciple. If he returns to Xiantian sect, then I will torture him to death. Think about it, why should I be afraid of Sohan? Well, Sohan's posture is like that of an outer disciple. This young man looks to be about the same age as Sohan, but at this time, the viciousness in his eyes is something that Mr. Su did not expect. He did not expect that his junior would actually reach such a level. Since he is from Xiantian sect, as a direct disciple, it is not surprising that he has reached this level. It's good that you are a direct disciple of Xiantian sect, but you are not an alchemist. I guess you don't have such ability. You can do anything to him. I think you have such ability, so you might as well think of a way. Chapter 413, Basu's Threat. After the Su family made such a move, Sohan actually didn't know. If he had known, he wouldn't have become like this. Don't be decadent. It's useless for you to be decadent about this kind of thing now. If you really have this ability, then I'm with the wrong person. I don't know what mistake you made in making alchemy so openly. There are many people who make alchemy in this continent, but your family treats you like this. The system also said a little helplessly. At this time, he has gained a little bit of humanity, but the current problem is really difficult to explain. If it were explained to him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to explain anything. System, how can you understand me? Even if I am like the people on the road, they are not me, and my current status is the most humble. If possible, I don't even have the power to do anything. I don't know why they laugh at me and look down on me so much. Sohan had nothing to do about this situation, but he also understood that if he was the Devil King in the previous space, these people would be destroyed in minutes. But there is nothing he can do at this time, because his cultivation level is still very low at this time. It is hard to say who is more powerful than him. Now he should think about something. If possible, he really doesn't want to fight with such a giant as before. The enemy, but what I want to say has no effect. At this moment, the door of this room was kicked open with a bang again. Sohan felt angry again because at this moment when Sohan was stunned, he was the eldest son of the Su family. Something like that has already appeared here again. This guy looks to be in his 40s. If I guessed correctly, this is the eldest son of the Su family, and he is the oldest person among his peers. He is almost the same as his father. Of course, his father he was dead, but now he is still alive. Although he didn't know what the situation was, Sohan still shook his head. If possible, Sohan didn't want to do anything else but bully this person. Sohan, you little bastard, you dare to do such a thing. Do you want to embarrass the Su family? Moreover, even if the Su family beats you to death, you are willing to accept it. Don't think that what kind of person am I? If you obediently return to the Su family to practice elixirs for us, I might show you a good look. Otherwise, if you stay in this sect again, then I will never be done with you. Brother, what did I do? You should tell the truth. Did I sell your family master's treasure, or something else? Sohan said innocently, because she didn't know what was going on at this time, and her eldest brother didn't seem to treat her well at all. This guy had already been worshipped by Xiantian for a long time, he was about to break through the next level. This realm is already very good for some people like this, but for me it is far beyond it. Do you really want me to tell you this? Is it embarrassing for you? The boss of the Su family was quite helpless because he believed that the alchemist who did not make elixirs for the family was betrayal, and he was also quite unhappy about such a thing, because this guy had already betrayed the family. Don't care about anything anymore. You don't make elixirs for the family, and you don't think about the family no matter what. Then let me ask you, what do you mean? Even if the family is really bad to you, then you should repay evil with kindness. You have no reason to complain at all. Your family has given you life, don't you think you can't repay this kind of thing? When Suhan heard this, he definitely had goosebumps all over his body, because at this time, he didn't know how he should do it well, but this person gave him the most crooked truth. After saying this, he felt as if he was in the Gobi Desert, with countless grass mud horses flying around him. The people of the Su family are so shameless, and these people are really powerful. Do you have to put your hot face on someone else's cold butt after being tortured? And they have already done everything. These people still want to build a chastity arch, they are really powerful. I said, boss of the Su family, you people are so shameless. What on earth do you want? Otherwise, just tell me, you are not a good person in my heart anyway. How much do you think I need to buy out my relationship with the Su family? The eldest son of the Su family is quite naive and thinks that this kind of thing has really been solved. Moreover, this problem is quite troublesome now. It would be a bit bad if there is no solution. Brother, since you said so, then I will speak loudly. Let me tell you, if you want to completely sever ties with the Su family, we don't ask for much, only 10 million true essence pills. Everyone wants to ask for pills, and they want so many pills. Do they want to show some face? If the 1 million pills Xiantian Zanjiao received before is what they should pay him, but this so does the family want to be shameless? This family fire still wants to take so many pills with nothing. Has he lost his self-esteem? Don't say anything. I want to ask you a question. Do you accept it? If you don't accept it, just get out. It's hard for me to say it now. You are really unlucky in this situation. You know exactly what kind of person I am. You dare to reject me, I really can't say anything. We are brothers after all, so you don't have to be like this. This person refused very simply, and he didn't expect this person to be so powerful. Is this the good-for-nothing Suhan from before? The boss of the Su family felt as if he had been hit hard with a stick. This person is somewhat depressed. In fact, he is the most talented person in the sect, and so far, he has reached the peak of martial arts at the age of 44, which is pretty good. At least no one has broken the record, but the question now is, what should I do with these pills? It would be a lie to say that I don't want these pills, and the number of true UN pills was originally very rare in Xiantian, but this time do not know what's going on. The Xiantian sect actually took out so many elixirs, and was very stingy towards him, not saying anything at all. Chapter 414, Greedy System. The boss of the Su family felt very uncomfortable about his future junior brother. He never thought that this person would have such a strong alchemy ability, and his level was also quite high. If possible, he could be friends with him. But it's hard to say whether he is willing to do this or not. The head of Xiantian sect still prefers this situation. Now he no longer has to worry about the threat from the Su family. If people from Xiantian sect are willing to sell orders, then the Su family will have no place at all, not to mention that this guy is also capable enough to refine a lot of pills. If this guy really has such great ability, then he should work for the sect. But this thing is not free. Although Xiantian sect needs the public's elixir materials, it has not been difficult so far. Metropolitan. Since you have agreed to Suhan's request, then you should do as he said. In fact, Suhan is not strictly a disciple of our sect, but he can make elixirs for us, so he should be regarded as a guest. One of the great elders in the sect said. Of course he was quite annoyed about this situation. Why did the alchemy sect control the entire empire's elixir resources before, and the profits from the elixirs basically rested with the alchemy sect and the Su family? Why are the people of the Su family able to do this? It's just because there is an alchemist here. However, this alchemist has a weird temper. Although there are many alchemists in the sect, at most they are only first-level alchemists who can refine some Genkai pills. But now Suhan can refine those elixirs casually, which is a bit powerful. I thought he could only refine Genkai elixirs, but who knew he could actually refine genuine elixirs? However, Suhan was a little worried at this time, because at this time he found that all the elixirs he had refined were gone. Originally, he had refined more than 5 million pills, and he had already refined quite a few while he was in the system's barrier. Where did these elixirs go? Could it be that they were stolen? But who dares to steal his things? This is terrible enough. If it is in the Su family, the matter of being stolen can be considered, but if it is not in the Su family, then it's impossible. Host, the Daowin space has been successfully activated. Now you can own a medicine garden of about 100 feet. Damn it, why did this unlucky system suddenly appear? What is going on? What does this mean? It actually behaves so horribly, which makes people feel a bit scary. Before Suhan came back to his senses, his soul was immediately attracted by the system to a place, but this place made him very depressed. There was nothing here, it was empty, and he didn't know that this was his future. What kind of medicinal garden is there? This is nothing. System, please tell me what's going on. If so, I want an explanation. If you don't give it, then I won't be convinced. Host, I absorbed the power of your true essence pills and opened up a medicinal garden for you. As long as you enter my space, you can view the garden. You can barely grow medicinal materials for true Yuan Dan here. As for how many copies can be planted, I don't know. Suhan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this situation. Look carefully, the ground. There are pieces of fertile farmland that are completely divided, but it has been really bad these 2 days. It looks like an ordinary field. There is actually a strong aura of heaven and earth here, and it does look like a magical elixir for birth. However, there is nothing I can do now. These are 5 million true essence pills. If this continues, it will really hurt Suhan's body. However, there are a lot of materials in Chinese. Of course, if possible, I can exchange some. Fortunately, I also kept some. True Yuan Dan is available for exchange. Ever since I came to this unlucky sand sculpture world, all the problems have become very bad. What should I do now? I can't possibly solve everything so easily. It is also very difficult to cultivate more materials, and even the seeds have not been found yet. System, since you have absorbed so many of my true essence pills, I would like to ask if you can find the seeds. If you can, then I will treat all the problems as if they never happened. You absorbed 5 million of the hatred for a true Yuan Dan, then forget it. The system is a little helpless. If he had an expression, he would never be like this. Anyway, I know what is going on. I was greedy at that time and sucked so many pills from him, so I had to compensate him a little bit. I have kept all the seeds of the true essence pill, I have kept all the seeds of the materials, but there is one thing I have to tell you, this Dawen space can be upgraded. Don't be too surprised if you turn it into a continent one day. After the system finished speaking, some seeds scattered and landed on the field. However, the soil quality here seemed not very good, and it was far from the level of a spiritual field. But how to grow medicinal materials? Sohan was a little speechless, and he thought it is also a more troublesome thing. If you have so many medicinal materials and a continuous source of medicinal materials, then there is no need to rob those things from the Su family. Since you have absorbed so many elixirs from me, you have to give me some advice, otherwise I will never forgive you. Can you tell me what kind of medicinal materials I should plant to speed up my cultivation? After the system was silent for a while, a pill recipe flew in front of Sohan. After reading the information carefully, Sohan couldn't help but be shocked. This was level 5, but if he could refine it, he would be dead. Although the true Yuan pill is an ordinary pill, and it is also a currency pill, this prescription is called Longli pill, a portion of medicine. It only costs about 400 to 500 true Yuan Dan, which is a bit scary. It's okay for other people on this continent to practice, but you must also practice according to the realms of body tempering, foundation building, golden elixir, and yuanying. Otherwise, you will not be able to dominate this space at your level, let alone go there. Search for your own identity and the things about your past life. I know you don't understand the things about your past life yet, so I can't say much. The system's words caught Sohan's attention. Indeed, it wouldn't be like that now, and something happened to him at that time. Why would those two people let themselves go there with him? Is there anything there that can give them a chance? To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the novel from Love Reading Bar and remember to save it as a favorite. Chapter M. Chapter 415, Medicinal Materials Controversy. Chapter 416, Sneaking into the Alchemy Sect. Sohan shook his head. He didn't know what to say. After all, the people here were too kind to him, and all kinds of things happened to him. As long as he has something and the people of the sect know about it, it will always be like this, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, now he has many ways to solve these problems, so he doesn't have to worry about anything else. Senior brother, I have obtained these things now, so don't stop me, and I will remember your favor. I know that you attacked me because of the Su family in this section, so you think of your own ideas. After packing the medicinal materials, Sohan didn't go far when he saw this guy with 5 major powers and 3 tigers on his back, but it didn't matter. This person's cultivation was obviously not as good as his own, and all kinds of things were going on. As expected. Sure enough, something happened 3 days later, and it was quite big. Even I had no way to solve it. Speaking of it, it was a bit unlucky. Why did I meet such a person? Xiantian sect is not just a sect. You need to refine elixirs to survive, and sometimes you need to do some sect tasks. But this time when Sohan went to receive the sect tasks, he was given a very difficult task, which was quite unlucky. Junior brother, so, if you want to go on a mission now, I have one here. If you can, go ahead. I want to tell you that this mission is extremely dangerous. If you go, you might not be able to come back. What on earth are you going to do? And I also know that what the Chinese people want is just elixirs. And there are those abilities of yours, why can't you pass them on to them? A law enforcement disciple in yellow clothes said, but at this time he felt very uncomfortable, because at this time this was an order from the boss of the Su family, asking this guy to do something for him, but it didn't matter, he really did it. You can also get paid after doing this. But speaking of it, this also harmed Sohan. Sohan shook his head and took a silver-white jade slip. This was the jade slip for the highest level mission of the sect. But now he had nothing to hesitate about. He had a system to help him. If he could do even such a small task, there is no way around it. So what else can I do? Anyway, I can devour the cultivation of living people. If you can't do this, then what else can you do? In fact, this task is quite simple. It is just to wipe out a gang affiliated with the alchemy sect. There are more than 3,000 people in this hall, but the cultivation level of these 3,000 people is lower than myself. But if I can completely devour these people. It is simply impossible for these people to do anything. The same goes for wanting to overturn the world, it is simply impossible. His biggest trump card is the devouring divine art demon swallowing Kangyu. If there is any problem, he can directly use this thing to devour a person's cultivation level. However, such a thing should not be allowed to happen, so he should be careful. Well, the current situation is really difficult to explain anyway. Senior brother, there's no need to worry. I've accepted this mission and I'll just go there. You don't have to worry about my life or death. The time limit for this mission is 3 months, which is enough. In fact, Sohan is not curious at all how much can be gained from these tasks, but he is more worried about how many treasures are in one of the Danding sect's halls, because Shending sect is a sect that practices martial arts, Xiantian sect is a sect that practices martial arts, and Xiantian sect there are more techniques than there are single ones. But now, if we can have enough medicine, Xiantian sect is actually not much worse than Danding sect, and I also want to try weapon refining. If these treasures can be obtained, your own gains will be great, and you don't have to worry about offending other people. After all, this kind of thing is also very important to you. It would be enough if you could increase your consciousness space a little and refine some pills that you can use to cultivate yourself after swallowing them. As for other sects, it's better to leave it alone. After all, these things are quite annoying now. My devouring system must be very powerful. I have endured it for so long, so I should think of ways to go out and devour some people. After receiving the mission, Sohan quickly arrived at this place. In fact, the entrance of the alchemy sect is also very huge. Of course, I also saw some things that I shouldn't have seen. But he didn't think wrongly. After all, he had seen this kind of situation before. A pretty woman appeared in his sight. Sohan hesitated but chose not to look at it because he was not naturally attracted to women. But now this woman was actually doing something like that with a man. No, it's quite unfortunate that I saw such a scandalous issue when I first entered this site. Senior brother, tell me who was the guy who came to our sect to steal elixirs that time and destroyed all the sect's elixir fields. Although the sect has restored these things now, it has also lost dozens of drops of innate spiritual milk. Junior sister, why do you have to worry about this? After all, this is a matter for the elders to decide. Although we have not found out who the murderer is, the elders should have a way to find out. We don't have to worry. As for the problem of innate spiritual milk, it's everywhere in the sect. Even we have some abnormalities and don't know what's going on. We don't have to worry. Sohan only heard these words, but his heart was already shaking. Innate spiritual milk, that is a good thing. That is the easiest to absorb and refine among some innate spiritual objects, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can get it, it won't be a problem. This kind of thing is the easiest to refine among the innate spiritual objects I have ever seen, but I simply have no way to acquire some. This situation is really depressing. I don't know what happened, but when I want to know, there is nothing I can do. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Sohan's mouth. At this time, he also knew that these people were not easy to mess with, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she had to find a way to devour these guys quickly. If she didn't do it, then I will have no income. A white wolf-shaped mask appeared in Sohan's hands, fitting his face perfectly. The cover of a black cloak completely concealed her aura. Sohan's body flashed and he immediately approached these people. A silver-white bone appeared in front of several people, followed by a second, third, and 5 silver-white bones forming the shape of a claw. Without a moment's hesitation, he pierced the woman's head. It sinks in for a moment, and then it's like cutting tofu. The red and white liquid just flowed out. Who are you and why did you invade our sect? What do you want? This was the last word left by this woman, but Sohan forced a smile. In fact, what this guy said was right. If it were him, he would never let go of the person in front of him. These guys are also good enough. Caused such a big problem. Originally, Sohan would not compete with the people of the Danding sect, but now that the people of the Danding sect have done such a thing, then there is no need for him to be polite. So Yifeng is the disciple of the Danding sect, using the interests of the sect to cause trouble for oneself. If this is the case, then I will not give him a chance. Anyway, this person was powerful enough that Sohan took off the storage ring from this woman's hand without hesitation. He often did this kind of thing of killing people and seizing treasures. There is no longer any psychological pressure. If these people dare to do this to me, then they have to find a way to fight back. This is how they are now. It is quite funny to say that. Why did you kill my wife, you scum? An impure force appeared in Sohan's body. This force was light blue, which meant that it was devouring the woman from before. But it was too late to refine her strength at this time, so she ran directly towards the man, because she knew that man was the most terrifying. This guy's cultivation level is almost the same as mine. This man felt very uncomfortable when he saw his wife being killed, but only she knew whether it was his wife or not. Regarding such a question, Sohan actually didn't want to say anything. People in this sect have already done this, so why bother to say anything else? To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the novel from Iconshuba. Remember to save it. Chapter M. Chapter 417, Wuji World War. Stop it, you murderer. What do you want to do? You guy, aren't you going to kill me? After thinking about it for a moment, this man did not choose to escape. Although this might not be his wife, in this situation, he could only stay here for a while, otherwise he would be in bad luck. Sohan, I don't know what you mean, but if you really want to take action, just kill me, otherwise I won't let you go. At this time, a person came in. I don't know when this happened. Maybe this person stood here motionless from the beginning and didn't feel it, but there's no problem with that. Just kill one by one. Although there is not everyone in the alchemy sect who doesn't know him, the number of people who know him is still quite small, only a few. He didn't expect this person to actually stay by his side. What does he want to do? They won't be friends anyway, just Sohan didn't understand why such a thing happened. No matter what you say, you have to ask clearly before you come back. Brother, if I remember correctly, I should have no hatred against you. I didn't know you before. If you really want to do something, you tell me. But if you want to kill me, it's impossible, because your cultivation level is only slightly higher than mine, and it's not impossible for me to fight beyond my level. Sohan, I think you are a noble and forgetful thing. Have you forgotten how Su Yifeng died? And I tell you, Su Yifeng was absorbed in cultivation by you, and then died in depression. Don't think that I don't know, as I know everything about his friends. After hearing these words, Sohan understood in his heart that this was probably a conspiracy of the Su family against him, because the Su family could do anything with their arrogance, and many of the Su family were members of the Danding sect. If those who have practiced it are really called upon, they will be a powerful force. But at this time, he couldn't care less. Anyway, for him, if this kind of thing happened, it would cost someone's life. How can I say this? Now I have to consider other issues. If I really want to take action, it will be more difficult. There are so many people and I don't know how many people there are. System, is there any way to solve the trouble at hand? If so, think of a way quickly to solve this problem. Now if the Su family gets involved, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to deal with it. The system was silent for a while, but soon he appeared and said several solutions. Host, I have several techniques here that can consume true essence pills, as well as various pills to increase proficiency. You can kill this person through combat and absorb his cultivation. Among them is a fierce attacking combat skill called Wuji Tian Xiaozhan. It is the most suitable for you. It needs to consume 1 pill and increase 5 points, 55, proficiency. 1,000 true essence pills are indeed not bad, but what is done by this cheating system now has nothing to do with me. I don't know what it means, but it is a bit unlucky to talk about it now. It's just that these people in front of him must be killed. For them, he is just a target that can be dealt with. Now if there is a problem, how should he deal with it? After taking a few breaths, Sohan gritted his teeth. After learning it, you have to master this combat skill no matter what. If you don't master it, you won't even be able to fight it. There is nothing to save one's life. Gritting his teeth, he desperately retrieved 1,000 true essence pills from the Sea of Consciousness, and Sohan reluctantly contributed them to the system. This is almost 5 to 600,000 purple gold coins. Fortunately, I have refined a lot of elixirs, so there is nothing to hesitate about. After handing over the true essence pill to the system, Sohan was immediately surrounded by a torrent of information, as if it was something he should have had in the first place. In a moment, it was integrated into his mind. He also understood what the achievements of Wujitiangxia station were. In fact, he could use anything. He just had to concentrate all his energy on the weapon or limbs he used. This thing is more powerful than anything else. It can be said to be a fixed record, or it can be said to be a skill. You can use it however you like. But now he doesn't even have any weapons, so he only has limbs to replace them. At this time, many people were shocked, because now he didn't know what happened. A silvery white light emerged from Sohan's body, and several living people present were shocked. But at this time, Sohan's eyes were filled with red bloodshot eyes. This guy suddenly appeared and startled me. If this is the case, then he should pay the price. Wuji fights all over the world. Sohan concentrated all his energy on his legs. He violently kicked the guy who appeared later. This guy couldn't bear the blow at all, and the kick penetrated his chest. The blood immediately stained Sohan's shoes. But Sohan also felt very comfortable. Moreover, when the hot blood sprayed on his feet, he felt waves of coolness. What on earth do you mean? What do you want to do? Are you really harmful to our sect? This is the last for this person. Words of horror. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I already know that these people are tough-looking guys, and there is no need to act like this. If there is anything I can hesitate about now, it is whether to kill these people and silence them. Before you die, I will tell you that I want to destroy the entire sect in Danding. You are just a branch. I am not interested in it yet, but it would be better to destroy you first. Sohan smiled, because at this time he had forgotten everything. Anyway, it would be great if this thing could really be absorbed, but it's a pity that he doesn't have any power at all now. Sohan quickly grabbed the guy's storage ring, and immediately used force on his feet. The guy was immediately shaken into blood mist, and fell to the ground. However, that senior brother shook his head a little. This guy is too scary. If there is really any problem, I will definitely die. Sir, what do you want me to do? Do you really want to kill me? I am willing to be your subordinate, as long as you spare my life. I know it is very difficult for me to do this, but I am willing to betray the alchemy sect. I just want to be by your side. Chapter 418, Earth Spirit Liquid. Sohan frowned, because now that he had seen clearly what this person was like, he found that he was stronger, so he immediately. It's no longer possible to be a wallflower without killing such a person. If this guy sees a stronger bastard than himself in the future, wouldn't he become a wallflower again and slap his paw on this person's Tianling cap, and soon it will be like cutting him into pieces? There was nothing wrong with cutting the two people's heads open again like tofu. Sohan sat down cross-legged and absorbed all the three people's cultivation into his body. However, at this time, the bodies of these three people changed. The flesh and blood thing was as if it had been roasted, turning into charcoal black in an instant. Only the bones were still normal, but the bones turned white, but the white was not too pure. Clothes and other items were also burned. In just a few breaths, the three people turned into three white bones, and the faces of the white bones were a bit ferocious. It's really a bit scary. If I weren't a monk, I would have been frightened already. Host, do you think this technique is that simple? I can tell you that this technique can absorb all the cultivation abilities of these people, but it will take a while to refine. Refining the elixir also takes some time, but it is less time than the cultivation of these ordinary people, because these ordinary people simply do not have time to refine their own power. Sohan shook his head. Although it was true, it was a bit scary now. How could something like this happen? Doesn't anyone really care about such a powerful thing? It's really scary. It's so scary that even the bones may not be spared. There seems to be some movement over there. Let's go take a look first. There is really a bit of trouble here, and this sect is really frightened and unbearable, just because a mysterious guy came and took away our elixir, which is also a bit bad. I don't even know what evil this sect leader has done. On the contrary, it will offend other people. Maybe it was the enemies of the sect master who did it, but we have no evidence. What should we do now? It would be great if we could consider some other issues. The place where Sohan is located is in a secret cave. Of course, this cave is more like a secret room. It is behind a rockery stone. It looks like a courtyard. There is a secret room behind the rockery stone in the courtyard, but there is no problem with this. I discovered this place and it is a place where I can practice. These human voices were getting closer and closer, but at this time Sohan did not hesitate. He immediately flashed into the secret room. The door of the secret room was also easy to close. He closed it in an instant because he could now hear or see what's going on outside. At this time, Sohan did not hesitate and immediately began to check these people's storage rings. This innate spiritual milk is like milk, but the energy contained in it is quite powerful. I don't know what is going on. There should be something wrong with there being so many in this sect. It's just that this woman's storage ring contains that. I really can't imagine what the consequences will be, but the people in this sect are really rich enough. It's just that the problem now is that I can't let it go. Everyone knows about such a thing, and if possible, should be able to think about what to do. Senior brother Zhang. Just when Sohan was about to do something, he also heard a scream like a slaughtered pig. Because he was very familiar with this kind of scream and had heard it many times, so he knew very well that this guy must have been discovered by these people. 3 deaths. Hurry up and tell the elders of the sect that many people have died in senior brother Zhang's yard. People, and they are all turned into bones. What is going on? What is the problem? It is so bad. I am really a little annoyed. If I don't tell the elders of the sect, this will be a big headache. A disciple in white clothes said, but now, there is nothing more to say. What does the death of these guys have to do with me? After all, it is hard to explain any problem. What should we do with the affairs in the sect? Soon, 666 disciples came with money. They were divided into 2 groups, 3 people guarded the corpse, and the other 3 went to report to the senior disciples. It's not easy for Sohan to go out at this time. If he goes out, he will be trapped in a trap. But what is worth thinking about now? It's good to just watch the excitement. Since the corpse had turned into bones, and it was 3 days old, everyone was a little afraid of what was going on. Did someone put the corpse here deliberately? But no one knows what the problem is now. Someone died in the sect, and soon some disciples came here, and an elder also came, but it was not the elders of some sect that he knew. In fact, the elders of the alchemy sect also know a few of them, and this is based on the memories of their predecessors. What the hell is going on? Why is there a corpse in Zhongling's yard? Where did Zhongling go? This elder, who looked to be in his 20s, was now pale and pale. If it is not ruled out that someone is playing a prank, then it is a top master who takes action. But when did the sect provoke such a master? Before, I just gave away 0 medicine, but I didn't expect that when I came to the sect, I actually killed people. Although this was just a point rudder, but after all, it is also part of the Alund Cauldron sect. However, at this time, Sohan was desperately searching for the treasures of these 3 people. Of course, the 3 corpses outside were not just bones, but those of these 3 guys. As for what happened after that, he didn't know. Well, I actually know what these guys want to do. If that's the case, you're welcome. In this woman's ring, apart from some spare clothes, there are only some treasures left, hundreds of cheap hills and some purple gold coins. But this is not surprising. This thing is very important to Sohan. It has no use value, anyway, this is the only result. In addition to these things, there is also a jade bottle, which contains a milk-colored liquid. Although it looked very similar to the jade bottle just now, Sohan still recognized it. This time it was not the innate spiritual milk at all, but the earthly spiritual milk. This kind of thing is more useful to you. And if you can find a phoenix flame seed here, you can take earth spirit milk to increase the power of this seed. If you want to become a true alchemist and weapon refiner, you must find a way to fuse a phoenix fire. This is a rule in the alchemy world, but now I should have the opportunity to take the phoenix fire seed, but there is no way to get this thing. I don't know if these people, or in this sect, have. But I also got the memories of 3 people at the same time. He also understood the dark history of the alchemy sect, and the current situation of the alchemy sect is really funny. It turns out that this sect itself is a sect dominated by phoenix fire. Only senior disciples can have a sect fire. It is said that there is a fire of one ancient Suzaku in the sect, and something like the ancient Suzaku is the phoenix ancestor. Chapter 419, Alchemy Sect's Surprise. Although this is a legend, some people believe it, because no one can say for sure about this kind of thing. If possible, this legend will be the foundation of this sect. Pull it down. If this sect really has some ancient Suzaku fire, then I will definitely be able to find it. Before I found out, this was a lie, but it does not rule out that someone in this sect did swallow or possess high-level phoenix fire. The system said nonchalantly, but now Sohan felt very uncomfortable. There was such a good thing, but he didn't know about it at all. This was a bit of a small loss, but he took 3 months to see this sect. What the hell is going on? What on earth happened here? Why are there 3 corpses here? The blood stains are very new, but it is too scary to cut living people into bones so easily. Moreover, if this person is allowed to appear in our sect, then what? Come on. Everyone is very panicked, because if this kind of problem arises, they may have to protect themselves wisely, if there is really a strong person. If you are angry because of the sect, then this is worse. After all, the current situation is that you don't know anything. What do you think we should do? Now that the murderer can't be found, what should we do? Although this is just a subrouter, should we report this to the headquarters immediately? If we really don't report it, I'm afraid the headquarters will blame it. It's not a good thing to come down. Shaking his head hard, several ordinary people tried their best to stabilize their emotions, because he didn't know what to do at this time. Such weird things happened in Chinese. If there is really a problem, then they might have to bear the responsibility. They are quite speechless about such things. What on earth is going on? It's inexplicable. This person died like this. No, there were 3 people, and the blood stains were still so fresh. It looks like they were killed not long ago. Could it be that the people in this yard were killed? This is impossible. Who doesn't know how high the senior brother Zhang's cultivation is, and he is also among the top 10 guys in this division with the number of treasures he has obtained. Every one of you, go and check quickly to see who else is missing in the sect. If found, report it immediately. Newspaper, I really have some troubles now. If we don't solve these things, then we will have no reason to stay in this sect. It's really ridiculous. What should we do now? One of the leaders hesitated for a moment and then immediately. Even after taking people away, it really felt a bit desolate for these 3 corpses to be here alone. But at this time, Sohan shook his head. They deserved it. Who asked them to offend him? Since this is the case, then it doesn't matter if he kills him. System, I want to ask you. I have also collected some treasures with fire attributes before, and I got a lot from the Su family. So I would like to ask how to deal with these treasures with fire attributes, such as innate understanding and so on. Could you tell me if possible? The system seemed to have no reaction at all, but after a while the system shook its head, because at this time he already knew Sohan's purpose. If he found the high-level phoenix fire, he would find a way to swallow it into his body, and find a way to strengthen this ability. Sohan already has it. But if he wants to become a refiner or a weapon refiner in this plane, this is the only solution. Well, I suggest you not to swallow those fire-attributed spiritual treasures or other things. As for the fire attribute thing, you should stay here until you find the high-level phoenix, and then you can consider the problem of being suddenly swallowed up. Question, because this kind of advanced phoenix fire is the same in all situations. It requires a lot of things and maintenance, and the more you swallow, the stronger your ability will be. Moreover, you must refine a large amount of fire spirit pills for self-defense, otherwise you will not be able to defend yourself at all. There is no way to swallow this kind of phoenix fire or the more advanced fire-attributed spiritual beast fire. This cheating system finally got some justice. Sohan is also a little speechless now. What should he do at this time? Now that this guy has finally spoken justice, it is impossible for him to do anything to him anymore. But thinking about what price this was paid for, Sohan couldn't help but feel a little heartache, because this was obtained in exchange for his true Yuan Dan. If he could, he wouldn't be so relaxed, so he would give these true Yuan Dan to, but this guy is like a robber. It's a little painful to think about it, but it's good to know the consequences. Then I'll try to find some fire to store. It's just that I'm really annoyed right now. It wouldn't be that bad if I could. In fact, this guy also has some magic weapons in his storage, but I can't find any use for them now. Although this guy's storage magic weapon has some, and the old guy in yellow clothes also has some in his hand, but after looking at the system, he couldn't help but sneer, because this thing is not a real phoenix fire at all, or it is very low level. The phoenix fire. In fact, among the phoenix tribe, these phoenixes are nothing more than food. You don't have to look like this now. You will be able to start the war in a while, Sohan, don't worry. Anyway, what should I say? You should be quiet. Now that you have gained so much, you should come down and carefully calculate the road ahead. The system was silent for a long time before speaking seriously, but now Sohan understood what the system meant, and saw many more people in front of him. Of course, they had not discovered the existence of this secret room, because this secret room was called Zhongling's Guy. Open it in case you want to lock it yourself. No one in the sect knows. Who is it? Why can't we find any evidence? I don't know why on earth. Why do these people always look down on us like this? If I can, I really want to ask them what does this mean? If they don't say it, there is no way. There are other ways. What should I do now? I can't be fooled so easily, right? A more prestigious disciple in the sect said, because at this time they no longer know who they can deal with, and the current situation is a bit funny. First, the elixir was punished, and then people were killed. They couldn't even find the murderer. But at this time, Sohan moved, his figure flashed, and he saw a flash of black light, and soon he was in front of the senior brother. That senior brother simply didn't have the strength to resist. He was knocked to the ground in an instant. No one saw clearly what Sohan did, but at this time, there were 5 55-inch round holes on the senior brother's head. He tried it and found that his fingers could just go in. Moreover, they were not on the skin, but also on the bones. The whole process is just a breath. Now it seems that all the problems have appeared. Thinking about it makes me a little depressed. What happened? If possible, can you tell them what happened? What if something really happened now? How can this be a problem? Love Reading Bar reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection, recommendation, remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 420, Massacre. Chapter 421, The Confused So Family. Although I don't know who did this, but this person has Su Yifeng's appearance, which is a bit powerful. Su Yifeng doesn't have any twin brothers. Everyone blames Su Yifeng for this kind of thing, because after this happens, more problems will only arise. If it is really Su Yifeng who did it, then you are welcome. Although the people of the Su family are a bit shabby and always want to take advantage of these things, if he really does something like that now, it is estimated that everyone in the sect will look down on him. You don't have to be like this, Su Yifeng. If you really did this, then you have to explain to us. After all, we have already seen that it was you who did it. You can't fly even if you have wings, but you now if I confess, I will be lenient. Maybe we can intercede for you. After thinking hard for a moment, the leader said, but Sohan smiled at this time. If it was really Su Yifeng who did it, then Su Yifeng would have been killed long ago, because with his little cultivation, he dared to do such a thing. I'm rather annoyed, but it's a pity that I am the one who wants to do it. Su Yifeng is indeed a good blame. Of course, he took the blame for himself, which is a better ending. It is also a relief for himself. There is no problem in using the Su family for the last time. Just accept it as you see fit. I found a person with a much higher cultivation level than you is here, host. Are you going to run away? The system said a little helplessly, because at this time he saw a very special person, but the current situation is quite funny. He didn't even notice this person appeared. And we only discovered it after so many people stopped. Sohan was immediately surprised when he heard this. This person is the subrutter of this place. He is not actually the sect leader, but he is called the sect leader, and everyone is called the sect leader. Then run away. This guy's cultivation level is indeed much higher than mine. I know I can't deal with him now, so tell me, what should I do? System, I want to know how far my current cultivation is compared to his. The system quickly gave out some information, but at this time Sohan smiled and said in Su Yifeng's voice, you can continue fighting here, I won't accompany you anymore. Sohan shook his head in pain, because he was already in great pain at this time, and it would be useless to do anything now. After all, he had nothing to use at this time, and his current cultivation level was basically stable. But if you encounter such an opponent, there is no way to solve it, but it is more than enough to escape. After returning to the place where he came before, Sohan unloaded all his equipment, then swaggered into the city to buy some things and rent a room. He carefully read the information given by the system. If he needs to practice according to his current cultivation level, this guy's cultivation level is in the middle stage of golden core. He is only in the late stage of body tempering. Now thinking about it, it's a bit depressing. The cultivation level is pretty good. Body tempering, bone refining, foundation building, golden elixir, and nascent soul. The 5 realms of 55 of Nima are nearly 3 threes behind him. It can be said that if you can find a way to defeat it, it is simply a fantasy. Even if you have a system that, super is useless, because you can't beat him at this time, but what should you do now if you try to eat away at his cultivation? How come? Now the host's realm is completely different from Lu Yuan's. This is a benefit given to the host by the system. Certainly. How to correspond to this? The system will also give the host some pointers. But now, the host shouldn't be too anxious, if possible. I suggest that the host should think about what to do. What else can we do? Break through the cultivation level and leave? You really are, why don't you know? If you can't break through the cultivation level now, how can you do it? As soon as he said this, Sohan couldn't stop laughing. Although killing people was quite satisfying before, now he found that all his cultivations had been absorbed. Of course, these cultivations did not belong to him. He got it from someone else, and it was absorbed before it was refined. However, the person who absorbed this thing was, Sohan almost wanted to curse when he saw that thing, because it was really ridiculous. It was a jade pendant that he pulled out of his body and put back into his danshan. Of course, this jade pendant would not pose any threat to him, but this guy swallowed up all the cultivation he had absorbed. This is just plunder. But it doesn't matter. I don't believe I can survive that jade pendant anyway. After reluctantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and practicing for 3 sticks of incense, a pure energy spread within the body. Sohan was a little surprised. This was actually the unlucky jade pendant that had been released. This is quite funny to say. Why would something like this happen to me? Hurry up and absorb it. This jade pendant or something is meant to swallow up the energy of cultivation and purification. It has a great effect on you. If you really want to give it a try, there is no problem. But now I suggest that you don't think about these things. You must find a way to solve these problems before talking about it. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be, but I know that if something happens now, the host probably won't. Method. After Sohang did this, he went to absorb the pure energy. This energy was really huge. It didn't matter even if it was refined for a long time. In order not to waste time, he entered his own Dawen space, used the weak time rules of Dawen space to practice. Although in this time rule, 1 hour outside is equal to 10 days inside, but it doesn't matter now. Although this time rule is few, it is better than nothing. Even if you want to use this time rule to practice, it will still take 2 or 3 days to refine all this pure power into just one. However, at this time, it seemed as if something big had happened in the Su family mansion, because at this time, the people of Danding sect had done some things, but these things almost caused the Su family's annihilation. The head of the Danding sect branch led a group of people to the Su family mansion in an almost majestic manner. Sohan has known this result for a long time, and the current result is really unpredictable. If this person can do such a thing now without attracting the attention of the sect, then it would be even worse. This means that this sect is only a piece of shit. The way I thought of to destroy the Su family was this Li Dai Dao Zhang. As long as I could deal with this sect well, that would be enough. Anything could happen. I don't know what happened. Mr. Su, now I have given you an ultimatum. If you can't hand over Su Yifeng to me, then I will never be done with you. I still need your power, so I don't want to destroy your family. You can think about it yourself. If you hand over Su Yifeng to me, then I can forgive you. This guy said confidently, but soon, without knowing what happened, these people noticed their existence, but the problem now is what to do. Love Reading Bar reminds you, collection of 3 things to read, recommended, remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 422, Killing Several Birds with One Stone. Mr. Su is in a very confused mood at this time. What is going on? The people from Xiantian sect have just been sent away, but now the people from Danding sect are here again. What on earth does this mean? Is this all happening? Do people just like to amuse themselves? This is impossible. If he really wants to amuse himself, it won't be like this. Sect Master Lin, I don't understand what you mean. Why do you speak to us like this? And so far I haven't. If you know what happened, can you tell me the truth? If I know the truth, I will definitely help you find out. If it is true that our Su family has done something to apologize to you, then I am willing to be responsible for all compensation. Mr. Su knows that he has some problems now, but there are some things that are hard to explain. If Sohan comes to take revenge on him, it is impossible, because that dead boy only knows one thing, and that is to cry hysterically. No, Mr. Su was quite speechless about this situation. If he could, he wouldn't really do it. When the leader of the alchemy sect saw Mr. Su like this, he felt very uncomfortable. Could it be that this person really didn't do anything wrong? This is impossible. If he really didn't do anything wrong, then why did he come here with such a big fanfare? After all, so many people in the sect have died, and the deaths are quite strange. If it was possible for that guy Sohan to do something, it was absolutely impossible, because he knew that guy was just a loser. Although he said he could make alchemy, he was raised by Xiantian sect, so he probably wouldn't have any bad luck happened. And does Xiantian sect dare to go to war with Danding sect? This is impossible. Danding sect's power is much greater than that of Xiantian sect. If this guy has enough ability to harm the alchemy sect, it is impossible. After all, the current situation is quite bad. If he could, he would not be able to do such a thing. Why don't you go find Sohan? And if Sohan is not in Xiantian sect now, then he must have done it, but I don't know what to say. Now I am not framed against him. If there is really a problem, it must be him. That bastard Sohan was originally dissatisfied with my control over him, and he was eager to find a way to deal with me in this situation. Mr. Su let out a long sigh, moved his fingers slightly, and wanted to shoot out a ball of true energy, but it didn't matter. The helmsman of the branch smiled slightly, because at this time, even if this guy tried his best, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had such ability. Mr. Su, your behavior really makes me laugh. Why do you always confront your grandson? That guy Sohan is recognized as a loser. Even if he awakens the ability to make alchemy, its use value is it's not high, but you are pretty awesome, so it's okay to go against your grandson, but you know, that guy Sohan is not one of those people we can see at all. There is no solution, because so many people have died in the current situation. Can't it be explained that it was not Sohan who did it, but Su Yifeng? What's more, the true appearance has been seen by so many people. He doesn't believe it. Sohan has such a powerful ability. Sect leader Lin, don't bully others too much. After Mr. Su heard this person's question, he immediately became confused. He was a little helpless. His Su family was a rich man, and how could he let his grandson take action? So what if this guy took away his power? But it didn't matter. In fact, after enduring him for so many years, he had long thought that he would have an attack. Unfortunately, at this time, this guy actually came to the door by himself. What the hell is this? The wild bear is furious. Mr. Su used his natural skills, because at this time, he had to fight desperately. If he said how the family was doing, it was all his business. Only he could say who dared to say that his family members were wrong, even after he told me, he would bully me to death. Mr. Su's height immediately increased. It was raised 3 to 4 meters. Of course, its body was a bear. This technique could turn him into a crazy bear, but this technique was still low level in the eyes of the system. But at this time, Sohan didn't care, because he was working hard to refine the energy. You don't have to be like this now. Even if you draw out your natal magical power, so what? I'm very responsible to tell you, with your level of cultivation, I can crush you with just one finger. That guy named So was also angry. It seemed that it was really not okay to talk about their family affairs. Is he really looking for death? These people are still capable enough, but now they don't care at all when they encounter such a thing. Care, if that's the case, then he won't be polite. The guy named So immediately took out a long sword. He didn't expect to encounter such obstruction after entering the So family. Moreover, the current situation is that Mr. So seems to be stronger than him. Just a question like this. How could he tell the people who came with him, what on earth do you want to do? If you don't explain it clearly, then I will never finish with you. Do you think you are someone who can come to us and cause trouble casually? The So family is not a sect like yours that can do whatever you want. Mr. So was also angry at this time. He was about to pounce on the guy with his huge bear claws, but at this time the sect leader did not hesitate and immediately took out a sharp long sword. This long sword is his natal magic weapon. Now that he has upgraded to a battle of natal magic weapons, he can't escape unscathed. You think your people are so great at stealing our elixir, but you still want to kill so many of us. Fortunately, you only killed a few low-level disciples, and there is nothing to worry about others. If you dare to kill these senior disciples, then I will never be finished. Mr. So became very angry immediately after hearing this. He finally understood what happened. This was originally framed by Sohan, but now there is no way to prove it. What a skill that can kill two birds with one stone. This guy is also very powerful. If he had known that this grandson was so powerful, he would not have been allowed to leave the So family. This guy is really terrible. If he can't think about other issues now, then what should I do? Why is Sohan so eager to leave the So family? Why doesn't he even care about his brothers and sisters? Although there is hatred, it is not a problem now. Chapter 423, Want to cause trouble? Mr. So wanted to explain to this crazy sect leader, but now this man didn't listen at all, and all kinds of nonsense never ended. Why did Sohan throw himself into the arms of the Xiantian sect? It was because the Xiantian sect could protect him. If not for this, he would not have done this. This little guy is not ordinary. Sohan was very familiar with Su Yifeng. He could casually think of a way to disguise himself as her, and their auras were somewhat similar. As long as they concealed themselves carefully, it would not be a problem to impersonate Su Yifeng. As for why they are so familiar, it's because when they were young, the two of them fought against each other, and they were constantly fighting over each other. Although Su Yifeng is not directly related to the So family, it should be said that Sohan is, but the problem now is, this guy Sohan is a loser. Su Yifeng also thought about it for a long time before dealing with Sohan, but the current problem is simply annoying. If there is really any trouble, I am afraid that he will not be polite, and he will know what it means. But at this time, the sect leader couldn't stand to listen anymore, and he just kept beating him up and down, because now he had nothing to say at all. With so many people dead in the middle sect, how could this branch leader, who was ostensibly the leader of the clan, be able to swallow such a breath? He didn't know what to do anyway, and the current problem didn't seem to be that simple. Can you please stop? We have all been fooled. Don't you know? That guy Sohan just wants to drive a wedge between us. I believe you can't see it with your ability, but you don't want to believe it. That's all, you're quite capable. I don't care what you do now. Anyway, that's what I say, if you believe me, then try it. The guy named Lin was so shocked that he probably had no idea what this meant. I didn't expect that Sohan was such a person. Since he was like this, I had to find a way to deal with him. But Xiantian sect is not easy to deal with either. Although Xiantian sect's foundation is a bit worse than that of alchemy sect, it only lacks alchemists. News has been sent from the headquarters. Anyway, the Xiantian sect can no longer be offended, but what should we do? The headquarters of Dandingzhong is in Huangchang, but there is nothing we can do at this time. We have to find a way to get Xiantian. Kill his own people. Wait, it's my fault, if it's not you. If he had rejected the alchemist, I'm afraid he wouldn't have become what he is now. You are quite awesome, alchemist, what do you mean? The man named Lin was a little excited. If he could, he would pay all the costs to win Sohan over. Unfortunately, Sohang doesn't have the power now, and he is not willing to accept the win. 3 days later, Sohan took a breath of hard work. He finally refined everything. The energy was really terrifying, and it directly brought his cultivation to the level of foundation building. But now the problem, it's not easy to explain either. Although these energies are relatively strong and have no side effects after refining, Sohan feels uncomfortable after being raised to so many realms at once, and Sohan's foundation is now a little unstable. Do it later. You just have to hone your foundation. Sohan improved so much all of a sudden, and then he simply put his cultivation aside for a while and went shopping on the street, but he had just arrived at the restaurant. Then she heard some news. I heard that the situation is worse now, because some things here are hard to explain. Anyway, the Su family is doomed. I don't know what to say, those people in the Su family are really awesome. He actually angered an alchemist. More than that, it's not like something like this has never happened before. This alchemist directly pulled out all the medicinal materials from the alchemy sect in a rage, and also killed many people. This guy is also awesome. He was originally those problems caused by the Su family. How could it be passed on to the Danding sect again? That's right, I heard that the alchemy sect has launched a war against the Su family, but we don't know what the current situation is. It is said that they suspect a good-for-nothing named Sohan, but how could we not know who Sohan is? Everyone in the city knows that he is a good-for-nothing. The corner of Sohan's mouth twitched after hearing these words. It would be fine if others suspected that he was a loser. He didn't care. But what was the situation? Why were all these guys looking at him like this? How could this kind of thing be done casually? It's a bit bad to think about it. After all, now I am also a figure at the forefront of the limelight. Host. The aura of the disciples of the alchemy sect was detected, and the disciples of the alchemy sect also had a phoenix fire seed on their bodies. But this disciple of the alchemy cauldron sect is in the middle stage of foundation building, and with his current ability, the host may not be able to defeat him. Sure enough, a disciple of the Danding sect appeared in the restaurant. As for who this disciple of the Danding sect was, Sohan didn't know. Sohan's order was also served at this time. He hesitated for a moment and then started eating. I originally wanted to have a meal in peace, but who knew something would happen again. After the single-headed disciple came to the lobby, everyone knelt on the ground and gave him respectfully. Guy salutes. Only the waiter was exempted from this gift, and of course Sohan. Sohan had no interest in such people at all. Such a result will only attract their attention. Anyway, there is nothing great about him, and he never bothers with fighting or anything like that. Everyone has done this. Why do you dare to eat here without saluting? Who do you think you are? It doesn't matter if you are a foreigner. Let me tell you, locals must salute me. The disciple of the alchemy sect said with murderous intent, but at this time Sohan felt even more uncomfortable. This man was indeed very distinguished, and he was wearing a white dragonfish suit, which was indeed worn by normal wealthy people, but this white the dragonfish suit was completely ruined by him. Hey Pai, do you think you are great? Tell you, what if you are a single person? I decided the place where I eat. Before I finish eating, don't let me do anything. Matter. Chapter 424 Phoenix Fire. Sohan is the kind of person who is easy to get into trouble but not afraid of it. But now that he sees such a person, he is quite speechless. If possible, he would not be like this. He's really not human when he's crazy. Why do you mean you want to cause trouble? Think about it this way, you are also a very good person. I can tell you that if you want to cause trouble, then I will accompany you, and that's all you people from the alchemy sect will do anyway. In fact, Sohan had already made a plan for this situation. If possible, he wouldn't have to think about anything else. Just kill this person. This person is obviously here to cause trouble, but how can he expose him? When he looked at the memory of his predecessor, Sohan wanted to destroy this sect, because this sect the door is so notorious that I couldn't do anything about it if I could. Thinking about it now, I feel a little aggrieved. It's a pity that people from this sect have come to find me. It's more than enough to extract some elixir from him, and of course it's more than enough to kill a few of his people. These problems have not resolved my hatred at all. Do you think I'm annoyed now? You've ruined my interest in eating. You're not from the Su family, so I can't blame you. If you were from the Su family, I would have destroyed you by now. You guys are fine, but what about our sect? Are you like this? Seeing this situation, the man actually calmed down and said a little helplessly, but there is no problem. In Sohan's view, this person is no different from a dead person, because at this time he already knows that this guy has fire in his body. Even if it is for the fire, he will kill this person with all his life. Dead. The way you are now really makes me laugh. What happened between your sects has anything to do with me. Do you really want to settle accounts with me? This is impossible. If you want to settle accounts with me, then just try it and see if I have the ability to deal with you. Sohan said while using his own chi. Move the chopsticks in your hand. This chopstick is instant. It became very thick at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a result shocked the man. What does this mean? Is this man ready to take action? This phoenix fire is in this guy's danshan. As long as it would be great if we could find a way to take out this phoenix fire. Certainly. When he was hesitating, he was also following the method of how to take out the fire. Of course, the system also imprinted these methods into his memory. Moreover, his ex also had a bad impression of this person. Anyway, now they are fighting among themselves. The two of them are like black-eyed chickens, because once this person comes to the Su family, he and Su Yifeng will bully his ex. Duh. After a soft sound, the chopsticks were stabbed directly into this person's mouth. Abdomen. It went straight around the danshan, and then formed a circle, and directly circled the green fire. Sohan reached out to catch it. When he took it into his hand, Sohan was a little happy, because this was a Luin fire phoenix, but it didn't matter. As long as he could find a higher level fire, that would be a problem. As for any losses, he didn't care. In fact, the system has a good vision. If you can refine this seed, your cultivation level will definitely be improved to a higher level. Maybe you can. It is possible to break through to the basic peak or golden elixir stage, but Sohan also knows that it is impossible to break through now. That young man who was dressed more gorgeously was surprised. He didn't expect that this guy was so awesome that he could actually take away his own things like this. Thinking about it, he felt a little depressed. Why could this person take away his own things at will? Is it nothing at all? You guy actually dares to take away my fire. You are so disgusting, but it doesn't matter. I will definitely find a way to take it back. The young man said rather helplessly, but at this time he discovered that his cultivation level had not been lost. This was also the key point. Since his cultivation level had not been lost, he had a chance. In fact, this person also knew that his cultivation was lost, and he would never get it back. Unfortunately, this guy only took away his own fire, not his cultivation. God helped me. Although I don't know who you are, I don't think you have the power to take away this phoenix fire, so I took this fire away from you. Let me see how you do. Can you really find your sect? Do you have people supporting you? At this time, the young man was really angry, but now Sohan was even more shameless and took away his fire so easily. He was able to dominate this sect only because of such a high-level person. Fire. What should I say now? That's all it is now. This person is also very awesome, and he can still bully people at this level. Most of the people eating in the hall were of very low cultivation. When they saw the two of them fighting, they were all frightened to death and really wanted to leave. A few people had even left the inn, and the owner was very unhappy. Taste. What does this mean? If the two of them fight, then the benefits they can get will be gone. Boss, you don't need to panic. I will pay for any losses in your store today. Don't worry. Now you can rest easy and find a safe place to hide. I know I have a grudge against this guy, but now it's hard to say anything. I can't do anything I want. Sohan smiled slightly and immediately handed over a bag of gold coins. In fact, these people didn't need gold coins at all. There would be no problem even if they bought this in. What does this mean? If this person really just say what you want, and you won't let it go. You villain, you took away my fire, but you didn't destroy my cultivation. What do you mean? You obviously have this ability. You are not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. This young man in gorgeous clothes is a little surprised. What is going on? This person has taken away his fire, but will not destroy his cultivation. What on earth does he want to do? Does this person know who he is? It's really a bit strange. It's scary. If he really knows who he is, what can he do? I am Yang Sunji, an inner disciple of Xiantian sect. Who are you? Tell me your identity. If you are a senior, I will tell you I apologize. I don't know what to say, but I can guarantee that I didn't bully you before. Yang Sunji was really scared at this moment, because at this time he also knew that this person had more financial resources than him and could give so many gold coins to the innkeeper casually. Don't think that he couldn't see the bag, but the real treasure, the luggage bag, should be able to hold tens of thousands of gold coins. Who is so domineering? Although it is true that he can't get out these tens of thousands of gold coins, if he really encounters something now, he won't be so happy. Anyway, he can't do it. Chapter 425, Someone from the Yang family comes. Chapter 426, Danshan broken. See for yourself what is happening outside. If you really don't allow this kind of thing to happen, then there are other things to say, but if you allow it to happen, there is nothing you can do about it. The system said a little helplessly, but he had nothing to say at this time, Sohan immediately. Looking out the window, this was an extraordinary sight, because in the lobby of the inn, two middle-aged people in their 40s appeared. From the looks of it, they should be Yang Sunji's parents. In fact, Lin Yan knew why they appeared here. It was very simple. He had robbed their son of so many things, so it would be really strange if they didn't fight back. It was just something like this. It had happened before, and it was nothing unexpected. But now, I feel a little helpless when I think about it. Little bastard, come out. I know you are in this inn. Please tell me quickly why you want to take away my son's things. Are my son's things so important to you? You bastard, you, after taking away so many things, what else do you want to do? What Sohan heard was a woman's curse. His mouth was opening and closing desperately, as if he had lost something. But it didn't matter. He was used to such problems anyway. In fact, when he was a demon king in his previous life, when have I never been scolded by others, and these people scolded me more viciously than him? System, is there any way to find out Yang Sunji's information? Moreover, I don't think Yang Sunji is a good person. It seems like everything belongs to her now. I thought he had bad intentions, so I took his things away. The system did not perform well, but soon Yang Sunji's information appeared in Sohan's mind. In fact, this Yang Sunji is just as Sohan expected, not a good thing, but now thinking about him, he is a little speechless. In the sect, he bullied and abused him in all kinds of ways, and also offended many people. If it weren't for the family among them was the fire of Qingluan Fire Phoenix, and it was used on him. In fact, those people from Xiantian sect wanted to kill him. Who are you talking about, little bastard? I stole his fire, so what? Is a person like him qualified to use fire? Look at how frustrated he is. Although it is very likely that he will change his appearance in the future, but now, if he has nothing, why would she talk about lotus flowers and seeds? You are really laughing. If you don't want to sell it and you threaten me, then I will snatch it away. What will you do? When Sohan saw this woman, he couldn't bear to curse, but now this woman is indeed not very beautiful, and she scolds Sohan as soon as she comes up, saying that it's not Sohan's fault. What is going on? This woman actually didn't notice. But now, in fact, if Sohan wants to get this fire seed, it will not be so easy. I wouldn't want to kill anyone if I could, but it's impossible for me to do anything now. Although this is a bit shameless, I have to decide on this one fire seed, and so far, no one can cause trouble for me. This one fire seed is an opportunity for me. If I want to step into the position of the supreme power, I must get this fire seed. However, this guy's parents may not be fuel efficient, but it doesn't matter. Anyone who dares to block his path to becoming a strong man will have to be buried with him. This is such a feeling. Anyway, thinking about it now, I feel a little helpless. If possible, I would not let these people go so easily. And this person's parents are also such trash. It seems that I was wrong in not destroying your danchan before, and I only did this one thing wrong. If I had destroyed your danchan, then you would never be able to practice again, and you probably wouldn't be able to practice either. Is there any way to contact your parents? But that's okay, I'll destroy everything you have now anyway. It's also redundant for you? As Sohan said this, he gathered all his strength, and then shot the sword at this guy with all his strength. Although Yang Sunji is said to have some talent, he is at best an outer disciple in Xiantian sect. If there is any difference, then he cannot really let people from Xiantian sect get rid of him, and even if he is killed if you kill someone, just pay for some elixirs. Yang Sunji's parents tried their best to avoid it, wanting to take their son away from such a place, and also wanted to separate themselves from the common place that had poured countless energy into it. But the gap between Sohan's cultivation level and theirs is too big, and Sohan is much stronger. Now even if they want to crack this place, it will have no effect. With a bang, the flying sword pierced Yang Sunji's danchan. At this time, the powerful sword energy contained in it was raging in Yang Sunji's danchan, turning his danchan into a mess in an instant, and there was no possibility of continuing. It can't be any more chaotic. If the danchan is broken by external force, it may require 9th level elixirs to heal. But so far, this guy has messed up his danchan like this. There is probably no way to cure it. Thinking about it makes me a little depressed. Why is this guy? It will turn out like this, but it doesn't matter. There's no need to think too much about it now anyway. Chapter 427, Unexpected Reward. The Yang family's parents, I can't speak to you either. Your son has reached this point, and I can't say anything. Anyway, your son has already done something like that. First he wanted to attack me, and then he wanted to avenge their people. Since this is the case, I will do something to protect him. A little interest is not too much. But at this time, the Yang family's parents couldn't listen to any explanation at all, and now their eyes were red like anxious rabbits, and the problem now was that their son had been crippled. What should they do? Something they should consider. This happened in a moment, and even the Yang family's parents had no ability to get it back. After all, they had never seen such a situation before, and the problem now is that such a thing has already happened. So what should we do? The current problem is also quite bad. If all these things can be solved, it will be a good thing. If not, then you can only watch your son's danchan being destroyed. The father of the Yang family was quite speechless, but what could he say at this time? After all, his son had provoked someone who should not be provoked. Even if he was angry, it would have no effect, because after all, he was his son, and now the problem is that this person hasn't given me a chance at all. You actually destroyed my danchan. I really can't stand you anymore. What do you mean? Do you really want to do this? Although our family is not a prominent family, we are also capable of working hard, so don't worry about me. Are your parents desperate? Sohan smiled slightly, but he couldn't tell everything about himself at this time. After all, he was learning the devouring technique. If this guy wanted to self-destruct his danchan or go all out, he would be able to escape directly. Just swallow your anger. Son, do you want us both to blow up our danchan? If so, we will also die. But I am willing to do this. I only have a son like you, and I don't have many relatives. As long as you can do well, then I will be satisfied. Yang Sunji's voice was like a mosquito or a fly, but the Yang family's father's voice was also very low at this time. But how could he escape Sohan, whose cultivation was much higher than them? After saying this, he immediately wanted to laugh. This was indeed what a cheating guy, and the cheating is pretty good. After the stick of incense was burned, the aura of the Yang family suddenly became stronger, but Sohan smiled. This guy is really going to blow up his danchan. But this can only be used to save his life. It is not worth it at this time. Use. Next, the mother of the Yang family became very strong, but now, Sohan didn't have to be afraid. He directly activated the demon swallowing world, made a complicated gesture on his hand, and formed a white line tissue formation. This white line formation glows slightly, but those true energy and so on, they rushed towards that formation with all their strength. In a moment, Sohan's right hand also began to prepare a formation. The formations on the left and right hands were exactly the same. The effect now was really powerful. The two formations were operating at the same time, absorbing the cultivation of the Yang family's parents. Come. Although Yang Sunji's danchan has been destroyed, all the genkai that roamed here before has been absorbed by Sohan. It's just that he doesn't want others to see it now, and only some people can see the battle here. This courseware has already been booked by himself. There is no need to think about anything else. Although it is indeed a pity to kill a person from the Xiantian sect, this is a fight between a small family. If all these people are really killed, then there will be enough benefits for myself, and in this case I will not have to too much hesitation. The host has solved a potential opponent and will be rewarded with a chi-building pill recipe. At this time, the cheating system spoke again. But at this time, Sohan was a little speechless when he looked at this cheating system. Why does it not reward elixirs but directly reward elixirs? Isn't this a bit unlucky? Moreover, the current problem is also quite serious. If possible, I would rather not have any prescriptions, just elixirs. Why do you want elixirs? In fact, if the system needs maintenance, it is impossible for you to exchange elixirs frequently. If you want to do it unilaterally, you are already treated very well. And if you think about it, if you can, you will make elixirs. Wouldn't it be more useful for your survival on this continent, so just take that pill recipe? The system said without emotion, because Suhan, who already had some plans at this time, already knew what to do. He accelerated the absorption of these people's cultivation, but without hesitation, he immediately accepted the pill recipe because he also knew that this chi building pill was too low level, and this kind of thing could be purchased in this place. Chapter 428, The Storm Arises. It would be great if he could refine this kind of thing by himself. Unfortunately, he has never had such ability. Suhan shook his head silently. If he could, he would probably find his own way to solve these problems. But now, speaking of which, this is quite unfortunate. Now even if he has entered Xiantian sect, so what? He still does not have the right to open a shop in Xiantian sect, and he cannot participate in more battles. It is quite funny to say that as an alchemist, it's a bit scary to be depressed like this, but when you think about it, it's a bit depressing. Why did such a thing happen? After absorbing this prescription, Suhan didn't hesitate, and immediately started non-stop, preparing for those. Fortunately, Yang Sunji's family has a lot of medicinal materials, but now they all belong to him. Speaking of which, it's quite funny. Those people in Xiantian sect are really good. He is such a person. Anyone can come to provoke them, and it's okay to say so. There was a shop under Yang Sunji's door. Suhan was not polite at this time. He just brought all his elixirs and medicinal materials into the shop. After all, the fight in the inn had been made public, and this kind of thing, the probability of it happening within Xiantian sect is also very high. The whole store and so on are very normal, but at this time the people of the Su family started to act again. In fact, many branches of the Su family have joined the Xiantian sect, but their identities are not that sensitive, and for Suhan, that said, I simply don't know. Such things have happened many times in his eyes, but the question now is what should be done. If those people from Xiantian sect always intend to do something to him, then just go to another place by yourself. I don't know if those two people will come looking for me. If they do, it would be a good idea to join them. 3 days later, Suhan was in a daze holding a fire. This was the fire from the Qingluan fire phoenix he got. However, whether to refine or not at this time almost made him hesitate. It will be affected, and you won't be able to let it go if you don't refine it. System, do you think I should be refined or not? This kind of thing really makes people love and hate me. If I am refined, I'm afraid my strength will increase, but I feel that if you don't refine it, you can't bear it. After the system was silent for a moment, it didn't say anything. Instead, the fire sparkled slightly. If Suhan didn't refine this fire, then it will definitely be absorbed by the system. It is also devouring the system anyway. As long as it can refine these things, it will be very good. There was silence for more than 3 hours before the system spoke, but this opening almost made Suhan furious. Host, I suggest that you don't refine this fire for the time being. If you can find a better fire within this period of time, then you won't even say anything, but you can also choose the fire of Qingluan Fire Phoenix. Refining, it just takes a while to devour the system and merge it with the new fire. Suhan was quite speechless now, because he didn't know what to say at this time. After all, this guy knew how his abilities came from, and it was given to him by this system. The commands of the system are really overwhelming, but what should I do now? What should I do now that there are no tasks? There is nothing to fix. I took out all the jade pendants myself, and basically solved the problem so far. Opponent. This is very simple. If you want to take action, then you can do it. It doesn't do any good or harm to me anyway. It doesn't matter if you rob someone from their family, but now I think you should still observe some situations in Xiantian sect, otherwise, it will be quite bad if you fall into their hands. Suhan nodded, but many things were not as they expected. They originally wanted to seek some peace and quiet, but they did not expect that such a thing would happen again soon. There were actually some fights between other families in this inn, but it was not obvious. At this time, after the Ying family fell, the remaining families began to make moves. What kind of murderer is this? He actually robbed the Ying family's property completely and didn't even give us a sip of soup. It's really ridiculous. I don't know who that person is, but if I know, I will definitely give this person cramps and peel his skin. Anyway, I can't stand it anymore. What does this nonsense mean? After staying in the inn for a few days, Suhan heard such a discussion when he went downstairs to eat. However, Suhan was not in the mood at this time. He just paid attention to the man who spoke, who was obviously the leader of a gang, or some other role. Chapter 429, Sex Reaction. But this person obviously didn't notice who these actions attracted. But now any problem can be explained. These people are basically like some bandits nearby, but now they have no plans. Got it. Brother, do you really plan to take action like this? But I think that such a family under the sect should not be something we can do. Although we have cultivation, sometimes we still have to look at the look of the sect. If so, I don't know what to say. That man's subordinate who looked very tough said, but at this time, Suhan was listening to their conversation seriously. It seems that these people are really planning to take action on these things, right? Since that's the case, then, you can take action yourself. Anyway, this is nothing to you, it's just a relatively big threat. Suhan listened to their conversation carefully, and soon understood everything, because at this time, they also knew what kind of place this was, and what kind of people were in this sect. For such things, I am also very helpless. If I could, I would not have become such a bandit now. It turns out that Yang Sunji's family itself is a rich and unkind existence, but now no one dares to say that they are wrong, because Yang Sunji has a glorious ancestor and entered a very powerful sect such as Xiantian sect, but this is not a problem. Such a person, of course, the Yang family's eyesight gradually became stronger. But after the Yang family became truly powerful, they did not pay attention to the feelings of the nearby residents, and various forced taxes and other things also came together. The Yang family is considered a giant in this city. However, these people who dress like bandits are actually people who have been forced into desperation by the Yang family. After Sohan thought about it, he still didn't speak, because if he spoke at this time, everything about himself would be exposed, so he simply didn't speak. Looking at these people, they could do whatever they wanted, and it didn't matter to him. Question. The news of Yang Sunji's death soon reached Tianzong. At this time, everyone in Sunationzong was very surprised. Why did Yang Sunji not even care about his parents? The whole family is like this. Originally, when this kind of person dies, at most one person will die, or one more subordinate, or even a bunch of subordinates will be added, but they died together. But what happened to this guy? Even his own parents died with them. Okay, this is too weird, but people in this sect have no intention of talking about this matter now. Although Sohan left some elixirs for them before leaving the sect, these elixirs are still important to them. Not quite enough. Everyone, what do you think about this kind of thing? If Sohan did it on purpose, then we can understand it, because this guy has a fire seed of one Qingluan fire phoenix in his hand. If this guy wants to devour other people, if it's something, I can understand it, because he does it for himself. The leader of Xiantian sect said very seriously, but at this time, other people stopped talking. What they thought was that if this person was really killed by Sohan, then everything would be fine. If it wasn't Sohan but someone else who did it, it means that their sect has offended other people, which is a bit troublesome. Sect master, in fact, the reputation of the Yang family is not very good, and what I dare to say now is that many people want to celebrate this guy's death, but there is no way to solve the current problem, so I dare to say that now if something really happens to him, I will take it into consideration. The one who spoke was still the elder in red, but now he felt a little helpless. Why? Because this man was really capable of killing. If he could do it, then he wouldn't be a problem. Nowadays, many sect leaders have no control over the affairs in the sect, because at this time, Sohan is actually stronger. As long as Sohan can break through to their level of cultivation, then he can become an elder. But now the problem is, what should Sohan do if he doesn't want to? Sect master, I think it's not Sohan or anyone else that we should worry about now. I have a feeling that if this sect continues, it will soon be able to. It becomes a place where no one cares. An elder whispered, but at this time he felt a little helpless. Because at this time, everyone knows what the current result is, but they just don't have the heart to say it. The sect is indeed not strong now, and it has reached a very bad situation. That's all we have now. As long as Sohan can help us refine elixirs and refine qi, then we won't have a problem even if he dismantles the sect. If such a person can stay, we can stay. If he can't stay, we can't offend him. Chapter 430, The Importance of Sohan. Chapter 431, The Wang Family Panics. The Wang Family Mansion. This is a very gorgeous house. However, if Sohan were here, he would not notice its magnificence. After all, this is just a family under the Xiantian sect. If the Sunationzong family is really a bit unlucky, then this is what happened. At this time, the people in this house are basically in panic, fearing that one day their lives will be lost, and they don't know what to say. The goal of these people is actually very simple, they just want to be a monk. It is a pity that such a thing is simply unacceptable. The head of the Wang family sat solemnly on the main seat. He wanted to say something, but at this time he could only sigh silently. Master, tell me, what should we do now? If the people in Xiantian find out what we have done, how can we deal with it? It's okay for us to fight secretly with Yang Jiaming, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I don't think so. I don't know what to do. The eldest elder of the Wang family, a man who looked to be in his early 40s, but was actually over 70 years old, said that in fact, the Wang family had not done anything in these years, except for doing some work on elixirs, and nothing else counted. What? And there was no murder or arson? If you say such a thing, what should you do? Do you want to confess like the people in Xiantian? If possible, it cannot be like this. That's what I think. If possible, I don't want to tell Sunationzong these things. After all, these things in the whole day are really staining people's eyes. It would be great if we could tell him about our loyalty. At this time, another elder of the Wang family said, but he was not wrong, because it is impossible for the elders or senior officials of this sect to come here to patrol in person. At most, they can send a disciple or something, and Sohan just wanted to find a place to refine fire, and he hadn't thought about any inspections or anything like that. This kind of thing should be easier for them to deal with, but now none of them can figure out what this person is thinking. If possible, they should think of ways to find someone, etc. Trigger the side mission and conquer the Wang family. At this time, this cheater spoke again, but the punishment was quite shocking. His cultivation level regressed. Although it was not death, it was more funny than death. What on earth did this guy want to do? System, why are you giving me this job? Do you really want to trick me to death? A member of a big family. It's really ridiculous how I can conquer people. It's really hard to say what kind of person I am. Do you think I can conquer a family? It's impossible. Sohan shook his head hard. The system was the system, and it was still as cheating as ever. Since it was like this, he didn't have to think about anything else. He just did what the system said. After all, this was an uncle, and he couldn't hire him no matter what. Can't live without it. Sohan accepted his fate, because this system was really screwed up. If this guy was really that powerful, then he wouldn't have to be like this anymore. Now, he wouldn't be able to use rubbish techniques or weapons. I gave it, and I didn't mention any rewards. It's a bit depressing to talk about it. Why can't I get any benefits after doing so many things? I said you are a cheating system. Even if you want me to deal with the members of the family, you should also give me something, right? What is the information about this family and what are the strengths of these people? If you don't tell me this, how can I deal with it? After being stunned for a while, Sohan said it, but soon a torrent of information entered his mind, because at this time, Sohan saw something he shouldn't have seen. The Wang family's industry division map, as well as various member information, are really too detailed. It seems that this system is not so confusing sometimes. Anyway, the information given is quite detailed, but Sohan quickly just after noticing the attributes of this family, he was originally an affiliated force of this sect. When he heard that Yang Sunji's family members were all dead, he felt a special panic. Anyway, these feelings will not subside unless the sect doormen guarantee that they won't make mistakes. But I don't want to be a member of this sect. Anyway, I have an annoying problem now. If these people really treat me as a special envoy of the sect, it will be bad. I just want to find someone. It's just a local practice, so it's not like this. Sohan was a little helpless when he thought that at this time, some problems were also exposed in front of him. What to do now is his business, and no one else can control it. I hope I won't cause trouble for him this time. Anyway, if there is a problem now, it will be more painful. If possible, go to Wang's house, refine the fire and run away. Chapter 432, Danger. After receiving the invitation from the Wang family, Sohan actually felt uncomfortable because he knew that he was not an inspection official sent by the sect, but an ordinary person. He came here just to find a place to practice. I just grabbed a 1 Qingluan Fire Phoenix fire seed. Then I'll go there. Looking at the gilded invitation and the person who sent it, Sohan felt quite speechless. Because I am just an ordinary person, but after becoming powerful, I am favored by everyone. This is actually nothing too abnormal, but these people seem to think that I am a bit strong. What's more, the cheating system also gave me the task of subduing the Wang family. Since this is the case, then this family must go. The Wang family is a very magnificent courtyard. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a courtyard. In fact, it is compared to the palace. Many of the hundreds of rooms are empty. In fact, this is just a place for people to live. The head of the Wang family has dozens of houses. There are only a few people, and there are also a small number of servants. But soon, Sohan followed the servant who led the way to this place, but Sohan was still a little worried in his heart. Sir, when you came to this place, why didn't you tell us first and instead got rid of Yang Sunji's family? We have been here for so many years, and we have some understanding of the strength of the Yang family. Sohan nodded. What they said was true, but now he didn't have so much thought to consider these issues. After all, their purpose was very simple, just to control themselves. He regarded himself as a senior disciple of the sect. In this case, he felt that he was in danger, and he had just slaughtered the entire Yang family. If you need my help with anything here, just say it. Anyway, I have plenty of time now. If nothing happens, arrange a place for me to retreat. I need to improve my cultivation, but now that I think about it, we should also consider other issues. Sohan said indifferently, but at this time he really needed a place to retreat to refine the fire, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous, but other problems should also arise. But what kind of counterattack would the Yang family have? Even I don't know. The Yang family mansion was almost completely silent. There were no one but a few people in the mansion. The rest of the place was like a cemetery for the dead. At this time, an older man inside the Yang family mansion. People ran out. This person named Su is looking for death and dares to kill our Yang family. This is really too much. Who are our Yang family? In his eyes, are we just some ants? This is too scary, but it doesn't matter. I can't say anything now anyway. This family will eventually die in his hands, right? The man who spoke was named Yang Yunking. He was a spirited old man. He had been in the Yang family for so many years. In fact, his cultivation had reached the highest level in the Yang family. However, this man usually had a very weird personality and was not nice to others at all. See, these people are not recognized by the family at all, but now that the family head is dead, he has no choice but to come out and take charge of the situation. But at this time, the man felt a little angry, because such a person had appeared in their family and was their enemy. Such a result is really hard to imagine, but there is no way now. If possible, this person must be killed and silenced. It would be more difficult to kill and silence, but Yang Yunking didn't think about it at all, because at this time, he only felt angry in his heart, and all kinds of things had happened. If there was any accident, then it is absolutely unacceptable. I said that you are the only one who can take charge of family affairs now. You should talk about it. If it is really useful, then we will do it. If it is not useful, forget it. I don't know what to say, but there is one thing now. We must pay attention to things. Now that the sect has made a decision, we people have no use value at all. Yang Yunqing shook his head hard, because at this time he had forgotten everything. Now he was just a representative of the Yang family. So many people in the Yang family had been destroyed. How could he let these people go so easily? Anyway, what he was doing not available. It seems that this time, the people of the Yang family have treated me really badly, and so far I have no evidence to prove what these people dare to do to me. This is what troubles me the most. After finding a quiet villa to stay in the Wang family, Suhan began to think about his future path, but at this time, the more he thought about it, the more unlucky he became. The path I will take in the future will definitely be different from others, but I can't say anything now, so I might as well think about what to do. Chapter 433, Battle for the City Lord's Mansion. Suhan entered the Wang family as the sect's supervisor, but this really made people very jealous. At this time, the Yang family could no longer bear it. Although the sect supervisor is not a good official, at this time, other people are very uncomfortable because this line has not entered their family, which is a bit awesome. If there is anything worth considering now, it is not a problem. It's already very bad now. It would be even more painful if these people knew that this family had some unspeakable problems. But Suhan also knew this, but before he had time to refine the Qingluan fire seed, he heard the news from the outside. Fortunately, he stopped practicing. He found the Wang family and began to understand the situation outside. After all, these people were better than him. To know more, of course, ask them if you can. Well, as soon as he mentioned this, the head of the Wang family sighed slightly, because at this time, he could not say anything. After all, the competition between these families has reached a certain level, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, he has something worth considering. How could other people not know about the problem? Master Wang family, are you in any trouble? If you really have trouble, you can tell me and I will find a way to solve it for you. But don't worry, if you need any protection you can also tell me something like that and I will do my best to help you. The Wang family shook their heads in pain, because at this time, the Sifang city managed by the Xiantian sect was indeed in very bad shape. They didn't know what the situation was like. These people didn't think about the benefits of the sect at all. Just want to take advantage of the sect, if they can. They basically want to do everything. If it's just a fight between families, it's nothing. I don't know what to say. After all, these families now are no longer the same people as before. Moreover, the person you killed recently, Yang Sunji's the family, if Yang Sunji's parents supported it, would have been a good family, but it is a pity that at this time, both of his parents died. Suhan frowned. After hearing what Wang Xiang said, he shook his head again, but most of the time he sighed, because at this time he already knew very well what kind of person such a person was and he didn't know how to deal with them now. Of course I would not take action easily if I could, but it's impossible to take action. The reason why the Yang family suffered so disgusting. It's quite simple. It's because they are so domineering. They are so domineering that no one can accept their remarks. However, some people who want to restrain their children can use these remarks to solve the problem. However, such people's quite few. The person in charge of the Yang family now is Yang Yunqing, who is next to the Yang family, but it doesn't matter. It's the same for Suhan if he changes to another person. The Yang family has been here for more than 300 years, and Yang Sunji's parents protected. Basically no one can bully them for a century, but now the consequence is that these people they meet are really that kind of people. If this is the case, then there is no need to be polite. It's not that difficult to deal with such a family. I just need to break the news that the four of you families will set up a city lord's palace. The failed family will have to leave Sifang City. In this case, the Yang family will inevitably fight hard, because they have been rooted here for more than 300 years and have a sufficient foundation. However, now that Yang Sunji's parents are dead, they have no ability at all. The Yang family's nature is greedy, selfish, cruel, and cunning, but at this time, because Yang Sunji's parents suppressed it, it shouldn't be a problem. At least most of the Yang family did not show it, but Yang Sunji died in his own hands. Then his parents also died in his own hands in order to avenge Yang Sunji, and his bust was also absorbed by him. The new people who took over the Yang family are greedy bastards, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have enough ability to deal with them, and whatever I want now, I can solve it by myself, as long as I want to. My lord, what you mean is that when they compete for the power of the city lord's palace again, you can arrest all these people, or kill these worms that are harming this city. In that case, that would be fine, but what problem can you prove now? Anyway, you are so powerful now. You killed Yang Sunji's family easily. Can't you run out and arrest this person? Suhan shook his head. In fact, how could he personally come forward for such a matter? After all, he still wanted to lose face. Even if he didn't want to lose face, he couldn't go. Chapter 434, Second Ancestor. After the news reached the Yang family, it quickly attracted the attention of the Yang family. In fact, they had some understanding of this situation. If there were any problems, they would not be in big trouble, and the young people would not be in trouble. If the juniors can compete together, as long as they can enter the range of outstanding talents, it will be an absolute benefit for Yangjia. Should we participate in this event or not? Because the current situation is really a headache, but I think we should send someone to where Soheng is to have a look. Otherwise, I don't know what that guy is going to do. What? The current situation is really a headache. A young man from the Yang family couldn't speak at this time. Yang Yunqing stopped him because at this time he knew very well that if such a thing happened, it would have no effect. This man's name is Yang Xianhong. He is 17 years old this year, but he is also a third-level martial artist of cultivation. This person's talent is slightly higher than that of Yang Sunji, but now that Yang Sunji has died, he has become the genius of the Yang family. This does not matter. Of course, this is only in his opinion. Such a situation has already happened, so he also there's no need to be polite. I actually know what he means, but now it seems like everything is out of his control. Yeah, it's better to let him go. Anyway, it's good to have the situation of these people. Anyway, there is no need to think about anything now. As long as he can do it, these people are really in trouble. If it can be done, then just stand aside. I think this Sohan is just an embroidered pillow. After spreading the news, Sohan immediately started to prepare. With these things in mind, at least one top-quality weapon needed to be prepared. However, it seemed that he couldn't buy any good top-quality weapons here. The most he could buy was it's just a low-grade spiritual weapon. Sohang arrived at the largest treasure pavilion in Sifang City. At this time, he was attracted by the treasure that held the store. For Sohan, the treasure that held the store was indeed a treasure. It was a handful. Blood-colored long swords are often covered with white thread-like objects, as if someone drank blood, but it doesn't matter. This 3-foot 2-inch long sword just happened to kill Sohan. The meaning of, Master So, you really have a good eye. You have already taken your fancy to such a good weapon, but it doesn't matter. After all, we all have our own plans. This weapon has been abandoned a long time ago. It's been a long time, I think it should be of some use to you. The Wang family was very complimentary, but at this time Sohan shook his head. The value of this weapon was indeed very high, but there should be no problem in exchanging it for the true yuan pill. After seeing this weapon, Sohan immediately went to the backstage of the treasure pavilion. You said you need such a weapon, I can give it to you, but there is a problem now, you have so many money. The people in Bao Kixuan said very seriously, but no one said anything about him at this time. Anyway, not many people here can bring so much cash out. If they could, it would be impossible for everyone to take out so much cash. Come with cash, after all this Sifang city is a very poor city. I need this sword. Although I may not have that many gold coins, I should be able to exchange it for elixirs. Speaking of which, if it is the most thing I have, if possible, you should be able to handle this. Let's go through the formalities. Sohan said quite seriously that he indeed felt the power of this long sword, so this time he tried his best to get it. That was also because he needed such a thing. What's more important is that this long sword seems to be alive, and it is faintly calling to itself. It's just an imitation sword. It's really bad in this continent. But this is what you are using now. If possible, you'd better buy it. But I advise you one thing. If you want to buy this thing, you must pay attention to safety, because this sword is already the best here. The system said angrily, but at this time, someone came soon, and this person's strength was not very good. Do you have any good treasures in Bao Kixuan? If so, reserve one for me. I really can't stand it anymore. What does this guy named So want to do? And he also wants to threaten us. He really has enough. That's awesome. Since he's like this, we won't be polite. Really, who is this person? This voice sounds very rough, and it is impossible to judge the age of the owner from the voice, but looking at his aura, he must be like the second ancestor. If this is the case, Sohan did not hesitate, and now there is nothing to say. The opponent he has encountered so far is probably the most dandy. This man came here in a golden carriage and glanced at Sohan, but Sohan was wearing a little shabby clothes, so he didn't care at all. He didn't see Sohan either, and was already ready to bid for it. This long-handled after holding the sword, he immediately shook his head and ordered the treasurer of the Bao Kixuan to be appointed. Wrap this bloody sword for me, I want it, no matter what. It doesn't matter how much you want, you're selling things anyway, the one with the highest price gets it, it doesn't matter. I'll accept whatever price you offer, but I don't want this country bumpkin to buy this thing. Who are you talking about, country bumpkin? Sohan's face turned green at this moment. What does this mean? Didn't he just say that he was wearing shabby clothes? Why can this person offend himself by speaking smoothly? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel and remember it. Collection Save M Chapter. Chapter 435, Battle of Swords. Chapter 436, Family Fight. Sohan here has such an idea, but on the other side, the second-generation ancestor of the Yang family has no idea, because at this time, there is no need to say it out even if it is true. This guy's goal is very simple. Even if you are better than me in everything, with my current ability, it is more than enough to kill you. The second ancestor of the Yang family said quite seriously, but at this time he was a little sad. Why did these people defeat him? Sohan was a little helpless. In fact, he also knew something about the Yang family, but no one noticed at this time. You look like you are trying to buy and sell by force. But nothing like this has happened, right? Many people will resent you if you do this. Are you a bastard? Why don't you think more about it? If you really do this, if so, what are the consequences? Sohan hadn't said this yet, but at this moment, the second-generation ancestor of the Yang family was already making a fool of himself. I want that long sword, I don't care what you do with it. I will agree to any condition you have, as long as you give me that long sword. What do you think you are? If you don't give it, then I will never be done with you. Sohan shook his head hard. This second-generation ancestor is even more powerful than the little boy. It's hard to say anything now. What should such a little boy have to worry about? Anyway, he can do whatever he wants. Not only are you afraid of such a little bastard, he looks really awesome, and he actually dares to make such a big fuss on the street. That's okay. Anyway, it's not you who suffers. System, what do you think should be done with this little loser? Does it still need to be beaten? I don't know what happened that caused it to be like this, but I want to ask you if there is any way to solve the problem. If the system had an expression, he would have rolled his eyes at this time, because those people in the Yang family are really that kind. Now that it has reached such a point, why do they still need to control other people? These people really have it's okay enough, but it doesn't matter. Now I have the right and obligation to seek help from these people. I don't have the heart to talk to you about the family feud, but I hope you can find some foreign help, so there won't be anything to say. Now if I really have any questions to ask you, then go ahead. I think there is no need to kill this second-generation ancestor of the Yang family. Sohan was a little disappointed when he heard about this, because he didn't know what to do at this time. Could it be that these people from the Yang family were really his nemesis? But he thought about it. He must get that bloody long sword. Could he just give it to him like this? Others said, Mr. So, you need to increase the price. At this time, a voice woke Sohan up, but at this time he felt that he seemed to have spent a little too much. 30 true yuan dan to buy such a long sword was indeed a bit too much, and this was something he could not consider. Sohan came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that he had really thought too much, but it didn't matter. After all, it was a bit troublesome now. It's not easy to get out of here. Although it is said that Bao Kixuan will not embarrass him, it is difficult to say that the second-generation ancestor of the Yang family will not be in such embarrassment. You rich man, if you dare to spend so much money to buy this long sword today, then I won't be polite. I will come to challenge you in 3 days. If I win, then you have to give me this sword. If I lose, then I will give you all my property. The second-generation ancestor of the Yang family was quite happy when he left, but at this time, Sohan clearly felt that something was wrong, because if he wanted to say something at this time, he should be able to say it, but he was a little unlucky at this time. Why? I can't even speak. After returning to the Wang family's residence, Sohan seemed a little distracted at this time. Although he finally got the long sword, he was always a little helpless at this time. Why did such a thing happen? Why did he go to the street to buy one? There are people chasing every weapon. I said, Mr. So, you don't have to be like this now, and if you have any trouble, just tell me, and I can help you then. But if you don't say anything, I won't make things difficult for you. I think you must be in trouble too. Seeing that Sohan was in a bad state, the head of the Wang family felt a little anxious. If something happened in Sifang City, if Sohan said a few words after returning to the sect, his whole family might be ruined. I'm fine. If something really happens, I will definitely trouble you. Don't worry, I don't know what to say now. I just think that family is not easy to bully. Sohan said a little speechlessly. Of course he knew who he had met, but thinking about it made him a little depressed. Didn't he know what the people he met meant? It was really ridiculous. These people actually want to use their own excuses to deal with some people. The one before, Yang Sunji was like this, let alone current. What is this second-generation ancestor of the Yang family like? It seems that he is very kind to me, but in fact they also have their own purposes, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, this time, Sohan just wanted to find a place to practice well. Chapter 437, Yang Family's Countermeasures. However, at this time, the Yang family and the Su family were in no peace, because this time Sohan came to Sifang City, and Yang Xiao was not willing to see such a result. But the Yang family was also very concerned about this family. After knowing where the Su family was, they immediately came to the place where the Su family was. However, the Su family is feeling sad at this time, because the Su family has lost many people, but this is okay. After all, they asked for it themselves. If possible, as long as they can stop the loss, that's fine. But this time, people from the Yang family also came. Mr. Su, I'm the same age as you. It shouldn't be considered rude for me to come here to visit you today. Your grandson Sohan did something dirty to our Yang family. Don't you know anything? What on earth do you want to do? Our Yang family didn't provoke him. It's just that our Yang family has a fire seed of Qingluan Fire Phoenix. This person was very rude, but at this time Mr. So was also a little angry, because this guy was basically making trouble for him, and so many people came, but no one notified him. Don't you think you're really a little annoyed for coming like this? And who said you came to us without preparing a greeting or anything else? It's none of our business if he goes to Sifang. Although we regret it, he has severed ties with us now. Mr. So actually felt very uncomfortable to be suddenly disturbed by such an uninvited guest. It is very simple to talk about such a thing now, but if it is not handled well, it will become a fight between the two families. It is a bit scary to think about it. Even if this guy went to other places, he didn't worry about it. Then let me ask you, how on earth did you see my grandson attack that guy Sohan? Although he has nothing to do with me, he can only admit it like this now. First, I don't know how he attacked you, but I want to know why you were attacked by him. After seeing this situation, Mr. So shook his head helplessly. He couldn't solve this kind of problem, and nothing could be done. If there was really a problem now, the only thing he could do was go to the Xiantian sect. However, people in the Xiantian sect respected Sohan very much because Sohan was an alchemist. After half an hour of narration, Mr. Su said the same thing in cold water. Anyway, he has no other ideas now. Now he simply wants to put his grandson first. Hello Sohan, I didn't expect that I just came here. Fang, he deceived him into a position, and it was also the position of the sex inspector. How shameless are you doing this? You are quite interesting as a guy. And he killed Yang Sunji of the Yang family from the beginning. I can't afford to offend such a family, but this guy kills whenever he wants and takes action whenever he wants. If Sohan were here, he would definitely scream injustice, because at this time he already knew what was going on. In fact, he was not an inspection history sent by the Xiantian sect, but there are some things that are hard to say now. Since the system has given you a task, you must complete it. Then tell me, what should I do? I don't know what to say to you. Since you have such a plan, then you can continue to act. If I have anything, I will tell you. Your grandson is in really bad shape. If there is really a problem, I want you to be the first one to look for him. Yang Yunqing thought she had a plan, but she didn't know what to do at this time. The problems were getting more and more serious. If possible, she must find a way to solve all these problems, otherwise she would not even think about it. Don't think about it. Sohan was quite helpless. It would be fine if they used decent methods to deal with him, but who knew these guys actually had other plans? I will definitely let you die in my hands this time. Don't think that you are nothing and you can just come to me and cause trouble. But it's okay, anyway, if you want to do something, you can do whatever you want, and I can't tell you anything. The second-generation ancestor of the Yang family was in a daze in his room, because at this time he had forgotten everything. If possible, the person he wants to take revenge on in this life is that person. Good on you, Sohan. If you act wild in other places, he might not care, but if there is really any problem this time, it will definitely be endless. But after all, he is also a disciple of Xiantian sect, so it is normal for him to be able to borrow the power of Xiantian sect. I'm going to find my master now. My master will definitely help me. But if you lose now, then those things should belong to me. This is really a bad thing. I don't want you to die. After all, you are also a member of the Xiantian sect, and I can't do such a thing as killing each other in the same section. Chapter 438, Failed to Seek Help. After thinking about it, the second-generation ancestor of the Yang family still felt that it would be better to go to the Zongman. Moreover, if you go to the Zongman, even if you are reprimanded, it is none of other people's business. Anyway, this kind of problem has happened before. But this guy named Sohan must use the power of the sect to destroy him. Xiantian sect's branch is not far from here. And soon the second-generation ancestor of the Yang family had arrived at this place. He was the disciple of an outer disciple, and he was very familiar with this situation. Although his status was not very high in Xiantian, he had to suppress such a situation. One person is enough. Wearing a white sect robe, he watched helplessly as the sect's door was opened, but at this time, his master was also an outer female disciple. After hearing his voice, I immediately asked him to come in. Come in, Yang Changqi, if you have anything to say, just say it. I know that something big has happened to your Yang family recently. Yang Sunji was killed, and the head of the Yang family was also destroyed. I suggest you stay away from this place. Stay away from the family, otherwise if Sohan gets angry, I may not be able to protect you. This female disciple had expressed his thoughts very frankly, but at this time Yang Changqi pretended not to know, because he didn't know what was going on, and why did his master ask him to leave the family as soon as he opened his mouth? Is there really any problem? Disciple Yang Changqi pays homage to the master. Yang Changqi knelt down in front of these people with great piety, but at this time, the female disciple's face was covered with a veil, and it was impossible to see clearly what she looked like. You should get up first. I already know why you are here, but I don't think you can do this at all. First of all, Xiantian sect values Sohan's talent in that he can make pills, and he can refine a lot of pills. Enough for us to use exclusively for a long time. The woman said helplessly. In fact, seeing her disciple being bullied, how could she not take action? Unfortunately, now that the sect is under the rule, it is strictly forbidden to do anything to Sohan, otherwise it will be the murder of his fellow disciples, which is quite powerful. The sect has never issued such an order. It feels bad to think about it. Why did you let yourself happen to it? Master, I know our family is in trouble, but are you willing to help us? If you really want to help us, then I'm here first. I don't know. What did I do wrong? I want to figure it out now. After the woman thought very seriously for a moment, he also hesitated for a while before telling the truth. How could he know that his apprentice was so useless that he didn't know anything? Are these alchemists they can afford to offend? If this alchemist throws out a high-level elixir, many people will probably work for him. As long as they can get high-level elixirs, these people are simply bound to want it. You can fight any way you want. Even killing people and setting fires was not a problem, and he didn't even get blood on his hands. It seems that this guy is in trouble and goes to the Su family for help. It is simply impossible with Sohan's ability. Now he can destroy the Su family. Would he care about such a little help? Of course it is impossible. Of course, if these people really go to the Su family for help, they will only bring humiliation to themselves. I'll say it one last time, you can't provoke Sohan now, otherwise I won't be able to protect you if something big happens. If you don't listen to me, you can give it a try. I won't care if something happens, because Suhan is very important now, so the sect allows him to go to any place under its jurisdiction and find a quiet place to practice. Master, why is this? You must explain these things clearly to me, otherwise I will not be convinced. I want to know why. At this time, it was Yang Changqi's turn to get angry, because at this time, he didn't know what was going on. Although it was said that he couldn't get too involved in the affairs of the sect, he should at least know a little bit about it. Unfortunately, these people didn't let him know at all. He knows. If you want me to speak more clearly, then after you get out of here, you can't reveal a word. In fact, I don't know much about the decisions of the sect's senior leaders, but I have to tell you some things now. Xiantian sect is now facing a big trouble. Moreover, these sects are competing against each other. The alchemist is the top priority. It is estimated that the sect wants to send Suhan to this place to practice. If you are an alchemist, you can also try it. At this time, it was Yang Changqi's turn to show his bitter face, because if he was really an alchemist, he would not be the second-generation ancestor of the Yang family, but the head of the Yang family. It's just that because of this reason, it's hard for him to say anything. Anyway, the situation is getting worse and worse. Suhan, this time the people in the sect advised me not to get close to you, so I will listen to them for the time being, but don't mess with me. The consequences for you if you mess with me will be unimaginable. Chapter 439, Changing Tasks. 3 days passed slowly, and by this time Suhan had refined all the Qingluan fire seeds. I got some big gains, and my cultivation level also increased a bit. It's close to the golden elixir stage. But he was also a little surprised that this little Qingluan fire actually contains such powerful energy. Now, whenever Suhan releases flames, he will have a faint cyan color. Although the cyan color is not obvious yet, he can already see it himself. Anyway, the fire from Qingluan Fire Phoenix doesn't have much effect on him, so he can use a little in the early stages. Host, don't think that it's anything special now that you've reached the golden elixir stage. I can tell you, it is easy to cultivate in the golden core stage, but it is difficult in the subsequent realms. You are just entering the golden core for the first time. Why do you need to be so excited? You are just refining a one fire seed. There is no need to be like this. Suhan shook his head. This cheating system is really a bit unlucky. But at this time, it's hard to say that this guy is good enough to deal with him. Thinking about it makes him a little depressed. Why is he not so good? What about the luck? System, can I change a task? If other tasks can be chosen, can I consider changing to a task that can be done? I think it is very difficult to conquer a family. I want to destroy a family, but I don't know if it's possible. Suhan suddenly said such a sentence, which almost surprised the system, but she already knew it after seeing what he did, because basically everyone on the other side of the sound transmitting conch could hear it. There were some curses. I guess the host was tired of these curses before he thought of changing tasks. There is a task you can change, but there are some things I forgot to tell you now, host. If you really can't complete the task, there is a chance to change it. But now, this is the only way to do it, and this opportunity is only once. If you still want to use it, you have to reach the tribulation period. The cold electronic sound of the system floated in the air, but it didn't matter. Only Suhan could hear it, but now that I think about it, I feel a little helpless. I can actually change tasks, and I didn't notice it before. Isn't this a scam? Can other problems explain it? Then I choose to change. One mission is to destroy the Yang family. Suhan also frowned. He felt very humiliated after this. If he could, he wouldn't have to be like this at all. It's a pity. The thing is, no one can explain it to them now. Are you really sure you want it? If you are sure, there will be no regret medicine to take. I don't know what to say to you now. Do you think the destruction of the Yang family is more serious than this? Suhan has seriously considered this situation. If he does not choose this task, then he will not be able to complete it, because it is not that easy to subdue the Wang family, even though he is regarded as a special inspection room by them. But this problem is still quite troublesome. Since you can change a task, you can just change it casually. Although it is not that easy for him to kill the Yang family by himself, it is still much easier than the previous task. He just likes to fight desperately like this, and the consequences will not be remembered like this. It also looks a little funny. People like the Yang family are not a threat to him, but what is worse is that the current situation seems to be better for the Fuyang family. The Yang family, especially those of Yang Sunji's peers, are basically like second-generation ancestors. But now I have no evidence to prove it. Sir, do you really want to destroy the Yang family when you come here this time? You destroyed Yang Sunji with just one move. I don't know what you want to do, but I think you have other reasons. The purpose is right. The head of the Wang family was also quite speechless, but at this time, Suhan spoke. At this time, Suhan's eyes glowed with anger. Suhan raised his head. At this time, there was a white dove in his hand. This white dove was made of true energy. This was the message sent to him by the head of the Xiantian sect. He already understands. The second-generation ancestor of the Yang family has planned to use the power of his master to eliminate himself. The Yang family is indeed capable. If that's the case, then I'll use this long sword to drink blood and strike. These people don't care about other issues anyway. Patriarch of the Wang family, thank you for your hospitality these days, but I don't know what to say. There may be a chance to meet in the future. Before receiving the letter from the head of Xiantian sect, he was actually just a little disgusted with the Yang family. There was no need to consider other things, because these people often committed crimes that would not lead to death. But at this time, he was a little annoyed. Because he didn't know what the situation was, this made Suhan feel a little uneasy. Chapter 440, The Yang family comes to visit. Chapter 441, The end of Yang Changqi. Suhan didn't expect that so many people would be here, and the goal of these people was very simple, just to cause trouble for him. He couldn't bear to deal with all kinds of things. Some of the current situations are really it surprised them, but what happened now is really hard to explain, and that weapon was what he wanted. And so far, this weapon has become his. Do you want him to spit it out? I didn't expect the Yang family to be so shameless. It was an auction that day. The highest bidder gets it. In fact, no one can do it. Got it, but now, even letting them know would have no effect. Don't I know what he meant? In fact, he just wanted me to hand over that thing, but that long sword is mine. Suhan's body flashed and he immediately came to the hall of the Wang family from where he was. Although this is indeed an exaggeration, for the Wang family, the strength of such a person is also quite terrifying. If he is offended, it will be terrible. Not a good result. Now he has to be patient no matter what he wants to do. Suhan, you little brat really dare to appear in front of me, but it doesn't matter. As long as you have the courage, I can definitely kill you. Don't think you are anything. The Yang family doesn't need you at all. Any assistance, even if you give that ancient sword to our Yang family now, and give it to us on your knees, it will have no effect. Yang Changqi said seriously, but at this time, Suhan smiled. What kind of guy is he who dares to order himself like this? If he is afraid, then there is no other way to choose. This is really it's funny. I'm actually afraid of such a little brat. Isn't this being looked down upon by others? You have such a big face. Do you think I would do this? But it doesn't matter. You can do it yourself anyway. If you can, you are here. Tell me what you want to do. I can tell you that I will never do such a thing. Even if your Yang family is rich and rivals the country, so what? Those people in your Yang family are really shameless, and with my current status I may not lose to you in terms of ability. Because I can devour the cultivation level to achieve the purpose of advancement, but such a person's cultivation level is not worth swallowing. Now that he has just entered the golden elixir, it will take some time to stabilize, but he will not allow such a situation to happen. What are the consequences of this? However, when he devoured so much cultivation, nothing happened. Suhan's palm. There has been a whirlpool in the sky. If nothing else happens, he will definitely devour this person's cultivation. Because this person's cultivation is too messy, as long as he devours it and eliminates it, there will be no problem. Such a person, if his cultivation level were in my own body, I would definitely not be able to bear it. Yang Changqi thought he had a trick and approached Suhan. Because Yang Changqi couldn't see Suhan's current cultivation level, so to him, this person was just a very mentally retarded guy. It was absolutely impossible for him to think highly of what kind of strength he had now. Suhan pursed his lips. At this time, he also knew very well that this person's cultivation was not so easy to swallow, and the stronger his abilities were, the more these people became more and more wary of him, but now he relaxed his aura, and their cultivation level prevents them from feeling it. This is the scariest part. Yang Changqi's hand was getting closer and closer, but at this time Suhan did not hesitate and continued to purse his lips, looking a little afraid of that person, but at this time his eyes radiated a burst of light. What did this mean? In fact, I know it in my heart. Close, close, his hand was soon close. Yang Changqi stretched out his hand in front of Suhan. At this time, he just wanted to get Suhan's storage ring. He knew that Suhan would definitely put these things in the storage ring, and as the supervisor of the sect, there are definitely a lot of treasures here. After a breath, the two people's hands met, but at this time Suhan clamped his hand firmly. Almost in an instant, the demon swallowing heaven and earth technique was activated immediately. Launch. Such a technique. A thin cyclone formed, covering Yang Changqi's arm tightly, but Suhan didn't take it seriously at this time, because a cool breath poured into his body, but this breath was very bad, and there were impurities, but the jade pendant in the dantian did not hesitate at all, and immediately absorbed this breath. On the other side, at this time, Yang Changqi's face was very distorted. From his arms, little green snakes circled up, until they reached half of his head and half of his face. The little green snake seemed to pierce his skin. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. Chapter 442, Forcibly Swallowed. What kind of evil technique is this? Everyone was shocked, because they didn't know what happened at this time, and now that such a thing is before their eyes, everyone seems to have seen something. It seems that Suhan's strength should not be underestimated. He actually used his skills to absorb Yang Changqi's vitality, and this guy couldn't resist. All the Wang family were very scared, but they didn't want to see such a result happen, because this situation is really very bad. If this kind of thing really happens, I am afraid that all these people will suffer. Now even if they try their best, they may not be able to save Yang Changqi. If this person is really like this, he's a great guy, and there's probably no problem that can stump him. What on earth are you going to do? My vitality, my cultivation, my energy, and spirit are all gone. What on earth are you going to do? Now what should I do to get rid of this attack? Why are you doing this? Suhan didn't care at all what this man said, but at this time everyone could see that Yang Changqi had basically turned into a pile of bones. But now Yang Changqi had no way to say anything, he could only scream like this. He couldn't think of anything better to say, because at this time, everyone saw a horrifying scene. However, such a scene was horrifying to them, but it was very scary to Sohan. Normal. In just a few breaths, Yang Changqi had turned into a skeleton. Unfortunately, this man was still a little angry, but he looked a little scary like this. His already skeletal mouth wanted to speak, but now he couldn't say anything, because even if he wanted to say it at this time, it would have no effect. Yang Changqi, your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't have offended me, otherwise you might have a lot of luck, but if you offend me so far, then this is all you have. Anyway, turning into a corpse is pretty good. I will turn you into ashes directly, which will save you the time of burning. It was nothing at first. Originally, this person and he just had a verbal dispute. Unfortunately, the Yang family was too vicious, and he changed his mission. If he didn't kill someone, he might not be able to strengthen his resolve. Sohan shook his head, and now this person, no matter what, has become his stepping stone. A long time passed. This guy just died, but then he fell to the ground and his bones had turned into ashes. Just a light touch. Turn into ashes and disappear into smoke. Since it is like this, Sohan didn't want to think too much about how powerful this demon-swallowing world was, but he didn't expect this technique to be so powerful. The Wang family was really shocked when they saw this situation. This battle, or rather not a battle, was Sohan's unilateral crushing. It only took one room. Who knew it could be so powerful, and this person casually turned a person into a white bone, and it was also a perishable white bone. As expected of the sex inspector, she has such a powerful power, but I don't want to be turned into bones by her. It's really scary like this. What should the Yang family be afraid of? Since he has decided to kill Yang family, then for this first person, we have to find a way to spread the word for him. Although this person is very good to us, we can't do that kind of thing. So we have to solve this person's problem before we say anything else. The head of the Yang family said in his heart, but at this time he had already made up his mind. In fact, this Sohan would not harm his mother's family at all, because the Yang family had not provoked him at all, but if he provoked anything else, then it would be more serious. Oh no. After the news reached the Yang family, many people were shocked. Yang Changqi is from the Xiantian sect. Even if Sohan is the sect's supervisor, he cannot kill his fellow disciples like this. Does he really have this right? It's funny to say that, but if the sect's supervisor really has the right, it's okay to have such a powerful ability, but this group of people didn't even think about where they were wrong. This group of people knew that if it was them, if he hadn't burned, killed, and looted, I guess Sohan wouldn't have targeted them like this. But they obviously don't know this. In the presence of the sex supervisor, they actually tried to find a way to seize Sohan's long sword, and the auction house also gave relatively fair conditions, that is, the auction, the highest bidder wins, and Sohan has already taken it. They have the financial resources to crush the Yang family, but that's not what these guys want at all. But at this time, Sohan was thinking about other things. The place where I bought the long sword was not an auction house. If it were a real auction house, I would need something to enter. Although I had refined some true yuan pills, but they hadn't sold them yet, that would definitely not work. Chapter 443, Ding Haizu. However, if you do not have enough gold coins or other things at this time, you will not be qualified to enter the auction house or other places. If someone from the Yang family threatens you, then you will not even have the ability to protect yourself. Still really a bit unlucky. Sir, do you want to do this? You actually want to auction those things, but I think there should be a lot of good things in the Yang family. If I am not wrong, this guy should have some on his body, but I don't know how many there are, but you should check it out for yourself. If it's not enough, I may be able to support you a little. After all, if you want to enter the auction house or other occasions, you must have 10,000 low-grade crystals. The head of the Wang family frowned. In fact, he didn't even have 10,000 lower-grade crystal stones. If possible, such a family property could already become a high-end wealthy family. However, at this time, is it possible for this little guy to get it? If he doesn't get it, he won't be able to enter a high-level auction house, which is quite funny to say. There is a place where he has no way to go in. Could this little guy get in? But Sohan smiled when he heard this situation. Of course he can go there if he can. He is the elixir worshipper of Xiantian sect, but he just needs to find some time. Just send the order back to Xiantian sect. However, that kind of messenger pigeon, I can use it if nothing happens, and then I can hang the storage bag on the neck of the pigeon. It only takes an instant to transmit it back to Xiantian sect. Therefore, he can stay outside Xiantian sect at any time, as long as he fulfills the requirements for offering elixirs. But at this time, another messenger pigeon came to him. But the head of the Wang family cannot see it. With a casual move, the messenger pigeon immediately flew into Sohan's sleeve and disappeared. Sohan, the situation is not good now. Although that outer disciple is indeed not very good, we found that the Yang family has a treasure. This treasure is indeed very important to us. It is a Dingai pearl. If we cannot get the Dingai pearl after killing the Yang family, then our sect will not have enough strength to deal with the next troubles. After reading the biography, Sohan wondered what was going on. But he actually had this Ding Haizu or something. A little desire to get involved is enough to confirm that this thing has no effect, and if there is really a problem, the system can also solve it. System, do you know what Ding Haizu is? If you know, tell me. I will pay any price in exchange for this information. I want to know what Ding Haizu is that the sect is more interested in. I don't know why, the system in Sohan's body trembled inexplicably, and he didn't know what was going on. At this time, he always felt like he wanted to laugh. Holy shit! Host, do you really think that is what it is? I'm telling you, that Ding Haizu is a fake at best. In fact, the real Dingai Pearl can evolve a world, and usually 36 of them are used together. Evolved into 36 heavens. Sohan was immediately shocked when he heard this, but when he heard what the system said, he suddenly felt relieved and realized that this guy was fooling him. It turned out that the one from the Yang family was a fake. But is this possible? What if they get the real thing? Do you get a prize if I lie to you? Let me tell you, these Ding Haizu were probably some rare treasures in your original world, the world where you became the great demon king. Those advanced races or yin families have to fight to get these things when they see them. But do you know that this Dingai Pearl only has one, so it has no effect. It can only be used as a simple storage magic weapon. Of course, it has a large capacity, but I can tell you responsibly. In the weapon refining secret book I gave you, there should be a method for refining this thing. It's just that you're not old enough to look at that method. And without advanced fire, you can't refine weapons. Of course, I can also eat your elixirs and temporarily transform a phoenix fire seed for you, but the result is that you can only use it for a period of time before reintegrating it. Such a long paragraph of text suddenly appeared in front of Sohan's eyes. His mind suddenly changed after seeing it, but he soon understood why the system wanted to say this long paragraph. If you have nothing to say, it's actually just to tell yourself. The Yang family is nothing to be afraid of, but that's okay. If you know this, don't panic. He fully understood what to say now. Chapter 444, No Poison, No Husband. Sohan had such a plan, but many people didn't know that he had such an idea. He had no choice but to clean up the delays caused by the Yang family first. He was really interested in those things, and the system also revealed these secrets of Ding Haizu. This seemed to be a very critical issue. If the Yang family really had if Ding Haizu exists, then he must go and see what it is. But in Yang Changqi's storage magic weapon, he didn't see any treasure. Sohan shook his head. He only had tens of thousands of gold coins and some medicinal materials. These medicinal materials were also used for Genkai pill and Genuine pill. Sure enough, these things were more popular here, but the problem now was that nothing would happen at all. But the Wang family was very surprised when they saw this situation. They didn't expect that the young master of this family had so many treasures. If this was the case, then she didn't have to be polite. Anyway, these treasures were very important to her. Yes, it's a pity that I didn't get it by myself. If so, that would be pretty good. Sir, what are you going to do? And there are some things I have to tell you now. The Yang family is not that easy to mess with. The Yang family has several treasures that even we can't afford to touch. But it would be great if you could get this treasure. I can help you get these treasures. Sohan's attitude towards the head of the Wang family is really annoying, because this guy has not offended him, but now he wants to help him, and it is impossible for him to accept it, because if he really accepts these things at this time, he will not owe favors in the future. Easy to handle. No, I must get these good things myself. But the problem now is that it would be terrible if these two families unite together. I am originally from the Su family, and the Su family can't stand with me here. Keep your footing. If someone from the Su family takes action here, it would be better for me to deal with it myself. In fact, this is Sohan's most fatal problem. Even though Sujiai has reached the early stage of the golden elixir according to the system's cultivation level, he still absorbs other people's cultivation level. What I found out is that a strong man like him, Heng Shui, is very watery. But what should I say now? So far, there are no conditions that can be considered. Why did Yang Changqi die like this? How could he die so easily? I don't know why. Is this guy Sohan really so powerful? What on earth does this guy mean by letting someone kill Changqi? This is the genius of our Yang family. There is no way we can let him die like this. No. Yang Yunqing said helplessly, because at that time he had forgotten everything except the existence of his son. In fact, this man was his son. Anyway, it's not easy to say anything. Originally, his son was from the Kai generation, but so far, he has no ability at all. Moreover, his brother's son Yinghong is also one of the second-generation ancestors. In fact, the Dingai pearl that made Xiantian sect fearful was on Yinghong's body at this time. Because Yinghong needs a large storage magic weapon, but now the Ying family simply does not have the ability to give it to him. I can only use this bead instead. However, after Sohan heard the news, he immediately wanted to beat up this idiot. It was Ding Haizu. This thing was very valuable. If this guy wanted to mess around on purpose, he would never be polite. It's quite funny that this guy Yang Sunji disappeared like this. I didn't expect that this person didn't care about anything and killed him regardless of what the Chinese thought. It's a bit helpless to say that. If I could kill it would be great if I killed this person, but it's a pity that Yang Sunji is like the sun in the sky, always trying to overwhelm me, which is really powerful. At this time, a man in ragged clothes said in the cellar of the Yang family, but at this time, this man did not feel angry at all, but just a little helpless. This man looked a bit like a mischievous person, but his clothes were really like a beggar. There is nothing he can do, because although he is a normal person at this time, his father has lost power. This man is Yinghong, the man that Yang Sunji and Yang Changqi are very afraid of, but it doesn't matter. In their eyes, this man is just a rookie. It's a pity that his cultivation level is not high, but for some skills, he is really you have to use various means. As long as you can get some tricks, it's nothing in his eyes. This person is really powerful. He hides here and still never forgets his mission, just to get what he wants. These things are really very important. If he gets them, then he will have enough ability to deal with it. If these people can't get it, they will have to die. Chapter 445, Going Blind. Chapter 446, Weird. After Sohan saw this situation, he immediately became very angry, because no one wanted to see such a scene. He had no choice. He didn't know what was going on in Sifang City. There were actually such people gathering here. There was nothing he could do about it. If possible, he should be able to find a way to stop it. But what on earth did this guy want to do? He didn't know what to do. Do not know at all. Master, you'd better not worry about that, beggar. I don't know what to say, but that beggar is very capable. Now he can do whatever he wants, and so far we don't know what to do. If a person like him really has any ability, we can't imagine it. That's right, that beggar is the son of the Yang family. Originally, he didn't have to think about livelihood issues at all. The Yang family would naturally support him, but what this guy has done is too great. Under the quarrels of the people around him, the quarrel-like sounds drifted to Sohan's ears. Of course, he also got a little understanding of the man who made him almost blind. But after knowing this situation, Sohan he almost opened his mouth. What a shame! Enemies are really on the same road? Sohan couldn't help but cursed in his heart, because at this time he already knew who this person was. It turned out to be Yang Hong, the young master of the Yang family. His name is just okay, neither elegant nor good. But I don't know how his parents chose his previous name. They followed their family's generation and came up with a very funny name. It's a pity that they still talk about it. There seems to be no shame at all. This young master of the Yang family was originally named Kai. His parents didn't know whether they were crazy or something, so they named him Ke. The homophonic word is mooch. This person is really quite capable. As an adult, I hang out in certain places and become interested in certain people. This guy is already a monk, but he still dares to be so careless. Thinking about it, it's a bit impressive to invite a girl, and the girl obviously doesn't know him at all. I said, what are you thinking about? Then stop thinking about it. I can tell you very seriously that your family does not have such ability at all. If you really have this intention, then give up as soon as possible. A passerby looked at him who was dirty, and sometimes felt a little helpless. But at this time, after his hand was held by the woman, he started to admonish her speechlessly. The fetus didn't consider anything else at all. Put a pair. Dirty hands slapped the passerby on the face. Let me go, who do you think I am? I tell Tian, I have a lot of money. If you want to stop me, then I'm welcome. Now I have enough strength to knock you down. When he said this, Yang Ke still smelled of alcohol, but no one could say such a thing at this time. It was still a bit funny when he said it. At this time, he was basically very angry. We still don't know what kind of abilities he has, but will the Yang family send such a bag to deal with him? After seeing himself, Sohan found that Yang Ke's eyes flashed with silver light. It seemed that he was just pretending. But now that I think about it, Sohan also admires this guy. He can still cause trouble in such situations. It shows how strong this guy's psychology and quality are. Hey, my little friend, do you want to come together? Yang Ke moved, and with a flash of his body, he immediately came in front of him. Sohan was shocked, who had such a powerful power. There was no need to think about anything else now. Sohan immediately got out of the way. What do you want to do? If you want to provoke me, you can try, but I can't say it now. People in your family have already put in such efforts, so I won't be polite. Of course Sohan knew who this person was reaching out to, but it didn't matter. He would have something to consider when the time came, so he didn't have to be afraid of anyone. What do you want to do? Do you want to steal a woman from me? You can do it. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Yang Ke was vague. Moreover, there was a slight wound on the corner of his mouth, which seemed to have been cut by the wine jar. Sohan did not dare to neglect it when he saw this situation. After using the system to check Yang Ke's cultivation level, I couldn't help but be surprised. According to the cultivation level determined by the system, Yang Ke is actually at the peak of foundation establishment, only one level lower than when he first entered the Golden Core. No, this guy is so strong. No wonder the Yang family is headed by him, but that doesn't matter. I don't know how this guy cultivates. Sohan felt a faint feeling of sweat on his back. Anyway, he felt that he might fail in this auction, but it was hard to say whether the failure was due to this person or something. Chapter 447, The atmosphere is solemn. It seems that this guy is a little stronger than me, but it doesn't matter. I don't have to think about anything else now. If someone like him wants to take action, he probably won't do it in this auction house. Sohan was having fun in his misery, because such a thing was really too bad. It would be okay if he did it elsewhere, but unfortunately it was absolutely impossible to do it in this auction house. Sohan was quite speechless. Although this person was indeed a challenge to him, the problem now was that this was at an auction house, and even if he wanted to do something, it would have no effect. It is estimated that if you start a fight with them, you will be discovered by the people at the auction house in minutes. At this time, Yang Ke also looked at himself, but at this time, Sohan felt that he seemed to be the prey being targeted. It's impossible to encounter anything good. After all, there are some issues that I still don't quite understand, and those in the Yang family can't understand their attitude towards me. Don't do anything at this time, because this is an auction house. If you do, my aura will be weak. I don't know what to say, but if there is any way to deal with him now, then there should be no problem. Yang Ke held a small flying knife in his hand, but he couldn't use it at this time. I could only say it silently in my heart, because if something like this happened, I would be the unlucky one. Sohan actually felt such a dangerous aura, but he didn't say anything at this time. He looked at the person in front of him quietly. He didn't know anything, and he pretended to know nothing. In fact, he didn't know anything. It's also somewhat similar. Sohan turned his head and stopped looking at Yang Ke, but this was already a signal that there was going to be a war between the two people, but at this time he didn't care at all. Because although this person's cultivation level is high, I am very sure that I can defeat him. Sohan didn't even look back, he immediately entered the treasure appraisal hall of the auction house. At this time, the treasure appraisers from the auction house immediately came to him. Because they also know what Yang Ke's temper is now, but what is the need to say it at this time? It seems that this person is not afraid at all, and with his current strength, it is easy to deal with Yang Ke. Master So, you have been coming to Sifang City for so long and you want to auction some things. I don't know what kind of lot you can come up with, but Yang Ke, you have to be careful. Because his sexual theory is indeed inconsistent. And there is still hatred between you. At this time, the people at the auction house stopped hiding and simply gave Sohan a book. This book looked very rough, but it listed some of the more complicated personal relationships in Sifang City. This is of great use to Sohan, because this is what he urgently needs at this time. Although he also received a lot of help from the Wang family, it was only after arriving at the auction house that she realized how powerful these people were now. Of course, this was what he expected. He knew that now he was going to encounter the opponents he faced were simply not something he could deal with. What else can I do but hit the wall? At this time, Yang Ke said helplessly, because he had already seen how powerful Sohan was. If he didn't quit, Sohan would probably go crazy, and he was quite speechless about such a thing. It's not that Yang Ke hasn't thought about how to solve these things, but now he is a little depressed. If possible, it is impossible for him to really encounter such a thing. What he wants to do now is his business, but at this time, Sohan is an opponent that cannot be underestimated. If he really had any hesitation, it was because Sohan was too strong and there was no way to deal with him. However, in the box at the auction house, Sohan looked through the book helplessly. Although this book was very rough, it was the best thing for him. Now I understand. It turns out that Yang the Dingai pearl of the family was obtained during an experience, but these things should not be very important to the Yang family, because they don't care about these things at all. If you really cared, you wouldn't be like this. Sohan nodded with satisfaction, because at this time, he didn't know what was going on, but now he somewhat understands. If possible, I would also like to encounter such a situation. The Yang family went to the nearby monster forest to practice. I actually got such a Dingai pearl. Although there is no special way to activate Dinghaizo and it can only become a storage magic weapon, after all, the system knows how to activate it. As long as you get Dinghaizo, you can get everything. System, how should I deal with them? The system ignored it, but at this time, Sohan already had his own idea. Chapter 448, Sohan's Auction Items. Mr. So, it's not us who wants to do anything to you, but there is one thing I must tell you now. The Yang family is not something you can afford to offend. I'm not threatening you or for any other reason. Even if you come up with a large amount of materials for us to auction, it doesn't matter. After a while, the owner of the auction factory came to Sohan with an apologetic look. He was really a little depressed about such a thing, but Sohan always had a mission to ask him to kill the Yang family, but now he also there is no way. I understand what you mean, but now I have to find a way to solve all these things. After all, the hatred between the Yang family and me is already great. I killed Yang Sunji before, and I also killed Yang Changqi. These two people already have 2 lives, so what room for reconciliation is there between me and them? Sohan said seriously. Of course, he could find a way to explain such a problem, but this was just his little wish. Even if reconciliation can be achieved, who dares to say that the Yang family has no objection to him, and the Yang family is quite powerful in this place. The owner of the auction house was a little helpless, but no one cared about his words at this time. Especially for Sohan, what he plans to auction this time is also quite astonishing. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I want to know what things you can auction here and whether these auction items of mine can catch your eye. If so, please arrange for these items to be auctioned for me. Sohan shook his head and immediately took out some things. They were some neat jade bottles, but the things he wanted to get now were not that important to him. The economy here in Sifang City is not very developed, and gold coins are generally used to measure the value of elixirs. But no one dared to say anything to him at these times. Sohan took out some white jade bottles, but those white jade bottles contained some pills, 12 pills in a bottle. This elixir is yellow-green in color and looks very attractive. These are some medicinal materials from the Su family, a total of 100 bottles of elixir. The name of this elixir is Enlightenment Pill. This kind of yellow-green elixir is of the highest quality. If it is of poor quality, it will be gray. This elixir can provide a little bit of vitality to the monks here. Although this little bit of anger is not noticed, many questions have arisen, and it is impossible to think about anything now. Master Su, are you sure that this thing is your elixir? But this elixir is not bad. It should be the legendary empowerment. Dan, but why can you practice it? Woolen cloth. The owner of the auction house asked seriously, if he can really refine so many elixirs, then he can't underestimate him too much. If Suhan is really capable, then he should be able to do a good job treat him, and the current problem is that if this auction house held a large-scale elixir auction, it would have been decades ago. You said that if I were an alchemist, would I be able to defeat the Yang family? It's really a pity. If I can't even be an alchemist, then this family will become a real impenetrable wall. Suhan said with some pain, because at this time, he knew his own strength very well. If he couldn't even deal with such a person, then how could he survive? If you are an alchemist, maybe there is a way to defeat the Yang family. Money, because the Yang family never considers other issues. Speaking of which, they are quite domineering, but I have never heard of them angering the alchemist. At this time, the owner of the auction house was also a little speechless, because now he didn't know how to deal with these people at all, and the Yang family has always been domineering. There are so many families in Sifang City, and they don't know what he is capable of. He is so domineering. Sharp. But there is no way. The owner of the auction house has seen many people deal with the Yang family, but every time they basically failed. If there is any super strong person appearing, it is impossible. Except for one alchemist who succumbed to the Yang family's power and joined the Yang family, everyone else does not know what the outcome will be. However, this can also be considered. If there is a problem, the consequences are unimaginable. But Suhan also knew these things, and immediately shook his head after seeing such a situation. Since their family is so domineering, is there really no one who can deal with them? This is really a bit ridiculous, but it makes sense. So far, I have not seen anyone more domineering than this family. System, what do you think we should do about such a thing? Although it is relatively easy for you to change the task for me, at this time, I have no confidence that I can defeat them. Suhan shook his head helplessly. If he could, of course he would find a way to kill the people in this family, but there was no way now. I said, are you a retard? You have taken out so many initiation pills, and you have prepared all the materials for your initiation pills in the Su family. Although the medicinal materials of these initiation pills have always left seeds and can be replanted, but do you know how expensive the initiation elixir is? Chapter 449, Fighting for the Initiation Pill. The system looked helpless and hated the iron, which almost made Suhan die because he didn't know the end at this time. It doesn't matter what you say, after all it doesn't matter when you say it. But at this time, he actually disparaged the elixir he refined at the auction house. What's the point of it? You always make me feel speechless. If I could, I would kill you long ago. Do you know how precious your elixirs are now? I know it well, and this Sifang City is a low-level place. What are you going to do? The system is a little helpless, because this person is so awesome, and it's a bit funny to say it. If it was possible, he would have added this person to the infinite hell long ago, but at this time, he still needs this person's help, so all I can do is be patient. I said you don't have to do this now. Even if you want to tell me this, you don't have to use this method. I know you hate it. I'm like this now, but there's nothing I can do about it. Suhan shook his head helplessly. After all, this was his first time selling pills after coming to this place, and he had never seen such a result before. If possible, he would like to know more about it first, but it is a pity that such a guy has always been. Don't give yourself a chance. Then there is no need to consider anything else. Although he did not sell the highest grade elixir he could refine, it was also his rarest elixir. Although the starting price of this subject was only 50 gold coins, if it were these quantities, it would be super scary. You have to be at least a sect to be able to eat it, but there is nothing you can do now, not even if you want to say something. Everyone, please leave at least one copy of this initiation pill to our Yang family. After all, I don't know which senior refined so many empowerment pills, and they must have been refined by a senior alchemist. I think it's better to leave it to us. Let's take a share from the Yang family. Our Yang family is considered an old force in this Sifang City. If there is anything we can consider, we must leave a share for our Yang family. Yang Yunqing said seriously, son, as if someone owed him millions. However, at this time, the system also shook its head in boredom. Of course, it knew what these people were thinking, but the system did not expect such a big thing to happen. Son, and the current situation is really unimaginable. If the system had an expression, it would start to curse people, but Suhan also had that expression. If there was really a problem, then he wouldn't be polite. Anyway, the Yang family has nothing to fix. If this guy had more money, that would be understandable, but what's going on? We don't have any money, we don't have any power, what should we do? Suhan, the system, or other people can do it at this time. Anyway, everyone seems to have eaten a fly. They couldn't explain much about such a problem, because if something unexpected happened at this time, they would definitely not have any good results. Do you think Yang Jia can get this kind of thing so easily? It's really ridiculous. I don't think you have any plans to do anything now, but these people from the Yang family can do it too. The head of a family said, but no one noticed him at this time. Anyway, this person from the Yang family is quite powerful, and it is very easy to control these guys. Your Yang family already has Ding Haizo, why are you still looking for trouble from me? After other family heads learned about such a battlefield, they simply joined in. After all, everyone hates the Yang family. Yes, and the current situation is quite annoying. Everyone is fighting for this kind of thing, but these people don't care at all and only think about themselves. That's right, you can buy so many ordinary elixirs in other places, but they only go to the auction house because of the large quantity. If you really want to bid, the higher bidder will have to follow the auction house's rules. The rules apply. Who asked you to act wild in the auction house just because you have a treasure belonging to the dragon family? You are like this. The auction hadn't even started yet, but people he was familiar with had already started shouting, and people he wasn't familiar with were staring at him. Sohan and the system were both surprised. They didn't expect this guy to have such powerful lethality and be able to do anything. I said you don't need to think too much now. Master, think about it. If you really don't have such ability, then I can. I don't care about you, but think about how powerful you are now. You have provoked a war between these families. Do you think you really can't kill the Yang family? And your cultivation is already at the beginning of Jindan. Expect. The system said that he stopped talking because he knew that it would be useless if he continued to talk. Sohan was a little helpless because the system was telling the truth at this time. He didn't want to expose his true cultivation level, so he found it troublesome. If you really want to take action, you can kill that person directly. Chapter 450, The auction begins. Chapter 451, Encounter on a narrow road. The system said helplessly, but Sohan didn't think about anything else at this time. Anyway, he was quite worried about such things. If possible, he would not be like this. Now he is like this. The profiteer is different, but basically the same. If he needs help from anyone now, it is impossible and he does not have enough strength. The Yang family is really good. If this continues, I'm afraid I will be bullied, and I will be bullied for the rest of my life. I don't know what I should say, but now I can't do anything I want to do, right? Even if I sell pills, the Yang family must also be informed about the medicine, right? Sohan didn't hesitate. He didn't need to care about this at this time, because he couldn't get anything he wanted. He could only watch the people in the auction house operate, and then get the share of money he wanted. But no one talks about him now. However, people from the Yang family are so domineering, and even Sohan, who has a good temper, can't stand it anymore. If it weren't for the auction house, I really wanted to kill Yang Yunking with one sword. What the hell do you mean? Yang Yunking couldn't see clearly what I wanted to do. It's a pity that he was desperate when he saw my ammunition. I'm struggling and want to buy it, but I don't have enough financial strength. At this time, the auction house was simply Yang Yunking's paradise. Because Yang Yunking was bidding desperately at this time, he had forgotten everything. As for whether his family had, these properties were not that important. In fact, what Soheng wanted was his heart. Dinggezo. Unfortunately, he also knew that it was not easy to buy Dinggezo, and people in this family might not be able to do it. Wang's box. Look at Yang Yunking like this. No wonder Mr. So wants to find a way to kill him. It's the same for me. Although the level of empowerment pills is relatively low, the quality of these empowerment pills is quite high. If you really want to buy it, it would be very difficult. You can only buy it at the auction house, but the people at the auction house have arranged so many things, and Yang Yunking actually wants to have it all by himself. A junior from the Wang family said seriously, but he didn't think too much at this time. He only looked at his family in a daze. He didn't expect that the old god of the family would be there. You are really stupid. Don't you know what the Yang family has done over the years? What they want is complete rule, and they need everything, but they are unwilling to pay. This time so. Young master has touched his sore spot, otherwise what do you think they could do? The Wang family has thought a lot. This is not a simple battle over elixirs. If this guy goes too far, Sohan will definitely take certain measures to deal with him. How to deal with him? In fact, does Sohan have any thoughts in his heart? At the end of the day, the Wang family, the owner of the house, doesn't know anything about it either. However, in Sohan's box, Sohan couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Yang Yunking was such a person. As for what kind of person he was, Sohan no longer wanted to worry about it. He just wanted to arrest Yang Ko. If this hurts another right-hand man of the Yang family, then it will be fine. After talking to the waiter in the box, Sohan left here immediately. It didn't matter to him anyway, as long as he came to collect the harvest from the auction house within 7 days. Anyway, he didn't expect to make any money from the items he auctioned this time. Anyway, this kind of thing has happened more than once. What is the need to worry about system? I always feel that this thing is a bit weird. Why does this person want to follow me? Although I can't feel his aura in the box, but when I saw Yang Ko, I felt very uncomfortable. After Sohan left that place, he immediately walked aimlessly on the street. He always felt that something was wrong with Yang Kai's aura. If possible, he would always check it out. After all, any problem has already appeared. Well, then there is no need for him to be anxious. Anyway, if there is anything, he just needs to ask clearly. But at this moment, a sharp long sword suddenly appeared in front of him. You damn guy, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be able to do this. Thank you for helping me get rid of Yang Sunji and Yang Changqi, but Yang Changqi is my junior, and I have to make some arrangements for him no matter what. That's all, so I feel wrong to you. The person who spoke, if Sohan remembered correctly, was Yang Qiang. However, Yang Qiang felt very strange at this time. Sohan felt that he did not seem to be a normal person. If so, he would not be like this now. You are Yang Ko. I don't know why you are like this. If you were a normal person, you wouldn't put blush on your face. If a grown man looks like this, what's the point? Do you want to become a woman? Love reading. Remind you, 3 things about reading. Collection, recommendation, remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 452, Capture Yingko. Yingko was very angry when he heard Sohan's words, because he didn't know what to say at this time. Anyway, he was treated like this, so it was okay to be misunderstood, but who knew that such a thing would happen, and he drew it himself. What's the difference between such a woman's makeup? Isn't it okay if he likes it anyway? Yingko immediately moved the long sword forward in his hand, but it didn't matter. Anyway, killing someone was casual for him. My wife was also killed by myself. Anyway, I can't bear any responsibility after killing someone. I just need to hide everything. Anyway, I don't have to think too much. You don't have to be like this anymore. Anyway, I know what you want to do. If you really want to do something to me, you can give it a try and see if it works. Your bust is far from mine, and you're black. I know most of the history, but this time I came here, the head of the Xiantian sect ordered me to kill you and destroy your family. Yingko's body trembled. In fact, he already had his own plan, but it was hard to say anything at this time. Even if he said it, no one would believe it. Now he already knows how powerful he is. Originally, he also what the Xiantian sect leader is really afraid of is people like him. But seeing Yingko like this, Sohan smiled coldly, because at this time he also understood that such a thing could not happen, and the Xiantian clan could not really be afraid of such a person, and he was only afraid of his father Yang Yunhua. This person is really overbearing. Sohan stretched out 2 fingers and immediately clamped Yingko's sword. Anyway, after clamping the sword, Yingko felt as if he was holding a heavy pile of iron in his hand, but this was not the case. It doesn't matter, I can still hold on. Sohan shook his head. This guy is so useless. A middle sect disciple actually tortured some women, and these women from poor families generally have no backing. If not for this, why would the head of Xiantian sect give him this? Send such a secret message to yourself and ask yourself to deal with such a person. How dare you do this to me? What kind of person are you? Let me tell you, if you dare to touch me, I will never be polite to you, you bastard. What do you mean? I just followed you quietly. How dare you resist? What do you mean? Sohan shook his head. He had said this many times, and he also had his own way of dealing with such things. Why don't you kill this kind of person and keep him for the new year? What else is he thinking about? But it is said that those women were bullied by him so much. What can I say? You also have to make decisions for them. Since you like being a woman so much, let you really be a woman. Anyway, you don't want to be a woman. Don't think too much. If you want to go out to meet people like this, it's impossible. I don't know what I should say, but Yingko, you are too annoying like this. Sohan only stretched out his hand and gently wiped Yingko's body, sending him to his secret territory. Anyway, there was nothing special about that place, it was just some pill fields. As for the others, there was no need to think too much about it. But there is always a room for refining elixirs for yourself. After doing all this, he came to his small space and opened a secret letter sent to him by the head of the Xiantian sect. This legend is a legacy case of Xiantian sect 30 years ago. At that time, a princess in Xiantian was kidnapped by Yang Yunhua and said that she would marry his son Yingko. However, not long after, the woman died, and the appearance of a mummy appeared in Xiantian. The leader of Xiantian sect hesitated for a long time before asking someone to investigate. It was found that Yingko did it, but there was no evidence. These things are some secret rumors and cannot be spread to the outside world. However, after Sohan heard about this matter and some deceptive tasks of the system, he agreed to it. Who knows, this time, to find out something so horrifying. Sohan once again checked the secret letter given to him by the sect leader, because at this time he didn't know the truth. Something happened, but it really seemed that he was only angry after that, because he didn't know what to do at this time. It's really troublesome to talk about things like this now. It's originally a sect and I can't control it at all, but what's going on? These people are always looking for trouble for themselves. You don't need to say anything now. I just need to carry your head to the Xiantian sect's headquarters, and I can get some reward. After all, after so many years, although so many people don't know about some of your things now, it's really very clear. Moreover, this Yingko is not a friend to me, and wants to take advantage of him in various ways, and even wants to kill someone this time. If this is really the case, then I would be rude. You are really interesting, but now there is something I have to tell you. You are no longer my opponent, and your current level is much worse than mine. Chapter 453, Family Fight. What should I do next? If I want to kill that family now, it is already very simple for me. But I don't know how to do it now. Sohan had no plans when he became the Demon King, but that didn't matter. Anyway, you have your own ideas. What you want to do is your own business and cannot be controlled by others. Are you really sure you want to take action against me? What do you think you are? If I take action, then you will definitely not be finished. Don't you know what kind of power our Yang family is? Don't you know that Xiantian sect is very respectful to our Yang family now? Don't you know what I can do? Sohan frowned hard outside. He didn't expect that this person would become like this. He didn't know how he offended him, but if these guys insisted on doing this, then he wouldn't be polite. What did these people mean? Unexpectedly, this person was so evil, and the target was still directed at him. Sohan was a little helpless. If he could, such a person would have been destroyed long ago when he was the Demon King. It's a pity that I can't do that now. If I really went to the mainland with my friends, it would be okay, but I can't go now. I wanted to imprison this guy, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel. Just stay here with peace of mind. I don't know what to say anyway. If you really want to do something to me now, that's okay. This is his own territory. If he escapes here, then Sohan won't be able to hang out here anymore. This is a space that belongs entirely to him. If he can't protect such a space, it will be in vain. Sohan continues to stay where he is, because the auction has not ended yet, so he is not in a hurry to go. Anyway, there is no point in going there now. As for if they want to argue, then let's do whatever they want. If someone is found missing, someone will naturally come to explain everything. Yingku of the Yang family has finally been dealt with, but what should I do now? Should I turn him into a living corpse or some other way to make him a treasure of my own? If you really have the chance, you can sell it. When he was the Demon King before, he had not done such a thing for a long time. He didn't know whether it was possible or not. Anyway, it was worth it now. It was not in vain that he had no such ability so far. You want to train people into living corpses in your golden elixir stage, just forget it. I don't want to. I know what's going on with you, but it's good that you have such an idea. You should just understand the reason. But now you must do one thing in order to increase your cultivation. The system laughed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do now. This guy would not tell him anything. Since this was the case, he would be rude. In fact, these people know what this means. Sohan was speechless. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level, the only way was to hunt monsters or kill people. However, if others knew about this technique, they would definitely swarm them. Moreover, if there is a fool who doesn't want this Genkai technique that can devour a living person, it is impossible. System, what do you think I should do? Should I deal with those people myself? And those people have the same attitude towards me. I don't know what to say. Now I don't know what I should do. But if you want me to deal with others, that is absolutely not possible. The system did not answer this time, because this time Sohan really needed to think about what happened to him, and if he didn't have any chance so far, it would be in vain. In the box in the auction house, Yang Yunking wanted to look for Yingko, but at this time he had no idea, because at this time he had no idea what was going on. And so far there is no evidence to prove where this person went. Did Yingko molest the girl from that family? I don't know if it's true, but now I have my own way. What should I do? It sounds funny. If I have this ability now, I also went to look for him. The head of the Wang family said quite speechlessly, because at this time, it is the worst time to fight between the two families in the auction house. If it is outside the auction house, talking may be a bit taboo, but in the auction house, it cannot be overstated. If I were you, then I would definitely leave the auction house to find my own junior. I won't let her suffer any injustice, but you, this guy, have already done everything. You are really powerful. Yangku's strength is actually not that great, but it's a pity that you never care about him. I don't know what to say. Chapter 454, Strong Return. Another person who has basically the same cultivation level as the head of the Wang family said, but this time always makes people a little speechless. What he said actually speaks to everyone's hearts. If there is really any problem, then he will definitely go there in a minute. Look for your junior instead of thinking of other ways. Unfortunately, this person is different, so you have to think more about whatever you say. Do you want my junior to die like this? But I won't let you realize it. What do you think you are, and your current level is not very good. Do you think I will believe you, you big idiot? Yang Yunking was very dissatisfied because except for the upright lineage of Yang Sunji, the rest of the Yang family were crooked. Although he didn't want those people to know about it, he was actually unhappy when someone revealed it to him. You don't have to be like this. Anyway, I know your purpose. You can do whatever you want. I don't want to tell you anything else. You can try it. If it works, see for yourself. I really have this ability to deal with you. Sohan returned to the auction house very seriously, because at this time he also knew that if he did not go back, he might attract the attention of some people. Of course, he has seen this kind of thing many times, and it would be terrible if it really happened. Where have you been? I want to ask you if our Yingko was abducted by you. What do you mean you went to such a place and you didn't come back? What kind of opponent did I meet? Yang Yunking said seriously, but the head of the Wang family was not happy at this time, because those in the Xiantian sect took Sohan very seriously, and this time, even if Sohan tried his best, you may not get what you want. Sohan didn't react at all at this time, and seemed to be sleeping but not asleep, which really made people feel frightened, because such a result was not what those people wanted to see. Anyway, the problem now is how to solve it. There is no need to think too much now. Anyway, this guy is capable enough to deal with it. Host, if you have enough ability, then you can come to this barrier. Anyway, for you, this is your territory. If you really want to consider something else, then it will be easy to handle. The system said very seriously, but no one could tell him anything. Sohan could only silently follow his request. Do it. At this time, the system was actually not bad, but Sohan smelled something else. Sohan, you beast, what do you want to do? Are you imprisoning me here for the rest of my life? I can't accept your conditions. The way you are now is basically against me. You are capable enough to do this. Yang Ko was as prepared as a eunuch. If this person really wanted to do it, then let him die in front of him. Anyway, such a person would probably have no impact on him. Anyway, he could just say what he wanted. Say something. Please be quiet. After this auction is over, I will definitely let you die in front of me, taking your head to the Xiantian sect leader to claim credit. What do you think you are? Sohan's attitude towards Yingko was extremely contemptuous, but at this time, no one would really look at him. Sohan behaved like this, but no one noticed it, because Yingko was in the secret space of his sea of consciousness, and almost no one could know his existence. If this guy doesn't come back, I guess the Ying family will have to wait impatiently. In this way, the Ying family will not be able to participate in this auction. Shaking his head hard and pulling his thoughts back from here, the head of the Wang family said a little helplessly, because at this time he had understood that if this thing really happened, then he would definitely not be finished, and the current situation is really quite painful. If such a thing really happened, no one would be able to calm down. Do you think there is really something wrong with you now? Sohan, I forgot to tell you. Your current abilities are far behind those of the head of the Wang family and Yang Yunking. Yang Ko could probably hear what was said outside, and he was getting more and more anxious. What if he couldn't go back? What if he really couldn't get to that place? After all, his troubles were getting more and more serious now. If he doesn't go back and is suspected, then he won't have a good life. Anyway, he should think about what to do now. If possible, it shouldn't be a problem. But now that he was trapped in such a space, he didn't know if calling for help would be useful, but he had to try desperately. Chapter 455, Mysterious Woman. Chapter 456, This Woman Cannot Move. In fact, Sohan didn't know who this woman was, but now he had a feeling that this woman seemed to have a grudge against the Yang family. In his secret space, Yang Ku shrank, as if he had run into someone. What an enemy. You're not dead. What do you think of me? If you want to make peace with me, just make peace with me. Haven't I already met your conditions? But what's the matter with you? Why are you coming to trouble us again this time? Yang Ku was desperate and immediately screamed in the sea of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Because he could see the outside situation to some extent in this secret space, he was also a little panicked. What if Sohan handed him over? What the hell? What on earth does this guy Sohan want to do? If he really hands himself over to that bastard, what will happen? Anyway, he doesn't have to think too much. Seeing this situation, Sohan had countless thoughts popping up in his mind. Does this guy really have any grudge against this woman? Or is there some grudge between this woman and him? It's quite ridiculous to talk about it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since this person is so scared, I won't be polite. Instead, I can ask that woman what's going on. It's easy for you to want that man like me. Unless you are willing to tell me what happened, I won't tell you the truth. Anyway, that man is also my enemy, and I can't give him to you. Sohan obviously didn't speak fast and was indeed extremely aggressive. He didn't know what was going on in this situation. After all, he was dealing with one of his own people, and Yang Ku also got it himself. If it really happened, if there is any problem, then you should be responsible for it. It is quite funny to say that if you choose to help Yang Ku, then you will be equivalent to death. The girl smiled softly. Of course, he was covering his face at this time. Only Sohan could see her smile. In fact, it has been so long. Doesn't this person still know? Sohan, if you insist on protecting that man, then you can't. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me whether that man is dead or alive, unless he hurts me. The reason why I want to seek revenge from him is because he hurt me back then and has no respect for me at all, so that's why I plan to attack him. You must know that I am not an ordinary person. He smiled hard. When this woman talked about hers, Sohan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Of course, he was still smiling in his heart. It seemed that this person was really an enemy, and he was also having met his old enemy. No wonder Yang Ko behaved so horribly. It turns out that this person was originally a princess from an ancient country, but for some reason, she ended up living in a family here when she was a child. However, the people in the family were not very nice to her, and they made all kinds of mistakes, but that's okay. He thought that when he reached the age suitable for marriage, he was actually sent into his arms and became his head wife. It would be fine if she was just a wife, but this guy is simply a dirty person and has all kinds of bad habits. He often spoils his concubines and kills his wife, and all of this girl's adoptive parents are. It's heartless. How could this girl stand her torture? She soon started walking. However, at this time, people from the ancient country discovered its existence and tried to find a way to bring him back from this place. Of course, the price paid was not high. No matter how much she knew, she could still figure it out. This time she came back from the ancient land, maybe just to take revenge on this man. It seems that you want him to die in your hands. If you can tell me why this person bullied you, that would be great. In fact, I am not a person who specializes in inquiring about other people's privacy, but I want to know, if you could tell me why you treated him like this, then there would be no problem. Sohan shook his head. Indeed, he is not that kind of person, but suddenly a person like this comes and wants to beg such a guy who is about to die. How can he not make people angry? But at this time, the system has such a crow's mouth. He spoke. You can't afford to offend a woman like the host. I'm not talking about his identity, but his bloodline. His bloodline is one of the Chaos Lotuses, and it's a relatively advanced one. At least for now, you can't afford to offend someone like this. A handsome person, otherwise you can kill this person and run away, since this woman is rich anyway. The system's mean and heartless voice floated in Sohan's mind, but looking at this unlucky system, he reacted, but he was a little helpless. If only he had said no earlier. This damn the system. What are you going to do? Why didn't you tell such a woman earlier? I think it's just a matter of not giving her a chance, but you told me that her blood is very noble, and I don't have much ability now to do anything to her. Well, why didn't you tell me earlier? The system also had a look of helplessness on its face. He was a world-devouring system that was different from other systems. Of course, he had just discovered the identity of the woman. Chapter 457, Hidden Enemy. This woman is really not easy to mess with. If it were him, he probably wouldn't use this method to deal with someone. Speaking of which, this is quite scary. Since such a thing has already happened, the system will not watch it. Sohan died, or encountered other troubles. Sohan, I also know that it's a bit troublesome for me to say this now, but there is something I have to tell you now. If you don't want to say it, that's fine. But I hope you can't let too many people know, otherwise it will be impossible for me to do anything. The woman who was the speaker began to tell her story, but when Sohan heard the story, he was immediately frightened. What does this mean? Is this person really that bad? However, when listening to his story, he should also have figured it out. This is true. After hesitating hard for a moment, Sohan came back to his senses, but at this time he was already quite anxious, because it seemed like this guy wouldn't have any special performance, but this was really unbelievable. Because that girl is really weird, she is actually the man's ex-wife, and she has already signed a divorce agreement. Originally, he should have returned home or done other things, but who knew he would come here? He probably had a grudge against this man. These guys suddenly appear here. It seems that the Yang family is destined to perish. But what should he say about this kind of thing? Since this girl has told all her secrets, why not hand over this man to this woman? And this woman's cultivation level must be much higher than his own? Sohan shook his head and without hesitation, he immediately took this man out of his space. Sure enough, the woman became very angry when she saw this man. She took off the hood she was wearing, revealing a very delicate face, but the eyes of this delicate face were dull. What you mean seems to be correct, but let me tell you, Sohan. You can't hand me over to him, otherwise I will die. In spite of, I can agree to whatever you do, but you can't leave me to her. At this time, the woman spoke again, and there was already a burst of hatred in her voice. Didn't you say that I couldn't cultivate and could only help you? Didn't you say that I was just a loser? Didn't you say that I didn't even have the ability to have children? I'm telling you, Yanko, you are just a scumbag. Do you think you are? What kind of thing does it belong to? It's not surprising that this girl makes such an expression. Nian Yang Yuanhua had abducted a few girls, but he didn't know what the consequences were, because such a thing was too dishonest, and it was not easy for others to say, such a situation is really it hurts. But I didn't expect that this girl would hate the Yang family to such an extent. Although this girl was not too presumptuous in her own residence, Sohan was also a normal person and could clearly feel the girl's anger. What on earth are you going to do? If you kill me, the Yang family will not let you go. Although I am not good to you, I also focused on taking care of you. Have you forgotten? I know you are treating me like a kind of person now. I hate you, but I can't help it. My father has always had that attitude. You are not my wife and never will be. You are just a servant, but I can guarantee that I have absolutely no such thoughts. The girl hesitated for a moment, but soon came to her senses. It was okay to deceive a child with these words, but at this time, it was impossible to say anything about him. But now that I think about it, this man has been lying to himself for a while, and nothing has happened so far, which can prove that what he told is not a lie. The girl's eyes turned to Sohan, but the eyes were full of tenderness, because Sohan had already been deeply impressed by him at this time, but there was no evidence to prove this, which was a bit annoying to say the least. If you hand this man over to me, I will deal with it on the spot. Even if I can't deal with it, I will deal with it immediately. Taken back to my country and imprisoned, I can't let it go now anyway. This guys live in this world, if you can. Girl, if you want, just take it. Anyway, this person has no use value to me, but the Yang family's things must belong to me. You also know that I am raising some things, and I want to go a place, but I still can't get any Shangfang sword to go to that place. Sohan said very seriously, but at this time, the man's face looked ashen, because this man would not give him any chance at all. As long as she could kill him, she would have no hesitation. In this woman's body, Sohan felt a hatred stronger than his own, but he could also understand that this woman was in a worse situation now. Her innocence had been lost, and such a thing, in the Yang family's dictionary is full of them. Then you go about your business. Anyway, I don't need your help for anything. If I need your help in the future, then just do it. I will definitely mention you, but I don't know where else you are now. Sohan was a little polite, but he also understood that when this person came here, he must have a place to go. It might not be because of such a thing, but it didn't matter, as long as he could establish a relationship with this woman. Okay, this woman does look similar to an ordinary woman on the surface, but her personality is very much like a man's on the inside. Okay, if you come to Rain Country in the future and encounter any trouble, you can just tell me the name of the 8th princess and you can find me. Sometime when I was living here, I actually had this kind of thing with someone. People from the royal family have always I wanted to find this person to settle the score, but now I finally found him. Thank you. The girl left immediately after she finished speaking. At this time, Sohan felt quite uncomfortable. If he encountered such a thing, he would definitely find a way to deal with this man until he died, but this woman was different. actually traveled tens of thousands of miles to come to this place just to kill the enemy with his own hands. Host, let's not worry too much about this woman. Let's go and see how this woman deals with the Yang family. If what he tells is a lie, you can kill him, but if what he tells is the truth, then you should accept his favor. The system said a little helplessly, because at this time, he found that his host cared too much about that woman. If he really cared a little, it would not be surprising. After all, such a problem is really a bit depressing. The host cares about this woman so much. If he fails to complete the task, then he will die. The woman smiled slightly, and after seeing his look, she understood what he was thinking. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. I know that you have killed so many people in the Yang family now. If possible, you don't want to do this. In that case, I will find a way to show you the death of the Yang family. He is my ex-husband. If you can't stand it, if so, then don't follow me. If you can stand it, then just do whatever you want. The woman was holding Suhan in one hand and the bag in the other hand. Although Yang Kuo was cursing at this time, no one cared. After all, his voice was basically inaudible except for those two people. What the hell do you people want if you don't let me go? Then I'm not done with you, Suhan, I said. Don't let you hand me over to that woman. But you are a capable guy, but I didn't expect you to hand me over to such a woman. Aren't you afraid that I would get angry? What do you mean by such a guy? Yang Kuo felt fear for the first time. He didn't expect that woman's strength to reach such a level. It was a bit unlucky to say that. If such a thing happened, then he would definitely not have any good results. After all, that woman when he was his wife, he was a cruel and ruthless guy, but he was suppressed by his father. No matter how ruthless he was, there was nothing he could do, because his father's cultivation was much higher than him. At that time, after the woman died, I felt lucky for a while. However, my father did not show any regretful expression, because it would be easier to find a new woman after she died. But I don't know what happened to this woman. He actually appeared again after so many years, and he was still so powerful, even more powerful than his father. Yang Kuo is a little helpless, but what can be said at this time? What does this guy want to do with himself now? If you don't know, you think you have offended him. You know, that is basically the case. But in this empire, if something happens it would be bad if something like this happened. If something like this happens here, people from this empire will definitely investigate thoroughly, and even though the status of the sect is higher than that of the empire, then the sect will also investigate thoroughly, and it will be the end of itself. If you encounter such a thing, your first choice will definitely be to run away, because at this time, there is no chance to really escape. Fortunately, he did not leave any traces at the beginning, otherwise, he would definitely die. In fact, he knew what the situation was, but it was hard to say now. So far, there is nothing to prove that these people had a plan. When he first wanted to deal with that woman, he had an impromptu idea. He saw the woman living on the street, so he wanted to take advantage of her. However, Yang Kuo didn't expect that he was actually a very prominent person from other countries. If possible, I don't want to provoke such a woman at all. If I had known his identity earlier, I would never have done this. Chapter 459, The Yang family is over. 3 days later. Suhan didn't expect that woman to actually keep her word and kill the Yang family so easily. Moreover, the Yang family didn't really take precautions at all, because at this time, if they really took precautions, it would be impossible. At this point, there is no good treatment at all, and the whole family is dead. At this time, Suhan is a little afraid of this woman, but after thinking about it, he feels relieved. In fact, this woman is the daughter-in-law of the Yang family who is married to a matchmaker. But the problem now is that this person does not get respect at all in the Yang family. But the problem now is that her home is in the country of rain, and no relatives are willing to help him. It's quite funny to talk about this situation. After this kind of thing happens, if no one can help, how can we explain it? Anyway, there is nothing we can do now. These people are really thinking about how to torment that woman all day long. However, Yang Yunhua's result was relatively good, because he only died after his head was punctured, and the others were executed in Lingji. Perhaps because of his age, he escaped, but it is quite funny to say it now. In this situation, I don't know what to say. System, should we go and visit the CAO family? This woman's surname is CAO, and his family is not very good to him. I think we should pay a visit. The CAO family is also a big family here, so it might be better if you go there. If the system had an expression, he would have rolled his eyes at this time. Although it can refine some pills that can be swallowed, now this woman has robbed all his resources, but what should he do? I said it's true that this continent is so big and the Yang family welcomes it very much. If we can't remove the side effects of their energy, I'm afraid it won't have any effect at all. Suhan rolled his eyes helplessly. In fact, he also knew what he was about to experience. But it was quite funny to say it now. He wanted to devour all the energy in this world, including the energy in the elixir. But it can't be swallowed. Although I still have a lot of ammunition, I have to think of a way. Currently, I am in the golden elixir stage, but it is a bit unlucky to be like this. Why didn't I notice this? Everyone's eyes are looking here. Did you notice that there are many things in the Yang family's house? He said that he could live there, but he was not the overlord of one party in this Sifang city. Of course, if you send some elixirs to Xiantian sect yourself, you don't have to think about other issues at all. You can stay in such a place at any time and no one will care about it at all. You should take all the property of the Yang family now. However, if possible, give our Xiantian sect some elixirs as compensation, because the Yang family is an external force of our Xiantian sect. If you want to take away all their property, medicinal materials, then we must be given some compensation. Sohan nodded. Master Xiantian sect, the legend at this time came really timely. But of course he would give it to him if he wanted those things. He naturally kept some stocks in his own space, but at this time it's a bit awkward to take out. After thinking about it, the system silently gave him a unilateral answer. Of course, the system also had its purpose in doing so. Of course, there is no way to explain such a problem. If the system cannot speak for a day, of course it cannot speak out. This single recipe is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Originally, the function of this pill is to allow people to break through to the Golden Pill stage, or to consolidate the cultivation at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. In a place like this pill is very expensive, 50. A year ago, a one appeared, and a high-quality crystal was sold for a sky-high price of 500,000 yuan. It's a pity that this guy is a bit unlucky. He was only given one recipe for the Foundation Establishment Pill. However, he still had to practice a few times to refine it well. However, he had a lot of elixirs and materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill in his secret space. Quite a few. These pills are very simple for him. With these powers, he doesn't have to be afraid at all. But he didn't expect that there are countless medicinal materials in a place like the Yang family, and among these medicinal materials there is a fiery red fire, but Sohan didn't know the details of this fiery red fire. In addition, the Yang family also has several strange things. Sohan didn't know the origin of these strange things. He asked the system, but at this time, the system, which was always arrogant, seemed to be mute. Without saying anything, this is quite unlucky. Why did I encounter such an unlucky thing? These things may be of high value to me, but I have no idea of using them. It hurts to think about such a thing, but I don't have the ability to do so. Chapter 460, Yang Family Treasure. Chapter 461, Trouble Strikes Again. After living in the Yang family for a few days, Sohan felt uncomfortable in his heart. Why should he live here in such a place? Speaking of which, this is also worse. This family is not good for him at all, but that woman is he was generous and put all the property of the Yang family in the Yang family mansion, including the property of the Yang family's collateral families. With so many properties piled up, it is actually quite a lot. However, Sohan searched carefully and only chose those suitable for his own use. Thinking about it, he was a little depressed. Such things are also relatively bad. In addition to the Yang family's house, almost no one has elixirs, they are basically pearls, jade, gold coins and the like. Host, the side mission is triggered. Vying City is willing to give you luck, but you need the host to solve a crisis in Vying City. If the crisis in Vying City cannot be resolved, tens of thousands of people will die. The cold voice of the system floated in the air. Of course, Sohan shivered. This was really bad. Anyway, he was very depressed after the mission came. I don't know what kind of unlucky mission this is, but I don't know what to say now. If this kind of mission can be triggered, it will be a good thing, but if it cannot be triggered, it will be in vain. It is estimated that Vying City has also suffered a lot. A powerful war or something else, but I have no evidence to prove it. The system quickly took out Vying City's information, but for some reason, Sohan was shocked. These people are really heartbroken and crazy to the extreme. What kind of existence is this? It actually brought the plague and so on. It's quite annoying to think about it. If I have enough ability to deal with it, that would be a good thing, but unfortunately I don't have enough ability. Because this is a large-scale outbreak of plague, and this plague is also quite severe. As long as you cough, you may be suspected of being a plague. This kind of cough is quite severe. It starts with a cough, and then it lasts for a while. After that, breathing began to be blocked. It can be said that although many people died in the end, they were all suffocated. In fact, he is not willing to accept such troubles, but now for the power of luck, Sohan wants to give it a good try, because at this time, he doesn't know what to do. This is simply a plague. If it is not solved, I may not be able to complete the task. Why did you give me such a difficult task? But it's okay. Once I'm angry, I can do anything. It's easy to handle. Speaking of which, the power of luck is really not easy to find. If you do this to me, have you ever asked me? After Sohan shook his head, he also knew that the current system was very arrogant and overbearing, and it was impossible to really ask his own opinion. Even if he didn't do it, it would be okay. That was something he didn't dare to think about. But what the hell is this guy doing? Whatever you are thinking about is worth considering. But it has been less than a month, and the Su family is a little bit impatient, and I can understand it, but so far, I don't know what kind of thoughts the Su family has. Not to mention that although I don't know who is doing this in Vying City, yes, as long as he can get rid of the troubles in Vying City, he will be able to get some benefits. When the Su family wants to deal with him, it will not be that simple. The Su family mansion. Uncle Su, something really happened here. Please help me if you can. A plague has broken out in Vying City. If the problem cannot be solved, everyone in Vying City may die. The speaker was a pretty-looking woman, and she was also the only woman with good looks left in Vying City. But at this time, if Sohan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize who he was. Of course, this was the woman he pointed out when he was young. The pregnant fiancé. After Sohan was reduced to useless by the head of the Su family, everyone was far away from him, but such a plague-stricken woman was even further away from him. Although he came from the plague land, no one I believe he is not infected with the plague, but this man is not infected. What are you doing here? You are infected with the plague. What qualifications do you have to come here? Aren't you afraid that your plague will spread to places like ours? Let me tell you, Xiantian sect has been controlled by that little brat Sohan. Even if you and he's marrying me on the tip of his hand, and he can't possibly listen to me. The Sohan of this world was still a very talented child when he was just born. But now, due to the malicious instigation of the head of the Su family, he has become a useless person, and this woman has no control over the relationship between their parents. The marriage thing really makes my head hurt, and Sohan doesn't really remember this woman at all. Such a situation seems very normal to Sohan, but in the eyes of others, this is a typical example of ungratefulness. Of course, such a situation was normal before it happened. Chapter 462, Plague. But this situation is really bad. If that woman appears here, what value does he have? If Sohan knows where the woman is now, then there is really no chance. Speaking of this person, it's also a bit annoying. System, tell me what to do. I can't solve this matter in Vying City. It would be great if I could solve it. I'm not a practitioner of medicine. I know those modifications are powerful, but this kind of thing shouldn't be done. Instead of looking for me, you should look for a medical expert. Sohan shook his head hard, because what could he say at this time? After all, he was just an alchemist and not a complete doctor. Although he knew a little about such methods, it was worse now because naturally occurring plagues were very dangerous. Phew, unless it is that kind of plague source. Only after finding the source of the plague can it be possible to cure the plague in Vying City, in case this is really a plague. Host, in fact, this plague is controlled by your Su family. Otherwise, I would not give you this task. Anyway, the system has this task, so there is nothing to say. You must complete it, otherwise you will die. Sohan was so angry all of a sudden that the system found an excuse to find such a powerful person, but when he thought about it, he was a little speechless. Why did this happen? It was also a little annoying to talk about it. Why did he never know it? Could it be that these people deliberately concealed themselves? After thinking hard, Sohan shook his head after a moment. If it was really their family members who did it, then there is something else to say, but if not, then how could it be possible? And Sohan Han also knew that there was a fiancé in Vying City who was married to his fingertips. This guy was pretty powerful. He actually didn't like his fiancée, but if he knew about this situation, he wouldn't be able to see her die. Saved. In spite of. That's all. Let's go to this place first to see what's going on. Speaking of which, I'm quite unlucky. I met your unlucky system, but it's okay. Anyway, it's quite bad, isn't it? Sohan did not hesitate and immediately packed up his things. In fact, there was nothing to pack. As long as he could come to this place, he would have already packed up his things, and with his own ability, he could not. There is nothing easy to clean up, because these things have been included in his own little world. Not long after, Sohan set off for Vying. In fact, Vying City was only 3,000 miles away from here. At his own speed, he could get there in about half a day. As soon as he stepped into Vying City, Sohan already discovered the problem. Because this place is like ashes, there is nothing serious at all, and there is currently no situation at all that can prove that this place is inhabited, which sounds quite powerful. Is it really difficult to say that this plague suddenly appeared in front of us? A light curtain appeared, and the system simply described the situation here. But when he saw this, Sohan was shocked and almost became angry, because at this time, he didn't know how to describe his family. Because now, the situation given by the system is that there are only a few monks in Vying City who are not infected, and all the others have been infected by this plague, and there is no way to protect against this plague. In fact, in Vying City, there are only it looks like hundreds of thousands, but there are millions of ordinary people who are not decorated. This is not a big city. If such a severe plague really existed, how could this city get it? So far, I can't find anything to describe this guy, but when he saw the situation in the system next, he was shocked again. Sohan never expected that these people were actually doing this deliberately in order to grab his fiancée who was married to him at the fingertips. Recruited, in fact, they are quite powerful people. The task they undertake once is obviously to develop a prescription or antidote that can cure the plague, but this is not a complete plague. It's true that he has a wife, but he hasn't met her yet. She is just like a scumbag. Since she is like this, then what else does she have to worry about? These people really don't care at all. Then, my own feelings are trying my best to hurt myself. Sohan cursed silently in his heart, but even cursing at this time would have no effect, because so many lives had been lost. If they passed this news to the outside world, their reputation would be completely ruined. Sohan knew very well what the old man of the Su family wanted to do, and his current ability was also quite terrifying. If this was really the case, the consequences would be disastrous. Speaking of which, what this old man wanted to do was to blame everything on himself. Body, making that woman think that she was an enemy. But now there are side effects. It would be fine if it was just the woman who thought she was the enemy, but it is really bad now. If possible, normally everyone would think that they are the enemies of Vying City. Chapter 463, The Truth of the Incident. The people of the Su family are really vicious. If something happens to them, then they will definitely encounter some trouble. Speaking of which, this is quite unlucky. The people of the Su family are really wicked. Sohan he shook his head. Now that he knows their purpose, he will not be polite. Moreover, the problem now is how to solve the trouble in Vying City. The plague in Vying City is not simple, but now think about it, if such a thing really happened, would the people in this country not care? And so far, there has been no response from the monarch. Of course, the empire is also quite speechless, since it has reached such a point that there are no medicinal materials or resources to get here, which is really outrageous. These people are really not just ordinary wicked people. Don't the people in the empire just care about them? These people are really annoying, and no one really knows what the Su family is doing now. Isn't this harming other people? Person. Sohan was talking to himself on the side, but he also knew what happened, because if an accident really happened at this time, the empire would probably take action. If it weren't for the internal structure of the Su family, I'm afraid no one would be there now. Know where this plague came from. After entering Vying City, Sohan smelled a very strong stench, which was the smell of rotting corpses. Some corpses had even grown to more than 3 feet high. It seems that a lot of people have died in this city, but that doesn't matter. After all, I have seen too many dead people. But what is very annoying is that the dead people are just ordinary civilians, and none of them are real monks. It is really scary to say that. Why is the green corpse liquid all over the streets? Of course, there is no way at all. It hurt Lin Yan, but Sohan felt very uncomfortable. How could he know this at this time? It's really funny to say it. This doesn't seem to be a challenge, but it looks like they are killing people. It seems that this is not a plague, but all kinds of people have died, and they are civilians. Along the way, Sohan felt very surprised that there were no living people at all in this thing, and the dead people were all civilians instead of monks. This is quite amazing. Has a city turned into a dead city? Is modification dead? Where have they gone? What on earth do you mean? You are really cheating. This place has become a dead city. What do you want me to do? And so far I haven't seen a single living person, not even these rotting corpses. It's funny to say it. What ability do you have to enable me to complete my task? And our mission this time should be to find the source of the plague. Sohan muttered, and he was quite speechless about this. What kind of deceptive system had he encountered? And the current situation was really unimaginable. It was quite scary to think about it. All the people living in the outer city are ordinary people. Of course you can't feel their breath of life. Moreover, these people are not monks at all. But there is a lot of trouble in the inner city. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. The system said calmly, but soon, Sohan shook his head. Because at this time he already knew what happened. Now that a city had become a dead city, he should be able to consider what the outcome would be. It's either a war or a plague, which is a bit unlucky to say the least. It's a pity that I didn't find any information. Although I now know that it was the Su family's fault, there is nothing I can do now, even if it is really the Su family's fault. So if the Su family doesn't take action, they can't do anything, which is pretty bad. Forget it, I'll find an inn to stay in. Although this place is a pain in the ass, it doesn't pose any threat to me. These plagues are too low level. But at this time, if there is any action, it will be impossible. Sohan said and went to look for an inn. There was no one alive in the outer city. But the store was clean, but Sohan didn't dare to touch the food because some of it had turned green. These green foods are exactly the foods that contain the plague. They cannot be eaten no matter what. They are also very powerful. I don't know who made them. They look like corrupted things. If there are some modifications to this kind of food or if some brave people dare to eat it, or they can get rid of the bad parts and eat it well. But if everyone in Vying City is like this, it would be really bad. What should I say now? If possible, I will never let these people go. After all, if there are any living people here now, they should I was able to see myself, but unfortunately I can never see myself again. Chapter 464, Settling in Vying City. Sohan found an inn that looked relatively clean. Although there was no food, he could take pills to compensate. And you can also contact the Shantian sect leader and ask them to send some food. Although this request is a bit excessive, Sohan is fully capable of doing so. System, I'm living in this place now. If you find anything, please help me. I don't know what to say now. Sohan shook his head helplessly. He knew what he was thinking, but there was nothing to say now. After all, he had nothing to consider. Now that I have accepted this unfortunate task, I will not be polite. It's just that the mission in Vying City is really difficult, and it's hard to say whether I can complete it. Sohan was sweating silently in his heart, because he didn't know if he could complete this task, but this zombie-like city was really troublesome. How can such a city allow me to collect elixirs, and how can I devour living people? As it is now, the common people have become like this, and there is nothing they can do. In fact, even Sohan doesn't know what is going on in this zombie city. It's said to be a plague, but it's much more serious than imagined. Speaking of which, if this is really a plague, then there is nothing to say. After all, these situations are relatively rare. If it is really a plague, what should we do? What kind of plague can have such an effect? This is pretty funny too. It seems that I don't want to know this anymore. If I did, I wouldn't be like this now. In fact, Sohan didn't know what the situation was now, but after hearing that it was the Su family who took action, he didn't say anything. What did this mean? Did he really think he was wrong? It was ridiculous. But what on earth do these people want to do? In the current situation, you may have everything. but what I can tell you is that if you can give up your marriage to Zuhan, then I will cooperate with you, and when the time comes, your problems will be yours, and I can only protect your family. Just when Suhan entered this place, Mr. Su also said helplessly to the Su family, because if there are any problems at this time, they will definitely encounter some. What can be considered now? That is what the old man of the Su family said, give up the marriage with Suhan. Anyway, this person has no feelings for me. I forgot about this person. I promise you, it doesn't matter what this person says anyway. A good thing, and so far he has not given me any benefits. Why should I consider marrying him? It's quite funny to say, what on earth am I going to do now? This woman is also quite speechless, because his decision at this time represents the survival of his family. Although his family does not exist much, the problem now is that if this is the case, then he will definitely gain a lot big. But after Suhan heard such words, he would be quite helpless, because such a person would not have any appetite at all. After all, this woman is really ugly, and he is not a beauty, and he still gave up with this family. Marriage, what does this mean? Even if this family is crazy, they will not choose such an ugly girl to head the family. Suhan thought silently. He didn't react at this time, because if there is anything at this time, he will definitely encounter something. Of course, if he encounters it now, there will be no problem, he should be able to deal with it. If possible, I can take care of these people, but now, there is no sign of it. Is there a limit to this task? I mean a time limit. If there is no time limit, it's okay, but if there is a time limit, I can't complete it. I just completed the negative task of the Yang family, and I got an alchemy secret book, but there is nothing more to say now. The alchemy secret book is of great use to me. This is true, but if this task cannot be completed, I might still die. Suhan said to himself, but the system was a little helpless at this time. There is indeed no time limit for this task. If there was, it would be worse. After all, the current situation is quite painful. After spending a few days, Suhan visited nearby places one after another, but now he found some problems. Suhang was speechless. Suhan didn't know what to do now. He only knew that these people had no effect on him at all. Moreover, these information are all nonsense. It would be great if we could really find out these things, but now, these things cannot be found out at all, and they can easily cause trouble. This is also quite bad. But I am quite speechless. If possible, I would like to get some information out. Chapter 465, Reply from Master Xiantian. Chapter 466, Resolve Grudges? Impossible. Master, Suhan has come to this place, I don't know what to say. It would not be a good thing if they knew about our conspiracy. To be honest, I am also a little worried about Suhan. If he really knew such a thing, it would be worse. The people of the Su family have never given up monitoring Suhan, and they also want to know what that guy Suhan is going to do, but the current situation is really unlucky. They didn't expect these people to appear in the place they least wanted to see. To the place. What's the rush? Although Suhan can see this situation outside Central City, this place is already our territory. We can do whatever we want. It's none of his business. Is he still able to come? You can't cause trouble for us. It's a bit funny to say that. That guy is no match for us now. The head of the Su family shook his head. Although this person is indeed very strong, if they really fight, they will definitely not be opponents. Anyway, there are some issues to consider now, and no matter what, Suhan cannot let Suhan know what is going on. You don't have to worry now. If that guy Suhan reacts, just tell me directly. Anyway, we don't have to worry about anything else now. As long as the Empire's plan succeeds, then there will be no problem. Anyway, Vyang City is some of our territories, but our Su family is actually in a relatively bad situation, and has already declined to such an extent. In fact, the Su family is quite helpless, especially the senior members of the Su family. These high-level people are guarding a secret together. These secrets are really amazing. Even Suhan will definitely be shocked when he hears this secret. This is quite helpless to say the least. If this had not happened, he would never have let this person go so easily. Things in this family are about to change. I don't know why, but I always feel that Grandpa really can't mess with Suhan. Now Suhan has become the Xiantian sex elixir for us. They were all purchased from Xiantian, and they are high-level elixirs. Now they have been made by Suhan, but they have to be enshrined. Doesn't this mean that these high-level elixirs were refined by Suhan and then given to Xiantian sect? But it sounds pretty good at this time. Nothing to say. Even if I say it, the old guy might not agree. For whatever reason, it's so annoying. Shu Han's useless piece of shit. It was not that simple back then, and now all those directly related to the Su family have been wiped out by Suhan. As the head of the family, he realizes this better than anyone else. It's a bit funny to say this. It's just that I have never noticed it. If you want to go back to Suzhou and Hangzhou now, I'm afraid it will be more difficult. But if he is willing to return to the Su family, it may not be easy. Although the Su family has a family, the actual person in charge is the old man. The head of the Su family shook his head helplessly, because at this time he already knew what happened. Mr. Su actually created such a bad situation in order to deal with Suhan, this British plague poison. It was him who did it, but how exactly he did it was impossible for a young man like himself to know. It looks like you, Patriarch, have run into some trouble. In fact, Suhan is not that great. In our opinion, he is just a character that can be fought against. It's just that he is a bit troublesome now. The head of the Su family was a little speechless. In fact, it was a bad thing to say that the old man was domineering. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it now. Mr. Su was his father. If something happened, it would be more troublesome. I don't know what happened this time. Mr. Su actually set his sights on Sohan's proposed wife. Although it was impossible for Sohan to like such a wife, such problems had to arise now. Master, what are your plans now? Do you really want to deal with the old man? The old man is your relative. If you really deal with him, then I don't know what to say. I will go to Vying City to meet Sohan now and see what he says. If he wants to resent us, then we have nothing to say. Now that the old man has done such a thing, I don't know what to say. Now the Su family doesn't want to fight against the enemy at all. Mr. Su is doing this just to confront them deliberately. The head of the Su family was a little speechless, but he also knew that there was only one way to resolve the grievances between Sohan and the family at this time, and that was to step forward himself. But if Mr. Su is stubborn, so what? But now think about it, it's also quite bad, and I don't know what my father is going to do. Chapter 467, Threat from the Princess. The head of the Su family understands that his father is a bit powerful, but there are some problems that cannot be explained at all. If I can explain it, then I won't have so much trouble, which is a bit unlucky to say the least. I just don't understand why my father has such an attitude towards Sohan. Since he is already an alchemist, and everyone respects the alchemist very much, why is he unwilling to put down his dignity and reconcile with Sohan? The head of the Su family was a little helpless. But his father is his father. It's impossible to say anything. It's impossible to really do anything to him, like having someone beat him up or do something else. He should have put aside his grudges. In fact, Sohan had nothing to do with him. This grudge was quite simple to say. It was because of the appearance of this person that the old man of the Su family thought Sohan was a loser. But what happened? In fact, Sohan has proven that he is not a loser. But if this guy refuses to admit it, there's nothing he can do about it. Father, it's okay for you not to accept this person's conditions, but I don't know why you are harming even the people in your family. I really don't know what to say. Now that Sohan doesn't want to return to this family, it might be because of you. If he is willing to return, that would be great. I don't know what to say, but I can't stop you now. The head of the Su family shook his head helplessly, because if she really had any ability at this time, I am afraid that the problem would have been solved by now. However, the actual person in charge of the Su family is his father. If there is really any problem, then I can't explain what these people want to do, and no one knows what to say now. But at this time, the inner hall of the Su family is where Mr. Su lives. There are many people present at this place. There are 3 or 4 people, all here. Standing, Mr. Su was unwilling to tell his son about such a problem. After all, he was just a puppet-like head of the Su family. What is the purpose of coming here? You are from the country. If you really have such ability, then you should invade Xiantian sect, and the talented guy in Xiantian sect is Sohan. If he can accept your idea, then you will also gain benefits, but it should be due to the failure of negotiations. The person who appeared in front of the old man of the Su family was a woman wearing a black scarf and a black gauze covering her face. This woman looked very good, but she was just good. Although this cannot be seen from the appearance, the body shape is very similar to that of a woman. Sukongayo, if I remember correctly. That's the name, right? What's the deal between you and my adoptive father? I'm asking you. Did you cause the plague in Vying City? In order to deal with Sohan, the power you used is quite strong, and you even caused the plague. This woman said very seriously, but her voice was lowered and sounded like a man's. At this time, the Su family was a little unhappy, but they had nothing to say. They would definitely be shocked if they heard this. They didn't expect this woman to see through his trick so easily, but what on earth was going on? Hongayo looked at it. He could probably tell who the woman in black gauze was in front of him. She was actually the 8th princess of the country. But here she is, being bullied by her old friends, and the current situation. If this woman has the strength, she will definitely find a way to take revenge. Then her old friend's life is in danger, so there is nothing she can do. Even if I did it, you can't find any evidence. What do you want to do? You are the princess of the Rain Kingdom. Anyway, you don't have any privileges in our empire. And you are also adopted by our countrymen. The woman in black veil hesitated for a moment, but he also understood that this matter might not have been done by him. It must have been done by his good friend in Vying City, his adoptive father. He was raped when he was young. It was thrown away in Vying City. Although it was said that it was thrown away by the Yuguo royal family during the war, the Yuguo royal family was always thinking about themselves. So, if you don't tell me honestly, then I will send a message to Sohan. I think he would be happy to take away all your old friend's things, and your old friend should be from a relatively wealthy family, because the head of Vying Kingdom doesn't know how she treats me, and she treats him quite badly. Generous. But as long as I tell the truth, then he will take away all the privileges of your old friend. The woman said very seriously, but at this time Mr. Su's expression was quite ugly. Apart from damn, he had nothing else to curse. After all, the current situation was really scary. What he wanted to do now was all his business. This woman had a dark heart. Chapter 468, Lurking. This guy's father was originally a good man and the most enlightened man. Who knew that this woman would dare to betray his father? Although he was just an adoptive father, it was not like this. Anyway, this man was very annoying. This woman is like this, and so is the head of the Su family. That woman in black gauze shook her head, because at this time he already knew what these people were thinking. That was simply a message was sent to Suhan that there was nothing he could do about this situation. After all, women had many concerns. Then there is no need for him to care. After all, his adoptive father was raised to be a rich man, and he is also a quite powerful force. Speaking of which, this guy is a bit awesome. Suhan received this letter soon, but the letter was made into a ball of light. He didn't hesitate and immediately moved a little towards the ball of light. Groups of light formed characters one by one. When these words appeared in front of Suhan's eyes, Suhan was still shocked. I am the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom. I am asking you to do one thing for me now, which is to destroy the strongest family named Cao in Vying City. As for you, I can tell you anything you need. There are countless underground palaces in Vying City. This is where they store elixirs and medicinal materials. Maybe you can find what you want or materials for training in the underground palace, or even if you need materials for refining weapons. You can also buy it from our Rain country. Our country of Rain has a vast territory, and as long as you help us destroy that family named Cao, that will be enough. Suhan reluctantly smiled. The current situation is quite funny. What on earth does this princess want to do? And the current situation is also quite funny. If possible, he does not have to worry about these at all. Some of the current problems are simply it's impossible to explain, and the current situation is quite funny to talk about. If the princess of the Rain Kingdom wants to deal with this family, how can it be so difficult? And the question now is, what is the relationship between this family and him, or are they his adoptive parents? This is really funny. Suhan has known what these people are thinking in the past few days, but now he is also very clear, and he also understands the forces in Vying City clearly. Speaking of which, the Cao family cannot be ignored, but so far I have not caught them, and I feel that if I want to deal with them, I can still do it. The head of the Cao family was born with a disability, and his name has already been forgotten. He was a lame, so others took advantage of him and gave him a nickname, but their real name was forgotten. However, it is said that our relationship has never been very good, and we are all like this to our son and daughter. No, this son. This man should be a quite shameless existence, but that's okay. This shameless existence can't help him anyway. After all, this is the result now. If they continue like this, they may also cause some trouble. You want me to beat the Mandarin ducks, Miss Cao? I don't know what to say. Anyway, your father is not like this, your adoptive father is like this. It's a bit unlucky to say the least, and probably no one can accept his temperament. Suhan shook his head. In fact, this kind of thing is really troublesome. It's just shameless for the Ying family to be more troublesome than the Ying family. However, people from the Cao family can only occupy the highest moral point. One thing in front of others and another behind the scenes, everyone is a standard two-faced person. But if such a thing is related to the plague, then I just don't care. You have to take care of it too. It sounds like this is quite excessive. This man is an old friend of the Su family. In fact, Suhan knows it. What if these two old men caused the plague? Host, you are in trouble now, but I can tell you clearly. I am certain that people from the Cao family must be involved in the plague, but the current situation is just that. It sounds a bit unlucky. The people of the Cao family are more difficult to deal with than the people of the Su family and the Ying family. Are you confident that you can solve these problems? Suhan shook his head. Although there are many clues to this case, there is no solution now. This is the only way so far. Anyway, if you find an opportunity to visit the family, you may get some unimaginable gains. This is quite funny, as I have only encountered this kind of situation once. The Cao family mansion is not far from his residence. Of course, the inn has been closed at this time. The only one who can stay in the inn is a bold person like himself, because his cultivation level has reached the level according to the rules of this world. Golden elixir period. These plagues are useful to others, but they are useless to oneself. Even the food infected by the plague can be easily eaten by oneself, but it only requires the power of some golden elixirs to drive away these plague viruses. However, this loss is a small loss to me, not even a loss. Chapter 469, A Strange Family. Living here, you can hear the sounds inside the Cao family mansion, but now, Suhan doesn't pay attention to these sounds at all, but now that it has reached such a level, he must pay attention to it. The Su family may not be able to deal with it on their own, but now they have to be more careful. Although there is some information to support the level of the Cao family, I won't think too much about it now. The current situation in the Cao family's mansion is very bad, because at this time, something is happening in his family, and these things are also very shocking. Because a guest came to their house. But this guest is a nightmare for the head wife of the Cao family. This woman was wearing a very strange outfit. Her yellow hair stood on end, and her hair was not a normal color at all, but dyed, just like a yellow hedgehog, but this woman's eyes also look a bit huge. His face is also very big and he is very fat. All in all, she looks like a very fat and ugly woman. Suhan smiled slightly. In such a situation, if Cao was a normal man, he would never find such a woman. Unless it's the wife of a wretched man, that's a pity. Even the information given to him by the 8th princess of Vying Kingdom did not say that this person was a normal person. Suhan actually knows what the current situation is. Although he could hear those sounds before, he never paid attention to them. He was quite helpless in this situation. If possible, he should be able to find a way to solve these problems. This woman is actually the mistress of the CAO family, but there is nothing to say about this situation. He is actually the only one in this family who engages in extramarital affairs. It is almost like Hong Xing is going to cheat on her, and she has already cheated on her, which is pretty cool to say the least. Unlucky. I'm afraid the people in their family were deeply affected by it. Sohan, are you there? It shouldn't be too much for me to contact you in this way right now. This woman is my enemy. And it was also the reason why I left the CAO family. My father is very fond of this woman. Even if he was older, it would be impossible for him to have something like that happen with that woman. Saying this in a pretentious manner makes everyone think that the two of them are the real couple of gods and immortals. The 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom actually did such a thing, and also used a special sound transmission method to contact herself. Speaking of which, this is quite unlucky. Yu Guaba's ability is actually quite powerful, but why is it like this? You are sure you want me to help you with this, but your conditions are not enough. If you want my help, this condition is not enough. After all, many people in Vying Kingdom have been infected with the plague. If they are not treated, they will die. You should know better than me. Sohan said seriously, but the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom needs Sohan's help at this time, but if she really wants to help him now, she probably won't be able to do it. The only thing he knows is the CAO family has the medicine to make this plague happen, but Sohan has to find a way to find it. But what can I do now? I have already reached the Golden Core stage, and I will reach the peak of the Golden Core stage before I know it. If I continue to let my cultivation level skyrocket, it is very likely that my foundation will be unstable. Then he can reluctantly enter the CAO family to hone his mind. After all, the CAO family is the kind of pervert-level people, and they can do anything for their own benefit. Anyway, he can do whatever he wants and think whatever he wants. Whatever he wants. I won't be able to advance to the level of cultivation for about 3 months, because I need to polish my cultivation level at the peak of the Golden Elixir stage before I can do it. You can plan what to do in these 3 months. Since you want to go to Vying City to investigate the situation, the largest force in Vying City is the CAO family, but the current situation is really difficult to understand. The current CAO family is really a character that cannot be messed with, not that I am afraid of him, but because such a character here is indeed a character that cannot be messed with. Speaking of this woman, it's quite embarrassing. There are many flower girls in Vying City, but the problem now is that such an ugly guy with low cultivation level can actually. Having said this, Sohan did not stop. However, he felt that Li was so good that he could not continue talking, because the room in the inn he rented was next door to the CAO family's mansion, which was the property of the CAO family. Although the money was not important to her, but for the sake of after completing the mission, he could only live in this place, and the things sold in the CAO family mansion were often more expensive than other places. Liang Rong, what do you think we should do after that guy leaves? I think the affair between you and me will really be discovered, otherwise I wouldn't be so worried. And for such a person, how can she not take revenge? I always thought he was just a fool and didn't have any power, but I never imagined that he was actually the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom. Chapter 470, Revenge of the 8th Princess. Chapter 471, The Pot Comes from the Sky. Of course Sohan can also be watched. After knowing this situation, he went to watch it, and as a result, he and the 8th princess pretended to be someone else and wrote about their experiences in this country. And the names are all using their real names. Of course, this situation attracted everyone's attention, and this woman also saw it. After he saw Sohan wearing that sapphire blue cloak, his blood immediately rushed to his brain. What does this mean? What does this guy Sohan want to do? Does he want to kill someone? This guy can do everything. It was all pushed to his head. What on earth do you mean? Bitch, stop right now. What on earth do you mean? Qi Liangrong's blood surged, and he knew what kind of opponent he had encountered. If possible, he really wanted to cut this person into pieces because this person had done something that insulted his reputation. Why are you a retarded guy? I didn't provoke you. Why can't anyone else wear this dress? It's really ridiculous. You keep calling people bitches, what do you mean? Sohan turned around. At this time, he looked like a man again, except that he was wearing the sapphire blue cloak. This kind of problem is really bad. If he likes to wear that cloak, that's fine. Anyway, no one will notice this cloak. But at this time, Qi Liangrong had forgotten everything. Anyway, people wearing such clothes, no matter what. Both men and women are the type she should strangle, that's what this woman thinks anyway. What are you doing as a man wearing this dress? Do you really want to cross-dress? It's ridiculous to say it. You are pretty awesome as a man pretending to be a woman, but that's okay. You are a dead person now, the woman said very seriously, but Sohan laughed at this time. Can't he understand what it means? It's funny to say it. Now this woman really wants to do something? Sohan stared at her with a pair of eyes. He looked at such a person, but he could not explain such an attitude, because such a person simply could not be described by common sense. Even if you want to take action, you can only think of other ways. Sohan tightened his grip on a very sharp sword in his hand. Although he still regarded him as a horseman, he had nothing to say so far. This defective sword was his weapon. This is a weapon he found in Sifang City, but this If he really got this weapon at that time, it would definitely make a big progress for the development of the Cao family, because the cold light emitted by this weapon really made the woman intoxicated, but Sohan can be 100% sure that this woman is moving towards them. On that side, the woman's eyes flashed with greed. Of course Sohan also saw it, but he couldn't say anything at this time. Just be greedy if this woman is greedy. After all, he can't cure it, but he wants his own life casually. Who did he learn this from? It's really annoying. So far, I haven't found anything wrong with him, but he looks like there is something wrong with him. It's quite speechless to say that there is really no way to explain what he wants to do with this attitude. And the current problem is also somewhat difficult. As long as he cannot solve it, then he will be in trouble. You don't say anything now, just wash your neck and wait for death. This is our territory. Why would we let ordinary people like this come here? It's quite funny. It was a mistake for you to come to Vying City. If you had stayed in Xiantian sect, your good life would probably have continued. The woman said very seriously, but at this time Sohan seemed to understand a little bit. This person is really powerful, and now she seems to be ignoring everyone. And the problem now is that this person also did some very unfortunate things. After Sohan looked at this woman's information, he was a little angry, because this woman only had a little ordinary relationship with the adoptive father of the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom at the beginning. They were still ordinary friends, but I don't know what happened. The 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom seemed quite stupid, but she started teasing her daughter, thinking that everything he does is stupid, that everything he does is wrong, and that everything he does is just a fool. He also vented all kinds of anger on this girl. After all, this kind of thing. This guy named Cao won't care. This is what his beloved woman says no matter what he says. The question now is, how should a person like him consider dying in front of others? Now that something like this has happened, don't you know how to repent? Speaking of this, it's pretty funny too. It's okay for you to be tyrannical here. If I blame you for the plague, what will happen to you? I believe those people from the sect will not let you go. Chapter 472, Boss's Reaction. He shook his head hard. In fact, Sohan didn't know what to say to such a woman. After all, his current identity was no longer a casual cultivator as usual. Although he was indeed not welcomed by others in the Su family, this was not the case. It doesn't mean he doesn't have the strength. But after hearing this, the woman became angry. He doesn't care what happened. Right away, he ran back to the Cao family mansion. Because this kind of thing is really bad, and this kind of problem is also quite annoying. If he hadn't just come here, then he would definitely find a way to kill this person. Speaking of which, this is quite powerful. Why is such a guy still qualified to survive here? It's hard to say anything now. What do these people think of him? Their attitudes are all like this, and if that's the case, there's no need to be polite. What they want to do is their own problem. Sohan shook his head, but this guy has experience in creating plagues, which is quite excessive to say the least. He must find a way to sneak into this family no matter what, and take a good look at what the result will be. This is also quite unlucky. When I encounter such a problem, I still can't find anyone to help me. It's a bit helpless to say the least. But before that, Sohan sent a message to the head of the Xiantian sect. After sending such a message, the head of the Xiantian sect immediately shook his head speechlessly, and was also very surprised, because such a thing was really shocking. If there is really a problem now, then I will never be polite. Sohan's safety is very important to everyone now. What should I say to you now? If you can't come back wholeheartedly, then I will definitely be rude to you. You are the royal alchemist of Xiantian sect. If they kill you in such a crazy way, what should we do? Where can I find an alchemist? Speaking of which, people like you are really going too far. That's it, think about it carefully. What are you doing? Do you want to be recognized by the people of Vying City? You don't have to do this anymore. We have not belittled you. If it is because of the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom, then the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom must have something to say that I don't know what to say. Other elders also sent the same message at the same time. Anyway, these people didn't think much about it. Sohan would never be abandoned. Regarding this situation, they said in truth, what could the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom do so badly to let Sohan solve such a thing? He was basically pushing Sohan out of hell. It's a bit scary, but it's okay, Sohan should be able to deal with these problems on his own anyway, but that's it. It's really a bit ridiculous for such a young man to be exposed to those tricks, but he is just a teenager, and if he is exposed to the tricks of those old guys, he may be led astray. Don't take action anymore, but I have something to tell you. If there is really a problem, you should withdraw immediately. Xiantian sect is your last harbor. You can do whatever you want. As long as you have enough elixirs, you can, even if you do some unspeakable things in Xiantian sect, we will not stop you. After thinking for a while, the leader of Xiantian sect finally replied with such a message. Sohan burst out laughing. How could he be so dirty? And so far, it was a bit excessive to say the least. He was simply a normal person, so why should he go against other people? Sect Master, it's really hard for me to interfere in such a matter, because I have already figured out that the plague was caused by that family, but I have no evidence now. If I can get evidence, that would be great, but their family he is a particularly difficult person to deal with, at least I don't have the ability to do so now. Sohan then told the matter in detail, including the conditions set by the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom for him, and even some rewards or other things. He had already told the Xiantian sect master in detail, but the leader of Xiantian sect did not answer such a question. At this time, the head of the Xiantian sect sat helplessly on his Eastgate throne. In fact, his friends were like this. None of them could help Sohan. Even if they could, after all, who would get involved in such a thing? It would be unlucky for anyone to fall in love with him, but this time Sohan encountered him, and it was not something he wanted to do. The last time the Yang family was destroyed, he only received these pills in exchange. Of course, Sohan did the same, and the ammunition he gave was of good quality. Although it only looked like a small bag on the outside, it was enough for the entire sect to plan. The time allocated is 1 year. In this case, at least thousands of strong men in the foundation building stage can be added to the middle sect. Although the strong men in the golden elixir stage can only be added to more than 10, this is extra. With such a powerful elixir reserve, the sect Hejo can't develop and grow. If there is really a way to do it now, then I will do it. Anyway, these people have not considered anything else. If possible, I want to enter Vying City and kill this group of bastards. What do they want? I know exactly what you are doing, and speaking of it, this is also a way to punish people. Chapter 473, The Cao Family's Counterattack Plan. The words of the Xiantian sect leader finally aroused Sohan's anger. Although he said he didn't know what was going on, after all, the situation was getting worse and worse. If he could not solve the source of the plague, then he should. What should I do? I know how to solve these plagues, but the problem now is that the people in this family are really good, but there is another thing I should do. What can I say about the uncontaminated medicinal materials of literature and art? We should also buy them off and make the entire city useless before we can consider it. Since the cultivation of the people in this city cannot be swallowed up, then there is no need for him to care too much. Whether the people in this city are dead or alive has nothing to do with him. After all, the current things are really difficult to understand. Cao, please don't force me. If you want to force me to do such a thing, think about the consequences yourself. After saying this, Sohan watched the woman leave. Because Sohan's cultivation level was much higher than that of that woman, no one noticed his actions. This woman gritted her teeth tightly, and so far, she couldn't find a way to deal with Sohan. The top priority now is to get rid of these people, otherwise there will be no foothold for their family. In fact, this woman knew. Although this woman is now a member of the Cao family, he has never put his thoughts on the Cao family. Let the Cao family solve all problems alone. All problems can be solved anyway, but the Cao family is also stupid. Now that such a situation has occurred, I didn't expect that these people didn't care at all, and no one has come to refute the rumors. Liang Rong, you said someone bullied you. This can't be true. If someone really does this, I will definitely be rude to him. Could it be that the case of that woman has happened again? I really didn't expect that woman. He's so powerful. Of course we won't be afraid of him if we really get into a fight. An older man was sitting in the main hall of the Cao family mansion. After the woman made a Wanfu salute, she immediately sat next to him. There are many servants here. Of course, if there weren't any, he would sit directly on this man's lap. The old man's legs seem to be shorter, but his legs are still intact. This is also known to many people. At least there are people in Vying City who know it, and there are quite a few. Now I am thinking about other issues. But that guy Sohan is here, then I have to kill him according to the order of my old friend. But he comes to provoke me again. This is a bit too much. That guy Sohan was originally mistaken for a loser by people in his family. Then forget it. But who knew this guy is still pretty awesome? In fact, Sohan didn't know at this time. He has already fallen into a trap since he entered Vying City, but the question now is what to do. Solve the plague problem. If it cannot be solved, then I will only be able to passively stay in this place for a while. Liang Rong, don't be impatient. If he bullies you, then I will find a way to deal with him. Don't think that I am such a weakling. He can do whatever he likes. This is not his territory yet. In fact, this old man also had a lot of anger in his heart. This man had defiled his lover when he first arrived. Of course, this is not a real defilement. It was done deliberately by his woman. Anyway, if you say it, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. There was a faint smile on the corner of Qi Lianggrong's mouth. At this time, if he really showed his flaws, then this man would never help him, and he had already framed the 8th princess of Vying Kingdom many times. If you can't frame such a little brat, then you don't have to hang around here anymore. I said, brother Cao, it would be better if you were more careful. That guy is difficult to deal with. To be honest, I have never seen such a powerful person. He can kill me casually. Her aura is too stronger. If I attack him rashly now, what should I do? I won't be able to come back to see you alive. Outside the Cao family's mansion, Sohan was curled up on the roof like an orange cat. There was nothing he could do. At this time, he could clearly hear the two people discussing, but at this time, his anger couldn't help but burst out. This woman was too greedy and too shameless. Fortunately, I was more cautious and followed him. Otherwise, I would have jumped into the Yellow River and wouldn't be able to clean myself. What does this person mean? Does he really want me to die in the hands of his lover? Speaking of which, this guy's cultivation level is not very good, and I also have ways to deal with them. At this time, Sohan also understood why the 8th princess of Vying Kingdom lost so miserably. In fact, it was a matter of a man's face. Even if it was his own daughter, as long as he heard about such a thing, men would usually suspect. However, it would be great if someone could be innocent. The key is whether a man is willing to stand on the other side of his relatives and friends and speak for his relatives and friends. Brother CAO, I think there are always some flaws in our plan, and I think it should be modified. If I were you, I would choose an opportunity to contact Sohan directly, and then find an opportunity to frame the plague on his head. Even if there are people from the Xiantian sect protecting him, it won't be a big deal. Effect. Because the result is really bad. In order to let her beloved take action, this woman actually risked her life. Chapter 474, Judging People by Their Appearance. But to be honest, it's really not easy to do something to the person you like these days. Seeing that her idea had worked, the woman hesitated for a moment and immediately began to prepare other things. In fact, Qi Liangrong doesn't want to take action against a guy like Sohan, because if he does so, it will be easy for others to take advantage of him. If his beloved really knows that he deliberately framed him, then this man will definitely treat him. It's a bit ridiculous to use extraordinary means, but this Sohan is not this man's daughter. If an accident really happens, then he may bear all the blame. Anyone who is not a fool would not want to bear this kind of blame. However, at this time, Sohan was actually thinking about sending a message to others, and such a letter was really a bit funny. He actually asked to meet the 8th princess. I don't know what he was thinking, although that, the 8th princess was right. I had my doubts about this, but I made an appointment to meet him anyway. Why are you looking for me? The mission is stuck. I really want to tell you. If you can't complete the mission, I won't blame you, because what should I say now? My adoptive father is a very difficult person to deal with. If possible, I don't want to provoke my adoptive father, but now he is really threatening me because of that woman. Sohan shook his head. What was this girl thinking? And with the current situation, has the task failed? If he really failed, then there would be no need to hang around here, but now he really wants to know about the 8th princess. In the past, he wanted to understand what kind of person would be framed like this by his parents and his parents' mistress. Can you show me what you looked like before? I think they thought you were ugly and stupid, so they framed you like this, and they let other people besides the family frame you, so of course they don't have to take the blame, and all the responsibilities can be put on outsiders. After the woman was silent for a moment on the other side, she immediately nodded and drew a picture of her original appearance. Sohan was shocked. This girl was so ugly. She looked like a village girl. It's just that he is definitely not like this now, otherwise he would not be able to enter the girl's previous appearance. She was very dark and had dirt that could not be washed off. Of course, this was a problem with his constitution. After receiving treatment in Yu-Gi-Oh! And soon returned to normal, but those people in front of them would not be frightened enough when they saw this. He will definitely be called a fool. I understand all these things of yours. Anyway, I have to find out the source of the plague here and solve some of your problems. Anyway, it is better to have more than less. One thing is done, two things are done, it doesn't matter anyway. Sohan shook his head hard and tried his best to get rid of the girl's previous appearance in his mind. Speaking of it, it was really ugly. He didn't want to hurt others, but there was no way. This person was really ugly. And he's extremely ugly. That woman named Qi Liangrong must know that this girl is very ugly, because this guy looks like a black-faced god, so she naturally thinks that he is a fool. In fact, this guy has a special physique. No, this is what it looks like when impurities are discharged, and more impurities accumulate in the body. No wonder, this woman's adoptive father would try to put all the problems on that woman. After all, such an ugly daughter would be abandoned if she were his own, let alone adopted. Such a woman, if not insulted, would think it was the man's failure. Anyway, she tried every means to blame him as long as she could. No one would really care about him. After all, he was too ugly. Okay, although it's a bit hurtful to say this, it's the truth and no one can stop it. Even Sohan gasped when he saw this girl's face. She was so ugly. However, her face was only uglier. In fact, she only needed to remove the flaws on her face. She is still a very beautiful girl. When she met him, he once saw the true face of this woman through the black veil. She was actually very beautiful. It's really difficult not to judge people by their appearance. Ordinary people can't do it, let alone those like them. After a short period of contact, Sohan has discovered that that woman is a typical gossip. She doesn't care about the truth, friendship, or anything else. Even if they are different genders, as long as he and these objects have similarities, she will immediately tell the truth. I'm not afraid of offending anyone. Also, this girl's adoptive father is the local emperor here. No matter what, he can be maintained. Chapter 475, Is there no solution to the plague? Chapter 476, Showdown. But at this time, the system was a little helpless. In fact, he knew what was going on. There was a way to solve the plague, but she never told Shuhan. He just wanted Sohan to see what was going on here. Anyway, let's consider whether to give it to him. Why is the host so worried? But the problem now is really bad. I don't know what to say. If the host needs information about these plagues, I will naturally give it to you. It's just a host, think about it carefully. If you can deal with these people, that would be great. In fact, these plagues are spread through the dead, but no one says anything about it now. After all, these problems nowadays are really painful. If anyone raises objections to this, they will definitely be attacked by a group of people. If such a plague happened to me, what would I do? Or if I was one of the victims, what would I do? Could I just watch these people die like this? Sohan was somewhat helpless. After all, after something like this happened, he became a super hot potato. No matter how hard he tried, it would have no effect. After all, he didn't have such ability now. Even if he could kill the plague, resolving it has no effect. If I really want to take action now, there are only two things to do. The first is to find the source of the plague. So far, I have indeed found the person who put the plague. But the current situation is like this. What will happen to the character? And the woman will definitely know what it was like when the plague broke out, but how can she get there now? The CAO family mansion is heavily guarded, and so far, the woman has not behaved excessively. If that woman took action, it would not be too late to do it himself. Anyway, that woman always said this to his elder brother CAO, saying how he was being bullied. I guess that lame man would soon know that he had done it himself. Just when Sohan was thinking for a moment, another sound came from behind the wall of his bedroom. Of course, it was the sound from the front of the CAO family mansion. I don't know why it spread so fast and far, and it was still clear. I said, Liang Rong, can't you close the door? You're afraid of being heard by others. And now I know that Xiantian sect sent people to monitor us, but now I'm not sure who is monitoring me. If it's true, it's the one you're talking about. Sohan, in this case we really can't tell him this kind of thing, and you can almost hear us near you. Sound. The man hesitated for a moment, then immediately. Speaking of it, but now this woman won't believe anything he says. After all, the current situation is really hard to imagine, and he doesn't know what it is. Brother CAO, don't worry. There is no living person in this place. Even Sohan is just a person who is about to die. Vying City is your world. Even if the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom comes, what will happen here? Isn't it just that you scolded him like a grey grandson? Sohan's mouth twitched. These two people are really good, but it doesn't matter. Since they are so arrogant, then he has a solution. After all, the system has given him a lot of help, even if this guy is Shendina, and anyway, it's very bad for me. If I can't deal with such a person, then it's okay. So listened carefully and found out that this woman really spoke freely and told this man some things, and these things were also quite bad. Starting from what the man had done, to the previous one, what happened to the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom. Whatever you like, you can damage it if you can, and fix it if you can, as long as the benefits are not great. I said, why do people like you always tell me about other people's affairs? Now those people have come to my place, and they may come to settle accounts with me. Aren't you worried at all? CAO Zhongwen was also very unhappy when he saw this situation. Why would this woman always find trouble for him? Think about the fact that in the past, he was both beautiful and lovable, and he would not bring himself a lot of trouble. But why is this guy like this? Now that it has reached this level, what else does he want? Does he still want to control himself like before? You have had enough now. I can't help you anymore. You know, I am also a plague. I have used it, and all the resources of Vying City have been plundered by me. I don't know what else you can do. I don't know whether you like me or hate me. As for me, I really want to ask you something now. If you still care about me, then just say it. CAO Zhongwen's attitude towards this woman was actually very clear, but he still refused to admit his mistake or admit what he had done. Now if he admitted it, it would mean that he would lose all face. Chapter 477, Entering the main residence of the CAO family. After hearing this, Sohan couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect that these people were like this, and now their conspiracy had succeeded. If he said that he didn't have the ability to kill these people now, then he was not Xian. There are people sent by Tianzong. What qualifications does a guy who is not even at the golden core stage have to compete with him? Although that man's cultivation level is relatively high, he is still slightly worse than himself. What qualifications does such a character have to mess with him? And even now he is, if his servants come together, they may not be his opponents. Sohan didn't hesitate, and immediately kicked the wall away. Of course, these walls only blocked part of the sound. In fact, it was still a bit far away from the CAO family's mansion, a few hundred meters, but their voices can travel hundreds of meters, which is quite powerful. But the distance of a few hundred meters was nothing to Sohan. He rushed directly to the CAO family mansion. Of course, he would encounter some things here, but he didn't care at all. Ding, clang, clatter, countless broken sounds, floating in the air. Sohan didn't care at this time, because what he cared about was whether he could go to the CAO family mansion and kill this couple. What the dog man and woman did is really a bit outrageous. Not only are they angry, but this couple of bitches don't care about anything. Just spread the news to the city. Do you really think that there is no one in the city? And in the current situation, what else can he do to an empty city? What kind of face does it have? Since such a person cannot be sanctioned, then he is not polite. Got it. What sound? Finally, CAO Zhongwen realized something was wrong. Apart from them, there were almost no living people in Vying City. But the current situation is that someone actually broke the door of their inn, and, no, they broke the wall. Although at first it felt like the door had been smashed, the movement was almost the same. Is there anyone from the Xiantian sect? We are in dire straits now. Qi Liangrong screamed heartbreakingly, as if she had lost her virginity. Of course, after the Xiantian sect comes, they will definitely investigate the things between them. If they find out anything by then, they will definitely not be able to accept it. Yes, talking about what kind of person he is, he said. Master CAO, what's going on with your people? I was originally a hot-blooded man, but what do you mean by that? You actually dare to frame your wife and give it to me. It's really funny. I'm just wearing a blue cape, and you don't even recognize me, and you still tease me desperately. Sohan said as he ran. His voice was quite loud, but there was almost no one in Vyang City, and it was estimated that no one could hear him. After all, this place was completely deserted now, and it would be useless to do anything he wanted. After only a dozen breaths, someone discovered that Sohan was already standing at the door of the CAO family mansion. Of course, these 10 breaths were already relatively slow for Sohan, but now he didn't care at all, because no matter what he wanted to do at this time, it would have no effect. The CAO family is originally the local overlord of Vyang City. If you offend him for this reason, then if nothing happens, you will be seeking death. However, your cultivation level is much higher than that of the CAO family. If you say that you are seeking death, then there is no need for me to say more. Why are you here looking for death? You almost tainted my innocence. What on earth do you want to do? Do you still want to cause trouble for my husband? A very clear female voice floated in the air. Although he had been taking on this task for a long time, Sohan knew that this woman was very irritable and easily irritated. Moreover, under the current situation, he had only one way to do it. That is, record all this information. In this case, no matter how he quibbles in the future, it will have no effect. Who is your husband? Do you mean that lame man named CAO? Do you think you will like such a lame man? You just fell in love with his money. Now you are his mistress, but you the innocent souls of Vyang City came here on the basis of so many innocent souls. Are they all your work? Sohan has really never been afraid of anyone in a verbal spat, but at this time, what can he say? After all, the current situation is really painful. If there is a real problem now, then he will never be polite. After hearing this, Qi Lianggrong's face turned red and she even reached out to hit Sohan. But after thinking about it, he knew that this person was the envoy sent by Xiantian sect, but there was nothing to say now. He was one of the local tyrants here. So what if Xiantian sect wanted to take action? He doesn't have such high strength to deal with himself, so it's better to hurt him properly. Chapter 478, Head-to-Head Confrontation. Of course, it is nothing to him at all, but these people are very powerful now. If he accidentally offends them, it will probably be very unlucky. When they saw Sohan, several people were actually very unhappy because their rights had already been taken advantage of. Cao Zongwen looked very ugly because he had long been accustomed to teasing others, and the current situation was that the more he teased others, the happier he became. Moreover, talking about this situation is a bit depressing. He knows what happened and his wife did such a thing, so what? After all, this is the local bully here. If there is anything, he can solve it himself. In the past, Cao Zongwen liked teasing the 8th princess of Yu-Gi-Oh very much, because at that time, the 8th princess of Yu-Gi-Oh was still his daughter, so she could tease him as her father in any way she wanted, and he also let his first wife tease her together. Of course, this woman has no thoughts or ideas at all, and even if she does, she cannot show them. And the other people trembled and surrendered under his roar. In fact, this man has been through a lot. He already likes this feeling. Of course, no one is really afraid of him, especially the grooming. Of course, if he is an ordinary person, he will not be afraid, but sometimes he will be startled on the spot. Sohan, what qualifications do you have to talk dirty in front of me? Let me tell you, if you dare to say anything again, then get out of here immediately. This is the Cao family mansion, not your Xiantian sect. Who are you? It means we are living well in Vyang City. What exactly do you want to do about the plague? We manage it ourselves and it's none of your business. What qualifications do you have to come and cause trouble here? Finally, Cao Zongwen also spoke. Although he regretted provoking the Xiantian sect people, he naturally couldn't show any fear in front of his woman. At most, he could only complain a few words. But there is nothing to say now. But when Sohan saw this person, he only felt a little interesting. This person is really funny. Why does this happen? Doesn't this person know anything? What on earth is this person thinking? Countless questions fill Sohan's mind, but Sohan doesn't want to say anything at this time. What's the matter? After all, this plague must be solved. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain a foothold in Xiantian sect. Master Cao, since you admit that you spread the plague yourself, then please tell me why you did this. If it is to deal with your adopted daughter, you probably don't mean that, because after you gave birth, even though your legs are mutilated, you are fully capable of going to the rain country to find him, and the rain will also fall, walk to meet him. Sohan was telling the truth, because he knew it at this time. The people of Yu-Gi-Oh are very grateful to the person who raised the princess of Yu-Gi-Oh. However, if this man reveals his thoughts, he might also say, he will be coaxed away by the people of Yu-Gi-Oh, because this man is quite greedy. Judging from the money Princess Yu gave him, this guy is always greedy. The task given to him by Xiantian sect is a scam, but under the current situation, he has a lot of fighting spirit, because after completing this task, the system may also reward him, so that he can also get something. These things are also very important to me. If you can get them, it is absolutely good. If you can't get them, you can't complain about anything. Because now I have the ability but can't do it, which is quite unfortunate. Host, in fact, this kind of thing can also be regarded as a task. Of course, you can also get rewards. If you can kill this person, then the system will also reward a weapon refining resource and an opportunity to refine the weapon information tank. In other words, here you will become a senior weapon refiner and have several resources to refine weapons. You have already become an alchemist before, and it will be a good thing if you become a weapon refiner again. The system said seriously, but Suhan also nodded. If such people were not eliminated, he would probably feel uneasy. What you want to do now is your own business. Thinking about it makes me a little depressed. If I could, I wouldn't let these people succeed. After hesitating for a moment, the woman began to speak again, but what he said was too outrageous. Suhan, I'll give you some of the top names in our vying city. How about letting them stay with you for one night? Can you please stop bothering our CAO family? I shouldn't compete with you now, but you shouldn't interfere with our affairs. If you can accept those top girls, then even if we reconcile. Qi Liangrong knew that he was no match for Suhan in terms of cultivation, so he simply came up with another way to deal with Suhan. However, there was nothing to consider at this time. Suhan immediately shook his head, because there was nothing he could agree to at this time. Conditions of Chapter 479, Failure. And what kind of idea does such a woman have? In fact, Suhan can guess a little bit, because he still has some understanding of such a character, especially that. After the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom also gave him enough help, I understand these people even better. These people are inherently greedy, let alone that guy who I already looked down upon. But after all, CAO has his own bottom line. The plague was probably not caused by a person named CAO. If a person wants to use plague to deal with some people, then he must have enough skills. Suhan was even more curious about the ingredients of the plague. A large number of dead people would be required for the outbreak of this plague medicine. After infection, people would die soon and become a new source of infection. But that's okay, I can understand it anyway. If a person infected with the plague is cured, he will definitely be able to tell or write who did it. Of course, if you die, you can be completely silenced. But as far as I know, there should be many medicines that can kill people, and there should be many medicines similar to the plague, but none of them are like this. They didn't spread the plague until after the corpse giant view. Because in my own mind, the medicine that can form a plague has no effect even if it is refined at high temperatures, which means it is burned into ashes. It is possible for them to spread the plague. However, when people see corpses with plague, they usually burn them, because the higher level monster flames can burn out the vitality of the plague. But there is not even a single living person in Vying City. Of course, except for a few of them, this family has no servants. There were only a few maids, and of course these maids also took those drugs. Will not be affected by the plague. But there is nothing to say at this time. If there is really a problem now, I should think of a way to deal with these people properly. After all, the relationship between these two people was not normal to begin with, and the problem is getting more and more serious now. It's going to be difficult now. If those maids take these medicines, it means that there is an antidote to the plague. I have to be careful. It would be great if I could get the antidote to the plague. It will be possible to avoid some problems by then, but as it stands now, it seems to be more difficult. Suhan would pass on some information to Xintian sect and Duke Yu every once in a while. Of course, the two of them accepted this situation happily. Although the 8th princess still did not resemble her identity, she could already guess it. Clicked. At this time, Suhan also understood the general reason why he was sent to Vying City. It was because a great plague suddenly broke out in Vying City. Almost everyone in the city died, leaving only the CAO family alive. But these people all want to know whether it was the CAO family who did it. The 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom soon sent a long letter, but the content of the long letter surprised Suhan. Because of such a role, he almost knows where the plague virus came from. If this is the case, then why does he still find a way to sneak into Vying City to avenge him? Suhan, I have lived here for a long time, I should have some understanding of the situation here. My adoptive father and my so-called aunt are really powerful. That literary virus was brought by my aunt. His family is a very powerful force in the country, and he controls everything about the country. The elixir, unless you can help me and grab all their elixirs, the Xiantian sect is also distributed in the Rain country. In this case I might be able to help you. Let the Xiantian sect's distribution in Yu country become completely stronger. This is really a bit unlucky. This guy has mastered all the elixirs in the country. No wonder these people are like this. Moreover, if he masters the elixirs, it is possible to prepare medicines that can cause plagues. Speaking of which, this guy is quite awesome, but now I think about it, no matter how awesome this guy is, I can still destroy them all by myself. If this thing is really something created by the elixir, then I have a way to deal with such a thing, but if not, it will be more painful. What elixir can do it? When it reaches such an extent, the most serious thing about this plague is that the whole family and the whole city are wiped out. There is simply nothing to prove, otherwise it wouldn't be so difficult. Suhan was a little speechless. Did he come here to do a mission or what? Is this a headless case? Moreover, the current situation is a bit scary when he thinks about it. Speaking of such things, it is quite bad, but now that he is in such trouble, he is still a little speechless. With his ability, he has already thought of a way to explain all these things clearly, but he doesn't know what happened this time. Suhan failed, and the reason for Suhan's failure was actually so stupid. Chapter 480, A Tasty Mansion. Chapter 481, Plague outbreak. It would be strange for a plague not to occur in such a place, but what can I say now? After all, I have such ability, but it is hard to say anything about this kind of thing. It's just that what happened between this family, and I don't know about such things yet. It's a bit depressing to say, so of course I have to check it out carefully if possible. But this place is really too dirty. If possible, I don't have to think about other issues at all. It is a pity that there are still living people here, and there are quite a few of them. If this person really has anything, he will destroy it directly. If you have great skills, then you won't be like this now. Do you know what's going on? You have lived in the CAO family for so many years. You should know this person's temper very well. I don't know exactly why. Anyway, I think this family is very dirty. And it's already extremely dirty. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't get used to it. The 8th princess of Vying Kingdom pondered for a moment before replying to the message immediately. He was also quite helpless about such a situation. Although he said that he had asked for help, he was still speechless about such a situation. He did not expect that his family would actually to such an extent. Although I have lived for a long time, I still have a little bit of emotion. That guy has very bad living habits. As for you, if you really can't stand it, you can leave here. After all, this kind of thing is very simple for me. As long as I can think about the consequences, now I don't know what to say. If you want to enter this family, your purpose must be to steal the raw materials of the plague. Sohan shook his head. Of course he knew what was going on, but he really couldn't accept that kind of environment. What kind of territory was this? And now he couldn't do anything he wanted to do. It seemed that I have planned all this, but there is nothing I can do now. There is simply no way to do what you want now. In fact, Sohan could already see what was going on in the house. He soon saw a bottle of royal blue liquid in the woman's boudoir. This sapphire blue liquid was very fresh to Sohan, and it exuded a strange smell. Although he didn't know what it was, Sohan decided to take it back and study it carefully. But for some reason, Qi Liangrong is not here, and there is no one else in this house. In addition to Cao Zhongwen, of course, Sohan was confident that he could hide the sapphire blue liquid from Cao Zhongwen and take away the bottle of sapphire blue liquid from the house, but he believed that the sapphire blue liquid was not Rouge. A bottle of sapphire blue liquid that has been there for who knows how long, a mouse's old house, and a group of servants who know nothing. This seems to have become a real mystery, but this mystery will be solved. Sohan was also thinking about other things at this time. If this was solved, it would be a great good thing. That's what these people are like. Anyway, there is nothing to say now. What these guys want to do is their right, but for themselves, it is a matter of their own. If something really goes wrong, you will be the first to be unlucky. He immediately entered the room and took out the medicines. But when he took the medicines into his hands, Sohan felt his palms burning and didn't know what was going on. This thing seems to be a high-end product, but I don't know how to use it now. Qi Liangrong's boudoir is a huge room. The reason why it is called a boudoir is because Cao Zhongwen has no ability to make Qi Liangrong a real woman. But I don't know what happened. Qi Liangrong never wanted to leave this place. There are many glass bottles in this boudoir, and these bottles contain some colorful medicinal liquids. Sohan knew it was medicine just by looking at it. However, these drugs were not very familiar to Sohan. It seemed that they would only be recognized by the system in the future. It would be great if there were medicines to ward off those plagues. But at this time something happened again in Xiantian sect. However, Sohan didn't find anything strange, and there was no news from Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect has a village here. It is generally built by the Xiantian sect itself to support the lives of its members. This village has a lot of resources that the Xiantian sect needs, but now almost all of the resources here are gone. Some people died here and there, and immediately after death, they slowly turned green. When it turns completely green, green corpse fluid has already formed. No, this kind of thing has already happened. I don't know what happened, but now I have nothing to say. Now there is no evidence to prove whether it was done by humans, but what should I say now? This plague has already occurred in this place. Isn't it a bit excessive? After the elders of Xiantian sect learned the news, they were all shocked. They did not expect that the plague that was only raging in Vying City would actually come here. It's really scary. Vying City is very far away from Xiantian sect, very far away. Chapter 482, Disaster Comes. However, at this time, Sohan immediately began to study the things that came out of the Cao family mansion. Although being a thief is indeed shameless, Sohan didn't care at this time. He didn't know what it meant, but it was still a challenge for him. It's a bit funny to say it, because such a character is not very easy to control at all. Now he has to think of a way to analyze all these components, otherwise it will be difficult for him to know what kind of thoughts these people have now, and so far he doesn't know if this thing has expanded to other places. Pull it down, host. In fact, that bottle of blue stuff is the real source of the plague this time. In fact, this thing is for raising voodoo insects. The prototype of this voodoo bug is a leech. It's a pity that you didn't find it in the Cao family mansion. The original form of bronze, otherwise I will definitely find a way to eliminate or cultivate this goo insect. After a day of investigation, Sohan was very surprised to find that the goo insect inside was really strange. It was originally a leech, and it was a mutated leech. It was first fed with that blue liquid, and then give people that blue liquid. Then, let the leech that has taken the blue liquid medicine absorb the corpse liquid after the death of these humans, and then transform into a real leech demon and use it to harm humans. If they can become stronger, these leech demons are quite powerful. Forget it, in the current situation, I have to take action, otherwise I don't know what to do. What if I am also caught in the trick? It doesn't matter to others. What if I am also caught in the trick? It is absolutely impossible for me to handle it like this. This thing is not incurable. Sohan shook his head hard. He knew that this thing was a leech, so it would be easy to get rid of it. When the sect was prepared, too many people would not be injured. However, at this time, the head of the Xiantian sect sent a message. Urgent news. Sohan has a jade pendant in his hand, which can receive some news from the sect. I said, you guy, I've been sending you messages for so long, why didn't you find out? Did you really have a good time in Vying City? Why didn't there be any plague in Yangcheng that we didn't expect? The fake news is that these guys infected with the plague have come to our sect. What does this mean? You don't know anything. The black news about Xiantian sect's leader also hides his anger. After all, such a situation has already happened, and it happened quite miserably. If he does not consider pursuing the law, then he is not qualified to be in Xiantian sect. Stayed here. Susie Rain, such as. If I said that I found out about such a thing, would you believe it? It would be very funny to say it. It's just that I didn't expect that the person who really studied the plague was actually a woman. Therefore, your Chinese must be careful about the appearance of women with improper behavior, because they are very likely to come here with the source of the plague. Sohan thought about it and immediately wrote a message in handwriting to the head of Xiantian sect. The news of this kind of surgery must be conveyed by the homing pigeon specially made by Xiantian sect. Of course, this character is also very important. Sohan has 5 in his hand, but this kind of mechanism pigeon is easy to store, so he didn't care and took it with him casually. By my side. After Sohan finished delivering the information, he continued to study these things. Although the woman was not killed, she could take action now because she already knew the secret. If she didn't take action, she would be sorry for herself. Half a day later, the leader of Xiantian sect said something again, but this sentence surprised Sohan. I will find out which one of the sect is the traitor, but you have to prepare some antidote pills for me. I think ordinary detoxification pills should be able to solve the problem. Although it cannot cure the problem, it can alleviate it. In fact, among the pills you specially left for us, there were a few detoxifying pills, and 10 people were infected, but if all 10 people took them, it can guarantee that the plague will not break out within 7 days. Sohan had already stated everything in that souvenir, but at this time, the head of the Xiantian sect was somewhat helpless, because this kind of thing was really unlucky, and if possible, he would not have any problems. But it's quite funny for people like Xiantian sect to say that since they have discovered that something like this happened, why don't they call for help quickly? Moreover, the current problem is not that simple, and it is worth considering what to do. It's funny to say that a dignified sect can't deal with such a plague. Although the royal family of the Rain Kingdom may not be able to penetrate it, this situation is still relatively bad. These situations now sound quite depressing. If possible, I can find ways to solve all problems by myself. Well, now I am going to a place to purchase a large amount of medicinal materials. I want to refine some antidotes to deal with this plague. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. How rampant these people can be, I don't know either. Chapter 483, Return to the Sect. Damn it, the plan failed. I don't know what I should say, but what can I do at this time? I can only do what I want. It's really terrible. Why do these people from Xiantian sect? If this is the case, the Xiantian sect people have gone too far. Qi Liangrong stood helplessly at the door of an inn and wanted to rest for a while, but he didn't have much ability. People in this sect would not have any contact with him now, even if she was beautiful, so what? But now it sounds a bit unlucky. Why did he meet this bastard Sohan? Sohan is also a good guy, and he immediately figured out the secrets of his plague. Speaking of which, it's a bit unlucky to meet such a guy. So what should we do? It's impossible to just let it go. What should I say? Now I have to think about what to do. I don't know what I should do now to solve these problems. Without that cripple's help, I would be really unlucky. And that eggplant doesn't look like much, but his true strength is beyond my imagination. It's too scary. He really didn't know what to do. Now that Guy Shuhan was no longer very strong, and he didn't have that much ability. What to do with him? Speaking of which, if I really fought with him now, I would definitely lose miserably. What is the origin of that guy Sohan? I have never seen him before. But what can I do at this time? Anyway, I don't know those things about him. If I had noticed him when I came to Vyang City, everything would have been easier. Speaking of which, this is a bit bad. I don't know anything about him. I do not know. However, on the other side, that lame man didn't know where he was going. Sohan also had some understanding of this situation. In fact, if such a person didn't take the opportunity to escape, he wouldn't believe it. It's a bit funny. What happened? But what can I do? The lame man has already run away, and he runs faster than anything else. If he can't find him now, then he will be in bad luck. Speaking of which, I have seen this situation before, and I have seen it a lot. What should I do now? I really don't know how to fix this problem. It would be bad if this plague took the opportunity to counterattack. So far, only the Xiantian sect has been discovered. Plague. Regarding the epidemic situation, there is nothing in other places, and it is quite irritating to say the least. Why did such a thing happen? After Suhan thought about it for a while, he immediately started to make elixirs, because after analyzing the system for a while, the essence of the plague was analyzed. Although he didn't tell himself, he also told himself how to make the antidote. As long as there is that, that's all, everyone will be fine. Suhan knew that this required a kind of elixir called Yuking Dan, and this Yuking Dan could still prevent and cure those literary elixirs. As long as he could have some, it would be good to put them up for auction. Of course, he was not like before. There is no such thing as Buddha's hand and benevolence. Of course, he was trying to find a way to auction this jade clear pill. Although he had experienced some auctions before, for him these were just small fights. If possible, he didn't even want to be with these people. Let's make trouble together. This is different from the list. This is an elixir that can cure the plague. If someone holds it in his hands, he can become a local overlord. When the time comes, after devouring this world, I will be able to go to the next world. This is a bit scary to say, and such a thing is really a bit of a headache. If possible, I will definitely try my best to deal with such characters. It is a bit unlucky to say that. Why did I meet such a person? This guy Qi Liangrong really gave me a good pillow, and he also gave Princess Viang a good pillow, and he was quite speechless about such a thing. Why are these people so greedy? This person is really a bit speechless. She just wants people to care about her. There is no need to use special means at all. In fact, he is pretty, as long as he is treated well. Is there any man who doesn't like her? Unless that man has some bad habits or some problems that cannot be described at all, then he may not be liked by so many people. But the current situation was not what Suhan thought at all. Suhan almost went crazy, because if such a woman appeared, he would have some problems. In this case, Suhan will definitely not let this woman continue to succeed. After returning to Xiantian sect, he immediately went to the sect leader's hall without reporting anything. Chapter 484, Speechless Situation. The leader of the Xiantian sect is actually a very powerful character, but no one dares to say anything about him now. After all, this person is really powerful, and with his current level, really, no one can continue to deal with him. It's just that Suhan came here at this time, and he was a little surprised. Suhan, where did you go? You said you were going to Viang City to investigate. I believe you in these situations, but what is going on with you? You have to give me an explanation, otherwise I will definitely fight you forever. The leader of Xiantian sect is not very angry, but everything is worthy of consideration now, because the current situation is also very funny. If their abilities were not that good, they would probably be dead by now. If this woman really started this plague, it would be really tragic. What exactly does this woman want to do? And even if he really wants to do something now, he probably has to listen to his own opinions. If the people in Viang City really have those unspeakable crimes, then of course we can take action and kill them all, but what is going on? Is this guy the local overlord of Viang City? Everything should have been stated in my handwriting, but now there is a problem that I need your help with, that is, I have to find a way to kill Qi Liangrong. You know that this person's use value is not high at all, and this woman has a style. No, if I have the opportunity to go to a higher world in the future, then I will definitely find a way to find out this woman's life experience, otherwise I don't know how to deal with him. While tinkering with the source of the plague these days, Suhan had actually realized that something was wrong. This was definitely not a plague prescription that an ordinary person could concoct. If this guy must have some secrets, then he must not be this person. The people of the world, or in other words, come from a higher continent. Suhan, you have indeed explained it in your content, but what can I do now? Only with your help can I solve all these problems. I don't know what I should say, but if I could, I would never be done with him. In fact, I also want to deal with such a guy, but now I don't have any conditions to deal with him. If there is really any problem so far, then he must find a way to teach him a lesson, but what can he say now? Suhan looked helpless. Looking at the sect master, a man's thoughts are a bit strange, but Suhan doesn't need to care about this at this time. He has always wondered whether the sect master is suitable for colluding with this woman, but so far, it seems that it is not the case, but he should have some. The trouble was not resolved, so no action was taken to deal with the plague. You don't have to be like this anymore, Suhan, you can laugh if you want. I think such a big thing has happened in our Xiantian. If we can't solve it ourselves, we can only ask for help from the outside world, and I don't want to do that at all. The leader of Xiantian sect had a dark look on his face. He knew about this situation, but what could he say now? After all, if he spoke out his thoughts at this time, everyone would laugh at him. Actually, such a big thing has happened to your sect. Can't you think of a way to solve this problem? My sect leader, you really, if you need to refine elixirs or something, you go find an alchemist. You are really embarrassed. Although there are pills that can cure this kind of thing, have you ever thought about it? Can you do it with your condition? It would be strange if Suhan had no other ideas after such a thing happened, because Suhan felt that he needed some help, but he couldn't get it, so he had to use this method. After all, the CAO family is a bit difficult to deal with, and the CAO family has always paid attention to their external image. Anyway, in terms of external image, they can't find any fault. This person vividly demonstrated the principle of hurting his friends, and even developed it into something similar to an extramarital affair, without paying any attention to it. Of course, they were also the masterminds of this plague. What kind of thoughts do these people have? If they are just cultivating a plague, it shouldn't be that simple. It is also impossible to send all the people in a city to be buried with them. Anyway, these people are really not simple. What should I say? If so, it should be worth considering. It's funny to say that I didn't discover such a thing at the first time. It would be great if I discovered it. It's just that there are no signs of this thing. Anyway, I can't think of any way to deal with him, which is a bit helpless. Chapter 485, Resist the Plague. Chapter 486, Plan. However, at this time, the plague in this place is getting more and more serious. Many people have been infected with the plague and turned into green corpse fluid, and their bones have also turned green. After something like this happened to people, they immediately ran for their lives in fear. The Xiantian sect also received the news immediately, but no one dared to say anything now, even though Suhan had developed a method that could eliminate the plague. Pills, but ordinary people cannot afford them. In a barren mountain in Sunation Zong's jurisdiction, a woman wearing a gusialo dress stood on the barren mountain, feeling a little helpless. It would be great if you, the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom, obey us, and we won't really treat you badly, but what do you mean? You let me play with you, what's wrong with it? If you can't do it, then I will after your neighborhood or your entire country has been infected with this plague, you can see how I will deal with you. As for Sohan, I will never be done with him. This woman is none other than Qi Liangrong. His face is a bit old at this time, and he is no longer as beautiful as before, but the things he thinks are not that crooked. As for why he obeys others, he just hopes that the 8th princess of Vying Kingdom will not be surprised. He could ridicule him any way he wanted, but what this woman said was really too much, and no normal person could tolerate it. Soon the news was passed to Xiantian sect, and the leader of Xiantian sect was quite speechless. Fortunately, after getting the fire, Sohan left some medicines, a total of 20 pills that could resist the plague, but these were those who were infected with the plague near Xiantian sect were really a drop in the bucket, and what was even more powerful was that the person who released the plague did not consider the monks at all, and all the plagues it used were used on ordinary people. Sect Master, what should we do? The current situation is quite bad. If we let this news spread, it will not be a good thing. After all, no one knows what we are going to do now. This is really unlucky. We are what exactly happened. When the disciples of Xiantian sect learned about these things, they immediately became very angry, because the current situation could not be explained clearly in any case. After all, it was not a good thing to fall on Sohan's head. After all, he also worked hard. You have to find a way to solve the problem. But I heard all these things. He did it, and this person tried his best to shirk it. It's my responsibility to work so hard to develop the elixir. I don't know what to say. Anyway, there are such rumors outside, doesn't he know about it? A Xiantian sect disciple said very much, but at this time, Qi Liangrong took action, which was really disgusting, because after this person took action, it meant that a person's reputation was damaged. What happened now? I guess no one knows what happened. What on earth happened here? Could it be that someone is spreading rumors here? This is not a good thing. And if rumors are really spread, it may cause some public outrage. What if you don't think about it? It has become a problem. I don't know what to say, but if something happens now, then I must find a way to solve the problem. When Sohan heard these people talking, he smiled inwardly. Of course he knew what was going on, but there was a question that he couldn't explain clearly. What was going on? In fact, if there was a way to figure it out, then it's also pretty good. System, do you know what's going on now? If you know, please tell me. After all, I have to figure out some things now, otherwise I don't know what to do. If there is a way, I will definitely think about it. But now I have some things that are difficult to explain. If I really encounter any trouble, what should I do? Shaking his head hard, Sohang wanted to do something more shocking, but now he couldn't do it because there was no evidence to prove that this person was related to him, and if such a thing was related to him, then there is no way to prove it, which is funny to say, because if possible, it would be absolutely impossible for me to attack someone without evidence. Qi Liangrong is a bit domineering, it's true, but he dares to do such a thing at this time, so don't blame yourself. What on earth is he doing? And he is a famous mistress, even if he wants to pull off some powerful tricks, come on, it probably won't do anything. I really want to see how powerful this guy is, but of course it's impossible to do anything now. Before there is evidence, you cannot attack this woman, but after you have evidence, you must find a way to get out of that woman's control. Chapter 487, Come to the door yourself. Rain Kingdom Palace, Princess Mansion. A woman who was beautifully dressed but not very good looking suddenly appeared here. Of course, this is the true appearance of the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom. Although she is not beautiful, her cultivation is about to enter the nascent soul stage, which is the peak of the golden core and can be broken through at any time. This couple of bitches are really disgusting. Since he wants to be my adoptive father and adoptive mother, he has to pay a price. I don't know what I can say about these people, but that's okay. Now, if these people really want to do something to me, I will never be polite. Lin Qinyu said it very seriously, because at this time he didn't know what happened, but thinking about it now makes him a little depressed. It's okay for these people to do whatever they want to do to her, but she knows exactly what these people want to do, and what can she do at these times? In fact, she knew what happened from the beginning. It's just that it's hard for him to say it at this time. After all, it's not easy for such a problem to happen to him. I asked Sohan to do such a thing. If possible, I would have to pay him. I don't know what Sohan wants, but if he really destroys the Cao family, he will definitely be rewarded. He also knew about Sohan's situation. Sohan was reluctant to take action many times, but that Chi was so powerful that after all kinds of messing around, it was still quite painful and could not be solved at all. It would be strange if no one discovered their house. All kinds of rats breed there, and there are some dirty clothes that cannot be washed. Such a tasteful house. It's quite funny that this couple can still live together. It is constantly hurting oneself, and there is no room for all kinds of things. Thinking of this, Lin Qinyu grabbed her princess seal and slowly transmitted the sound, but no one heard the sound. It just entered the seal, turned into words, and came in front of Sohan. Sohan, I have something to trouble with. You are to help me kill 2 people, my poor adoptive father and adoptive mother. I think you know what they have done, so I won't remind you anymore. I know, 8th princess, you are still. But now I have some questions to ask you. If you really want to do this, then it's up to you. If someone wants to attack, then I have nothing to say. As for that couple, I must kill them, because they are the original culprits of this plague. If so, of course you can kill him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sohan's mouth, because at this time he already knew what was going on. That's what it means to say that one's own sins will lead to death. If that person has a little conscience, then there will be no problem. Even his adopted daughter was not spared, so what could he do? However, at this time, Sohan was in the room of Xiantian sect leader, but suddenly a woman in red appeared in front of Xiantian sect leader and Xiantian sect leader. In front of Sohan. This woman is extremely ugly, and her face looks very greasy. There was some white powder on his face, like powder, but it was applied like a female ghost. Sohan was really frightened now, but he didn't dare to act like he was scared. After all, it was not a good thing to lose control in front of the sect leader. Why did you kill my beloved Cao Zongwen? I have no grudges against your Xiantian sect. If you really want to do anything to me, then I will never be polite. But you actually heard the one I love. It's really a bit much. Sohan, I'm sure it was you who killed my beloved. Sohan shook his head hard. In fact, Sohan also felt that Monk Zhang was confused. What did this mean? Is this woman so domineering? It was a bit too much to say this. How dare you go to bed with Chinese, and the sect is heavily defended, can this woman just break in? I like him, what do you want to say? Sohan, give her an explanation. If you really kill our beloved, then I will never be convinced. Who do you think you are? You can kill people casually. You are quite capable. I tell you, I am a person who has never been able to rub dirt out of my eyes. Qi Liangrong had nothing to say at this time. However, he still used the glib tongue, and was really speechless about his special function. But Sohan was a little helpless. It would be quite bad for a man to be bullied like this. Of course, now Sohan doesn't know what it means. In this place, people named Qi actually like this cripple very much, but I know that they don't really like him at all, but want to take advantage of him. In fact, I once persuaded this man to give up this woman, but he did not do so and even kicked me out. I once advised that cripple to be a little nicer to Princess Yu, because she is just a foreigner after all. The head of Xiantian sect is a little helpless. In fact, these people don't know what they mean. They all look like crazy. The Cao family actually only has one daughter, Cao Yu, but the other person was originally an orphan picked up from outside, but this time someone recognized him and returned. It is Lin Qinyu, the princess of the Rain Kingdom. Chapter 488, The End. Why are you doing this? You are not qualified at all. I know you really want your beloved to come back, but I want to ask you something. If you really take action, will your beloved come back? By the time the letter asked, he was already feeling very uncomfortable. If he was really angry now, what could he say? Anyway, it was nothing to him, as long as he could solve everything. The plague has been going on for too long. Although there is an antidote, if the source is not figured out, something will happen. I want to ask you, what do you mean? But it doesn't matter. You don't have to say it. But I have to do one thing now, which is to auction the elixir. When the time comes, your plague will be in my elixir. Completely disappear under control. Don't think that just because you came to this place by yourself, you have enough control. I tell you, this is Xiantian sect, not your territory. After shaking his head hard, Sohan finally spoke, but this time, after saying the words, everyone was a little speechless. They didn't notice or even ignored such a simple thing. It's such a big plague, but no one can figure out what's going on. What on earth do you mean? If you really decide to fight me, then go ahead. Anyway, I will try my best to kill you today and avenge my beloved. Sohan, don't think you are anything, but in my eyes, if you are a powerful character, you can give it a try. Qi Liangrong didn't know what was going on at this time. His mind was getting increasingly unclear. And so far, he had no chance of winning at all. He actually dared to come here to cause trouble. This was indeed a bit unlucky. Did he run into a madman or something? Such people should be killed directly. Sohan didn't hesitate and cut his neck with a sword, but the man's eyes were still a bit unwilling when he died. Because the current situation is really troublesome. As a demon king, I am actually afraid of such a guy. If I can think about it, I will never forgive this person. It is quite funny to say that. I really don't know why this person has survived here for so long without being discovered or killed. It's a bit helpless for me to say that. Anyway, he would have been killed long ago. The leader of the Xiantian sect was quite speechless. He didn't expect that this guy would be the cause of the plague, and he was also a bastard with no intelligence at all. Quilt. Sohan hit his neck with a sword and couldn't even get out by himself. Forget it, this guy is not tolerated, let's find a place to bury him, this guy can actually use a storage ring. This is quite funny to say. I don't know what to say. Anyway, the problem has been solved now, so I won't be polite. Sohan was a little helpless, because he had nothing to say at this time, but now that he thought about it, this guy was stupid enough, but what could he say now? He had already fallen into this trap, let alone now. This person is indeed dead now, but there are still a lot of messes he left behind. For example, as it is now, although Xiantian sect has not been informed of these plagues, the question now is what should these people do? Only one person was infected with this plague and turned into a green corpse. Liquid, and many people have burned him on the spot. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to take revenge, but what's going on with you? You actually like a man to such a crazy extent? What can he give you? The leader of the Xiantian sect was also quite speechless. Who did she meet? And she was really a little annoyed like this now. If possible, she would not really encounter such trouble. Now if something like this really happens, this woman will definitely die. But I don't know what happened. Many people are soft-hearted towards him. If such a woman is pampered, she will have no problem doing anything she wants in this world. But who will pamper her now? At most, it would be someone like that, cripple. But what should we do at this time and how should we deal with these plagues? Sect Master, since the matter is settled, then let it be. I'm looking for a place to hold an auction. Then auction off those elixirs. Of course I will keep half of the proceeds from the auction, and the other half will be in your hands. After the plague is resolved, I have to go to the Rain Country. After all, I have an agreement with the Princess of the Rain Country. Although I did not kill the lame man named Cao, but that I have solved the problem of women. Sohan shook his head. Now he can finally leave. He only needs to leave some pills. These people are really capable now. If they want to fight, that is not a problem. Speaking of which, this is also somewhat troublesome. Chapter 489, Trouble in Rain Country. Sohan left some gifts for the Xiantian sect leader and then left this place. After all, he had to go to Yuguo. He also knows a little bit about that lame man named Cao. If he wants to escape, he can only go to U State, because he is good at playing the tragedy card. Although he has not had direct contact with the man named Cao, after all, he has if this man wants to play the tragedy card with this kind of feeling, Princess Yuguo probably won't be able to accept it. 10 days later, Sohan finally came to Yuguo. It was not because he was slow, but because he had to refine elixirs along the way, and he also had to learn the magic of weapon refining. Otherwise, he would have nothing to occupy his time. He was also a little helpless about this situation. If possible, it would be impossible for him to really encounter anything. The country of Rain is much larger than the countries I have seen now, but there is nothing to say at this time. After all, I still have some capital to speak of. If he is really an alchemist, he may not be his opponent. If the Xiantian sect was still a small fight, this kind of thing would be troublesome now, and it would not be good if the country was also attacked by the plague. If there is really a problem, the royal family of the country will probably take action. It seems that this man is really simple. He actually went to such a wealthy place and directly released the plague. He didn't take his adopted daughter's feelings into consideration at all. After finding a hotel to stay in, Sohan tried to find a way to send a message to the Princess of Yu. He also told Princess Yu of the situation that day when the woman was killed by his sword. It's good that you killed the woman, but the man took away the source of the plague, so the plague has not been resolved yet. He is in the country of Yu, and I know that I can see his whereabouts by using the princess seal, but I don't know where exactly it is, but as long as he enters the territory of the country, I can feel it. The 8th Princess Hugo was a little helpless. In fact, after arriving here, Sohan also did some homework and carefully investigated that there were no men in the royal family of Yuguo except the 8th princess. In fact, his concubine didn't know what was going on, and the woman was cut off. And the appearance of the 8th princess who was born was not beautiful either. It's not the kind of beautiful and fragrant stuff. What kind of power does the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom have? She can't even deal with her adoptive father, but she can sense the whereabouts of her adoptive father. Is this really related? It doesn't seem to be the case, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, this princesses if your cultivation level is higher than yourself, if you really deal with a man. If so, that would be weird. Sohan sat down cross-legged. He originally wanted to find something to eat, but instead he shook his head and sat on a chair in the inn, closing his eyes and relaxing. But soon another message came from Princess Yuguo. This message was very simple, with only a few words. I'm in danger, come to the royal palace of Rain Country immediately. The distance between the royal palace of Yuguo is still relatively large. Anyway, he has a way to get to that place. After thinking about it for a moment, Shu Han didn't think too much and immediately shook his head and came right away. In the imperial palace of the country, Sohan was shocked by the chaos in the palace at this time. Because at this time, a person came to the royal palace of Yuguo. This person's right leg was disabled and a section was missing. After seeing this person, Sohan shook his head. This person was actually that lame man. He didn't know when he came here again. He probably became like this after his woman died. And he has a serious look on his face. In fact, the most important way for this person is to suppress, and he doesn't know what method he uses to suppress. He only knows how to bully his own daughter, but as for his friends, it is a real stabbing at both sides, and he can use it in any way, even if he is shameless, even if he kills his own daughter, it doesn't matter. Suzuiao, have you dealt with this? A man's way? I don't know what to do, and now that he is Kinyu's adoptive father, there is nothing I can do to correct him. At least I have to be respectful to him. The leader of the Rain Kingdom was quite speechless about this situation. If possible, he was no match for these people. In other words, he could just kill this man at will. Forget it, Lord of the Rain Country, since I helped your princess once, I can help you a second time. Just don't go too far. I will stay with the Congress for a long time in the future. Just stop bullying me, okay? The leader of the country had a huge headache for this man, because he didn't know how to deal with this man at this time. After all, the current situation was quite bad. This man is the adoptive father of the 8th princess of the Rain Kingdom. In theory, this man should be adopted by the Rain Kingdom, but this guy is really too powerful. Sohan had never seen this man so crazy, but it didn't matter. After all, this is also a challenge for him. Chapter 490, The True Face of Poppy. Chapter 491, Strange Things from Rain Country. But no matter how helpless the leader of the Rain Country is, this couple is already here. And if you can't solve the problem, it's all in vain. These people are really awesome. If that's the case, then why don't you think of ways to deal with them? In the past, I was somewhat lacking in my daughter. If I knew he was in this wolf den, I would definitely spend a lot of time bringing him back, no matter what. No matter what the price, it's just now. My daughter has come back, but unfortunately, all her feelings have disappeared. Master of the Rain Country, you don't have to do this, but I really want to tell you something. I came to Rain Country this time just to increase my own cultivation. There is nothing else that I need to do. If you really need it, you can call me at any time, but I don't know what I will do next. After Lin Kinyu returned to normal, she immediately shook her head. This book is still his savior, maybe it is, but Sohan always has such a strange feeling that he doesn't want to talk about it in this place, which is a bit unlucky. What kind of activities do you have with the country? I don't know what I should do, but you will help me only if I say this. Now I really want to know what you need. If you can get it by yourself, I won't help. Frowning hard, the leader of the Rain Kingdom was a little helpless, because they did have a relatively big trouble here at this time, and there was no way to solve this trouble at all. For no other reason than that there is a marriage problem for someone in the royal family of the Rain Kingdom. This person is really bad, and he is basically a villain and funny. The things he did, apart from blackmail, there is basically nothing to consider. Actually, this is a bit of a problem, but not much. Speaking of which, we have seen a lot of troubles like this. But this time I don't know what to say. After all, we are quite speechless in this situation. The leader of the Rain Country was quite helpless. This time, the Rain Country encountered unprecedented troubles, but it was hard for him to say anything at this time. After all, these troubles were not caused by men at all. But if Sohan is willing to help them, it won't be that easy. The king said it doesn't matter, if I can help you, that will be fine. But if you can't say it, then neither can I. I know this. I need a place to stay now. If Guo can live in the palace, or other, that's a good place. Sohan said seriously, but at this time, the expression of the leader of the Rain Kingdom was quite ugly. At this time, Sohan felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this, but it was a bit troublesome to say. If he could, he would not let it happen. How are they? The king has something to hide. If you really have something that you can't say, then I won't ask. Anyway, there are some questions I want to know, but I also understand that no one can tell me. The leader of the Rain Kingdom looked even more uncomfortable, because it was really a bit troublesome at this time. Why did such a thing happen? Why did such a thing happen in the Rain Kingdom? How can I let everyone know that it is a very depressing result anyway? Why did such a big thing happen? And it is a bit funny to talk about it now. If Sohan was allowed to know the secret, would he still be willing to stay in Yu-Gi-Oh? But at this time, things went counterproductive, and a woman wearing yellow clothes appeared. The yellow clothes this woman wore were extremely thick, and they were basically winter clothes. This girl really has pink and phoenix eyes, an oval face, and a little cherry mouth. Sohan smiled, but he strongly suppressed the desire to vomit in his heart, because this woman made her particularly want to vomit at this time. And this woman was also quite annoyed. Not only was she wearing a yellow dress, but it also looked like a yellow cotton coat. And he also wears a very exaggerated big fin on his head. This fried chicken is really bad. It seems to be pieced together from rags. Moreover, there are no gems, pearls, or jade on this large wing at all. It seems like this thing is really unlucky. But it doesn't matter, any problems can be explained now. Is this man mentally retarded? And his current appearance is really good looking. I have never seen this before, and she is the beauty of this place. Sohan actually paid attention to his manners. He almost vomited at this time, but thinking about it made him a little depressed. Why is such a woman still there? In the palace of the royal family of the Rain Kingdom, if possible, she could have been thrown into Wang's palace long ago. Lin went to defend the imperial mausoleum or was sent out of the palace to be beaten to death with sticks. Lin Kinyu smiled slightly. In fact, what Sohan said was ironic, but the woman immediately became excited after hearing this. Chapter 492, Treatment? Impossible. Sohan, look, have you ever seen this person? In fact, there is something wrong with this person, but I don't have any solution. Now those scoundrels from the CAO family are still trying to get revenge on me. After all, my daughter fell in love with them. But it would be even worse if this guy comes out to cause trouble at this time. The leader of the Rain Kingdom was quite helpless because it was born to one of his concubines. A child, but born with deficiencies. Because we needed to replenish some needed resources, we spent all of it on him. It would be more unlucky for him to be fat, ugly, and a little mentally retarded. But Sohan was a little speechless after listening to the conversation with the country's leader. This woman was a bit mentally retarded when she was in class. That is very retarded. If she is mentally retarded at home, it is actually a bit too much. This woman was wearing yellow clothes and had a face like a pig's head. What Sohan said just now was just to improve his face in front of outsiders. This guy is not ordinary ugly, and he seems to be mentally abnormal. I couldn't even hear the ironic words I said. He was mumbling something, but Sohan could still hear it clearly if he listened carefully. He actually said that he was the most beautiful woman in Mianyang County. But apart from her relatively fat figure, there is nothing else to say about her. She is as wide as two Sohans, and she is a bit unlucky now. Sohan didn't even know where Mianyang was. This guy didn't even realize that what Sohan said was ironic, and she didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed Sohan's neck. Sohan was suddenly caught like this. In fact, he already felt a little angry in his heart, but it was hard for him to say anything at this time. After all, this situation was really bad. If possible, he should be able to do something but the problem now is that there is no way to give him anything. For such an angry woman, Sohan actually couldn't say anything, but what could he say at this time? After all, this kind of thing is quite bad. If he could do it, then he would never be polite. What problems can we talk about now? If there is really some trouble, then I will never be polite. Mr. Su, can you cure her disease? Alchemist, you should be able to have such ability, but I think with him like this, he probably has some troubles that need to be solved, so just stay here and we will be responsible for anything that happens, okay? The leader of the Rain Kingdom was quite speechless, because the leader of the U country in this area only had one son, but he had 3 daughters. Only one was normal, one of them was missing, and there was another one, the one he saw in front of him. Sohan felt a sense of vomiting as he looked at this woman, but now that he thought about it, he felt a little depressed. Why did this happen? And he had a desire to kill this woman. What on earth was this woman like? What's going on? It actually caused something like this to happen? Logically speaking, this guy should be in the palace. It shouldn't have anything to do with it. But why is this woman so crazy? If possible, who will tell her? If she knows how to seal it, there is a way to treat it, but now, if you really don't know how to seal it, how can you do it? If this woman cannot be treated, I will kill her. Anyway, what can I say now? Yes, there are no solutions. I don't know how to kill this person completely now, but I finally have the ability now. It's very simple to control them. Lin Qinyu said a little helplessly, but it's hard to say what he looks like now. It would be terrible if this woman is really not easy to treat. Anyway, he doesn't want to kill someone, but he is not an alchemist. There is basically nothing to say except that it is a bit higher. This woman has the same last name as the one with the same surname, but it is impossible for him to do anything now. After all, the current situation is quite bad. They are not the same person, but the madness is basically the same. If possible, isn't it a bit too much to ask Sohan to treat me? Do you think I'm in a little trouble now? If you can, please help me do this, but I don't know what to say. Now I have to do it in front of my father. Let it return to normal, otherwise I will have to kill her. Sohan looked at this woman. This woman was quite normal, but he agreed with her feelings. If there was no source of stimulation, there would be no way to treat her. This woman was a bit unlucky, even though she was doing alchemy. The doctor is also a partial doctor, but now I always feel a little helpless. There seems to be no way to cure this woman. After Lin Qinyu returned to his own territory, he felt very uncomfortable. Such a person would actually appear in his place, and he was not very respectful to him. This woman in yellow almost cost him his life, which was a bit. What's amazing is that because the woman in yellow has a physical illness, she doesn't even think about doing anything else. Chapter 493, New Mission. But Sohan was a little speechless at this time. He had just arrived in Rain Country. Although he was treated like a distinguished guest, who knew that such a thing would happen. Since he was already a distinguished guest of the motherland, he didn't have to be polite. All the questions are all very important, and there is no need to say anything else. It is really a pain in the ass. But that woman said there was no way to treat it, which was indeed a pity. If that woman could do the treatment, that would be a good thing, but now she has no qualifications. After walking around the Rain Country for a few times, I found that the Rain Country is indeed a big country, but at this time, the conditions in the Rain Country are indeed surprising. I don't know what is going on here. Various medicinal materials are like they are sold by everyone just like vegetables. Of course, people in the country do not advocate any low-level elixirs at all, but only some high-level elixirs. The current situation in the Rain Country will indeed make people feel speechless, but at this time, Sohan feels like he has gone to heaven, because he is indeed very wealthy in the Rain Country, but it is hard to say that in other places, and it is embarrassing to talk about it. There is nothing to say anyway. The medicinal materials here are actually quite powerful. You can buy them with gold coins. As long as you use gold coins, you can have these medicinal materials in your pocket. This is a very good thing. But now, thinking about it, I feel a little depressed. After all, such a place is really annoying. If possible, I can't really do anything. This rain country doesn't look normal at all, but it's hard for him to say anything at this time. After all, it's only been a day since he came here. Although he looks worse, he is much better than the people in the rain country. The lord of the rain country at this time, he was rubbing his forehead desperately. His daughter had just returned and encountered such a thing. It really gave her a headache. She didn't know how to deal with it now, and the current problem was quite troublesome to talk about. Now there is a Suhan coming to the rain country. He seems to have a good relationship with his daughter. This kind of thing really makes him very happy, and this person is not a thing in the pond at first glance. If he wants to enter that world, I guess I have to ask him for help. Such a person must be treated well. But at this time, the man who served the leader of the Rain Kingdom felt unhappy because the origin of Suhan was unknown, and it seemed a bit bad for the princess to bring him back like this. He didn't know that Suhan was not brought back by the princess, and Suhan also had no idea that Suhan was brought back by the princess. Rain country does not have any. The harm is just to take advantage of it. Master, you have to be careful about these people. You know that the value of the 9-turn golden pill in our country is very high. What if he takes away our 9-turn golden pill? Now we usually only need the 9-turn golden pill materials. It doesn't matter if he robbed other things, but you also have to know what these 9 things are. The leader of the Rain Kingdom hasn't said anything yet, but Lin Qinyu is already very unhappy. Suhan is an alchemist himself. Why should he worry about this? And there is a little problem now, but what they need to worry about is who is this servant? Mean. But Lin Qinyu didn't say such a thing. Even though he was angry in his heart, he didn't say it out loud because he needed someone to help him at this time and couldn't let Suhan know about the empire. Otherwise, who knows what would happen? What kind of accident? Suhan randomly found an inn to stay at, but he found that there was something very unusual here. Even though he was well informed, he probably hadn't seen anything before, but these people were really bad. In this country, there is no sect or any sect. Is it possible for a country like this to enter and do things that can increase its bust? If so, it's understandable. If not, then it's necessary to step aside. What should I do now is a question, but what can I say? After all, there are some things that I cannot consider right now. There is currently a side mission. Will the host accept it? The unlucky sound of the system floated in the air again, which made Suhan a little speechless. What kind of mission were they doing at this time? And even if they were doing something right now, there was nothing they could do. If I think the task is feasible, I will take it on, but if it doesn't work, I won't be able to take it on. In fact, Suhan didn't know what the situation was, but he also knew some things at this time. After all, if something unexpected happened in such a place, it would be really difficult to find out. Maybe the system would have to find out on its own. It's just the truth here, so it's understandable. Host, I want you to find out the inside story of the Rain country. Haven't you noticed that the people in the U country are a little weird? And it's quite funny to talk about them like this. Chapter 494, Trouble is Coming. Suhan shook his head. He had to accept this task, otherwise he would be sorry for himself. It was quite embarrassing to say it. If possible, he had to take action. Speaking of which, whatever he had to do was his own. Let's do it. In fact, this matter is quite strange when it is seriously argued, but now as long as I see that princess of Rain Kingdom and that other woman, I feel uncomfortable. At this time, Suhan also shook his head. What on earth do they want to do? I didn't expect it. This guy actually doesn't know anything about it, so whatever, he should think about it and leave this place anyway. Rain King Palace. Qinyu, you just came back. Don't you want to attend our royal family's banquet? Why are you so busy practicing? Do you just want to stay here alone? I don't think it's appropriate for you to do this now. Although that person is powerful, but you may not be able to be the person next to him. The leader of the Rain Kingdom said very seriously, but now Lin Qinyu is thinking about other things. After all, for this princess, she has experienced the family that adopted her before, and she has not yet come back to her senses. What are you talking about? I'm not interested in the banquet, but after thinking about it, I'd better not participate, because I want to improve my cultivation. If Suhan can help me, of course I will welcome him. If he can't help me, he will. If he did me a favor, I will definitely find a way to repay him. I don't know why, but I was very scared when I was there, afraid that my own cultivation would not be as good as others. This woman's words attracted the attention of the leader of the Rain Kingdom. She also wanted to know what kind of suffering her daughter had experienced, but any problems now were just troubles, so she might as well let Suhan solve them by herself. That guy Suhan might also help. If these troubles cannot be solved now, then I will definitely not be able to stay in this place. Lin Qinyu shook his head. If he went to the alchemy sect, he would definitely be able to become an alchemist, but he couldn't get in, no matter what he said. Forget it, father, let me make an appointment with Suhan. Although the princes and princesses of the U Kingdom royal family have the right to join the Danding sect, it is a bit scary to say that. If you want to become a real alchemist, you still have to go through it takes one challenge after another. However, at this time, Suhan encountered a little trouble, because he had another quarrel with the royal family of the Rain Kingdom, and the quarrel was quite serious. The people of this royal family were all striving to become alchemists, but Sohan suddenly appeared and actually took away many of their medicinal materials for practicing. Sohan knew that these medicinal materials for sale were the medicinal materials for the Foundation establishment pill. He did not expect such a thing. There are so many. Of course, the system also gave him a single side of the Foundation establishment pill. This was to allow him to complete the task, so it prepared several single sides. This is not surprising. Under normal circumstances, these prescriptions are no problem for him, but now, thinking about it makes him a little depressed. If possible, he would never encounter anything, but now that he thinks about it, it is a bit bad, but selling these medicinal materials has already angered the royal family, which is really a bit scary. The person Sohan was angry with was originally Lin Yang, the third prince of the Rain Kingdom. In fact, he didn't know about such a problem at first, and he had never seen the domineering nature of the third prince. When Lin Yang saw Sohan, he felt very uncomfortable. After all, that guy Lin Kinyu actually did such a thing and brought people from outside to the Rain country. If he came from outside the country, of course there is no explanation, but it is quite impressive that such an ordinary person can find such a backer. You, a country bumpkin from nowhere, why did you come to our Rain country? Don't you know that we have regulations with the country? What you want to do now is your business, but it doesn't matter now. You can do whatever you want. It's your business, I won't care about it, because there is no need to care about it at this time. As this man spoke, he snatched the medicinal materials from Sohan's hand. Because Sohan knew how to make elixirs, he often cherished the medicinal materials when he saw them. But now that something like this happened, I was really angry, even though this street was selling medicinal materials. Yes, but I always feel a little bad when I say this person. I don't care who you are, you can compete with me, but there is one thing I have to tell you. Since you said that you are very good at alchemy, then I will give it a try. If you are really better at alchemy than me, then I won't buy any medicinal materials from Rain country. Sohan was a little speechless at this time, because this person made him feel a little bored, but he didn't know what to say now. After all, this person is quite powerful now. Before he didn't know this person's strength at all, he will never act rashly. But after the third prince of Yu-Gi-Oh heard this, his handsome face turned red with anger. After all, he had never experienced such a provocation in his eyes. Since it was like this, he would not be polite. Anyway, this is also a challenge for him. If he really fights this person, the result will definitely be beyond everyone's expectations. In fact, Sohan didn't hesitate at all, because what he wanted to do at this time was his own business, and there were some problems that he couldn't explain clearly. After all, what he wanted to do was to find out what was going on with the country. He has a dark history, and his mission seems so important. If he can, he won't think about other things at all. You don't have to be like this. If you really want to fight me, it's impossible, because what should I say now, but there is one thing I have to tell you. We people from the Rain country are not that easy to bully. You can give it a try. If you really want to bully me, then you have to be capable enough. Although Sohan was thinking about other things at this time, he did not forget to take care of the Danu in his hand. However, at this time, the leader of the country was a little angry. His son was definitely going to lose this time. As long as he made the furnace after the elixir came out, his son really lost nothing. Half an hour later, a furnace of foundation building pills came out. This light yellow pill still had some single lines. The result was really surprising. The pill with single lines was the best among the low-level pills. But everyone knows that these pills cannot be refined by these third princes at all, and this is the most terrifying existence. Sohan took out a piece of white paper very seriously and poured all the elixirs on the white paper. In fact, this white paper was also specially treated to prevent the medicine from losing its power. These 120 elixirs, each pill is as round as jade, and each pill has an obvious three-circle pattern. And the key is not cheating. The elixir still has temperature, and the temperature is quite high, but it has no effect if placed on the white paper, and the white paper has not been ignited. This is indeed quite choking, but thinking about it now is quite speechless. If this is the case, then the third prince has no choice but to admit defeat. Although the elixir materials in this street are indeed not cheap, the people of Yu-Gi-Oh can get them. I originally didn't want to compete with you, but your current attitude is really unbearable, so I will give these elixirs to you and the country, but my condition is that the entire street's foundation building elixir materials, and all the medicinal materials belong to me, and this is also the agreement you made with me before. If you don't want to do this, you can cancel it. Sohan didn't say anything, and just left here. He found a hotel to stay at, but at this time, the third prince's face turned red. Because the situation just now was really embarrassing, and what he looked like now was really a bit bad. If possible, the third prince had already had murderous intentions towards Sohan. Lin Kinyu felt very uncomfortable when she looked at the third prince. This was indeed a guy who came out of the palace and often grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Just because he suffered this little grievance, he thought about killing people and setting fires. Since this is the case, then I won't be polite, since he knows the meaning anyway. If I were you, I would have been upset a long time ago, but now I don't know why you are still like this. Sister Huang, please don't get depressed because of such things. Lin Kinyu's face was expressionless. The relationship between him and Sohan should have been established a long time ago, but these people didn't understand at all. This guy also worked his way up from the bottom. Of course, he also had his own plans for such things, but the question now is what to do to solve these problems. Instead of secretly trying to find a way to kill him, after all, killing an alchemist is very hurtful, and there are some things now that have put Yu-Gi-Oh in big trouble. Father, how does this Sohan compare with your son? If possible, I would like him to participate in those elixir competitions in the Dark Knight Empire. The Black Moon Empire and our Rain Country are both the same, advocating elixirs. Tao, but I feel that the alchemy level of people in U State is indeed much worse than Sohan. At this time, Lin Qinyo said seriously, but at this time, the third prince had an angry look on his face. This man was indeed much stronger than him, but in the Rain Country, without him, there would be no Sohan, and without Sohan, there would be no. He was quite speechless without him in such a situation, but what could he say at this time? After all, Sohan's strength was quite terrifying, and not to mention his cultivation level, his alchemy strength was hard to deny. If you need some help, it is to improve your ammunition level. In this case, you can only ask your master for help. If your master cannot help you, then it is all in vain. It seems that I have to go to the alchemy sect. My master is a first-class alchemist. He will never lose to you. What do you think you, a country bumpkin from out of town, mean? Chapter 497, Winning Over. Danding Sect. Unlike sects in other places, this is still a branch, but the things inside have become more advanced. It is indeed quite helpless here, but Sohan can't arouse any interest at this time, because at this time, he was thinking about other things. If possible, there was no need to think about some indescribable situations. On a mountain peak of the alchemy sect, the third prince knelt down in front of his master very seriously. For such a situation, the third prince was already familiar with it. As a master, he likes to make people kneel down, but there is no difference between alchemists who are stronger than myself. I have nothing to say now, master. I would like to ask you to take action against Sohan, because a person like him is really too bad. I can't find any way to deal with him. Only you can. I don't know where he came from, an alchemist from Yelazi, but he is actually stronger than me. The man called master by the third prince looks to be in his 40s or 50s, and his skin is extremely well maintained, white and tender, but it doesn't matter. There is nothing special about this man, but after hearing the name Sohan, the man hesitated for a moment, said nothing, and just shook his head, because at this time he thought of that mysterious guy. If that mysterious guy completely hated the alchemy sect for this reason, then what? Come on, do you know who Sohan is? You don't know that you are still coming to trouble us. Let me tell you, this is someone who is not to be bullied by orders from above. What do you think you are? That Sohan seems to have control over with more advanced alchemy techniques. This is the person that the sect said we must win over. These words actually didn't say anything, but they clearly explained Sohan's identity. Since Sohan has such an identity, it also surprised everyone. He is really helpless now. If possible, what do these people want to do? And now my master is unwilling to reveal what that means. Yu-Gi-Oh has a super strong opponent this time. If he is not careful, then he will be rude. Speaking of which, why can't such a person be controlled and why can't he be used by the Rain Country? Moreover, these people are really powerful. Apprentice, it's not that I don't want to help you. The Su Kingdom signed a contract at that time, which means that Sohan will be driven out because Sohan is an ominous person. But now Sohan doesn't know whether he is Sohan or not. What's going on? Got some huge opportunities. If he cannot give us these opportunities, then we can only make friends with him until he is willing to hand over these opportunities. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. He knew that Sohan could not be tough, he could only be soft, and this soft person was quite powerful, but he would never say such a thing to his apprentice. Maybe this is the reason that led to this result. Master, what do you mean? You can just use it and nothing else can be done? I don't know what to say, but I think that's what you mean. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. I'm afraid it will be too difficult to use him. Discovered by everyone. The man finally came to his senses, because at this time he suddenly remembered several strange cases in the country, and he had to find a way to solve them. But at this time, Sohan became the biggest errand target. As long as if you can let him run errands, that's enough. Bullying a foreigner like this seems terrible, but it is the best choice for Yu-Gi-Oh! In fact, don't think that woman won't take advantage of him. It's just that he is using it more skillfully now, and not many people can see it. 3 days later, Sohan received a gift, which was low-level medicinal materials stored in Quanyu Kingdom. Many of them were refined and cast. He was quite satisfied with such medicinal materials, but in such a large quantity, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had no idea what this guy meant. There are a lot of storage rings here. Although I have already made a fortune and can smelt this storage ring to make a storage ring with a larger space, these things are relatively complicated to talk about. Oops, what can be done? And we should consider more now. System, do you know there is a conspiracy in this? That's why you didn't say anything? I remember you are a chatty person. If you didn't know, is there any story in this? Absolutely not. I won't say a word. It's quite embarrassing for you to talk about it. You know it, but don't tell me. Have you ever regarded me as your master? Sohan was helpless and could only ask the system, but it didn't matter now. Anyway, what he wanted to do was his own business. What should be considered should be seriously considered, and what shouldn't be considered should be put aside. Chapter 498, Crisis in Rain Country. However, something happened again at the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace at this time. In fact, it was not the princes and princesses who were in trouble, but something like, the plague appeared again, which made everyone a little panicked, but like this the result is really quite speechless. After all, this kind of thing has happened once in other places. What does this mean? The rogue has not yet completely solved it. But at this time, Sohan didn't care about such a thing, because it had nothing to do with him, because what Sohan was thinking about now was how to get rid of all these essential materials and put them in his secret space. It was not difficult, but the capacity of space is always limited. Unless your cultivation level can be improved to a certain level, you can obtain unlimited space. System, can I consult with you? After all, I will stay in this country for a long time. What should you do if there is a problem? I should think about how to solve all these things, otherwise if so, I don't know what will happen in the future. Sohan said seriously, but no one cared about his words at this time. After all, this kind of thing is already very bad. Now that we encounter such trouble, it is worth considering what to do. Speaking of which, it's quite embarrassing. If other things happened, it would be easier to say. But at this time, the first person in the inn started to get sick. This was a strong man in his 40s. Although this strong man in his 40s usually had no cultivation, he was in pretty good health. Sohai was shaken. Shaking his head, he had seen this strong man before, but for some reason, this guy soon stumbled and knocked on the doors of various rooms. The way Sohan saw him at this time was really scary, because it was really bad to be like this at this time. If possible, Sohan would rather he had never seen such a person. Speaking of which, it's a bit bad. What kind of accident led to such a result? Anyway, there is nothing to say now. The entire neck of this 40-year-old man seems to be thicker, and his whole body is as green as leaves. His fingernails have grown to more than 2 inches long, and they look like steel knives, but now there was always a very depressing feeling. Sohan didn't know what kind of plague this was that led to such a result. It's completely different from the kind of medicine I saw at CAO's house. What it is, but I don't know at all, and I have no idea how to solve it. After all, some things are hard to say, and it's a bit bad to say it. If I can then I would never touch such a thing. There is nothing else in this inn. What if other people are poisoned? I don't know whether it is poisoning or a plague. Why are you still messing around here? Sohan was a little helpless at this time. The door of the inn was closed tightly. There was almost no living person except himself. Everyone was guarding the door. It's so tight that it's impossible to find help. It's a bit embarrassing to say it, but what can I say at this time? After all, the current situation is really bad, and there is no one at all. Can anyone give an explanation? That person appeared suddenly. If he was afraid and avoided him, that would be normal. But I don't know what happened. Everyone's goals were towards that mysterious guy. It seemed that all the problems had already appeared. It's the same in front of everyone, no one can explain it. Rain Kingdom Palace. I'm not wrong. Father, you want to let go of that rogue, so now you can't explain what the rogue did. It's quite troublesome to talk about it. Do you know that now something happened, even if it wasn't the inn where Sohan stayed, but you let Sohan see the outbreak of the plague? Aren't you afraid that that person will be really heartbroken? Lin Qinyu was helpless at this time, but there was no other way. His father did this just to return a favor to him. After all, he was his adoptive father. If it weren't for treating him so badly, he would probably be taken as a child in Yu-Gi-Oh! Honorable guest, but the result now is that this guy didn't think about anything, got nothing, and actually found a way to control the people of Rain Country. The people of the Black Moon Kingdom are about to attack the city. Although they are not provoking a war, they are still causing a huge loss to the Rain Kingdom by provoking a battle of alchemy. I know you hate me very much now, but this is also my choice. After all, he is your adoptive father, so I have to save my face. As for him spreading the plague in the city, I will find a way to find out if it is really his fault, because I won't be polite to him. Father, do you know how important Sohan is to us? The Rain Kingdom needs an alchemist so much. The only thing in the Rain Kingdom that can catch up with the Black Moon Kingdom is the 9 turns golden pill. Other pills are not good. You don't think that this is enough for you. The Imperial Master is already very old. If you don't find some fresh blood, what will you do? Chapter 499, Royal Bet. As soon as Lin Qinyu said these words, the leader of the Rain Kingdom felt a little helpless, because it was useless to say anything at this time. If possible, he would not encounter such a big trouble, but this time it seems that there is no Sohan. It's a big problem to ask for help. It's quite embarrassing to talk about it. What kind of bad luck have you committed? You don't have to be like this, father. If you are willing to listen to me, then hurry up. Protect Sohan and don't let many people know his existence, because if you let other people know his existence at this time, other people will think of other ways to deal with him. If the Rain Country wants to resolve the crisis now, there is only one way to rely on Sohan, but he also knows very well what his father is worried about. In fact, he is just worried that Sohan can seize power, but it doesn't matter. If Sohan can really seize power, it will not be so easy. This person may come to the Rain Country because he wants to go to a more advanced world. However, this kind of problem is difficult to explain. If there is no evidence to prove it, say it's quite funny. I asked him to come to Hugo to find me, but it also caused a lot of trouble for this country. I have checked with the Imperial Master about these foundation building pills. At least he can't refine them. I want to ask you, father, if you can really refine these pills, then I can also. There is no need to go to Sohan. I don't know what I did wrong. These alone are not of much use to me, but if it can enhance the capabilities of the country's army, why can't you let Sohan stay refining these elixirs for us? In fact, the leader of the Rain Kingdom is also very worried. His daughter is right, but he still has so many sons, and his sons have 6 or 7 daughters. Although they are few, the identity of the daughter is always a bit bad. It is impossible to become a supremely powerful person. So if you really listen to your daughter at this time, it will indeed be beneficial. But if you don't do something at this time, then problems will arise. If there are any difficulties, it will be difficult to explain. My daughter seems to understand what she means, but she just doesn't know how to solve these problems. I won't agree, because what should I do at this time? Anyway, I am very angry right now. Why is that guy Sohan recruited by the people of the alchemy sect and allowed to be destroyed by him in the alchemy sect, but he still doesn't care about Sohan? Life or death, and you can let him move however you want. I don't know why. 3 emperors. Ziai Liniang said seriously, but at this time Lin Qinyu still shook his head. His brother was really terrible. Imperial sister, you are really stupid, but in this case, I can make a bet with you. You can set the conditions. No matter what, I will never give up such conditions to Sohan. Lin Qinyu was a little helpless and came to Sohan by herself. In fact, she just hoped that Sohan could help. But now, let alone whether Sohan would help, even if he could help, then what he wanted to get would be greatly reduced. Since it was if you look like this, then I won't be polite. It's all the fault of this damn imperial brother. If I can do it, I will never let him take advantage. This is what you said, brother San Huang. If you really want to bet with me, you can try it, but it doesn't matter. If I lose, then everything I deserve will belong to you. This 1 year. But if you lose, then you go and receive 50 rods. If I lose, in addition to giving you all these things, I am also the same as you. After Lin Yang heard this, the thing in his heart came up again. After all, his imperial sister was pretty good looking. If he could be tortured like this, that would be fine. Of course, he couldn't be beaten to death. If he really did this, his father would not let him go. But Lin Qinyu's next conditions really shocked Lin Yang. Because what he wants to bet with himself is not about cultivation or any other competition, but about alchemy. The object of the bet is still Sohan. As long as Sohan can refine 10,000 foundation building pills, then even she win. On the contrary, win by yourself. Although this kind of elixir is low level, it is impossible to refine so much of it by yourself. It is also quite bad for such a situation. If you can refine so much of it, you will definitely be able to boast about it for a lifetime. Qinyu, are you crazy? If you really do that, I'm afraid it won't be that simple for you to find other partners in the future. Speaking of which, the princesses of our royal family all have to marry some powerful geniuses. If you can't do it, what's the point? Do you want that guy who wears yellow hanfo all day long? Chapter 500, Hong Qiuo's Conspiracy. Chapter 501, Strange Invitation. Sohan was a little helpless about such a problem, but he had no other way, because if there was something that needed to be said at this time, it would also need some explanation. It was hard to say whether he could give it to him. After all, he had already given it. It is one of the more sophisticated elixirs in the Rain Kingdom. In fact, that woman is not that good, but now, such a problem has really appeared in her body, which is really troublesome, and what should I say now? If I still can't find a way to kill all these people, then it's really a problem, and it's a bit annoying to say the least. What purpose do these people have for themselves? At this moment, a group of men wearing golden armor came here, but he seemed to be nothing in front of them. They took out some boxes, which seemed to contain some materials. Although they didn't say clearly what they meant, Sohan had a rough guess. Your Excellency Sohan, the third prince has ordered that if you want to continue to live in the Rain country, you will not be able to have free food, and you were brought to the palace by Her Royal Highness the Princess. In fact, we don't dare to ask you to do any menial work, so we only dare to let you refine elixirs. If you can refine some elixirs, it will meet our requirements. You can continue to stay in Rain country. The most important person in the Rain Kingdom is the alchemist, even higher than the status of the king in the Rain Kingdom, but this does not matter. After all, the alchemist's status is quite high. If there is any problem now, it is not easy to explain. You can do whatever you want. It is not easy to say what problem there is now. If he really wants to have something evil against you, then you should be able to hear it. The third prince himself had bad intentions, but Sohan did not hesitate and immediately took the medicinal materials, because at this time, these people promised not to give him inferior medicinal materials, and they must have given them good ones, even if they were very low grade. So what if your own territories, if upgraded, can make dead trees spring back to life? Okay, I have accepted your gift. Then you can come and get the elixir in 3 days. Within these 3 days, I will refine it to your satisfaction. But if there is a problem now, I can't tell you. I will take out the moonstone as a witness. If you dare to talk nonsense or do other indescribable things, then I will definitely fight you forever. Sohan's voice was majestic, but these people didn't care at all. After all, these people also knew that their purpose was to fulfill the third prince's order. If they failed to arrive, they would be seeking death, and these people didn't even care. That is, I want to push all these things to this kind of ordinary people. After seeing off a few people, Sohan opened the boxes. In fact, these medicinal materials were fresh and intact, but some questions appeared in Sohan's mind. These medicinal materials are used to refine healing elixirs. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to refine a medicine called intermittent Dan Plus. But this kind of intermittent pill seems to be very common in this plane. Is it true that he can't refine it? In fact, Sohan guessed it right. This piece of Sudan is indeed an important pill in the Rain Kingdom, and it is also one of the most important pills outside. Relatively low-level elixirs, everyone is a little helpless in this situation, but now they are also very speechless, because there is no way to get higher-level elixirs in this empire. What's even more unlucky is that even if it's a low-level Duan Sudan, they can't refine it. If they refine it themselves, they can certainly refine thousands of pills. This box of medicinal materials can cost them so much. There are 666 boxes in total, which is probably tens of thousands of pills. However, where did all these alchemists die? Could it be that all the local alchemists in this country have received their lunch boxes to go to hell? Actually, there are none at all. Sohan hesitated for a while and finally accepted the task. He could refuse, but if she refused, then he would have to ask the Princess of Rain Country. He doesn't want to be said to be a freeloader, and if he doesn't help in the current situation, Yu-Gi-Oh's ability is really too low level. Rain Country, 3rd Prince's Mansion. Your Highness, if I read it correctly, that guy Shuhan has indeed formed a knot. Those medicinal materials mean that he has accepted your trouble. If possible, how are you going to continue to make things difficult for him? He said that in 3 days received within. So many elixirs seem a bit excessive, and now this kind of intermittent prescription is unique to our country. If there is really any problem, then Sohan will have to refine a higher quality elixir to pass the test. The head guards in golden armor said that there was nothing to worry about at this time. At this time, the 3rd prince lay helplessly on his bed. If possible, he did not want to make things difficult for this person, but now there is such a situation in the sect. He was ordered to deliberately contact this person to see how many brushes he had. Chapter 502, Rain Country Conspiracy. But Sohan didn't notice what their thoughts were at this time. His goal was to refine the perfect Duan Sudan. In fact, he already knew everything about Yu-Gi-Oh's side through the system. These intermittent pills are indeed a very old prescription, but in Sohan's eyes, they are inferior goods. Moreover, this thing is not a complete unilateral prescription, but half a unilateral prescription of the life-returning pill. He just had his name changed. It's just replaced with an intermittent order. In fact, the effect is basically the same, both healing injuries and extending life. However, if these medicinal materials are refined into life-returning pills, then they can be used more appropriately. Lin Yang, you really gave me a bad idea, but I accepted it. Don't think that just a person like you can control me. Let me tell you, there is no one who can control me since I, Sohan, was born. However, at this time, the jade pendant shone with light in the Danshan. It turned out that the jade pendant was a magic weapon, but I was just not used to using it. After I arrived in this space, this jade pendant has always been in my body, but I took it out forcibly. At this time, the jade pendant had lost its original color and turned into light yellow. This light yellow jade pendant really surprised everyone. If anyone sees it. Speaking of which, I don't know what's going on, at least Sohan can't understand it. The system has given Sohan the recipe for the intermittent elixir in this place, and he quickly deduced the true identity of this elixir, but the current problem. There's really no way to explain it. It's just that these people are just using themselves, and you can actually see that. Anyway, the goal of these people is very simple, that is, to do something to themselves. After all, it is a bit scary for a foreigner to master something that even the locals don't know, and now it becomes a problem how to mess around. While Sohan was thinking about these things, he began to refine the elixir. In fact, he can do it with bare hands, but now any problems will not appear on him. At this time, he began to think of the plan of the 3rd prince. Although the attitude of the Princess of Rain Kingdom towards him is ambiguous, but at least the woman didn't want to hurt herself, she just wanted to use herself. The situation in the Rain Kingdom is also more serious, and there is one now. There are even countless alchemists supporting me, but their alchemy level is not very high, and they are just scum anyway. But now it seems that there is nothing that needs to be done by yourself. I don't know how long it took. Lin Qinyu soon sent a letter from Fei Ji. Sohan didn't know how to feel about this woman. Anyway, he was a little depressed at this time. If he could, he would never be polite. Be careful of Lin Yang. Lin Yang discovered some things in the country. If he knows about these things and you can solve them, it will be over. He wants you to investigate the disappearance of the 555 alchemists back then. We in Rain Country have had 5 missing people. As a 55-year-old alchemist, if there is any problem, all the responsibilities may fall on you. However, Sohan is not surprised by this situation. In fact, he has already done such things as investigating cases, and has done it many times. Even if this is the case, he will not do anything about it. After all, such things have become more common now. Too bad, if their alchemist disappears and they have to investigate on their own, that won't be difficult. You don't have to worry about me. If you need me to investigate this case, it will be easy. Then take out all the medicinal materials in your Rain Country. If possible, I need all the medicinal materials from your Rain Country. Anyway, I will give you some elixirs by then. There should be no need for me to explain other issues. In fact, such a problem has already happened, but Sohan is not worried at all, because at this time he knows that Yu-Gi-Oh needs help, but he will not be polite. After all, Yu-Gi-Oh is a rich country. If he can rob all the medicinal materials, if you get it, you can also get some treasures, and the mutation of the jade pendant does not mean anything, but there are some problems related to the jade pendant. This mysterious jade pendant that has always been in his dantian is already changing, so he must find a way to see his changes. Of course, it would be best if Yu-Gi-Oh can help. In fact, the people of Yu-Gi-Oh are plotting against Suhan. At the same time, Suhan was also plotting against the people of Yu country. Even if he wants to do something, it won't have much effect, but it is still good to plunder more resources from the Rain country. Now we have to have a battle with Yu-Gi-Oh. No matter whether they are enemies or friends, if they are good friends, it will be great, but if they are not good friends, then they can only stand aside. Of course, if the leader of the Rain country knew about such a problem, he would never feel relieved. He would definitely have a heart attack and become angry, because many people in the Rain country would hate it at this time. Suhan, of course that was because Lin Yang was causing trouble. If he had been a little more careful, such a thing wouldn't have happened. However, it doesn't seem to be that easy to trouble this woman now. He doesn't want to be said to be a freeloader. Chapter 503, Investigating Suspicious Cases. If people from our palace ask you to do such a thing, then I don't know what to say whether you will refuse. After all, such a question is quite difficult for you to make a decision. Lin Qinyo was quite helpless at this time, but there was nothing he could do now. If there was really a problem, he would never be polite. Shu reluctantly shook his head. It was not clear what happened now. If he really needed to, if you want to help, then they will probably make some requests. Suhan was actually not in a hurry at this time, because the people in the Rain country wanted something from him, so he didn't have to be polite. If you need anything, just say it directly. Anyway, what is the problem with you? Then it is impossible for people from Yu-Gi-Oh to find out. And not many people know what happened to that strange case. I said you'd better pay attention to the influence. Although you want to use me, it doesn't matter. It's normal for you to want to take advantage of my feeling, but now I have to say one thing, if you can, you'd better stay away from me, otherwise I don't know what will happen. After Zuhai hesitated for a moment, he finally replied to that, Princess of Yu Kingdom, but at this time, that Princess of Yu Kingdom also thought about it for a while, and finally told Shohan all the situation. It was quite troublesome to talk about this kind of thing. News like the disappearance of the alchemist of the Rain Kingdom is impossible to spread outside, but that, the third prince is really awesome. In order to find out what was going on, he actually told Suhan about it. Anyway, you can figure it out yourself. If you need me to find out about this matter, then you can't force me to make alchemy, and you have to pay me the corresponding reward. If you don't need me to find out about this matter, then you have to pay me some reward, of course. I can use these things to make elixirs. After thinking for a moment, Suhan replied, but at this time Lin Qinyo felt a little helpless. In fact, he had already expected this situation. Unfortunately, he didn't know how deep Suhan's city was. You actually don't have to do this now. But it's okay. If you really need my help, then I will give you all the information about that case. After all, we also need someone to investigate the case. As for the pills and so on, don't worry about the third prince. Just as much as you can directly refine. This time it was you who replied to him, but Suhan felt uncomfortable at this time, because this situation was somewhat depressed. It sounds rather irritating. Even the leader of the Rain Kingdom has thought a lot this time, and now he and Guokuazo know the situation, and only Suhan can take action. If possible, it is better to offend this person. The current problem is really serious. It's not a good thing if you are really offended. Suhan shook his head and quickly looked through the scroll given by the leader of the Rain Kingdom. He discovered something unusual about this case. If this case was committed by people, then these people were usually killed. It's over. People will not be completely lost in the mountains without taking action, and at this time, there is no one alive or dead. What happened to lead to this situation? 555 alchemists entered the Rain Kingdom. It's a bit surprising that people are collecting herbs in the mountains and never coming back. But Suhan can still accept it, because he has also encountered some bad luck in this situation, so he has to deal with these. People are in contact. You don't need to say any more. These 5 people. He must have disappeared or encountered an accident, otherwise he wouldn't be so embarrassed. I don't know what to say, but now I want to know if you have ever investigated it. Although Suhan had already planned for this situation, his heart still hurt when he saw this scroll. These 555 alchemists are not weak in Rain Country. If they are needed under normal circumstances, go collect the medicinal materials yourself. Suffice it to say, there were probably a lot of people coming to look for medicinal materials for them, but these 555 alchemists disappeared easily. Some of these characters should not have died in the first place, but I don't know what happened to them, and I don't know whether they went into the mountains to collect medicine or something like that. What kind of mountains they went into? In fact, the people of Yu-Gi-Oh didn't give a detailed description. There are big problems with this scroll. But can Suhan say it directly at this time? Forget it, I won't say much else, but now I want to ask you to tell me which mountain range he died in. I want to take a look at the situation of that mountain range. If there is really a problem, then I will never be polite. Suhan said very seriously, but at this time many people have noticed the situation here. Anyway, there is no need to think too much now, this ending is already very surprising. But thinking about the current problem is a bit painful. If I could help it, I would never be too polite. Chapter 504, Changes. One day later, Sohan decided to go to that mountain range. In fact, that mountain range was called the Vast Mountain Range, but it seemed that these people had no idea what the problems were outside the mountain. This really made people feel. In fact, not many people know what kind of problem fear is that leads to such a result. Now if there is really a problem, then I will never be polite. The deaths of these alchemists actually hurt Sohan deeply. If it weren't for his alchemy level being higher than those people, I'm afraid he would have died in front of these people soon, which is quite embarrassing to say. But I'm not the kind of person who's afraid of danger. If I want to find out what's going on here, I can only use this method. Anyway, this kind of situation is really bad. If I can. I don't want to experience something like this. You are so true. How could you let that person do such a thing? Father, I am really convinced by you. The reason why I agreed to let that person do it was just to give him a little sweetness. In the Rain Kingdom Palace, the third prince said helplessly, but not many people noticed his actions at this time, because the princess of the Rain Kingdom, a woman with real power in the Rain Kingdom, is still here, not to mention that prince. Speaking of which, this is a bit unlucky, even though we are cultivating a world that favors boys over girls. It's more serious in some places, but now, the problem is that this guy doesn't favor boys over girls at all, but favors girls over boys. How is Sohan? And although Sohan is a foreigner, he has enough ability to complete such a thing. If I have such ability, then I will do it myself. If you don't have it, don't talk nonsense here. Dan, let me tell you, if you really want to stop Sohan now, then I will never be polite to you. At this time, Lin Qinyu looked helpless, but he did not have such ability. Even if he wants to search for these truths, it will be of no use, because even if he goes there at this time, no one can help him. Such a result is unacceptable to him, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, for him, this kind of accidents have happened more than once. I support the third prince's view. You are just a woman. Who do you think you are? You are just a man's crotch toy. What qualifications do you have to trouble me? And why do you have to come to this matter? We decided. A very rough voice floated in the air. But I don't care at this time. Yes. The leader of the Rain Kingdom or someone else has already heard it. Who is the owner of this voice? In fact, it is the rogue who made a big fuss in the Rain Country Palace, but the Rain Country Palace is not the place where he should come. He said that if he should come, then he would not be polite. Cao Zhongwen, why are you here? Isn't the plague you created in Vying City enough? Then let me ask you, what on earth do you want to do? Do you want to take away the position of the royal family of the Rain Kingdom? Do you think you are a relative of the royal family? You are just a guy who abuses me. Why a guy like the leader of the Rain Kingdom with an ashen face appears here is actually very simple. It's because he was controlled by this person, or because this person promised him something. Maybe it was a condition for seeking to usurp the throne. But it doesn't matter. It's really painful to talk about this situation. I didn't expect that you would really transfer Sohan according to my strategy. Sohan is indeed a threat to me, but you don't have such ability at all now. Call Shuhan back. Your daughter is my comrade. Let me tell you, I have raised him for more than 20 years, and at least I have to collect interest or something. Don't think that it doesn't matter if you are his biological father. The rogue said directly, but if there is any problem now, the leader of the Timely Rain Kingdom was quite speechless. Originally, he didn't care what this rogue thought at all, but who would have thought that this guy is so powerful, and now this guy seems to be in control. Some of the more distinguished people in this empire. You go to hell. Lin Qinyu shouted softly, and immediately two bright willow leaf knives flew out of her sleeves, one going to her throat and the other to her heart. The speed of the two flying knives was beyond everyone's imagination. Anyway, there is no need to hide it from this man now. Anyway, this man is bound to die now. After all, because his prince is controlled, this is also quite scary. The two flying knives made a sonic boom sound and flew directly towards that rogue's chest. Because at this time, the rogue has been frightened enough, but there is nothing he can do now. After all, for this rogue, controlling one of his daughters is the most satisfying thing for him. Sohan didn't feel it at this time, but if he knew, he would definitely be shocked. Chapter 505, The Lame Man Turns Over. Chapter 506, The Dust Has Settled. Looking at this man, Sohan actually felt very uncomfortable, because what this man did at this time was really angry, and the fact that he was like this was actually very sad, but now the woman didn't want to just take action. Lin Qinyu, if you want to kill your father now, just do it. He is just a retard anyway, and even if you kill him, everyone will probably applaud you. Sohan said very seriously, but at this time he was a little speechless, because this situation was a bit bad to say the least, and he would not be polite if he could. Just now, the target is another woman, which sounds a little annoying. If such a person wants to deal with his opponent, then he has no right to block his thoughts. Tell me, how should I do it? If I can't satisfy my own feelings or ideas after I do it, this is what makes me most depressed. How should I deal with this man? Killing him is too cheap, and even if I kill him now, the people from the Rain Country can drown me with their saliva. Frowning hard, the princess of the Rain Country said very seriously, but Sohan didn't have the heart to think about these things now, because at this time he was still thinking about the strange case in the Rain Country. If the strange case is true, then you really need to investigate it. Sohan was thinking as he strode towards Cao Zhongwen. He was holding two black pills in his hand. Indeed, these two black pills were poisons that he had concocted. However, he only had the antidote. Yes, if there is really any problem, then I will never use this thing. What do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? This is impossible. The man who killed me was not born yet. Cao Zhongwen's pupil shrank and his body trembled. He was already aware of this situation. He knows that what he does will only arouse everyone's anger, but what does it matter? Besides, isn't he very powerful? He can do whatever he wants. What does it matter to him if he controls a woman? Suhan was faster than him. Although it looked slow, its speed was not weak. It soon came to the man and pinched its cheeks. His mouth immediately opened wide. Yes, soon, the two poisons turned into a black light and entered her mouth. You feed me something that is impossible, just give it to me. Well, nothing will happen to me. Who do you think you are? But let me tell you, if there is really a problem now, then I will never be done with you. Suhan shook his head. At this time, the rogue had not changed his nature. Those two pills are indeed poison, but now, he has nothing to say. The pill will not kill people, it will only make him slowly become addicted and become a walking zombie. Of course, if poppies are used, some problems can be solved. If you use opium poppy, even if an ordinary person uses twice the amount, he can't stop his addiction even if he uses 10 times the amount. Moreover, this man will be finished for the rest of his life. If he doesn't beg for mercy now, he will have no chance at all. This guy has been poisoned by his own poison, and that poppy can only solve some problems, and it can only temporarily stop the addictive desire. After this rogue swallowed the pill, his large muscles immediately turned blue and black. This person immediately turned into something like a mummy, but now if he had any powerful tricks, he didn't have any. It's a bit unlucky when you think about it. The blue-black skin clung to his body like a charm. The rogue immediately started to go crazy. His already disabled right leg seemed to have been injected with power at this time. His whole body looked like a walking zombie, and his eyes also turned blood red. What kind of powerful pill is this? If possible, we in Yu-Gi-Oh should also prepare some. Speaking of dealing with those judgments, we don't have a powerful way. But now, if Suhan is willing to give us these things, then it's worth it. Lin Qinyu said a little helplessly, but at this time he also knew what was going on. After all, such things were a bit troublesome, and people in this country now have a bad attitude towards such things. That rogue will suffer a lot and then die. You just need to find a yard, a room, or even a pigsty, and lock it up. I don't know why you guys seems a little afraid of him. Suhan looked at Lin Qinyu, feeling uncomfortable in his heart. He always felt a little awkward when Yu-Gi-Oh helped the princess, because at this time, the princess of Yu-Gi-Oh didn't think about anything else and knew how to avenge herself. But his parents, it's really too much. You don't have to think too much. At this time, you should be happy. After all, your parents treat you very badly, and their attitude towards you has always been bad. I know. Chapter 507, Gift Pill. I have no problem, sir, don't worry about me. Actually, I want to know, what kind of thoughts do those people have? All the people in Vying City say that I am crazy. Anyway, to me, such an evaluation no longer matters. I just don't understand. In the monk world, anyone can become very strange. Even a woman can do some indescribable things. However, if you have status, no matter how good you are, you will not be laughed at. Lin Qinyu shook his head hard because he didn't know what to say at this time. If there is really a problem now, then as long as you solve your own problem, everything will be fine. Suhan is indeed curious as to why such a guy would appear in front of him. Anyway, he has a very unlucky curiosity now. It would be of great benefit to him if he could know such things. But at this time, Princess Yu-Gi-Oh didn't say anything. As far as I know, my daughter has been living at their home, and sometimes she is not mentally normal. Anyway, I have such a feeling now. If I can catch this person, then I must find a way. Unfortunately, the conditions here do not allow it at all, and if I do it to him, then my daughter he will definitely be ridiculed by everyone in the Rain country. At this time, the leader of the Rain Kingdom finally spoke. What he said surprised Suhan very much, because at this time Suhan finally understood the general outline of what happened back then. If possible, he really wanted to kill this man completely. It turns out that this lame man did indeed do some evil things. Originally, he and another woman didn't have that kind of extramarital affair, but this guy deliberately gave people the impression that he was having an extramarital affair, but it doesn't matter now. If there is really a problem, then Suhan will find a way. It's a pity that he was not born in this era. Suhan was a little helpless. If he was born in such a place, he would definitely find a way to deal with this man completely. But the strange case in Yu-Gi-Oh must be investigated. If it can't be found, it will be bad luck. Didn't you think about asking for some problems back then? Moreover, this mistress has already bullied you. Why didn't you think of a way to kill him? You obviously were. And your strength is not weaker than theirs. If it is your father, you must reject him, and you cannot kill him. So, Han shook his head and asked about the master, but at this time, Princess Yu-Gi-Oh looked helpless. If the problem could be solved, what else would he want to do? After all, there are some problems that are difficult to explain, and they encountered there is nothing he can do about such a thing. Do you think I don't want to? In fact, that son's ability is not very good, but because he is my adoptive father, I can't do anything to him. This is a very bad problem, and I have no way to explain it, but I want to. It's true that the cripple is very capable, but it doesn't mean that I can't beat her, but if I really want to do it, everyone there will probably drown me in a flurry of saliva. Zuhai was a little helpless. These were some of the unlucky things that happened to Princess Yu-Gi-Oh! Moreover, even if he wanted to do something now, it probably wouldn't be of much use. After all, after such a situation happened, there would only be a very depressing feeling. If possible, then I would never be polite. It's just that now, the lame man's life or death is a matter of time. That guy must die anyway. If he doesn't die, no one will be at ease. But now there is a feeling that it is that simple. Sohan looked outside. In fact, everything was normal in Yu-Gi-Oh, but the current problem in Yu-Gi-Oh was also very simple. The princess and prince are living outside, and there are other people who may come to the Yu Kingdom Palace to cause trouble. If he wants to gain a foothold in the Rain Country, he must break out of the world. As for how to break through, he already knows in his mind. Take it, the resources of Yu-Gi-Oh are very scarce now, so I will give some of the ingredients I refined before to Yu-Gi-Oh. As for the reward, you don't have to worry about it. I know that if you really need to pay me, then I don't need to tell you that you will find a way. Sohan shook his head, feeling unhappy, but soon he thought of some other ways. After all, he won't get any help here. Then just build his own powerful team. Anyway, there is a powerful alchemist over there in the Rain Country. If he doesn't get rid of him, he will definitely be in trouble. Seeing Sohan's behavior, the leader of the Rain Kingdom was always a little helpless. Sohan's purpose was certainly not interested in his daughter, but she wanted to replace the alchemist. In fact, the leader of the Rain Kingdom also knew something about it. Chapter 508, Leaving. 3 days later, Sohan stepped into that mysterious mountain range again. In fact, this time it was also approved by the leader of the Rain Kingdom, and the current situation is a bit troublesome. If possible, then I would never refuse. There is a fog in the vast mountains, and there are many spirits in the fog. Medicine resources, even under the cover of fog, you can still smell some strange smells. But Sohan understood it as soon as he entered this mountain range. No wonder those 5 people would go here to collect herbs. The combination of the flavors of various elixirs is indeed quite tempting. This place is really hard to find. If these people all died here, then the bodies might not be found, but why should I investigate such a mystery? Sohan said seriously, because he knew that if anything was discovered during the investigation here, then the country would be completely finished. Anyway, it is quite bad for such a situation. A murder case occurred in such a mysterious mountain range within his own country. This person actually didn't care at all, and the country's leader also put this matter on hold for so long. Fortunately, such a thing didn't happen to that rogue, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. That rogue is going to do it. I can't even think of it. It's really troublesome. What should I think about now? This rogue will definitely find a way. Come up with something awesome, otherwise I can't imagine what he can do. Sohan muttered to himself, and soon came to the depths of the mountain range. He discovered that the distribution of elixirs in the depths of this mountain range was somewhat strange. It's like someone planted it deliberately, and the quality of the elixirs grown is quite good. Moreover, the elixirs grown deep in this mountain range are actually the medicinal materials of the 9 turns golden pill. Although he said that he has not refined the 9 turn golden pill, he is quite clear about the medicinal materials of the 9 turn golden pill. This is the medicinal material used in the recipe of the 9 turn golden pill, which is the more expensive one. And the number is staggering. In this case, there are enough speculations about how these deceased died. Anyway, it is very likely that the 5 people entered the mountains to pick the elixir that had been planted by humans, and caused the owner of the elixir to fight back. Maybe they were killed in this way. Sohan thought this way and continued to go to the valley. He said that his cultivation level was not very high, but if he saw the owner of the valley, unless the owner of the valley couldn't speak or something went wrong, he would have the space and time to escape. In this way there is nothing surprising about the situation. After all, some things nowadays are easy to explain. If I remember correctly, there should be a very strange person in that valley. If Sohan entered this valley, he would only encounter a few. Father, you just let him go. Speaking of which, he helped us a lot. Lin Qinyu said a little helplessly, but what can he say at this time? After all, this kind of problem is really troublesome. If possible, he must find a way to solve it. But now that it is said, it is a bit bad. If possible, he didn't know how to let his own hands go down, let alone Sohan. The leader of the Rain Kingdom shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his daughter really liked Sohan, but that didn't matter. Since she liked Sohan, it didn't matter if Sohan did something for him. If something goes wrong at that time, you will be responsible for it. After all, some of the current situations are really bad, and the situation in Yu-Gi-Oh is also quite depressing. And although Sohan is an alchemist, he is somewhat reluctant to part with it, but the leader of the Rain Kingdom is also quite helpless. Among the alchemists he built, Sohan has the highest level of cultivation. If Sohan has no ability to protect himself, then he can completely refuse. Since he didn't refuse, it proves that he has some ability to escape from here. Daughter, what do you think I am thinking? Let me tell you, if you really have a problem now, Sohan will definitely be able to help us. The attitude of the leader of the Rain Kingdom is very serious. This time he decided to use Sohan, but now, Lin Qinyu felt very uncomfortable because she had seen such a situation before, but now she thought about it and she felt a little depressed. Why would her father take advantage of Sohan? Moreover, Sohan's strength was also quite terrifying. It was just among some of the elixirs that Sohan left for himself. It already contains all the elixirs needed by Rain Country, and the contents of those elixirs are very huge. Tens of thousands are often used as the base number, so there is no need to think too much now. If possible, he would try his best to protect Sohan. Unfortunately, does such a character need to be protected by himself? Lin Qinyu was a little hesitant. If he could, he would have gone with Shu Hainer long ago, but at this time, the Rain Country cannot live without the princess. He could only calm down for the time being and settle the matter in Yu-Gi-Oh before talking. Chapter 509, The Mysterious Valley. Sohan didn't care about these people at all at this time. After all, there were some situations that were difficult to explain, and even if that person really made a move, he could still think of a solution. This mountain range was very eerie, and Sohan didn't care about other places, but he was very surprised by the materials for the 9-turn golden pill. The materials for the 9-turn golden pill were valuable. Even the lowest level ones are much more expensive than some other materials. Of course, you can have some of them yourself, but there are some problems that are not easy to explain now, and where is this place that can actually have so many medicinal materials? The growth of these medicinal materials was very gratifying. Sohan thought about it and went to pick it, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, the medicinal materials reacted immediately, and it was very scary. The medicinal materials actually made a sound like a bell. Damn it, no, this is really powerful. It even has a protective barrier. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Sohan withdrew his hand. At this time, his hands seemed to have been cooked, exuding a scent of human flesh. Of course, such a small wound is no problem for him. Now he is a little depressed. Why would he encounter such a thing? He took out a pill called Yuking Dan from his storage ring and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, Sohan's face looked better, and his hands immediately moved. Return to normal. Damn barrier, since you are so protective of these elixirs, I will snatch them all away and see what you will do. It's quite annoying for you people, but it doesn't matter. How I want to fix it is my business. After Sohan frowned, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. What on earth is going on? If there is still someone alive, then Sohan will find the owner of this place. If he can't find it, then he will come here in vain. Place, and some of the current situations are simply impossible to understand. Even if you know what secrets there are, you still have to investigate them carefully. Although medicinal materials are abundant in this valley, the wild grasses also grow very tall, with wild grasses as tall as a person. Under such circumstances, it seems that few people have been here. Otherwise, who would not take care of such a medicine garden seriously? After thinking carefully for a moment, Sohanli smashed the barrier with one kick. Although the festival is relatively powerful, but it is quite easy for Sohan to destroy it. He has already read the recipe of the 9 turns golden pill, and he can refine it at will as long as he has the medicinal materials. Sohan quickly collected all the medicinal materials of the 9 golden pills in the barrier. After gathering, these 9-turn golden elixir medicinal materials have a total of 800 enchantments, covering 8 spiritual fields. In other words, these are the materials for the 9-turn golden elixir of 8 spiritual fields, and these 9 spiritual fields the materials for the golden elixir are all grown together. Although the various medicinal materials are different, under the same circumstances, they are actually planted together. This is really a bit bad. What's so strange about this? Sohan, you are a little too ignorant, but there is nothing wrong now. If I tell you that such medicinal materials are very common in our place, how should you explain it? The system's lukewarm voice floated in the air at this time, and of course only Sohan could hear it. And there are no people around here. For Sohan, this is also a relatively bad thing, and he can solve it how he wants. What he has to do now is up to Sohan himself. System, do you know about such a thing? And I really want to know what kind of place this is. If there is really any problem, I will just evacuate in time. With these 800 copies of the 9-turn golden elixir material, with my ability it should be possible to transfer more than 10,000 9-turn golden pills. The system was a little helpless, but soon a piece of information entered Sohan's mind. This information showed all the conditions of this mountain range. This mountain range was originally the elixir base of the Rain Country, but this kind of problem was solved in 300 years ago. The Rain Country had been denied by people because, for some unknown reason, it seemed to be occupied by a monster. Although the elixir grows well in this place, no one picks it at all. 50 years ago, a few people formed a group to harvest. I don't know what happened, but they completely disappeared in this mountain range, making this mountain range a terrifying existence. But it doesn't matter now. If there is really something in this place, such a terrifying existence will probably be abandoned by everyone. Tisk, it turns out I was deceiving myself. I thought it was something. Anyway, such a legend is quite scary to say, but I shouldn't be afraid of anything because I have experience. Sohan reluctantly shook his head, but at this time he knew what he should and should not say, and he had no one to listen to in this place. This is probably the most valuable place in Rain Country. It's a pity that no one knows about these things. If anyone really knows, they will find a way to rob all the medicinal materials here, even if they take all the risks. Chapter 510, The Final Judgment. Chapter 511, You damn bitch. He knew very well that if his daughter really couldn't do anything for him, she would definitely kill him. Speaking of which, this result is really bad, and the current situation is really troublesome. However, at this time, his daughter actually brought the antidote in front of him, making it clear that she didn't want him to get it, but it didn't matter now. Even if she couldn't get it, it didn't matter. After all, some things now are not easy to explain. If possible, then you should also think about what you should do. It's just that he usually behaves like a monster. It's true that it can't be used now. You damn bitch, when you thought Sohang was just pretending, did you think I didn't know? And now I have to tell you one thing, if you don't give me the antidote, you won't get anything at home. Lin Qinyu smiled reluctantly. This guy really thought he was someone, and he looked really bad now. If this man really thought he was someone, then he had underestimated the ability of a princess. Cao, if it weren't for you, I would have modified it long ago. You are really a decent guy. Since you are like this, I won't be polite. Since you want to deal with me and deal with me for the sake of the woman you love, then there is no need for me to show mercy to you. In fact, this woman has her own plan for this situation, but what can she say at this time? After all, this woman also knows it. If there is really any problem, it is estimated that in this prison, she really can't how about it. But Sohan was outside at this time, so he didn't pay attention to these situations, and there were some things that were difficult to explain now. If possible, he should be able to think of a way. Sohan stayed in that valley for a long time, but how to say such a thing at this time? If there is any purpose in telling these people, then it would not be good. After all, such a situation is quite bad. If I wouldn't be polite if I could. Although there are materials for the 9-turn golden pill in that valley, but now I think about it, the materials for the 9-turn golden pill are not that good. Although the number is relatively large, in Sohan's opinion, if this place is really the heritage of a sect, then it is too few. Not to mention the heritage of a country, but in the end, we actually found 100,000 copies of the 9-turn golden elixir. If you learn how to refine the 9 turns golden pill, you can defeat guys like Shi Wan. He left himself such a powerful elixir material. Then you don't have to worry too much. Anyway, I don't know what kind of fight there is in the country, so I might as well take part in it when the time comes. Now I have to go to that mountain range to find out. It looks like a mountain range, but I think it's like a mountain range left by a magic weapon level treasure. If I'm not wrong, there are other opportunities in this valley. Sohan nodded, swallowed his saliva, and immediately prepared to take action, because this kind of thing is really not good, and it is not easy to deal with it in the end. 9 Transformations Golden Pill was originally a high-level pill in the prehistoric world. If you take it, in the prehistoric world, one can reach the golden immortal state. It's just that this realm is for a mortal with no cultivation, and it can make him become a golden immortal instantly, but in this kind of place. The ability of this 9 Transformation Golden Pill has slightly declined, but it has never declined too much. Sohan made such a sound in his head, but at this time Sohan felt uncomfortable, because to put it this way, he also encountered some strange phenomena, and what should I say now? How should I toss it? I want to find the valley. The adventure is not that easy, and this valley is filled with evil spirits. I don't know what is in this valley. It would be nice if you could know. I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the task you gave me. After all, there are very powerful secrets in your valley. If I don't pay attention, I don't know what will happen. Sohan was a little helpless. At this time, after he apologized to Princess Yuguo in his heart, he immediately shook his head innocently. After all, this situation was not what he wanted to see at all. He came to Rain Country to explore some secrets of going to the advanced world, but at this time they actually didn't know anything, and the current situation is really a bit bad. If possible, it wouldn't be like this. What should I say now? After all, I need some time to think about myself, and the current situation is quite bad. If possible, I really don't want to leave like this. After leaving this valley, what can I continue to do? If you stay here, you will definitely get some benefits, but after returning to the Rain Country, I don't know how the fight between these princes and princesses will turn out. Love reading reminds you, 3 things about reading to collect, recommend, remember to collect and save chapter. Chapter 512, Lin Qinyu's True Strength. Sohan looked embarrassed at this time, but now what he wants to do and what he says is his own business, and now Sohan may not be this guy's opponent even if he tries his best, and the current situation is a little bit. That's enough. If possible, then I would never do anything. The opportunities in this valley are too powerful, and he has already discovered that this valley is unusual. This place really looks like something condensed from a treasure, and there seems to be some unusual things in it. If possible, I would like to try it and see what happens. However, at this time, the unlucky system was completely silent, because even the system could not do anything else at this time, and if something really happened now, it would definitely not be over. You don't have to say anything. If that's possible, I don't know what to do or what to say. After all, the current situation is already unimaginable. And what on earth is such a person planning to do, hiding behind Yuguo? Under such circumstances, Lin Ying went to see Cao Zongwen again. Although this person was not easy to see in the prison, the prince and princess were exceptions. But at this time he and Lin Qinyu met on a narrow road. I want to ask you, what happened here? The current situation is really scary. If it can't be solved, what should we do? Now it's up to you to do whatever you want. Lin Yang was immediately surprised when he saw Cao Zongwen's condition. Such a problem is really too bad. I didn't expect that my imperial sister would dare to do such a rebellious thing. No matter how bad this person is, he is still his adoptive father. No matter how he wants to deal with it, it is still his right. If they were placed in ordinary people's homes, then these people were killed by their adoptive father, and the royal family would not dare to say anything. But now because this person is a royal princess, there is no big commotion. Speaking of which, it's quite funny. How could such a thing happen? Lin Yang, stay away from me, otherwise I will never be done with you. I don't know what to say, but now if I can, I want to kill you. It's up to you to figure it out. If it works, I'll take action right away. Lin Qinyu reluctantly shook her head, considering the current situation. But being controlled by him, and the people of the royal family probably don't dare to do anything like this, but he is really shocked like this. After all, the current situation is really speechless, and quite speechless. You don't have to look like this. If you want to do something, then just do it. You can do whatever you like. I have nothing to say about the current situation. If I can, I won't be polite. Do you know that I also want to get involved in the power of the royal family, but at this time, I can't do it at all. Lin Qinyu shook her head. She was the only normal princess in the royal family, but there were many princes. Moreover, this person came from the bottom. If there were any problems, it would definitely cause trouble among others. Attention. This is quite annoying to say, but there is nothing we can do now. Sohan has already gone to other places. As long as he comes back, his plan can be started. This mountain range should be a secret elixir base among the royal family of the Rain Kingdom, but now he has the right to get it. Although he said that these elixirs do not have much effect on him, if there are enough 9 turns golden pill, then your own cultivation level can be greatly improved. It's a pity that these princes don't know anything, and it's quite bad for such a situation. It's okay if they don't know anything. If they know, then that's fine. Now thinking about it, it's a bit depressing. If that's possible, I am determined not to be polite. What should I say about such a thing? In fact, I have been practicing in that place for a long time, but at that time, it was impossible to sharpen chi or anything. Instead, I had some Dao fruits needed for each realm. I have fully understood it, and now I only need some energy to instantly reach the peak level of nascent soul, and even reach the tribulation transcendence stage, because I have not fully understood the Dao fruit of the tribulation transcendence stage. But everything that should be there has already begun to take shape. Now I just need to fill my body with some things or huge energy. Now the energy I need has reached a very huge level. Maybe only the 9 turns golden pill can meet my needs. This is why the reason why Lin Qinyu came to Sohan. Because Lin Qinyu couldn't get huge energy in the Rain Country, his cultivation level is only in the middle stage of Jindan, which is similar to Sohan, but what should he do at this time? I don't know yet, that's it. The only way is to ask Sohan for help. As long as Sohan is willing to help, it is possible for him to even agree to it. Cao Zhongwen, you are about to die anyway. I want to hear your explanation before you die. Why did you treat me like that? Do you think I am just a toy that can be played with? Do you think you can do anything to me? But I really want to know, if I were you, how would I treat you? Chapter 513, Valley Maze. Lin Qinyu shook her head silently. If she followed the rules of the Cao family, her surname was Cao, but at this time she was the princess of the royal family of the Rain Kingdom. Regardless of whether this is true or not, it doesn't matter. As my father, let me make a break with him today. Anyway, I don't know what to say to such a guy. After all, I have enough strength to deal with him now, so I can do whatever I want. Everyone was shocked by the current situation, because it was useless to say anything at this time. If possible, I would never be polite. Seeing him like this, I was speechless just thinking about it. What should I do? I've made up my mind, Lin Yang, it's no problem how you want to deal with me, but this man is my adoptive father. Before he dies, I have to ask he never regretted it. If he regrets it, maybe I can give him the antidote, but if he doesn't regret it, then. However, Sohan didn't think about anything at this time. Now his purpose is very simple, which is to find out the secrets in this mountain range. Such a result is still unimaginable, but what should I say at this time? So far Sohan couldn't find any solution. This mountain range is indeed very strange. There is not even a map or anything, so naturally no secrets will be discovered. Shuhan has no way to deal with this situation, and he doesn't know where this unfortunate system has gone. But just as he was picking the materials for the 9 turns golden pill on the cliff, he suddenly found a mark on the mountainside that looked like the tread of an axe. There should be a cave here, otherwise there would be no such traces. Speaking of which, this is quite powerful. What is going on? And now I must find the secret inside, otherwise I won't be able to get out. Suhan was very calm on the surface, but he was panicking in his heart, because he didn't know what to do at this time, and if he couldn't get out of this mountain range, he would definitely be embarrassed in front of Lin Qinyu. I don't want to say anything to you now, but if you have such ability, then I can also deal with you. Don't think about who you are. Who do you think you are? Suhan was talking to himself, but at this time he found that the cave was blocked by countless rubbles, which seemed to be a gate. However, these stones cleverly formed a machine. If you don't drain them, they will become a huge obstacle. Sohanyan. As soon as I scanned my eyes, I immediately found a place that was very easy to evacuate. I quickly started pumping violently. After a while, the evacuated hole was already large enough to fit in. Sohan didn't hesitate and started to take action immediately. When he arrived at this place, he found that the door behind him closed with a coaxing sound. It's a bit scary that there are still so many people stationed here after such a long time, or that these mechanized institutions still exist. The Rain country has been established for so many years, but who knew they still had something there? It's quite funny to say that. If possible, they should be able to think of ways to deal with them. But after entering this place, they found that they appeared in front of them. In front of you are 3 corridors. These 3 corridors surprised them very much, but there was nothing they could do now. Sohan glanced at them immediately. He found the correct tunnel, and soon the map of the mountain peak also appeared in his mind. This was probably a secret operation of the system, but they didn't care about this at all. What on earth do you want to do now? Why don't you go quickly? I have already drawn a map of this mountain peak for you. Do you really not care that much? And don't you want to know what is in this mountain peak? The outside of this mountain peak is covered with materials for the 9-turn golden elixir. It seems that it was planted when the Rain Kingdom was founded, and the vintage is quite high. If you are not careful, you will not notice it at all. It's quite funny to say that, if possible, I wouldn't let these things go so easily. It seems that I have encountered a treasure this time. It is estimated that there are more treasures in this mountain peak, but what should I say now? There should be other secrets in this mountain peak. If possible, it cannot be so easy. I got it, it looks like I have to be more careful. Sohan was helpless, but he said seriously because he needed some help at this time. Actually, you don't need to worry. How can such a problem not be solved with my help? It's a pity that you always think that I am such a guy, so I don't need to be polite. It seems like you don't feel anything at all. Arriving in such a maze-like place, Sohan unexpectedly didn't respond at all, which made the system a little helpless. Chapter 514, Exploring the Maze, the Cao family launches an attack. However, Sohan didn't care about anything at this time. After all, there were some problems that couldn't be explained. How to deal with it now was also his own problem. It was a bit embarrassing to say that. After all, whatever he needed now was worth considering. Not to mention that the path of this mysterious palace was like a maze, but at this time he didn't know what was in it. At least the people who entered this corridor didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Who can act cautiously under such circumstances? Only Sohan, a fool, can. Of course, there is no need to think too much now. If things in the royal family were that bad, they would not be like this. What should I say at this time? But there is no problem. I want to explore this valley for a while. I guess I won't get any good results. But now I should be sure, because I look at this map. This valley is a complete maze. Sohan said to himself, but what should I say at this time? If there is something abnormal about such a guy, then there is absolutely no chance that he will have anything. And now, if she didn't do anything, it would be it's a big problem, and it's all his business how to deal with it now. Those people in the Rain Kingdom Palace did not trust him, even that woman was not that good, and after slowly entering this mysterious place, he always had a very strange feeling. Sohan quickly walked through that corridor, and he took the more correct one. At this time, three treasure boxes appeared at the end of the corridor. There is a treasure box in every passage. At this time, Sohan felt uncomfortable, and he immediately got all 3 treasure chests in his hand with a flash of his body. These 3 boxes looked like pet magic weapons, but when Sohan took a closer look, he almost laughed out loud, even though he was a member of the royal family of the Rain Kingdom. If you have a bit of an adventurous spirit, even if you only pass through these corridors, you can still harvest these 3 boxes. These 3 boxes are simply the most powerful of the elixir stores in Rain Country. Squatting down in the correct alley, Sohan carefully checked the boxes. It should be said that there are no mechanisms in these 3 boxes, but each box contains some seemingly small storage bags. Each one is only 3 square meters in area, but they are filled with the medicinal materials of Genkai Dan. Although the quantity of these Genkai pill medicinal materials is not large, it is high, and each box contains 100 storage bags. The bag contains 1,000 parts of the Chi pills. Each part of the Genkai pills can be synthesized into 32 Genkai pills, which is really powerful. Sohan felt a little panicked when he saw these medicinal materials, but at this time he also knew what the strength of people like Yuguo was. The ancestors of the Jade Kingdom actually gave them so many medicinal materials. If they rely on these medicinal materials, the Yu Kingdom can definitely become a big country of elixirs. But what is going on? The people of the Yu Kingdom have no reaction at all, and the problem now is that how to solve these troubles? The people in Yu-Gi-Oh didn't even know that this was the case, so I took these elixirs away unceremoniously, because in my eyes, these medicinal materials were just white elixirs and gold coins. How about it? Have you thought about it? If you really want to make peace with me, it's impossible. Do you think I can let you reconcile with me so easily? This is impossible. Think about how you treated me at that time. If you can forgive the person who treated you like this, then I will forgive you. As husband. Not long after Lin Qinyu returned to the princess mansion, someone came to trouble him, and this time the person who came to him couldn't refuse. It was his so-called mother. Speaking of such a person, it was really bad. Yes, if possible, of course I can find a way to retaliate against him. Why don't you let go of your adoptive father? Although you are not our daughter, we still found a way to raise you to such an old age. Do you still want to betray us? If you don't succeed, you will be back to where you should be. But no matter what, we are the ones who have taken care of you for so long, so you should express your feelings. Lin Qinyu looked at the mother who had raised him in name, and actually felt uncomfortable in his heart. In fact, He understood in his heart what such a guy meant. This guy had obviously betrayed his husband. Unfortunately, he didn't expect this. This guy actually has so much ability. I shouldn't call you mother, I should call you pervert. Things like this have already happened to you, and you still forgive your husband so much. You really embody the 3 obediences and 4 virtues to the fullest. Lin Qinyu shook his head. If he could, he would go and quarrel now. After all, Sohan needed so many medicinal materials, and he also needed a large amount of 9 turns golden pill to refine his body and restore his cultivation to its peak state. In this case, the 2 people are in a cooperative state. Chapter 515, Annoying Relatives Come to Visit, Sohan's Discovery. Chapter 516, Skeleton Woman. After 7 days of inspection, Sohan found that the mountains and power supply were all fake. They were the space transformed by that magic weapon, or the space inside the magic weapon. As long as the magic weapon is conquered, it can become original appearance. It seems that this magic weapon is specially used by them to grow medicinal materials. That's how it is. The many medicinal materials you got here were actually left behind by these magic weapons on purpose. Since this is the case, then you should find a way to conquer this magic weapon and make it yours. In the past few days, the system has only said these words, but it doesn't matter now. After all, the current situation is quite bad, so if you can, then you don't have to be polite. But Sohan's harvest was huge. Because of the existence of those boxes, he had already obtained all the medicinal materials he wanted to get. The medicinal materials for the 9-turn golden pill are the most numerous, but the medicinal materials for the 9-turn golden pill are very old. If you follow your own strength, you can easily convert more than 100 pills in one serving. Moreover, Sohan can harvest a lot of medicinal materials. The quantity of these medicinal materials has reached a quite terrifying level. If he can consider it, then he should be able to think of some methods. You don't need to say any more now. You are right. Since you have so many medicinal materials, you should find out where the secrets of this place are. In this way, you can still get some opportunities. Sohan quickly started talking to himself, but this situation really attracted everyone's attention. If he could, he wouldn't think too much about it. After all, the result was really surprising. However, it is very rare to be able to harvest so many materials for the 9 transformations golden elixir. This place seems like no one has set foot in it for thousands of years, but what should I say now? There is nothing to explain these problems now. But Sohan only hesitated for a while and then started immediately. If he could find the mechanism for finding this thing, he would have one more treasure. But the more he looked for it, the more surprised he became. Don't know what's going on. It is estimated that no one knows how this magic weapon was transferred to this place. Because Sohan had a map here in his mind, he quickly found a route map, and he also found the fastest place to get to the mechanism room. The problem is that there are countless bones in this map. Countless corpses. It's quite bad to say that. Who knows who these corpses are? This may be the royal family of the Rain Kingdom. The guy who sacrificed his life for the country, or the poor people who were deliberately found by the royal family in order to be able to refine elixirs or cultivate medicinal materials. Sohan was sighing to himself, but who knew that at this time, a strange skeleton would appear in the agency. This skeleton looks a bit like a woman. It looked like it from the skull basin, but this woman actually emitted a green light from his already empty eyes. Who are you and why have you come to my territory? The voice was very clear, but Sohan was quite frightened at this time, because at this time he also knew what kind of character he had encountered, and there should be some ulterior secrets in this agency room. Sohan was also shocked because he didn't know what was going on at this time. The current situation is still a bit bad. If he could, he would never be polite, but what should these guys do? Is this thing a weapon spirit? It doesn't look like it, and what if it's a unicorn? Anyway, I can't say anything now. Whatever I want to do is up to me. This guy has been here a long time. System, come out to me. If you can tell me how to solve this problem, then I will naturally meet your requirements after I conquer this thing. Anyway, I think these should be some things refined by the ancestors of Yu-Gi-Oh! If possible, then I should be able to conquer them. At this time, the system is a little helpless. He is the devouring system of all realms. Of course, he can also swallow these magic weapons for his own use or pills. Anyway, there is nothing that cannot be swallowed by him. Now Sohan only needs to use demon swallowing. Heaven and earth swallowed up all of this magic weapon in one moment, and then you can refine it for your own use. Sohan, you stupid pig, this is the worst host I have ever found. It's not easy for you to control that thing. Can't you just use your skills to swallow it? You idiot, you what does it mean? The system's voice was a bit shrill at this time, but Sohan didn't come back to his senses at this time. This guy is considered awesome, but now he thinks about it, he is quite speechless. Who can accept such a result? He only needs to use his skills. The law can swallow up these things, or why do you have to work hard? If you didn't tell me earlier, you let me work here for so long, do you really want to kill me? What do you think you are? At worst, I'll just abandon you. Don't think you're really going to let me die. Chapter 517, Demon Swallows Heaven and Earth. Sohan's anger at this time could not be described in words. If he could kill this system now, he would definitely do it, because what he wanted to do at this time became a problem. He had to listen to her first, and Sohan looked at the system carefully and was right. This skeleton looks very bad, but it is true that the pure energy has just materialized into the skeleton. Since all the corpses in this valley are pure energy, then I can devour them. Sometimes a small number of corpses cannot be swallowed, so no matter how hard I try, there will be no need to explain these problems anyway. Sohan suddenly understood all the problems. It turned out that there was a magic weapon in this valley. Even this valley was made of magic weapons. The pure energy transformed from these corpses was used to cultivate various spirits. Medicine, no wonder you can harvest a lot here. It doesn't matter if you don't want it, you can also get some good things as a result. This matter is not known to anyone in the royal family of the country. It is very simple. It is because these people have one purpose, that is, they cannot pollute the royal family. If possible, then they do not want to tell the royal family, and although it's a bit bad for such an important treasure, it's also quite unlucky now. The system quickly put these things and information into Sohan's mind. It turns out that the real name of this valley is Sumija, but under this seemingly ordinary magic weapon, there is a very unlucky ability. That is to prove the truth by killing. It must use corpses or powerful energy to advance itself, or do other things, but this magic weapon requires the cultivation of these elixir materials. He could have used his energy to advance, but all that energy was used to do this kind of thing. So even if you really conquer him, you can only have part of his abilities. 800 years ago, after the royal family of the Rain Kingdom got this treasure, they did not cherish it and immediately put it to use, accumulating a large amount of elixirs. However, now there are some problems that they cannot explain. This large-scale operation caused all the contents of this magic weapon to be completely consumed, but it also contained a lot of high-grade medicinal materials. Even after 800 years, this magic weapon has not completely decayed. This result is really disappointing. I'm happy, but now that I think about it, I don't need to say more. These drugs are like this. But how this magic weapon was forgotten, I don't know, but this is enough. If it is really found that these people have any evil intentions, or maybe it means that Bao has some unspeakable secret, so of course you can give up. Forget it, let's accept it first. I don't want to say anything more. People who plant magic weapons are really stupid. Forget it if they don't accept it. Who knew they could do this? Since it's like this, then I don't care. You're welcome, this is the result I hope to see anyway. Sohan is thirsty for this magic weapon. If this magic weapon can really help me do powerful things, then maybe I can get another boost after I enter that continent in the future. Demon swallows the world. After Sohan exclaimed. He immediately opened his mouth, and a vortex like a black hole formed in his mouth. Soon, countless corpse auras desperately entered his mouth. It was refined by him and entered his danshan and the sea of consciousness one by one. Although the amount of this energy is very large, it turns into golden droplets after entering the danshan. Of course, part of it is sucked into the sea of consciousness, which is similar. That space, which is similar to the small thousand worlds, absorbs the golden droplets very quickly. What a huge amount of energy! I don't know what to say, but I should be able to reach the peak of the golden core this time. Although this level is indeed a bit low, it's hard to say what I should do now. Sohan was a little helpless, because nothing he wanted to do at this time had much effect. Anyway, how to say it now became a problem. The body is automatically absorbing these powerful energies, and due to the execution of the technique, countless energies penetrate into his body like crazy, but this situation is also a bit bad. What on earth should I do? I almost fainted. I don't know how I'm going to do it. It seems that it's quite difficult for me to practice such a magic weapon. If possible, I really want to control this situation quickly, but I can't. Sohan said silently in his heart, but what is there to say at this time? Even if he said it, no one would believe it, and no one has been in this valley for who knows how long. This situation is really terrible, and the current situation is quite funny. It would be great if it could be done. Chapter 518, done. However, at this time, some very bad things happened in the royal palace of Rain Country, because the princess had not mentioned her family since she came back, and some of the current situations were beyond everyone's expectations. There are some negative emotions faintly spreading in the royal palace of Rain Kingdom. The effect of this is really bad, because some negative news has spread among these royal families. This is the dark history of Princess Lin Qinyu of Rain Kingdom. These dark histories are childish and funny, such as Lin Qinyu is not a man, she likes an actor, and she disrespects her adoptive parents. Although these news are quite childish, they are the dark histories of a powerful figure in the royal family after all. This situation also happens immediately. It attracted a lot of people's attention. Tang, I really shouldn't have sent you away so softly at the beginning. I really couldn't bear this outcome, but what should I say now? After all, it's hard for me to explain some of the problems now. After all, at this time, what can be done? He really wanted to ask Sohan for help at this time, but he couldn't get in touch with Sohan now. Although this kind of sound transmission thing was quite simple for him, he didn't know what happened in that mountain range where Sohan was now. What happened? In fact, Lin Qinyu also has some information on that mountain range. It is said that this is some of the elixir bases of the Rain Country. There are a total of 666 elixir bases in the Rain Country, but one of them is abandoned. What happened? Lin Qinyu was not in the Rain Country at the time, and was not even born yet. She has no idea at all. She can only get a glimpse of it from some historical data. In fact, this guy was determined that he didn't know what to do, so he deliberately said what he was not doing, and he didn't care about any responsibility, as long as he thought it was right. The leader of the Rain Kingdom looked at his daughter and felt very uncomfortable. Why did he get her into such a family in the first place? Can such a family really give his daughter some benefits? Now not only does he have 2 more fundamentals for himself, there is no way to send away relatives, and some characters like this want to deal with themselves. This kind of thing is really bad. Father, if Suhan doesn't come back in 3 days, then I will go to that valley to find him. Since you said this is a magical elixir dojo in Yu-Gi-Oh, then we will find him. Suhan is of great significance to Yu-Gi-Oh. You also know that the elixir he refined that day has caused a lot of problems. The leader of the Rain Kingdom was about to say yes to his daughter, but who knew he would suddenly speak. You bastard, how dare you have anything to do with that? You are pretty powerful. Do you think that with your level, any man would think highly of you and have any kind of relationship with you? It must be impossible not to. You are so tired. Even if your body is not taken away by him, he is. I see what you want to do. As long as you dare to go, then I will commit suicide here immediately. This old woman surnamed Tang had nothing to say about her adopted daughter's views on love. She basically told her nothing. His own adopted daughter. As long as she comes into contact with a man, it's love or something. And we need to eliminate such problems just like we eliminate scourges. Lin Qinyu shook her head, looking at her biological father with a pale face, and felt very uncomfortable. When he returned to Yu-Gi-Oh, he proposed to kill these 2 people. Otherwise, the consequences would be really unimaginable. But it was really bad that her father didn't listen to such a question. Since he didn't listen to this question, she would be rude. Anyway, I don't have to think too much now, as long as I can find a way to kill these people. Now Yu-Gi-Oh Kuazu regrets it very much. If he had allowed his daughter to kill this guy at that time, then I am afraid that such a serious thing would not have happened. Because I was grateful to them for raising my daughter for so many years, I didn't allow my daughter to kill this guy. It seems that I was wrong. If I had known that they were such people, I would definitely find a way to kill them. I really can't stand them anymore. What does this mean? Do they really want to do something? But that's fine. Since they have already done such a thing, I will not be polite. The leader of the Rain Kingdom has been wrapped up in something called regret at this time, because it will have no effect what he wants to say at this time. After all, such a situation is not allowed to happen, and now such a problem has become very serious. For 3 days, Suhan has been refining the energy inside. Of course, he also set a time here so that the barrier can be refined almost instantly. Although it was still 3 days outside the time barrier, Suhan had already passed several years inside. Almost immediately. Yes, Suhan can quantify away some energy. Of course, this looks like outside the time barrier. After 3 days, all the energy of heaven and earth among the merchants here, the energy that could allow Suhan to improve his cultivation, was completely refined. At this time, the valley also completely disappeared. It turned into a dark gray ring. Chapter 519, Compromise is Impossible. Holding the ring in the palm of his hand, Suhan felt a lot more comfortable. After a closer look, he realized that the space of this ring was very huge, and there were some medicinal materials planted in it. Of course, these were the materials for the 9 turns golden pill that he had sown. With the seeds, it is estimated that after a long time, you will be able to have some materials for the 9 transformations golden elixir. Except for those 5 people, all the original corpses in this ring have become graves. It was spread on the official system that originally belonged to the Rain Kingdom, and Suhan understood it now. The ring's appearance here forcibly changed the landscape of the country, which was supposed to be closed. This place is only a few hundred miles away from the country, and it's a straight line. This ring looks very strange, not flat and round at all. It doesn't look like it was carved out of precious stones. There are countless traces on it, but after the system saw such a situation, if he had an expression, he would definitely curl his lips in helplessness. The news quickly spread to the Rain country, because such a situation is too rare, and it is not easy to say such a thing now. It would be great if it could be done. It's a pity that so many people didn't pay attention to other problems. Anyway, no one said anything about him at this time. Suhan finally did it. I didn't expect this guy to be quite powerful. Since this is the case, then this guy surnamed Tang shouldn't be able to say anything. Anyway, this guy is so powerful, so being our Rain country's son-in-law doesn't mean anything. The leader of the Rain Kingdom said very seriously. In fact, he also knew that this thing was a magic weapon. However, people of his generation had tried to conquer it more than once, but the effect was never very good. And now, it's really bad. Who are you and what right do you have to interfere with her affairs? Even if you want to find a son-in-law for her, you don't have to get my approval. Do you think that Suhan is a good thing? He demolished our house. The old woman said helplessly, but his words were simply nonsense in front of these people. Such things were originally very simple, but now it has no effect what he wants to say, and there is no chance of what he wants to do. Pull me down, you old girl. I can tell you seriously, if I am not the princess of the Rain country, if I am not a Rain country person, of course you can bully me casually. But if I am a Rain country person, don't even think about taking action. Lin Qinyu also said helplessly, because at this time, he was the person whose life could be threatened by a wooden stick. You can threaten yourself with just a stick, and you can threaten yourself with anything. I am no longer the guy who always wants to save his life. Do you think your wooden stick is still effective? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, for you, you just think your wooden stick has a great effect, but if you want to be powerful, there is still a little gap. Lin Qinyu's attitude was full of joking at this time, but the old woman immediately became upset because no one could challenge his authoritative position at this time. And what if the Cao family had an extramarital affair? This kind of thing is normal. What about 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even just a concubine can bully the daughter, and the daughter cannot resist. This result is simply the rule of their Cao family. If anyone violates it, it is tantamount to seeking death. This is very correct, but now this guy actually dared to deal with them just because he left the Cao family for such a short time. Anyway, I don't need to say more now. If Suhan doesn't come back in 3 days, I will definitely go find him. It's definitely not someone like you named Tang who can stop me. What do you think you are? Do you think you can do anything casually? Can you just do it? But it's okay, you really make me happy like this. Lin Qinyu said very seriously, but at this time everything he wanted to say was reflected in his expression. The woman didn't know what was going on, and suddenly trembled, but soon reason took over his mind. Fool. This is his daughter. Although he is only an adopted daughter, he at least acts as a mother. It is hard to say what he wants. Anyway, he must obey his orders unconditionally. He has to die if he wants her to die. Anyway, this is the question now, what else does he want to have a relationship with Suhan? Even if she likes Suhan, she will definitely be stopped under her own orders. If you really like Suhan, you can ask your aunt to check it for you. And you are like this, what qualifications do you think you have to talk to a man about? Even if you really like Suhan, you can't do something like this. The woman seemed to have finally compromised, but Lin Qinyu knew what was going on, and it was really surprising that she was like this. This old woman actually wanted to interfere with her own plans, and she still tried her best to control it. It was really scary. Chapter 520, Seducing My Niece. Chapter 521, What are you? If this princess of the Rain Kingdom were a man, then all the problems would be solved. Speaking of which, there are still many such troubles. It's a pity that the princess of Rain Kingdom has always had to experience these troubles. Suhan was a little speechless, because what should he say at this time? If this woman had some experience now, it would not be easy. These people really support that, but there is nothing much to say. These people are basically people who live in the mortal world, and they even look very powerful. And they also have a very strange attitude towards the princess of Rain Country, always thinking that she is very powerful. And the princess of Rain Kingdom must obey her unconditionally. I don't want to fight with women, you'd better leave here first. If you want to settle a score with me, that's fine. But I advise you to let me know where I went wrong. You are not my elder or my relative, why are you causing trouble for me? After Suhan said this, he immediately walked away, because this kind of thing is really hard to talk about. If there is really any trouble, the royal family of the Rain Kingdom will probably not be able to explain anything. Anyway, this bunch of messy guys don't know what to do. Just let them think of their own ideas. What can be said now? If there is really something to do now, then he will definitely do it. But where are the origins of these women? Suhan can honestly say that he does not know. Suhan soon arrived at the Yuguo Palace, but the Yuguo Palace he saw at this time was a little different from usual, because at this time, the battle he saw in the Yuguo Palace was really so similar. Do you think I can't deal with someone like you now? But I can. If you want to take action, then I can also tell you these things, and you should not say anything else. I don't know what you are after, but I can tell you clearly now, what is the difference between you and your parents who gave birth to children but did not support them? Lin Qinyu looked at her adoptive mother helplessly. In fact, if he was a normal person, she might be able to accept it, but this guy was not a normal person at all, and judging from his attitude, he seemed to think that her husband was dead. It was she, Lin Qinyu, who was so rebellious. There is no cure for this kind of person. If I were your princess, then kill him. Do you think your good temper is a bargaining chip for him to bully you? Do you really have the ability to change their gender? Worldly meaning. Is meeting that important to you? Suhan appeared behind Qianyu at this time. At this time, he didn't think about other problems, he was just thinking about what would happen to the princess of the Rain Kingdom. Anyway, in his heart, the princess of the Rain Kingdom should not be bullied like this. Suhan, what do you want me to do? I will hesitate for a long time to kill them. I know they are my relatives and there is no way we can hurt them no matter what. But now, if there is really any problem, I don't know what to say. What if I don't want you? If you can't do it, then I will kill him on the spot. Anyway, I don't know what the purpose of your parents' existence is. You are a princess. You also have to clear your previous obstacles. But you can actually tolerate your adoptive mother treating you like this. Suhan shook his head hard. In fact, he also knew what was going on, because even if he knew their intentions at this time, he could not do anything. After all, this was a family matter and had nothing to do with other people. However, such a character is really too special. Suhan didn't want to fight with women at the beginning, but now it's impossible to get along with women. Fighting with women is impossible. Those people have a very bad attitude towards me, and if I say what I want to do now, it is impossible. Now that I have come to Rain Country and I have accepted your help, I will do one thing to help you kill these annoying guys. Maybe you can be quieter, so that I can feel more at ease. It's really funny to say. Suhan said coldly, with murderous intent already in his eyes. In fact, such a situation existed in the monk family, but now that this princess has been tortured like this, he can't stand it anymore. In fact, this princess is also pretty good. By this time, those pot-bellied women had also arrived. Now their job is very simple, they just want to control Lin Qinyu. These women are generally on the fat side, and now, these people have some purpose at all, but the King of Rain Kingdom is also watching them very seriously at this time. If he could take action, he would take action. Either follow me home right away, or if you want to go to this palace, then you will die. Who do you think you are? A poor guy with nothing, who is qualified to be a princess. Sohan saw this situation at this time. In fact, at this time, he was already extremely depressed. What qualifications does such a person have to say such a thing? Even if he wants to get something, it will not have much effect. Even if he wanted to do something, he might not be able to get a chance among the Rain Kingdom royal family. Master, why don't you kill these people for your daughter? If you can really kill him, maybe your daughter will really look up to you, but in this situation, you can just let them. Are you fooling around like this? Sohan sent a message to the leader of the Rain Kingdom at this time, but at this time he and Guoqiazo were also quite helpless. His answer surprised Sohan. If he could, how could he not kill the person who killed his daughter? You don't have to be like this anymore. Anyway, what should I say? If possible, I hope you can help me keep the secret. The people in this country are really dirty and scumbag, but what should I say? They are this, I mean, we must pay attention to the impact, but I have a question that I really want to ask them. What would they think if they were in my shoes? Sohan slowly learned the truth. It turns out that the Rain country experienced wars in its early years and had to send some princes and princesses away. All these princes and princesses died in the war. If there is anyone left alive, it is Lin Qinyu. But this girl, who is the eldest princess, was completely harmed by her bad relatives. How to toss it? Probably no one knows. The words that the leader of the Rain Kingdom hates to hear the most is that it would be easy to take a step back. Why did Lin Qinyu want to retreat? His parents made him like this. And in the family, as a daughter, even if there is something going on between the parents, it is estimated that I don't have any right to comment. But why can't I let my daughter know about such an above-board matter? The current situation is really bad. It's hard to say what he can do. The adoptive parents are marrying wives and taking concubines. Doesn't the daughter have any qualifications to say anything? It's really funny, but these people actually want to force him to take a step back. Naturally, since this is the case. So since the concubine wants to bully the daughter, what qualifications does the daughter have to not fight back? Even if the leader of Yu-Gi-Oh chooses the concubine, or everything depends on his own daughter's opinion and his son's opinion, if they don't agree, then the concubine selection must be stopped. It's quite funny to say that this family has actually become a complete you can really do this. The king really saw it, but it doesn't matter, just do whatever you want. Let me tell you, your family has no prince, no princess, and no throne to inherit. Who do you think you are? You better shut up. The leader of the Rain Kingdom was already so angry that he never wanted to argue with these people for the sake of saving his princess, but who knew that this guy could be so awesome and do such a thing? Then you don't have to be polite. He wants to control his princess like this. What do you think you are, surnamed Lin? You are just the head of the country. I believe that if you are not the head of the country, someone else can be qualified. My husband can be the head of the country. Look at you like this, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? That old woman didn't know anything, and he was sure that Lin Qinyu would definitely help, but it was funny to say it at this time. The leader of the Rain Kingdom was already angry, but he still dared to act like this. Sohan, I have a request for you to kill him for me. In this case, I can give you all the elixirs in the treasury in exchange for this woman's life. If you can deal with these people, then I am also willing to give you other resources from the Rain country. Come and exchange my treasure. Anyway, these people's heads are very important to Qinyu. If you really have any difficulty, then try your best to overcome it. The leader of the Rain Kingdom is already quite helpless. Who dares to bully his daughter? She is like this now. Since they can't do it themselves, let Sohan do it. Give him enough benefits, then he can definitely kill these people for himself. I am willing to serve because I already owed Lin Qinyu a favor when I was in Sifang City, so now I help him hunt down his parents and relatives, which is equivalent to repaying this favor, even though I am not his biological parents but just his adoptive parents. That's all. Sohan said seriously. Of course he could kill these people if he wanted to, but now he was just returning the favor. Don't think he is someone to be trifled with. Sohan sacrificed his weapon, a silver flying sword. The silver flying sword. It was indeed beautiful, but the sharp ice aura on its body surprised everyone, and when this long sword came out, the royal family of the Rain Kingdom immediately became the leader. A thin layer of ice surfaced. Chapter 523, General, God of War. Sohan held the long sword and felt very uncomfortable. If he had known that these people were like this, he could have killed them outside the city. But it was quite funny to say it now. If he could, he wouldn't. It will be so easy. The way you are now really surprises me, but Sohan, as long as you are willing to help me, I don't know how to say thank you to you, but I really want to say thank you to you now. Put me down, Princess of the Rain Kingdom. You say thank you to me. You might as well collect some alchemy and weapon refining materials for me. Besides, this person has not been killed yet. What reason do you have to say thank you to me? Sohan rolled his eyes fiercely. The true energy was concentrated on the sword, and he immediately took action, but there were too many people of that clan present, and he didn't know who to deal with. After thinking about it, he immediately headed towards a fat-bellied guy. One of them was the person who intercepted him on the official road of Yu-Gi-Oh! You are simply more hateful than those extraterrestrial demons. I know there are many demons that have mutated monsters and beasts in the Rain Country, but your attitude is more terrifying than them. The most these people can do is hide in the mountains and refuse to come out, or what kind of accident happened to make you dare to come out and attack humans, but you? The general of the Rain Kingdom, also the god of war of the Rain Kingdom, his surname was Yuan. At this time, he also said a little helplessly. This man in his 40s was a little surprised immediately after seeing such a situation. He did not expect that the princess would encounter such a big disaster. It's a troublesome thing, and I didn't tell them. At this moment, Sohan slashed out with his sword and quickly killed a woman. The woman's brains burst open and black beads burst out. It's funny to talk about it now. These people still wanted to escape, but Princess Yu-Gi-Oh almost let her down with just one word. You are my adoptive mother. Logically speaking, I should serve you till the end of my life. But you are really disappointing me now. With such a ghost like you, I tell you what you want, but it is impossible. Lin Qinyu looked at her adoptive mother carefully. Her adoptive mother's expression was quite bad at that time, and he had never been a very beautiful woman. This was really shameless. What would happen as a result of this? And now the situation is a bit funny to say the least. This guy is almost as good as a top player. Now that. However, for such a guy who has basic cultivation, what else do he have to fear? Psychological stimulation is absolutely impossible. Lin Qinyu thought about it and immediately. He took out dozens of storage rings from his body, and after staying in the CAO family for so many years, how could he not know about the CAO family's activities? The CAO family has hoarded a large amount of elixirs and dug many cellars underground in the Rain Country. It's like a rabbit nest, and he has a map of this rabbit nest. As long as Sohan can help him solve this trouble, he can give him all the CAO family's treasures. Almost at the same time, the leader of the Rain Kingdom also thought of other issues. If possible, Sohan could become the royal alchemist of the Rain Kingdom royal family, but the premise is that his alchemy skills must be better than the national master. So far, the national master he can only refine the 9 turns golden pill. Although he can also refine other pills, the quality is far lower than that of Sohan. The king of Rain Kingdom actually has a lot of elixirs in his private treasury, and there are also a lot of materials for the 9 turn golden pill. It would be great if he could get a high quality 9 turn golden pill. Anyway, I don't have to think too much now. Whatever, as long as you can get it. At this time, Sohan had already gathered his momentum and thrust his sword forward, piercing the stomach of the leader who was dealing with him at that time. The belly was so huge that you couldn't feel anything when it was pierced. However, the powerful sword energy directly penetrated this guy's lower abdomen and tormented his lower abdomen and danshan. At the same time, Sohan has become a bloody man, with blood and fat all over his body, but he doesn't care at this time. Such things are not important to him at all, but now there are some questions that cannot be explained. Are these people so overbearing? But this woman is not dead at all, and his attitude towards Sohan is even worse. After all, this situation is quite helpless. I have to teach my niece a lesson. What does it have to do with anything? Sohan also had some unpleasant feelings in his heart at this time. What do these people mean? What is the relationship between himself and the princess of the Rain Kingdom? It is true that the princess of the Rain Kingdom invited him to the Rain Kingdom in the hope that he could become a real princess. Alchemists, if you join a real alchemist sect, wouldn't the result be quite good? Only people like them think wrongly. I was thinking of something about love. Chapter 524, The Farce Ends. After Sohan thought about it for a while, he immediately started to kill these people. After killing these people, he immediately shook his head. He was very simple in this situation. The people I killed just now were all very poor in cultivation and very fat. It could almost be said that they had no cultivation, but I don't know why. The leader of U State was actually frightened like this by them, and they didn't think of anything else at all, they just took action. What are you going to do? I want to ask you. You asked others to kill us for you. Are you really not worried about any karma? Do you think you are nothing but killing us? Do you think it will benefit you? Lin Qinyu's attitude at this time is also quite strange, because nothing he wants to do at this time will work, and these people still want to bully her like this, so he is not polite, and he has nothing to say to such women. And it also made Sohan laugh. Why can't I kill you? Who are you? If I hadn't experienced the war, I wouldn't have known trash like you. What do you think you are? You often ask me this, so I want to ask you. We didn't have any blood relationship to begin with, you just raised me for a while, and you basically gave birth to me without raising me. Lin Qinyu has completely lost all feelings for the people in this family at this time, because aren't these people very awesome? So what if they don't have any cultivation? Except for his so-called adoptive father who has some cultivation, other people are basically without cultivation. He is just an idiot-level character. No, not an idiot, a bunch of them. What these idiots do to themselves is really infuriating. If possible, why should I act based on their faces? What do they really think they are? Can you control others casually? This seems to be a bit unlucky. Why did I meet such idiots? My adoptive mother told me to take a step back. What do you mean by this nonsense? She obviously has cultivation. because, obviously I was practicing quietly at that time, so there was no problem at all for being a mistress. Moreover, this mistress also deliberately said some bad things about herself, which completely ruined her reputation and almost turned her into a real lunatic. The mistress almost got himself killed. In this case, he gave himself a step away. What do you mean? He had to retreat at all costs. Why did he kill that guy when he was obviously good at it? Speaking of which, these people are just like that. Son, there is no way I can accept it. I said, Tang, you are also very powerful. Do your family members think that everyone should give in to you? Even if I am scolded by someone in your family in front of the city gate, do I have to step back a few hundred steps like my grandson? Sohan could feel such pain, but now that he thought about it, he felt a little depressed. If possible, it would be as exciting as Lin Kinyu. I also want to kill these people. If I had been shameless, I would have killed the people of the Su family at that time, but it is very likely that the people of the Su family will cause trouble in the Rain country in the future. If such a thing really happened, mother, I will not kill you, but I will send you to the sky prison. You will be tortured just like your husband, and the torture method is exactly the same. If you can find a way to escape, it is your life, but what do you have to consider now? It's hard for me to say. Lin Kinyu's appearance when she saw him at this time. In fact, I am extremely depressed. My mother is really awesome, and I probably know what he wants to do now. If he can do it, he should do it as much as possible. Okay, Sohan, you go back first. This princess needs some elixirs. If you are willing to refine them for me, then all the medicinal materials in the Rain country will belong to you. And if possible, I hope to buy a batch of elixirs from you at a preferential price. You can make an offer. The 9-turn golden pill or anything else is fine, but actually what I want is the 9-turn golden pill, because this kind of elixir can strengthen the body and strengthen the body. The price of elixirs in the Rain Kingdom, especially the 9 turns golden elixir, is very high. Now that such a problem occurs, of course Lin Kinyu will find a way to ask Sohan for a batch of 9 turns golden elixir, but at this time, Sohan has nothing to say. This situation is quite normal, and the princess finally returned to normal. The difficulty of refining the 9-turn golden pill is quite high. If you want it, that's not a problem. But you have to wait a little longer, so you can come to my mansion in Rain Country in 3 days. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The leader of the Rain Kingdom or the general of the Rain Kingdom were also shocked. This man in his 40s had been watching the show, but at this time, Sohan's words it's really surprising. It's hard for me to say anything to you now, but if you need me to do anything, then that's fine. Anyway, you don't have to think too much now. I don't need to say anything more. You are nothing more than a burden to me now. Sohan said very seriously, because at this time he was already a little angry. If she didn't give her promise earlier, she wouldn't give her promise later. But she couldn't give it at this time. It would be a good thing if she really gave it. Speaking of which, it was quite good. It's funny. I entered a sect and got the method to enter the advanced world. Is this wrong? It would be good to be able to return to the place in my previous life, but that place is too advanced. There is nothing else. It would be nice if you could go. There seemed to be a teleportation array in this Rain country, but I didn't see it. After a messy incident, the Yu-Gi-Oh people finally announced that the transaction was completed. Regarding this situation, Sohan was quite speechless. It turned out to be like this, so let them continue to go crazy. Sohan shook his head helplessly. Now there is no obstacle to his going to that sect. As long as he is willing to go, that's fine. Others are nothing. Of course, these problems are not a big deal to them. If it works, then you should think of something yourself. Just do whatever you have to do. After leaving the Rain Kingdom Palace, he carried a lot of gold coins and went to buy a prince's mansion near the Rain Kingdom Palace. Of course, this prince's mansion was not something he could buy himself. At most, it was given to him by the king of Rain Kingdom. Now that I finally have a family, if someone from the Su family dares to make trouble, I will never be polite. What I want to do is my business, and how I deal with it is also my own business. If anyone dares to mess up like this deliberately, then I will never give up. Don't think that I am the kind of soft person who can be pinched casually. As soon as he heard the name of the alchemy sect, Sohan immediately felt a little chilled, because this kind of place can be said to be the territory of the Su family. If he could, he really didn't want to go to this place, but now he would have to deal with it no matter what. Speaking of which, this is also quite bad. But at this time, different voices within the alchemy sect said that although the quotas in Yu-Gi-Oh had finally been used up, it was his own business how to deal with it now. Nothing can be done. I really can't say what to do now, but this is the only way now. The Su family will solve the problems caused by the people of the Su family themselves. Sohan's family is no longer the Su family, it just has the same surname as theirs. An elder from the alchemy sect said, but thinking about his actions at this time, everyone was sweating. In order to deal with the Su family, this guy Shuhan almost stole all their medicinal materials. Of course, if you object, I have nothing to say, because after all, it is your business. I don't know what to do, but I think Sohan should be recruited into the sect and should be treated like an elder. Another elder said, but at this time some people were not satisfied. After all, he provoked the alchemy sect and took away all the low-level medicinal materials from the alchemy sect. Although it is a problem concerning the Su family, the people of these sects also have their own control over it. Do you think you have any ability to summon Sohan? No one in the Su family can let him go home, not to mention that he has become an alchemist now. If this guy is even more powerful, then it is impossible for us to punish him. Ask him to do some indescribable things. It's quite funny. What do you think you are capable of? The elder who spoke was surnamed Lan, and his name was Lan Yuan. The woman immediately became unhappy after hearing this, because at this time he wanted Sohan to come in. This was not because he was a woman who liked men, but because he being able to refine a large amount of kinky pills, it would be a good thing if he could be allowed to retreat and refine some for the sect. If he could learn to refine the 9 turns golden pills, he would be able to become the most powerful among the pill cauldrons in the Rain Kingdom. Zongman, this is what everyone wants to see. Isn't it right for me to say this? Do you really think that only you can do such a thing? But it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have another thing on my mind now. If you can't recruit Sohan into the sect, then I have the right to deprive your sect deacons or outer disciples and inner disciples of their rights. The alchemy sect didn't know what was going on at this time. It was already a very strange situation. After all, this kind of thing was normal for them. If such a dispute continued, then they would have no chance. As soon as these words came out, everyone was surprised. Don't think that this woman has no real power, and now this woman's stone spring is quite huge. If possible, then they should be able to anger this woman with real power. Guys rage. Chapter 527, The Truth Comes Out. Now, I have something to say. If you guys have any ideas, please discuss it later. If Sohan cannot enter the alchemy sect and his status is not high enough, then I will appeal to the upper hand and deprive you of all your rights. I know that the So family has such an attitude, and Sohan is not a loser or a devil at all. This woman spoke as seriously as a high priest. Of course, this situation was exactly what they expected. In fact, there were 2 different voices within the alchemy sect, one of which was to recruit Sohan. The other way is to kick Sohan out of the sect, but the latter's voice is much weaker. In fact, everyone can imagine such a result, and the news of recruiting Sohan to his side is quite exciting in itself. It is also quite bad to talk about such a situation, but what should I say now? Now that I think about it, it's depressing enough. You do want to do this, but I can tell you that I will not agree to recruit Sohanti here. Although you are very powerful, I have nothing to say. After all, this problem is still quite serious. Although he is an alchemist, but he must pass many tests before he can enter the section. At this time, the representative of the Danding sect of the Rain country said, but it is very simple to talk about such things at this time. As long as Sohan can pass the test, then he can enter the single top. This is a very good choice. If he is willing, of course it won't be a problem. If he is not willing, that's fine. Of course, it is impossible for our sect to do such a thing, and we cannot just give up on him just because he is an alchemist. It is a bit unlucky to say the least. But if he doesn't pass our test, he won't be able to join the Danding sect either. I agree with this. Lan Yuan said seriously. He knew what to do in this situation. After all, this kind of thing had happened many times. It would not have been possible if he had no experience. Now this person really wants to call Sohan into the sect, but he has no qualifications at this time. After all, he doesn't have to think about it now. If he doesn't have enough fighting power, then even an alchemist has no right to come in, unless he can refine the legendary high-level elixirs, and the 9-turn golden elixir is also one of them, and it is also an entry-level elixir. Such a problem cannot be explained at all, so I will be rude. Anyway, I can't do anything I want to do now. Then if something happens in the sect, you will be at odds with yourself. You want to say what I know, but how to say it? I don't know what you are thinking, but now I am sure. To be able to shout Shu into the door, his combat power must also be very strong, so why not let them take a look in our monster corridor? Princess, we have received news that if this guy Han wants to join the alchemy sect, it may be a bit troublesome. Although there is a quota in our Rain country, it is quite troublesome to join. Lin Qinyu's maid said very seriously, but at this time Lin Qinyu shook his head, because he didn't know what to do at this time, and what he wanted to do has been done, and the quota for him has been given. If there is really something question, then it can be regarded as giving him an explanation. They all regarded Sohan as an alchemist, but now that he thought about it, it was impossible for Sohan to admit that he was a professional alchemist. After all, such a problem was really too troublesome. But when Lin Qinyu called Sohan, Sohan was still doing other things. At this time, he returned to Vyang City. Although this place was indeed a bit powerful, he had to investigate the matter of the plague carefully. Maybe he could get something, and the assessment of the alchemy sect might be completed in 3 months. It will only start now, and in these 3 months I can also check carefully what happened. Qinyu, please tell me the time of the Danding middle examination. If you can tell me, then I will take part in this assessment at the exact time. I know you don't want to see my true strength without seeing it. Recruit me into this sect under such circumstances. Sohan nodded. He was actually very aware of this situation. Anyway, the current situation is that it is impossible for these people to do anything they want to do, so what are they going to do? Moreover, the current situation is getting worse and worse. If possible, I should be able to find a way to solve it. You don't have to be like this. As long as you pass this test with peace of mind, then the people of the alchemy sect will have nothing to say. It's normal for you to go to the place where we live. The plague was already very bad, and it's normal for you to want to find out. Lin Qinyu's expression was also quite bad at this time. If possible, he would not want his friend to become like this. But it's okay. Anyway, I can do whatever I want now. Is there anything I need to worry about? This kind of problem may not need to be explained. I love reading books to remind you. Bookmark 3 things about reading. Recommend. Remember to bookmark and save Chapter. Chapter 528, The Mysterious Mansion. But at this time, Sohan entered the CAO family's mansion. Of course, at this time, there was no one in the CAO family's mansion at all, and all the relatives had dispersed. Of course, Sohan actually felt quite deeply about this issue, but he always had a cold feeling about it. For such a big family, if they manage it well, they may make Vying City their own territory, but if they want to make it their own fiefdom, that's no problem. Speaking of which, why would you offend such a princess? Vying City was originally one of the cities under the jurisdiction of the Rain Kingdom, but now this guy is quite powerful. At least this skirt has many powerful features. He wants to be a local emperor here, and if he can coax Lin Qinyu well, he will have enough ability. It's a pity that this guy doesn't know these things at all, and some of the current situations are simply beyond their imagination. If he could, he would never be polite. Just look at what they are like now and you will know what it is like. Situation. It was obvious that he could sit in the position of the local emperor in Vying City, but this guy lost the opportunity. But it didn't matter. Anyway, for him, if there was really a problem, then he wouldn't be polite. Standing in front of the empty CAO family mansion, Sohan felt more and more deeply. If this family is already in bad shape, then there is nothing more to say. But now I think about it, the reason why this family is so bad is not because of the troublemaker named CAO. You really can't blame others for this kind of thing. If you can, that would be great. There is no regret medicine to sell. Even if he is a good alchemist, there is no way to refine the regret medicine. I don't know how this guy is doing in the prison. Anyway, this is a disaster for these two couples. If they could survive it, it would be absolutely impossible. CAO's cultivation had already been abolished. However, that guy's mother is actually not a good person. Since this is the case, there is no need for him to be polite. Anyway, he can deal with such people as he can. It's superfluous to think about anything now. If it was possible, I would have already done it. Who are you? Why are you looking for us? Our family has been ruined by you. What do you think you want to do? What do you think a person like you can do? It is absolutely impossible for me to sue. Now, if you have anything to say, you'd better tell me honestly. With this sound like silver bells floating in the air, Sohan felt the presence of someone beside him, but at this time, Sohan didn't feel that this person's strength was unfathomable. Hey, you are from the Tang family, right? I know that people like you are really capable. Now everyone is keeping a distance from the Tang family. After all, he has offended the highest power in the Rain country. If there is no way to reconcile with this person, I'm afraid your whole family will be doomed. Sohang looked at this man and said coldly, his voice neither salty nor cold. Of course, there was nothing to explain to such a question. Since it was like this, he had nothing to hesitate about. Originally, he wanted to kill him. When I saw this person, I found something was wrong with this person. This man's eyes are dull. Although his voice is very clear, I still feel that he does not look like a living person. What is going on? Is this plague a tool used to warm and feed living corpses? Moreover, this man's voice is also very familiar. Anyway, Sohan almost recognized it. Of course, this situation is also very strange. It seems that Sohan has seen this person somewhere, but Sohan can't recognize him. Although he is just a little bit close, he still doesn't recognize him after all. You killed me, aren't you irresponsible? I want to tell you, if you really want to do something to me, then I will never be polite. Who do you think you are? You can just do whatever you want. Are you bullying me? Sohan smiled slightly. If he hadn't said this, he would have been able to get away with it, but this woman actually said such words. It was quite funny. Anyway, I really didn't know what to say with this kind of result. This person is Tang Tianrong, the sister of Lin Qinyu's adoptive mother. If a guy with no cultivation like him has the ability to resurrect, I don't believe it, but what is going on now? Is there a way to resurrect the corpse? But this seems really wrong. If this person is really if there is any secret, then he has to find a way to find out. It's embarrassing to say that this is not what Sohan wants to see. And if you want to have the ability to resurrect a corpse, you may not be able to reach that level, because what should I say at this time? After all, these people also have their own strength and level. Chapter 529, The Unfortunate Ring. It is not that simple to find a corpse, but at this time the woman immediately took action and grabbed Sohan's neck with a claw, but this claw surprised Sohan. Those were not the claws of a human being at all, or in other words, they were not the claws of a living person. What was hidden under his wide clothes were two very thin claws. They are really claws, and his hands are not as white as jade like a woman's, they are simply skeletons and skeleton fingers. Although Sohan has seen a lot of dead people, he has never looked at a skeleton seriously. When such a result came out, he was really shocked. Could it be that this guy is really something like the Bone Demon? The CAO family. It's quite funny to say that something like this suddenly happened in the mansion, and the situation now is really surprising, and it seems like these people have always had their own secrets. Sohan dodged and narrowly avoided the claws of that corpse, but now he seemed to be a pretty good person. What on earth could have happened to him to do such a thing? And his voice is a little strange. What on earth do you mean? I think you have to find a way to explain it to me. Are you Qi Liangrong or Tang Tianrong? Sohan shook his head speechlessly, because at this time he knew that this person must be one of these two women, but he had no evidence to prove it. But what did these two women want to do? Do they really want him? You and I don't know each other. Why do you treat me like this? What do you mean by being a person like this? Since you have such an idea, I won't be polite. Please tell me what happened. What happened? Sohan thought a little helplessly, because at this time he thought of some other issues. If it was as he guessed, then he was right. Now these people should be corpses, and these corpses have no consciousness at all. It may be a dead body before, but now it has been controlled. How could Sohan forget that these guys were the people who died in Vying City? If there is really any problem, what should we do now? After all, the current situation is quite bad. But at this time, he found that his sea of consciousness fingers were moving desperately. It seemed like that thing had the ability to be extremely attractive to him. What's going on? Why does the ring in my stone sea have such power? I don't know what it is for, but now, I think it should be usable. If it can't be used, I'm afraid I picked up this ring for nothing. As soon as I finished speaking, a systematic voice floated in my mind. Why did I find such a bad place to stay? But it doesn't matter. Let me tell you that this itself is a very powerful aura that absorbs corpses, or things of flesh and blood. Of course, this can be turned into a resource for cultivating elixirs. In fact, Vying City should be the best place for it. When the system's salty voice drifted into Sohan's mind, he actually felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was quite funny to say that it was like this now, and such a result was not what he wanted to see. In this case, what else should he consider? With such a thing that looks like a white bone spirit, why should he hesitate? He can just do it directly. It is really stupid. Sohan chanted the spell gently, and soon a crystal-clear-looking ring appeared on her hand, but this ring seemed to be transparent. You can't see it at all if you don't look carefully. And it's very thin, like a thread. On this thread, there is a relief sculpture that looks like some garbage carved out of inferior glass. Sohan looked at the ring. I don't know what to say. I have countless thoughts running through my heart. It seems that the ring I got is really good enough. With such a bad appearance, I have the nerve to be called a magic weapon. However, if he has an expression at this time in the system, it's definitely a roll of the eyes. I told you, host, that you are very awesome. I have reached this point and you still don't believe me. If that's the case, I'm embarrassed. I don't know what you want to do, but now, what I want to tell you is that you have no chance now. After shaking his head hard, the system seemed a little helpless, but at this time Sohan was even more helpless. What could he say at this time? After all, the current situation is really bad, and it is really difficult to do so now. Explain. But at this time, Sohan discovered that the ring broke through his own limitations and immediately flew to the woman's. It was like a wire on the middle finger, tightly entangled with these things. The woman found out that she had a ring on her hand, and she felt a little panicked. After all, at this time, if anyone disturbs their actions, it will become a problem. It is difficult to say how to consider such troubles now. What you want to do now is your own business, and what you want to say is also your own. Question. In spite of, whether it's someone with the surname Chi or someone else, the behavior is the same anyway. This kind of thing is really too dangerous. Chapter 530, Mysterious Soul. Chapter 531, Distress. Sohan shook his head hard, because at this time he already felt a force eroding into his body. If it was not stopped, big problems would probably occur. He hurriedly looked inside the sea of consciousness and found that there was a pinkish color inside his body. This power seemed to be quite holy, but he always felt something was wrong, like a super charming feeling that comes from practicing charm and practicing it to the extreme. Sohan was a little helpless, because he himself couldn't recognize when he got here. These unlucky breaths entered his body almost instantly, and he couldn't resist it at all. What the hell is this? What's going on? I don't even know. The female ghost next to her smiled slightly. Although this woman has become a ghost, her abilities still exist. Now even if she is in the soul state, she can still find ways to solve those problems. It is quite helpless to think about it now. Men are very strong. If they can ejaculate more, the consequences will really be beneficial to them. Sohan has become, his eyes are red at this time, because at this time he can no longer remember why he is here, and his mind is full of some indescribable pictures. Anyway, he is not a virgin, but now he also feels like the problem is really serious. The indescribable images in my mind are so, that I can't describe them in words or anything else. Sohan was already a little scared at this time, and without hesitation, he immediately cut the tip of his tongue. Blood and pain filled his mouth. Only then did he regain a little consciousness, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. I said, it's impossible for you to escape from my control. Don't think that even one of the CAO family members can escape from my control. Lin Kinyu, she is the princess of the Rain Kingdom, and she has completely given up on men. So he won't be controlled. The woman's arrogant voice floated in the air. Sohan really couldn't help but want to kill this person completely, but at this time, he didn't know what was going on. This person had no way to do it. Sohan just wanted to. He picked up his own weapon, but it had no effect. His fingers were as soft as mud. What on earth do you want to do to attract men? Are you just trying to destroy other people's families? Don't forget, I don't have any family yet. I have no children at all. If you want to attract my yang energy, it will have no effect. At this time, following that woman of movement, Soon, Sohang felt that his whole body was numb, and there were butterfly-like marks on his body. The pink butterfly mark on his shoulder was indeed quite surprising. What did it mean? Could it be that this person is really that powerful? Yu-Gi-Oh! Princess Mansion. Princess, all the medicinal materials in our motherland have been collected. Do you really want to give it to that guy named Sohan? And in 3 months there will be a competition in the Danding Sact. If he cannot enter the Danding Sact, then aren't we all in vain? The maid Luzzo said very seriously, although it is said that this guy gave his princess a lot of things, but it seems that if this person has no purpose, it is impossible, but now she has no evidence to prove it. Don't say that. In fact, Sohan is a very good person. He has given us so many things. How can we not ask our Yu Kingdom to give some medicinal materials? I know that the royal family of the Yu Kingdom is simply a cunning rabbit, and there are 3 burrows in it. We have also buried a lot of treasures. If we are reluctant to give out even this small amount of elixir, then are we still human beings? Lin Qinyu said very seriously that although he did not have the kind of love-like feelings for Sohan, he felt very depressed at this time. This man really made him obsessed with him. Although this obsession has nothing to do with love, but for an alchemist, such feelings are also very dangerous. Lin Qinyu's current identity is the eldest princess of the Rain Kingdom. If he can't perform well now, then Sohan will have no chance at all. Now I don't know what's going on, but I'm thinking that if Sohang needs help, I should be able to help him, but now I always have a very depressed feeling, which is simply lingering. Go. Princess Yu-Gi-Oh said very seriously, but it would be a bit bad to say anything at this time. If this guy cannot enter the alchemy sect, then his strength will not be able to improve by 1.5%. If something unexpected happens now, they probably have no choice but to feel sorry for Sohan. It's quite embarrassing to say that. So far, only Sohan can meet the needs of Yu-Gi-Oh! If Sohan can't return, then he himself is a big sinner. Chapter 532, Reading Memory. However, at this time, Sohan shook his head speechlessly. He had really fallen into trouble this time, and he had fallen into trouble with this woman. This woman, he never thought that as a soul, he could do such a thing. Speaking of such charming skills, he has actually dabbled in it, but has never used it before. Soon, a mysterious palace appeared in front of Sohan's eyes. This mysterious palace was very splendid. It was basically the most gorgeous, dazzling, and blinding palace that Sohan had ever seen. But at this time, a man in gorgeous clothes, a woman in palace clothes appeared in his sight. Although she was supported by various phoenix crowns and robes, he still recognized the woman's face. This person is none other than Ji Liangrong, in such an idiotic form. I was about to say something, but then the system suddenly spoke. Host, please pay attention to this woman's memory. If it helps you to go to the advanced world in the future, that would be the best. I don't know what to say. This is the most essential memory deep in this woman's heart. If someone really has any secrets, you'd better check them out carefully. Sohan curled his lips and came back to his senses. It turned out that this was a method of the system, which was to be able to enter the soul and explore the deepest memory in the soul. But the consequence was that he had to be in this situation, and he didn't know how long it would take. Anyway, what you have to consider is to read all this person's memories so that you can escape. During this period, I couldn't move, but this result is the best soul search. If these problems can be solved, then it would be good, but now I still need to do some things in Yu-Gi-Oh! Will it delay my stay in Danding? Zong's assessment, but before Sohan had time to think about it, the woman's memory started again. What appeared in front of Sohan was an extremely handsome man. It can be said that this man was very strange. There was a vague look on his face. The blood-colored dragon-shaped totem of Yu should be said to be located on the forehead. Moreover, his mouth was scarily red, as if he had just licked blood. But later Sohan knew that this person's lips were born with them. Unless his blood evolved, he would never be able to get rid of this look. Speaking of which, this was not the case. It's funny. What kind of place is this? Liang Rong, I asked you to take care of that child. Take care of that child. Although my son is a loser, I don't want to abandon him. Do you know what is going on? How can my son be a loser? Don't worry, Tianxiang, I will take good care of him. If you don't believe me, take a look at his current appearance. He is in the side hall. If you don't believe me, you can go and have a look. The woman had a beautiful smile. She was familiar with such problems, and he followed such a man to another more gorgeous side hall. This situation is really disappointing. What qualifications does a man have? Sohan hesitated for a moment. He found that he could clearly see the thoughts in this woman's mind, but what could he say at this time? After all, this woman was just a passing passerby. This woman's actions were really... It's surprising, but who is this man now? Is he the master of a high-level world? Sohan was guessing the man's identity while being in a daze at the woman's behavior, because at this time he didn't know what to say. Yes, after all, those things about yourself are also very important. You don't have to be like this. I will only be happy if I see him doing well. Do you know that he is my only son? If I am really not good to him, then everyone will laugh at me. Even if he is a loser, then I love my son too. The two people were talking and laughing, and soon came to a place. The movie was very gorgeous, but sitting on the small bed was a very thin boy. This boy had a sallow face, and if he still had a little bit of skin on his face, if it's rosy, it's made with powder, which means it's an illusion. What are you talking about here now? But there is no problem. I will let your son live a good life. It's just that you are too shameless. It's my business how I want to deal with it. If my son and I don't get along well, then you are seeking death. Qi Liangrong immediately said to himself, but such a thing does not exist in his impression. What exactly does he want to do? In fact, Sohan already had a rough guess at this time, but how to say it as for such a question? After all, such a result is really unimaginable. If that man in black is a powerful king or guardian, then what would he do if he knew that his son had been harmed by this woman? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download akunksha.com. The novel remembers to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 533, reading completed. Sohan felt very uncomfortable at this time, because this woman had too many dark histories, and there was almost nothing to say about her current appearance. After all, not many people knew what kind of person this woman was. Although this thin child has a sallow face and thin muscles, this man doesn't seem to notice it at all, and there are some problems that are difficult to explain now. If there can be an explanation, there is probably nothing to say now. Now Sohan, probably you can also guess what this woman has been through. This woman must be in a very bad situation now. Maybe after she murdered this child, she was broken into this small world by the man in black. It is estimated that if he wants to go back, he may also run into trouble. However, something happened to the Yuguo Palace at this time. Because Lin Qinyo had a large amount of Qingqi Dan, the people in Danding had to try to see if they could buy it. This was originally a pleasant transaction, but I don't know what happened. A woman named Caou finally started to attack again. This person is the inner deacon of the alchemy sect, and even if he wants to do something, it will not have much effect. After all, things are relatively bad now. If there is really a problem, then I will never be polite. Lin Qinyo, let me tell you, and now that you have encountered such a big thing, it is too much for you not to ask me for help. Don't think that you are nothing and you can just come to me casually. My trouble. Seeing such a person, Lin Qinyo actually felt bad. This was because Sohan was not here, and she was also sure that he did not dare to kill her, so he dared to speak like this. Why would a princess like him listen to this? As for people, Deacon Cao, if I remember correctly, you should want a list of relatives, but now I can't give you something like this. How should I say it? How should I tell you? Your family is like that when it comes to these problems, what else can I say? After shaking his head hard, Lin Qinyo sighed heavily. What should he say now? It would be great if there was a way to do it now, but now I think about it, I am a little helpless. If I can solve the problem, if it can be solved, then the problem will not be big. This former nominal sister was very unconcerned about him. Now he has such an idea. As long as he has what he should have, then he will do it in an abnormal way. I must have found some kinky pills when I came here to find them, but they were refined by Sohan. I also spent a lot of money and collected a lot of medicinal materials. How could I give someone else the advantage in vain? Why should I? If you want to give me my pills, let me tell you that I am not yours. Helping you is a matter of affection and not helping you is a duty. If you want to have sex without spending a penny, what do you mean? Just when Lin Qinyo was about to argue with his so-called sister, Sohan also woke up at this time. The feeling of explosion in his head was really uncomfortable. It turned out that the alchemy inheritance he got came from regarding that world. It's hard to say whether I can go to that world in the future. I have to consider going now. But to be honest, with my own strength, if I want to go to this place, I will have to wait for at least 1,000 years. In this 1,000 years, I can make some progress. It is helpless to say it, but it is not funny. How can I set foot in such a world? If I don't have enough strength, I probably won't. How can I find a way to meet such a powerful guy? Who is the man in black? If possible, maybe I can meet him. It's better not to worry about it for now. It's a country like this. I'll govern it well first, and then if there is any problem, it's really a bit funny, but what should I say now? Anyway, the rain country estimates I also need some help myself. Sohan was a little helpless, because he didn't know what kind of situation he was in at this time. If he could solve his own problem, then the problem would not be so serious. Such things are really troublesome. Forget it, let's go to the alchemy sect first to explore the truth. Anyway, the relationship between the Su family and the alchemy sect is very strong in this world. If I can't resolve the grievances between them, then what's the purpose of coming here? Those people in the Su family are really powerful now. If the people of the Su family cannot be eliminated, not to mention that the system will completely kill him, but his own inner demons will also be unable to be expelled. The consequences of this are really unimaginable. Sohan actually knew it, but now he had no way to deal with the people of the alchemy sect. Chapter 534, Getting ready to watch the show. But it's worth it to get those things. Now Sohang doesn't have to think about anything else. Since this red-topped brown is another conspiracy for him, he can just deal with it calmly. It's quite funny to say that such behavior now is really that caught everyone's attention. I am an alchemist myself, but what about the situation? Now these people don't take me seriously at all, so what else do I need to consider? I might as well go to the Rain Kingdom Palace during this period. Look down on him, the more he wants to do what he likes to do. It's just that now it's a problem for me to go to the Yuguo Palace as a person. Anyway, it doesn't matter what I want to do, but such a thing is quite unlucky. If possible, I should be able to think about where to go and how to go. Fighting, this is all your own problem. Okay, let's keep that world as my deepest secret. Anyway, I don't want to say anything more now. After all, some things are not easy to explain now. If I say it out, Some people will only say that I am crazy. Now that I have obtained all the secrets of the CAO family's mansion, I won't be polite. Speaking of which, the CAO family mansion is now a quite wealthy place, and there are some problems that are not easy to explain. After all, there is a lot of wealth in this place. As long as someone has such a desire and wants to get it, they can get it. But Sohang is also quite surprised why Princess Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't want to find a way to get all these things. After all, they belong to his family. Although these people are not related, it seems that if they don't get it now, they will not be able to get it. I'm sorry for these people, but after seeing those things at this time, Sohan understood why Princess Yu-Gi-Oh didn't do anything, because when this person was in the CAO family's mansion, he collected a large number of elixirs, and the CAO family's mansion was within a radius of 10 miles. Actually, more than 100 secret rooms have been opened. These secret rooms are very huge. Each one is about 200 to 300 square meters, and there are a large number of boxes in these secret rooms. Gold, silver, jewelry, and gold can be seen everywhere in these boxes. What is even stranger is that there are several pet rings in them. These storage rings are very huge and are intertwined with black and white. White intertwined, this situation is very rare, and it also turns into the form of a dragon, which is really a bit scary. These rings are a little bit thorny, but now he is looking at them intently. In fact, I know there is something inside here. According to this woman's memory, it should be the belongings of the mysterious man in black, but at this time, no one pays attention to these things at all. The number of things in these rings is very huge. Even though Sohan can be said to be well informed, so far he cannot see what is in them. So far, Sohan can only be in a daze when he sees this situation. Because there are too many elixirs in it, this ring can already withstand thousands or tens of thousands of materials for the 9-turn golden pill, and the materials for these 9-turn golden pill are quite powerful. This is too scary, but it's okay. Anyway, I feel very depressed right now. Why don't these people pay attention to these treasures at all? They just throw them in here casually. Although it is said that these gems have no effect at all, but if you want to become a wealthy person among ordinary people, these gold, silver, jewelry, and the like are very important. At this time, Sohan remembered some things that Princess Yu-Gi-Oh said to him. Princess Yu-Gi-Oh was very annoying in this situation, and he thought that his father was obviously crying about poverty, and the effect of crying about poverty was very enthusiastic. It seems that this problem is real. If the guy didn't cry about poverty, then some people say it's a pity that this guy started crying about poverty so easily. It's a bit depressing to think about it. You don't have to do this. In fact, if you do this, it will only make me despise you. If I were you, I would have given up long ago. Such a place, then why shouldn't I care? Sohan said to himself, but at this time he also felt that the wealth of the CAO family was really surprising. The reason why the Princess of Yu Kingdom cried about poverty was probably because the CAO family was unwilling to give him any property. He was not a real princess. It was quite funny to say that at that time, but now the result is already very dramatic. If this is the case, it is estimated that there will be more things happening at the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace, so I don't think it's too much to run over and take a look. The current situation is a bit funny, look at that. Just know the battle between the royal family of Rain Kingdom. These people are really capable. Chapter 535, Nominal Sister. Chapter 536, A Weird Bet. You really make me feel ridiculous like this, but now I can agree to your terms. As long as you can meet my requirements, then you can enter the alchemy sect. If you cannot, then you will never be able to enter again, and you will not be allowed to call yourself an alchemist in the future. Otherwise, let me know. I will never be done with you again. Caou said seriously, but at this time Sohan was not interested in this woman, because such a person really made him feel funny, because this person didn't know what an alchemist was at all. If someone said it would be great if you can no longer call yourself an alchemist. I believe you will remember these words forever, but don't forget them now. Your abilities are indeed not very good, and if I could, I would definitely become your enemy. Sohan let out a heavy breath. This was something he had been depressed in his heart for a long time, but now that he thinks about it, this person is a bit bad. Why didn't he completely eliminate all the people in his family at that time? In this case, it would not only affect him, but also Yu-Gi-Oh. The princess will also live a good life. Moreover, by doing so, he can regain a huge favor from the princess of Yu-Gi-Oh. Since this is the case, why should he be polite? Besides, his abilities are not very good now. If the problem can be solved, that would be the best. You don't have to be like this now, Kinyu. I will do my best to help you. I think what you have to do now is to prepare some medicinal materials for me, and I want to listen to what kind of elixir he asks me to refine. Caou reluctantly shook his head. So far, he had seen some of Sohan's elixirs, but he had no idea what kind of elixirs he could refine. Moreover, although Sohan was an alchemist now, he had no anyone with credentials as an alchemist is inherently an inferior person. Moreover, he can refine almost all the elixirs needed in the sect, except for the 9-turn golden elixir, and Sohan seems to not care about anything now. The 9 turns golden pill is the most advanced elixir in the country. Although it may not appear to be very high-end in other places, its status is not low either. Well, I will let you refine the 9. If you can refine it, then I will give you some gifts and introduce you to the sect in an open and honest manner. Otherwise, I will never end it with you. I know you will be suspicious. Why should I do this? But let me tell you, what I need now is Juzwin Sohan reluctantly. He smiled, this seems to be looking down on himself. If he said he couldn't refine the 9 turns golden pill, then there are other things to say, but now he can not only refine it, but the quality is also very good. Casually it can be sold at a very high price. He became a coward after arriving in the rain country, but now that he thinks about it, it doesn't matter. It's not worth it to him anyway. Since it is like this, why should he be so polite? I will pay for the materials at my own expense. If I refine it, after successfully making it, will I give it to your sect for free? You guys are really prostitution for free, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have refined a lot of 9-turn golden pill. I can give you some alms. So Hanbing's icy tone floated in the air, but at this time, Lin Qinyu smiled. This so-called sister of hers was really arrogant to the extreme. Since this was the case, why didn't she think about what to do? There is indeed some loss in doing this, but Mr. So, if you are willing to refine the 9-turn golden pill and refine the 9-turn golden pill in our palace, then we will provide you with medicinal materials for free, and all expenditures on the medicinal materials will be borne by me. Lin Qinyu is in charge. Lin Qinyu's attitude at this time was very exciting, but no matter what, that person still had her own purpose, and now this guy was so convinced that he couldn't move at all, and he was also suppressed by his father. Long time. Don't you think you are funny? You are just a stupid pig. Your father is right. Our fathers are all right. Now you are just a stupid pig. There is no way to return to normal. So what if you change your clothes? You are just a fake princess. Cao completely lost his temperament at this time and screamed like this. As an inner deacon of a sect, she usually pays great attention to her appearance, but now it seems that this guy has simply lost his composure. Don't you think you are really going too far now? And what do these things you are doing have to do with your sister? And you also know that she is a princess now and has a close relationship with us. Do you think we won't? Can you help? The captain of the guard of the rain country said, but at this time, this person has a very depressed feeling towards the princess. Why does this princess live in such a greedy vampire family? To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the novel and remember to collect it. Save M chapter. Chapter 537, if you can do it, you'll need less BB. In fact, Sohan was a little helpless at this time, because the people he met were basically useless guys. As for what they wanted to do, no one probably knew. After all, the problem now is really bad. Do you think the fall of your Cao family is due to me? I tell you it's not. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it. You probably don't know about my situation, and what should I say now? Is it true that a guy like you is really it's very powerful? The reason why So Hangxiao and the princess encountered such a serious matter was that he already knew some of it by searching the memory of that remnant soul, and he also rehearsed it in his mind for a while. At that time, there was an actor near Cao's house, and he was a well-known actor. It would not be surprising for such a woman to listen to those actors singing, and it was not the kind of complete feudal palace rule. But this famous star became the target of his so-called sister and his mistress. Originally, Lin Qinyu was unwilling to show how strong he was in front of everyone, and although he had understood the Tao fruit at that time, he did not have enough energy to support his strength, so it was not in vain. Then all kinds of slanders that we love to hear and see began. Anyway, the misunderstandings came about, the attraction came about, the charm came about, all kinds of nonsense, just to prove that this woman had a very abnormal relationship with that actor. Sohan, it seems like you even know about my family's situation. I can't let you do this anymore. Now that woman has started preparing medicinal materials, I will tell you clearly that if you are willing to join the alchemy sect, I may consider giving you some benefits, but if you refuse to join the alchemy sect, Zong, and if you slander us, I will never be polite. Smiling hard, Sohan shook his head. This guy is really cute and stupid. If he can solve the problem, then people like him will definitely suffer. How should I put it? Such a not-so-powerful character actually dares to deal with himself. It is laughable to say the least. Dear Ms. Cao, I can only say this, if you really want to do something to me, then your strength is far lower than mine. I know you are the same sect, so you are not good at training students. Combat power. Sohan smiled half-heartedly, because he had already seen such a situation. He had seen it many times since he traveled to this place, although he didn't understand that what is the purpose, but he already knows everything. If he is willing, he can kill you. Cao's face turned red. What on earth did this guy mean by looking down on him? Is she really bad? And it's funny how he looks like this now. He is having an affair with his sister. Can't he really say something? What? All this is just you adding jealousy. Sohan, will never have anything to do with the Princess of the Rain Kingdom, and the Princess of the Rain Kingdom will not be your biological sister. Although she has lived with you for so many years, do you know why she hates you? Sohan was very depressed about this woman at this time, but now that he thinks about it, it's a bit shameless. Such a person is really annoying and doesn't care about his family at all. Always thinking about adding fuel to the fire and trying to deal with his family. It was only when Lin Qinyu went to get the medicinal materials that he was able to tell him these things. You treat your own sister like this. Of course, this is when you don't know his identity, but you just want to see his excitement, so I don't have to be polite. After all, I already know what's going on in these situations. With such a sister, if it were Sohan, he would have been autistic a long time ago, and it will never be cured. So far, such things are quite troublesome. If possible, he would not take action. After all, the current situation is it sounds a bit annoying. You don't have to do this anymore. Now let me tell you the truth. If you really want to do it, then try it. I don't mind starting a fight at the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace. Anyway, the damage to the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace will have to be compensated by the Danding sect in the end. Sohan didn't care at all. This woman was not related to him, and any issues now were worthy of consideration. After all, some of the current situations were unimaginable to anyone. Now if you give me an answer, maybe I can forgive you. But if you don't give it now, then this game is inevitable. When the time comes, you will lose miserably. Don't beg me. Who do you think you are? I want to seek justice for my sister. Do you think you can stop me? You are an idiot. Chapter 538. You are not worthy of my sister. You two, stop arguing. I have already brought the medicinal materials. It is up to you what you will do then. Sohan, I hope you will not disappoint me. I want to tell you that if you can complete this challenge, then the medicinal materials of Rain Country can be used as you wish. You use it. Lin Qinyu shook his head and stated his conditions, but Sohan nodded at this time. After all, this condition was very fair. If a piece of medicinal material was in his hands, he could produce at least a dozen 9-turn golden pills. If he only needed one, if it were one, it wouldn't be that much. Then let the game begin. Anyway, it can be said that this is not a game, but a one-on-one contest. As long as you can refine the 9-turn golden pill, even if it is a low-grade one. I also admit that I lost. Cao said very seriously and helplessly, because what he wanted at this time was not to give up on the book or anything else. He wanted Sohan to admit that he had hurt his sister. But Sohan would never admit such a thing. If he and Princess Guo hadn't been staying with the Cao family at the moment, he might not have been able to return to this place. Speaking of which, this is also a savior level role. Well, I didn't expect this guy to dare to do such a thing. Just when the woman was thinking about this, Sohan had already moved, because for Sohan, such a thing was just a challenge, and there was nothing to worry about. At this time, Sohan immediately began to look at the medicinal materials. He had learned to refine elixirs with his bare hands. Of course, he could only refine one medicinal material. After all, the palm of his hand only had such a big area. I don't need the alchemy cauldron to make alchemy this time, because there are so many medicinal materials that I can't refine at one time. In this case, I would be really stupid. After all, I know that there is such an ability in the single cauldron, and I also know that if you find that I can refine a large amount of 9-turn golden elixir in single top, you will definitely come to fight for it. Cao's eyes widened at this time. Why can the palm of his hand be used to make elixirs and be able to withstand the temperature of the flame? This is absolutely impossible, but this time the letter moved his hand. But it completely shocked him. Sohan didn't hesitate and immediately picked up a strain of liang grass. This kind of Agni grass is the most expensive medicinal material among the 9 turns golden pill. However, the droplets that can come out of this type of Agni grass can only be 12 9-turn golden pills can be obtained. A ball of red and green fire burst out of Sohan's palm. The result was really unlucky, but it still looked like a good flame. Don't know what's going on. Anyway, I'm a little depressed now, at least that's what Cao thinks. They say red and green make you cry, but I don't know. What should I say to you? You actually made such a funny ball of flames. You didn't mean to make trouble for us. You are really annoying, but it doesn't matter. I will make you lose miserably. Sohan was focused on nothing at this time, and there were countless magic circles in his eyes. This was a sign that he was using the pupil technique. Although he didn't know what pupil technique he was using, he had no intention of caring about others at this time. But at this time, Cao had a look of dismay on his face, and looked at Shu Han with a strange expression. It felt as if this guy didn't care at all. So what if you can make alchemy? Anyway, you are not worthy of my sister. My sister is now the princess of the Rain Country. What do you want? Do you think you, a rural bumpkin, can really be useful? Don't think that I can't. I know that you have been abandoned by the Su family. You are a scumbag and a scum. You have taken away our elixir in various ways. You must have also robbed a lot of the elixirs of the alchemy sect. If there is really any problem at this time, he will be very angry immediately after hearing this, but now he can't say anything, because now these people are basically trying to deal with him, and now any problem needs to be explained by him personally. This is quite embarrassing to say. I can't do this, because if I can't concentrate on refining alchemy at this time, the explosion of the furnace is still a small matter. If I am laughed at by that woman, it will be a big deal. Speaking of which, these things are indeed related to me, but as an intersect deacon, he doesn't know. Strangeness. Soon he shook his head in boredom. Sohan actually knew what this woman's purpose was, which was to prevent him from succeeding in making alchemy. These people were really capable, and they were like this, so why should he be so polite? Well, the more they talk, the calmer they become. You don't have to be like this now. It's useless no matter how much you say. How could the man I, Lin Qinyu, be knocked down by you so easily? Do you think there is any relationship between me and him? Then let me tell you, he is not my man. But, not yet. If you, the Cao family, want to do something, you'd better act quickly, because your treasure house has been stolen by him. Lin Qinyu said calmly, but at this time, many such unfortunate things have happened. If he could consider it, he would not be polite. After all, these current situations are really annoying. If something unexpected happens, then it is impossible for oneself to be alone. Chapter 539, The War Begins. Cao didn't care at all about Lin Qinyu's teasing at this time, because the current situation was really beyond everyone's expectations. The current situation was really a bit unlucky. Sohan didn't care about other problems at all. As long as he make elixirs carefully, then nothing seems to disturb him. But no one knew that Sohan was already breaking out in a cold sweat at this time, because he didn't know what to say at this time. After all, he didn't reply to others now, and he wasn't such a guy who dared to find trouble for himself. It also looks pretty bad. Cao, don't let me find out that you are attacking me on purpose. If so, I won't be polite. I don't know what you are, anyway. If you are talking on purpose, then it's not question, but I will kill you until you dare not speak. Sohan's right hand holding the elixir was trembling. This was certainly not a sign of his failure, but he was indeed a little angry when he heard someone's verbal attack, and it caused the elixir's aura to be unstable. There is a way to solve it, but such a mistake has never happened in its own small world. And this didn't happen last time when making alchemy. I said that boy will fail, but that doesn't matter. After he fails, he can no longer be an alchemist. I destroyed an alchemist, which is a very good thing. You can go against me if you want, but if you want to ask me to cancel the bet, it is simply impossible. Cao rolled his eyes at Lin Qinyu, because what should he say at this time? Now he is in a very desperate situation. In fact, she knew exactly what was going on. He will fail. Just watch. If he fails, it will be your responsibility. Do you think there are so many of us and so many pairs of eyes that we haven't seen it? It's really ridiculous. You still have the nerve to say that you are my sister. What do you think? Everything in your family was caused by me, right? Tell me, how many 9 turns golden elixir do you need to compensate you? It would have been better if Lin Qinyu didn't say this, but once he said it, it completely aroused this woman's greed, because he knew very well that there was no way for him to do something like this, but now he has this anyway. I should be able to consider other issues. It's not like you don't know what kind of person I am, your sister. I am a greedy person, let me tell you. All the 9 turn golden elixirs he refined must belong to me, otherwise I will make his life worse than death, and in my current situation, I will bring someone with me. There should be no problem keeping it private. But if something really happens now, then everything will have to be borne by you. Sohan felt something in his heart after hearing this. He had known that this woman was extremely greedy, but now that he really saw her greedy face, it was hard to say at this time. Now he should be thinking about how to deal with him. Isn't there still a moonstone? You can deal with him however you want. Sohan silently memorized these images, and when the time comes, he can imprint them into the moonstone. This standing sect has formed a feud with him time and time again, so this time it is time to explode. After all, this is the situation. I have never encountered it myself, and in this situation, the alchemy sect will not give me a chance. Qinyu, please quickly think of a way to make your sister do something crazy. I think if you want to take revenge on your sister now, then I have a way to make him do something crazy, and then we will record it with the moonstone. Come down. In fact, the clay figurine also has 3 points and 3 points of fire. It is already very good for Sohan to be able to achieve this level. And so far, if such a guy is rude to him, then he will never be polite. This woman has obviously reached her limit, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, she has the final say on what to do and say now, and it's her own business to deal with it. Speaking of which, problems like this should not be solved by oneself. Sohan quickly adjusted his mood. He continued to stabilize the refining of the 9 turns golden pill on his palm. It takes much more time to refine a portion of medicinal materials at one time than refining with the elixir cauldron. But what should I say at this time? But at this time, Sohan quickly stabilized his mind. He knew that if he did not stabilize his mind, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Even if he exploded, he would also be laughed at by such a person, which he was a little unwilling to say. And this woman. Although I haven't seen his memories, I know that such a person can ignore anything. But something happened again with Lin Qian. Lin Qinyu was very serious and wanted to hold back her so-called sister. But at this time, this woman's crow's mouth started to act again. This woman didn't know anything at all. Observe words and colors. Chapter 540, The Raging Madman. Chapter 541, You're a rookie. You are so domineering, but that doesn't matter. Now with your ability, you can indeed come to the Rain Kingdom Palace to do whatever you want. But after you become the deacon of the inner sect, aren't you afraid of the revenge of the people of the alchemy sect? Lin Qinyu knew this, but now that he thought about it, this situation was really unacceptable. If there was really any problem, he would never be polite. Anyway, the current situation is really annoying. Even if this person is my so-called sister, if this person really has anything to do with me now, it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, what this sister did is really a bit too much. It can be said that Sohan is refining alchemy now, and he just remembered that his sister was the one who caused the trouble at home. If he could, he would definitely not play with it. After all, the current result is really unacceptable. What does this guy mean by refining elixirs? I thought he could do it very quickly, but I didn't expect him to be so slow. If possible, I will never let him make elixirs. Cao was watching Sohan's alchemy scene at this time. He immediately sneered. A small number of 9 turns golden pills appear in the sect every year, but I don't know why. It is said that it only takes half an hour to refine the 9 turns golden pill, and the alchemist from the Rain Kingdom said so, but now an hour and a half has passed, and I didn't expect that this guy is still purifying the medicinal materials. What do you think you want to do now? Suhan, you're a rookie. If you don't know how to make elixirs, just shut up. Give up quickly. I know you don't know how to make elixirs, otherwise why did it take you so long to refine the medicinal materials? Suhan frowned hard. At this time, Suhan didn't know what to say. After all, the current situation was really beyond everyone's expectations. It takes about 2 hours to get the medicinal materials yourself, but there is nothing you can do about their 9 turns golden pill. One furnace only yields 1-1, and a portion of medicinal materials only yields 1-1. And it's definitely not top quality. Usually it is low grade or medium grade. If there is a medium grade one, it will be great, but you can refine the elixir yourself. The requirements are very high, if not the best, then the minimum requirement is top quality. Suhan also understood at this time that a person is really not his opponent. If he can find a way to solve it, then the problem is not big, since that guy's level of pill quality, then he is not polite. Anyway, now he has to you can do whatever you want. 2 hours later, the medicinal materials were refined and turned into a very large mass, as big as a palm. Speaking of, such a large group of medicinal materials, if passed through the elixir condensation process, can condense at least 12 9-turn golden elixirs, and they are absolutely top grade. Suhan became even more cautious when he saw this situation, because if he couldn't concentrate at this time and made a joke, it would really attract everyone's attention, and there was no need to know now anyway. You bastard, after I finish refining the elixir, I will do it right away. Take your life. What do you think you are? I know you want to insult me, you want me to admit defeat, but it is absolutely impossible. What do you think you want to do? And even if the sect says this, I will not be polite. Suhan said very seriously. At this time, he had entered the state of condensation and he could take a short rest. However, at this time, he said it very seriously to this woman, and the current situation was also very strange. There is such a rule in the alchemist world, if something really goes wrong, and this time, if the alchemist is deliberately disrupting the alchemy, the consequences will be unimaginable. At least not even a sect can stop the alchemist's anger. The new one is to pay for a batch of medicinal materials, and the worst one is to kill others. No matter how shameless the alchemy sect is, it has never deliberately disturbed the alchemist's alchemy. This is why Antelope did not dare to disturb Suhan's alchemy. But at this time, Suhan was refining the 9 turns golden pill, but this woman started to disrupt it. Well, in this case, the consequences would be really unimaginable. A quarter of an hour later, Suhan completed the elixir condensation. This time, because there were more abundant medicinal materials, and he also deliberately selected older medicinal materials, the 9-turn golden elixir condensed this time was not 12, but 10. 4. But there is no way to condense the best elixirs, and all 14 of them are top grade. As soon as these 14 9-turn golden elixirs came out, the sky above the royal palace of Yu-Gi-Oh immediately exploded. A vision occurred. This is simply auspicious light and auspiciousness. This was simply a very peaceful vision, but after seeing such a situation, Cao looked horrified. What was going on? Suhan had obviously been in danger several times. Why was he able to refine such a powerful elixir? This is impossible. You must be lying to me. I know that it is impossible for you to refine any elixir. You are simply a liar. If you have evidence to prove that you refined this elixir, then I just admitted that you won. Who do you think you are? You are as much a scumbag as my sister. Chapter 542, The Arrival of the Elders. He said these words too quickly and crisply, and if you can recognize them now, you should be able to recognize what is going on. It's a bit annoying to say it. The current situation is really a bit annoying, but it doesn't matter. If you really talk about it now, this guy is not his opponent at all. You have already seen the 9 transformations golden pill, so I don't need to say more. Cao, you can find a way to end it yourself, otherwise I really don't know what to say. I also have a request now. If you can't do it, then go die. Danding sect. My dear mother, what on earth is going on? A super powerful elixir has been released. Then this is amazing. I don't know how to say it, but I have enough ability to say it now. Let's talk about it. This is quite annoying. Everyone in the alchemy room of the alchemy sect was shocked. If this sect was really that powerful, then there wouldn't be so many alchemists. Everyone is working hard, hoping to refine a low-grade 9-turn golden elixir, even just 1-1, but this time, such a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace. If I remember correctly, this is the intention of the 9-turn golden elixir product or the best single, but it doesn't matter, no matter. Whether it is a top-grade pill or a top-grade pill, it is very important to our sect. If such an alchemist appears in the Rain country, we will have to get it even if we transfer the entire sect to him. The leader of the Alchemy Cauldron sect said very seriously that in fact the most famous thing in the Rain country is the 9 turns golden pill. Moreover, even the national master of the Rain Kingdom can only refine low-grade elixirs at most, and they open several furnaces a year, ensuring that there are 59 turn golden elixirs for the use of the Yu Kingdom. It is because of this, that's why Yu-Gi-Oh became a rich man among the nearby empires. Forget it, let's send people to the Rain country quickly. If we don't know who that person is, it's useless for us to talk like this before. If we know who that person is, no matter what, we must abandon any hatred we have. After all, the high grade 9 transformations golden elixir is very rare. One of the more outspoken sect elders immediately said, and this sect elder also has the intention of trading the 9 turns golden pill, because he has also collected a lot of 9 materials over the years, although not more than the Princess of Yu Kingdom, but all of them are of high quality. The material of the 9 turn golden elixir of the year. Yes, let's go quickly. We have to consider some issues when it comes to such a thing. Speaking of, it's quite embarrassing to come here, and we don't know what to say in this situation. If we can, then we will never be polite. Just, no matter. Who is this guy? We must also get the 9 turns golden pill. As long as he is not a heinous person or a bad person who cultivates the world, then we can join forces with him. It is worthwhile to get these 9 turn golden elixirs. If he can refine one, he can also refine the second one. These people immediately said helplessly, and their voices were also very loud. Although no one outside could hear it, these people inside the sect seemed to be quarreling. Nowadays, no one is willing to let go of such an alchemist. If possible, this person cannot be allowed to leave the Rain country just like this, unless he can promise to give his sect a batch of 9 turn golden elixirs. Without even thinking about it, a few people immediately came to the royal palace of Rain country in various ways. This situation almost attracted the attention of the residents of Rain country, but it was nothing, and they solved the impact later. But this is something for later, so I won't mention it for now. After Suhan finished refining the first batch of elixirs, he immediately meditated to restore his true energy. He also took 2 9 turn golden elixirs and handed 12 high-grade 9 turn golden elixirs to Lin Qinyu. Princess, take it. This is the reward for 12 portions of medicinal materials. Then I can take away 12 portions of medicinal materials. Are you right? Suhan smiled. He understood this situation quite well, because one medicinal material could be used to refine more than a dozen 9 turn golden pills, and even though they were not very old, these medicinal materials were all 500 years old. But being able to refine so many 9 turns golden pills is already worth it. Wait a moment. Suddenly a deafening sound floated in the sky. Passing through the royal palace of Yu-Gi-Oh, everyone present was shocked when they saw this situation. After seeing these people, the leader of the Rain Kingdom and Lin Qinyu both smiled. I said, who has such a loud voice? What's going on? You guys should explain it clearly. What if you startle the alchemist? You also saw a total of these 9 turn golden elixir. This is something I have to pay 12 parts of the 9 turn golden elixir to get. It's a fair transaction, do you have any right to stop it? Chapter 543, The Princess has an unusual relationship with this man. Lin Qinyu's eyes were calm. If he wanted to get the 9 turn golden pill, he would have to pay for one 9 turn golden pill for one. But it doesn't matter now. It is already quite cheap for people here. The price is high, and only Suhan knows that it is not cheap. Cao immediately collapsed on the ground at this time. If only these people wouldn't get mad if they knew what they did to Suhan, and the current situation is also very shocking. If such a thing really happens, then his life will be lost. You are Cao, the deacon of the inner sect. Why are you here? If you are saying that you want to see the princess of the Rain Kingdom who was once your sister, that makes sense, but I think you are not like this now, right? The fast-talking deacon immediately spoke seriously, because after seeing his panic scene, he already knew what was going on. He probably forced this kid to make elixirs, but he forced him to do so. If you are a very powerful master, then it is worth it. But why is this guy so panicked? And almost no one knows about this situation. This is a bit funny. What is going on? What if there is an accident? I didn't do anything. You must believe me, Elder Hongyu. I know you won't believe anything I say now, but look at it. Didn't I force out some 9 turn golden elixir for you? Even though my sister took it away, that's not it. Worth it. Being called Elder Hongyu immediately raised his eyebrows, because he knew that this woman had been talking about her sister in the sect, and she had always thought that her sister had done something wrong and was unwilling to admit it. And based on Lin Qinyu's attitude towards Suhan, it is easy for people to think that it is some kind of abnormal relationship. It is estimated that this girl must have seen this situation and thought that the princess and this man had an unusual relationship, so she tried to stop it. We'll talk about your business later. If you are willing to tell me who the master who is refining the alchemy is, then I can give you a lighter sentence if you are guilty of any crime in the future. Elder Hongyu looks very young, and he is the most outspoken elder. However, the exchange terms proposed by Lin Qinyu were still very suitable. One 9 turn golden pill was exchanged for one 9 turn golden pill. This was a business that would not be compensated no matter what. Hongyu, this is your name. If you agree, then it doesn't matter if I don't join your sect, as long as I regularly take out some 9 turns golden pills for trade. My item is what Lin Qinyu said. One portion of the 9 turns golden elixir is needed in exchange for one high-grade 9 turns golden elixir. For the best, I want 4 copies of the 9 turns golden elixir. After Suhan heard this, he said very carefully, of course he had not only refined 14 pieces, but what he saw in front of everyone was that he had refined 14 pieces. In fact, he refined a total of 24 top-grade 9 turn golden elixirs. After Elder Hongyu heard this, he immediately nodded. Such a request was not too much, and the remaining 3 people also nodded, because for them, even a piece of medicinal materials for the 9-turn golden pill would only cost at most a low-grade elixir. If you are lucky enough to get a middle-grade elixir, you can definitely enjoy it for a lifetime. After some discussion, another tall and thin elder spoke immediately. Master, I agree to your request, but I need to see the goods on the spot. You can take out the 9-turn golden elixir you refined, or refine it again in front of us. As long as you take it out, of course we can trade. All 3 people nodded, but Cao was having a psychotic attack again at this time, because they could not be allowed to see Sohan refining the 9 turns golden pill, otherwise this person would be really in trouble and would be admitted to the sect. When the time comes, you will definitely be wearing small shoes. You guys are pulling me down. Do you think he is this kind of person? I tell you that it is absolutely impossible for him to refine the 9 transformations golden pill for you. Even if you take out a lot of medicinal materials, it will have no effect. Do you think what he said is true? Even if it is true, he is still lying and he doesn't know where he got the elixir. In fact, at this time, Cao's face already showed a very angry expression, because under such circumstances, as an inner deacon, she did not stop such a guy. It is quite embarrassing to say that this result is indeed it's quite speechless, but that's all. After all, this kind of thing is no longer under his control. When the elder saw his appearance, he immediately came to his senses. After all, this kind of problem has happened too many times. In fact, he has also seen this kind of situation. But now, when he thinks of this, he immediately feels a little helpless. Cao, if you continue to talk nonsense, believe it or not, I will kill you right away. You can't become an intersect deacon or an intersect elder. What do you think you are? Even my own sister, you. If you know how to scheme, then I don't need to be polite to you. Chapter 544, I'm really not pretending. At this time, Sohan has sealed 2 9-turn golden elixirs into the Sea of Consciousness, which can support him in refining all elixirs, and can also refine 3 or 4 furnaces, even for 9-turn golden elixirs. Ever since I learned how to refine the 9-turn golden pill from the system, this is the only time I was able to refine it so well. I didn't expect that there are so many medicinal materials in the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace, and they can be given casually. Own. Master, I need the best alchemy cauldron in your country, because at this time, I can no longer make elixirs with one hand, not to mention the slow speed, and the master disciples of the alchemy cauldron sect are still laughing at me, mocking me for not knowing how to make elixirs at all. At this time, the leader of the Rain Kingdom was not surprised by this. Although people from the alchemy sect could trade away a batch of 9-turn golden pills, if he took out the medicinal materials of the 9-turn golden pills, Sohan could also refine them. Although the price charged may be a little higher, but it is still worth it. Although Yu-Gi-Oh cannot reach the current level, it would be false to say that Yu-Gi-Oh has been established for so many years and has no foundation. Although the mysterious mountain range has disappeared, there have been a lot of medicinal materials in the Yu-Gi-Oh warehouse over the years, including a lot of medicinal materials for the 9 turns golden pill, with more than 500,000 copies. If you can exchange it for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of 9-turn golden elixir, and it is of high quality, then it doesn't matter if you give him an elixir cauldron, since it is a small investment anyway. Kinyu, thank you for your help. If I refine the top quality list, you can exchange one of the 9-turn golden elixir for one at the condition of one. But other people can only redeem high-grade pills. You should make it clear to your father that if you find an opportunity, you can't talk about it here. Lin Kinyu felt very comfortable after hearing these words, because at this time he knew what Sohan's purpose was, and in order to be able to deal with these people, this guy is quite powerful. If there is really any problem, then it's up to them to handle it. Why on earth did you let him become your royal alchemist casually? I don't agree with you. What do you mean? Don't you even care about us people? If you dare to let him become your sex royal alchemist, master, then I will never finish it. At this time, Cao immediately collapsed, because this was really unbelievable, and so far, he could not find any solution. If it can be solved, that would be great. But the guy wouldn't even look at them, even once. Cao, I originally thought you only cared about the alchemy sect, but who knew you would do such a thing? Your inner steward. Your position has been cancelled by me. Let me tell you, as an elder, I have the right to do so. Hung Yu said very seriously, although he is not the highest status elder in the alchemy sect, what he wants to do now is how to control these people easily. It is also easy to say, like this the character is nothing to me, it is just a trash and scumbag. What's your name, master? Can you tell me? I know it may be a bit excessive for me to ask your name so presumptuously, but can you tell me? On the other side, another elder of the alchemy sect asked about Sohan, but at this time Sohan smiled slightly. You all must know who I am, because I am that useless person Sohan whose reputation has been ruined by the So family. I don't want to tell you about my kind of things, and I don't want to explain there are some problems anyway. If you really think I'm a loser, then don't buy my elixir. The elder was slightly shaken, because at this time he already knew why Sohan behaved like this. In fact, the Danding sect was also given a lot of trouble by the old man of the So family. Originally, the old man of the So family belonged to Yangguo, but in order to completely destroy Sohan, he simply came to other countries and lobbied the branches of the alchemy sect in other countries. You don't have to be like this. Although we know about you, we still don't believe it. Only that woman would believe it. because after we learned about such a thing, the old man of the Su family once said that you robbed all the medicinal materials in the Su family's medicine shop. The elder said very seriously, and he also knew that if he couldn't speak properly, Sohan would never believe him. That's okay, anyway, this family is always keen on how to kill their own abilities. Anyway, there is no good person in the Su family. If he can be killed, Sohan will go first without hesitation. Sohan, this is what our sect means anyway. As long as you can refine elixirs for us, then we will do our best to help you. Of course, we will not lose even 1% of the reward you want. This is the distribution of Rain Country. We will do our best to help you. As for other places, I don't know because we don't go there very often. We have a gathering every 3 years. Chapter 545, So Crazy. Chapter 546, Continue Trading. After Cao hesitated for a moment, he immediately decided to leave, because if he didn't leave at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the current situation was a bit annoying. Of course she can take action if she can, but how can she take action in a situation like this? In fact, she also has a residence in Rain Country, but this residence is near the Rain Country Palace. It is actually used to monitor the Rain Country princess. He always felt that this princess was mentally retarded, and now every move of this princess had to be controlled by him, so now, she felt that she was very domineering. What is the origin of this Sohan? And he is quite capable now. Speaking of which, this is also very impressive. He is an extremely powerful alchemist. If we don't date him, it won't work, but this guy has defiled my sister. Cao hid in the room alone and muttered to himself, but no one noticed his problem at this time. After all, it was really difficult for such a thing to happen, and the effect was indeed beyond all expectations. As expected, what is the purpose of such a guy? It's just to get some benefits. It's a pity that these people will not do themselves any favors at all. Anyway, the purpose of these people is very simple. Princess Yuguo is a human being, but she is not a human being. He just wanted to humiliate this princess of the Rain Kingdom. But now with Sohan blocking it, there is no chance at all. Now I want to go to Tianlao to meet your parents, Kinyu. I hope you won't refuse. I know your parents are not dead, but I found that your sister, your so-called sister, also has similar mental illness. She always thinks he is God himself. I always think that I am the only one. In fact, Sohan had already suspected it, even when he went to their old house. If those few people really have any strength, then it doesn't matter if I am the only one who dominates them. For a guy like me who only deserves to be blamed, there is nothing he can do. After all, such a thing is too bad. Sohan, do you know what kind of thing my family is? Let me tell you, my family doesn't care about me at all, and do you know they are like this? It's just that my interests for them are not high. Lin Kinyo was also a little helpless at this time. Although his attitude in this family was not good, he met Sohan. This way you can achieve some good results. Lin Kinyu felt very uncomfortable at this time. Originally he was the princess of the Rain Kingdom who entered the Jade Order, but what can he say at this time? After all, her father is too greedy. I know what you mean by this. You want to say goodbye to the past. Of course, I also support you. If your father does anything excessive, you must tell me. Only in this way can I make the necessary preparations. Sohan said very seriously, because at this time, it is his own business to deal with whatever he wants to do, but since he is in Yu-Gi-Oh, facing the first person to help him, there is no reason to refuse. You don't have to do this, but I should think about it now. How should you deal with your relatives? It is really troublesome to talk about such things. If your relatives were not like this, maybe I would treat her with courtesy. Sohan was quite speechless at this time. Although these two people felt the same way, it was useless to say anything now, and there were 444s around him. There were people who were ready to watch the fun. Moreover, although the 9 turns golden pill that I had refined earlier was seen by this woman, the remaining 4 people did not. Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want to ask something. If you really need me to do something, then you can just say it, but what we need is for you to refine the 9 turn golden elixir, alchemy cauldron, etc. in front of us, and we will provide it. The 4 elders of the alchemy sect said in unison that they were really unlucky for this situation. If something like this really happened, then all responsibilities are paid by themselves. Okay, then I will sacrifice a little more time to refine a furnace of 9 turn golden elixir for everyone. However, if you want to trade, you can do it, but the best 9 turn golden pill for each subject requires 4 copies of 9 turn golden elixir. The medicine of the elixir is of the highest quality, and you need a portion of the medicinal materials of the 9 transformations golden elixir. You have no objection to this, right? Sohan spoke very seriously, but while speaking, his hands began to move. 24 9-turn golden pills were exchanged for a total of 24 common medicinal materials. Sohan did not accept the medicinal materials from the alchemy cauldron sect. He just took out 24 of the medicinal materials from the Rain Kingdom and started refining them immediately. Stand up. If my calculations were correct, I would be able to get 576 9-turn golden pills as a guarantee. This 9-turn golden pill is of the highest quality, and you can easily replace it with more medicinal materials. Chapter 547, Kick to the Iron Plate. This time, I only kept a small change and traded 500 pills to the Alchemy Cauldron sect or Yu-Gi-Oh! In this case, it was considered fair. But he has to make the Alchemy sect agree to one condition. An hour later, a furnace of elixirs was finished refining, and this time Sohan did not use the elixir provided by the alchemy sect. I just found the most ordinary but large-capacity alchemy cauldron in the Yu-Gi-Oh palace to refine it. In fact, in his little world, he has simulated refining the 9 turns golden pill many times. So this time he finished refining it very easily. In fact, when practicing elixirs with bare hands, if the number of elixirs needed is small, of course you can refine them at will, but if the number of elixirs needed is very large, if it is lowered, then it cannot be refined. 509 turn golden elixirs gathered together, the glow became more colorful, and the super powerful intention of thousands of auspicious energy happened quickly, but Sohan did not hesitate and immediately sealed those 9 turn golden elixirs. Sohan immediately put these elixirs into 2 storage bags and divided them equally. The number of elixirs in the bags was no more and no less. One bag was thrown to the leader of the Rain Kingdom, and the other bag was thrown to the 4 elders of the alchemy sect. As for how they are going to divide and fight, that doesn't matter. Just be quiet. If something goes wrong, I won't be polite. What do you think you are going to do? I'm telling you now, if you want these pills, you have to promise me the condition. Of course, the condition agreed by the leader of the Rain Kingdom is that you must exchange all the materials of the 9 turn golden elixir in your country to me, and of course I will pay you according to today's conditions. Sohan was smiling at this time, but he knew how tired he was. Of course, there was nothing to say in this situation. After all, he was very tired after just refining the elixir, so it made sense. Then what are we going to do? You know, our sect has a lot of medicinal materials. We are not inferior to those of Yu-Gi-Oh! Do we want to give you all these medicinal materials? No problem. The attitude of the 4 elders is extremely kind. Although this man looks very young, his level of elixir refining is definitely higher than that of any alchemist in their sect. If possible, this man must not be offended. You don't have to do this. I want you to make a promise. If you can't make this promise, then I will cut off the supply of the 9 turns golden pill at any time. I know this is very important to you. Sohan hesitated to speak, but what should he say at this time? If there is a condition, I don't know if the old man of the Su family will vomit blood. To be honest, such a person is quite awesome. Although it is not the place of Rain Country, but there is also a branch of the Danding sect in the Yen Kingdom. Since you already know your identity, that's great. I want you to agree to a condition. If you can't agree, then our deal will end here. Explain. I hate the people of the Su family very much, and the people of the Su family often come to cause trouble for you in the Rain Country. Sohan only said half of what he said, but at this time, the 444 beings who were like human spirits already knew his intentions, and they definitely did not want to sell the 9 turns golden pill to the Danding sect branch of the Yen Kingdom. Although it is said that such a small profit will be lost, who would keep a high-level elixir like the 9 transformations golden pill for others? Master So, if you think your conditions are a bit good, but we think it is very good. But you have to promise us every month. You want to give us 59 turn golden elixirs. Of course, these 59 turn golden elixirs come from the medicinal materials of the sect. 50 copies of the medicinal materials for the 9 turn golden elixirs. You have to refine 59 turn golden elixirs for us. Here comes the top grade 9 turns golden pill. Sohan nodded. Soon, under the witness of everyone, the people from the alchemy sect took out a contract. After seeing that there were no problems with the contract, Sohan immediately. After signing this contract, of course, people in the alchemy sect did not expect to be so happy under such circumstances. This person from the Su family has really been kicked on the iron plate. I still remember the way the old man cried in front of us. I didn't expect that this guy is so powerful and can do it casually. If the Su family knew that this guy was an excellent alchemist, they would definitely regret it. It's quite funny to say that. Although we have exported some medicinal materials, the quantity of elixirs we can receive is quite large, and the quality is also very good. Sohan smiled. This was the effect he wanted, but they had their own plans for what they wanted to do at this time. Now these people had no qualifications at all and no reason to question themselves. This time your family is completely miserable. It's quite funny to say that your family has never liked you, doesn't care about you, and is still using your property. Don't you really need to think too much about these things? I know there is no answer to such a question. Anyone who encounters such a thing would think so. Sohan smiled softly. In fact, Lin Qinyu's experience was basically the same as his own, but he didn't want to say anything at this time. After all, such a thing was quite unlucky. If it happened to him, he would be absolutely speechless. Now it's time for you to solve your CAO family's problems. I do not know how to put it. I think the people you are quarreling with are even more shameless. If it weren't for the fact that you are a princess, I'm afraid they would squeeze you as hard as a vampire. Chapter 548, this title is too strong, right? Sohan already knew this sect very well at this time. If there was any problem with them, he would definitely be the first person to be found responsible. Speaking of such a powerful character, what can I do? Anyway, the problem now is how to solve my own troubles. The people of the Su family are already like inner demons, and there is nothing interesting in Yu-Gi-Oh! Except for the secret realm of elixirs, there is nothing interesting in other places. Although he was close to some magical beast mountain range, no magical beasts or monsters appeared in him. But it's quite interesting to watch these people fight. Anyway, there is nothing I can say now. Sohan is not from this country, so why should he care about what these people say? It is quite funny and helpless to say this. Elders, since you have said that this person is not an inner deacon of the alchemy sect, can you promise me something and leave this person to me? Suhan looked at Cao with sharp eyes, because at this time he also knew that this woman had made up a lot of news that could not be considered because she liked gossip too much, and some of the news really damaged her reputation. Such a result really don't know what it is. Yes, but as he is a disciple in our single top, so far I have not removed him from his position as a disciple in the alchemy sect. Therefore, this is also a relatively important resource for the alchemy sect. You must spend a certain amount of money in exchange for the price. Elder Hongyu is now fighting against all opinions, because he doesn't know what to say at this time, but if it is good for such an ordinary person to be handed over to Suhan, it is definitely a good thing. That's no problem. Anyway, Suhan, you can give it as long as you can give some reward, then this person is yours, no matter what. It doesn't matter what you do, but I guess you won't fall in love with such a woman. The other 3 elders also said very seriously. After all, this is their sect disciple. If there is any problem, then they must also bear the responsibility. Now that Suhan is a successor, it is a good choice. This disciple really went too far. I said, Kunpeng, are you serious? After your woman left, why did you capture such a guy? Do you want to watch him be judged? In fact, such a guy, if you get up, he is not even qualified to enter the section. Such a guy is really annoying, but what should I say now? It would be fine if this bastard had any considerations, but he never. You will consider that you will only try your best to frame others. This is quite shameless to say the least. If such a guy really has any problems, then everyone will definitely kill him. Suhan said nothing after seeing this situation, because such a thing was really too bad, and it didn't matter even if he said it. In the future, because my name is too common, I will give myself a title, called World Proud Alchemy Lord. If you are willing to call me this name, that's fine. Anyway, in the Rain Country, I think I still deserve this title. The title of Proud Alchemy Lord is a bit too strong. After Suhan suddenly said this, everyone's eyes were a little dumbfounded, because he also knew it at this time. If I don't have such a powerful ability, it is absolutely impossible for me to scream. Your title is very good, but there are about 60 alchemists in the country. If you make your title public like this, it will only attract the attention of other people, and they may even join forces to issue a gauntlet to you. You are not a real alchemist, or a full-time alchemist. Do you have such a powerful power? Can you attack so many people? That, said the person called Elder Kunpeng, but she also experienced something like this back then, and he was also the only alchemist. The only high-level alchemist in the alchemy sect is probably at the level of a 4th-level alchemist. However, if he really competes now, he probably won't be able to beat Suhan, but it doesn't matter. Such a thing is also very simple. The Su family mansion. That bastard Suhan, knowing that he couldn't survive in the Yen Kingdom, actually ran to the Rain Kingdom, but it doesn't matter. Even in the Rain Country, I am still strong enough to deal with him. Don't think that just because he is an alchemist, there is nothing great about him. Mr. Su said angrily that Shuhan did not do anything to her back then, but this was also because he was the helmsman of the Su family. He could not let the whole family lose its helmsman. This is the most critical point, but this old guy doesn't think twice about it. Anyway, he thought Suhan was afraid of him. Whatever he felt now had no effect. Speaking of which, things like this were really bad. If something really went wrong, he would never be able to forgive himself. Chapter 549, The Old Man's Reaction. The old man of the Su family also didn't understand this situation very well. Why did such a guy who he judged as a loser actually become so powerful? And now even he regrets his skills, but he said it's impossible for such a junior to surrender. Old man, I really think you should apologize to Suhan. Otherwise, I don't know what to say. Anyway, I feel very depressed now. I don't know what to do if I can. In fact, everyone knows how Suhan's father died back then. How could he have been killed without the acquiescence of the Su family's father? But now it is useless even if the Su family's father wants to say it. After all, the truth has been revealed. In front of everyone. No matter who did it, it would be impossible without the acquiescence of the old man of the Su family. I don't know what to say now. As long as such a thing happens, it will be unlucky for him. Suhan also knows this. So this time he didn't move much. Anyway, he just thought of some ways to deal with these people. So what if he's in the Rain Country? We don't know how to deal with him anyway. Let's just find a way to kill him. Forget it. What the hell is this idiot? What qualifications does he have to deal with us? The old man of the Su family's attitude at this time was very speechless, but he didn't know what to say now. It wouldn't be surprising if he behaved strangely now. Suhan, the only blame is that you have always been a loser in my eyes. Needless to say the rest, you can never change your own personality and make me like you. Not only do you steal, you have so many things at home. Why do you have the right to stay at home? Such words immediately attracted the attention of many people. However, at this time, there was no movement at all in the Su family mansion. It is quite funny to talk about such a thing. If it can be done, the people at the Su family mansion should not be so impulsive. In fact, the old man of the Su family is just bluffing. Even if he could come to the Rain Country and kill Suhan, it would not matter. But was Suhan killed by them so easily? This is absolutely impossible, and now Suhan is in the Rain, the country is regarded as a distinguished guest. If this guy is really killed, the consequences will be disastrous. The old man of the Su family didn't think of this at all. It was right for him to do this, but it didn't matter now. Anyway, the result was really beyond everyone's expectation. Sohan, you little brat, if you show up in front of me, I will never let you go. What do you think you are? Even if you meet the guy from the Princess of Rain Kingdom, that unlucky family, it doesn't matter, I will only be more ruthless than him. Because Sohan now has a little bit of use value, Mr. So has learned to be smart this time and can directly kill these people. However, this is a sinking trick and is not worth it for others. What? But at this time, Sohan was thinking about other things. After all, he was really shaking the world with Yu-Gi-Oh, and things like the 9 turns golden pill, according to the system prompts, are very rare pills. It would be fine if I could refine them and have enough ability to protect these elixirs, but I absolutely do not have these abilities. Unless I can refine a lot of 9-turn golden elixirs and forcibly break through to the peak of the golden elixir, or even the nascent soul realm. Moreover, these people have never fought at all. If this is the case, they are really unlucky. Speaking of which, they also encountered some bad luck, so they became like this. Mr. So didn't know what Sohan was thinking, and of course Sohan didn't know what the former was doing. He just felt that he was out of the So family now, and of course he didn't have to worry about what such a guy could do. There is nothing to say. These people are not good to me, and I know it, but their attitude towards me is too bad. Anyway, I have nothing to say now, I can only deal with them well. Sohan has no sense at all now. If he sees these people from the So family, he will definitely take action. Now he doesn't have to think too much. After all, these people are really unspeakable scourges. Rain Kingdom Palace. Lin Qinyo was holding a gold medal and was lost in thought. Such a guy actually became a guest of the alchemy sect, and there was no restriction on going to the sect at all. In the alchemy sect, everything is actually based on merit. If you donate high-level elixirs, this is the best way to accumulate merit, or if you hand over high-level weapons, these are also more important. This gold medal belongs to Sohan. Of course, Sohan doesn't care about this situation at all, which is a bit funny to say. After this happened, no one cared about this problem. Chapter 550, Silence. Chapter 551, He is the reincarnation of the devil. The princess of the Rain Kingdom is in the Cao family of the Yen Kingdom, which is actually quite simple. But I have never discovered it. If I find it, I will definitely come forward to solve the Cao family's problem, but now, this opportunity has been completely lost, and the entire Cao family of Yen state was wiped out. At this time, both of them were quite regretful, but this was not about regretting Sohan, but regretting that, the princess of Rain country was not subdued by them. On the contrary, Sohan, a bastard, got an advantage. This guy is also good, and he should consider any problems now. Then Lord, what do you want me to do? Anyway, I don't know how to do it. I also know what I should say about the guy who promised to take Sohan home. Even if there is any karma, I will continue to bear it. I will not accept such a person coming to my home. Mr. So was very angry, but he had not thought about whether Zuhai would be willing to return to this family. If he was willing to return, then he would have to step aside if he was not willing to return. Now there is only one option, if so, no one can stop it. The leader of the Yen Kingdom was a little speechless, because what should I say at this time? He has never encountered such a situation. Although there is a grudge against the Rain Kingdom for generations, it is also because of your uneven distribution, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, this kind of thing is very important to me. Mr. So, don't think that I don't know what you did. You pretended to be in my name and wrote a letter of credence to the leader of the country. It just hasn't been sent out yet. What should I say now? If you dare to do this, people in the country will look down on us. What do you think you are in our hearts? What do you think you represent in our hearts? I will tell you, now it is simply impossible. The leader of the Yen Kingdom was already very anxious at this time, because Sohan had developed the 9-turn golden elixir while practicing driving there, and Yen country was also quite short of the 9-turn golden pill, which was also very needed in the single top. The empire it is also needed. After all, there are too few monks in the middle stage of golden core in this empire, and even those who have perfect foundation building are very few. Forget it, Mr. Su, don't get into Sohan's sight. I'm going to find a way to recruit her. If I can successfully recruit her, then don't do anything to him here. Even if you don't let him. It doesn't matter if you recognize him as your grandson. The leader of the Yen Kingdom has no regard for such people. If it weren't for the fact that the Su family is the descendant of one of the founding veterans, otherwise he would have knocked out the power supply for such a guy. Now I have to leave and go to the Rain country. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be. But now there are some problems that I need to explain. If I can, I will definitely find them. If there is any problem then I myself will never be polite. In fact, at this time, the leader of the Yen Kingdom had already noticed that his previous style was really wrong, and now he could do whatever he wanted, which was a bit unlucky to say the least. This result was really a bit speechless. It's really a bit unlucky to push an alchemist to another country. Mr. Su also left the palace at this time. Since the leader of Yen Kingdom already had certain thoughts about that traitor, he would not be polite. He had to directly find a way to assassinate him. Anyway, he had to find a way to let the country was completely alienated from him and could not let this bastard Sohan continue to live in this place no matter what he said. 3 days later, the second letter of credence arrived at the Yu-Gi-Oh palace. But by this time, the leader of the Yu-Gi-Oh had already seen Mr. Su's thoughts. Anyway, he just didn't want his grandson to live such a good life in the Yu-Gi-Oh! But at this time, he also wanted to ask Shu Sohan if this person was his biological grandfather. The content of the national certificate was very simple, with only 100 or 200 words, but there was a domineering tone between every word, which was indeed quite disturbing. Speechless, this result is really beyond the expectations of others. Master of the Rain Kingdom, I am a descendant of the founding father of the Yen Kingdom. I am Sohan's grandfather. You can call me Mr. So, but I tell you, Sohan is the reincarnation of the Demon King. No matter how talented or powerful he is a waste of strength and must be the target of my death. If you, the Rain Country, provide them with help, then I will kill your Jinluan Palace. After seeing this letter of credence, the leader of the Rain Kingdom just smiled slightly, not to mention that this guy was the reincarnation of the Demon King, but even the reincarnation of Shura, then he would be very kind to her. This result is really beyond everyone's expectations, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, this result is what I want to see. His appearance is really surprising. Chapter 552, Reincarnation of Shura. You don't have to look like this. You guy, do you think you are really an old man? And what can you do based on your level? Whether Sohan is the reincarnation of the Demon King or the reincarnation of Shura, what does this have to do with us? As long as he doesn't do bad things. The leader of the Rain Kingdom smiled and replied to Mr. Su's words. He didn't know what the reaction of Mr. Su on the opposite side would be. Anyway, this guy would be so angry that he would definitely have it. This result is really funny, since if this is the case, then you don't have to be polite. However, Sohan was thinking about other problems at this time. After all, he needed some help now, and it was really terrible to encounter such a problem. If he could do it, he wouldn't be polite. Speaking of which, the result is really quite speechless. Now he has arrived in Yu-Gi-Oh, but he doesn't know how to act. After revealing his alchemy skills, he didn't know what to do. Is it better to open an elixir shop or do something else? But after coming to a country, your economic strength will definitely increase, and what you need will require more money. If you want to return to your original world, it will take at least hundreds of years, because the opening of such a big world will take at least hundreds or even thousands of years to brew. But what should I say at this time? I have to think of a way. That's good. It doesn't matter to me to open an elixir shop now, because it's okay for some unscrupulous alchemists to turn their homes into just shops. However, I happen to have a home in Yu-Gi-Oh, and it is also a prince's residence in Yu-Gi-Oh. There are many things in this prince's mansion, which were all given to him by the Lord of the Kingdom of Yu, because he only wanted some medicinal materials for the 9-turn golden pill and nothing else. In the eyes of the Lord of the Rain Kingdom, there are no medicinal ingredients at all. Because if some medicinal materials are refined by an alchemist, it may not be possible to refine a 19-turn golden elixir out of 10, but Sohan's success rate is quite high. But if such an alchemist can really appear, it will be a good thing for the Rain Country. And this house was the house of a rebellious prince from the Rain Country. Since he had rebelled, all his property was taken back for the crime of treason. There are very high amounts of money in these houses, including hundreds of boxes of purple gold coins, and there is also a complete shop, which can be bought. Of course Sohan knew this, but it didn't matter now. After all, such things are not that important to him, and as long as he can get Zai, his gains will be very high. It would be great if he could do it. If you can't take action, then stand aside. Speaking of which, the leader of the Rain Country was quite generous, and he gave himself so many things so easily. There is a property deed here, and this thing is the store capital. After thinking about it, Sohan immediately went to the store, but when he came to the front of the store, he saw the leader of the Rain Kingdom. The leader of the Rain Kingdom was wearing a dragon robe and looked at Sohan with burning eyes. Master, don't you want to regret it? There are some issues that I forgot to tell you. I have accepted this store. If you want to refuse anything, you still have a chance. I know that those 9 transformations golden pills are very valuable to you, so I guess you don't think they are enough. The leader of the Rain Kingdom looked quite pretty at this time. Is he really the kind of person who is very easy to make sarcastic remarks? And this house means nothing to him. The deeds of houses and equipment are not important to him. The entire Rain Kingdom belongs to him, let alone other things. Sohan, please pull me down. I'll tell you. I am the leader of the country. I want to know why I rebelled, why I broke the contract I made. Let me tell you, even my daughter's fiefdom is more than 300 times larger than yours. Do you think I care about someone? The person who owns the house. Sohan shook his head. Now this man has told the truth, but it doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't violate the contract, it's fine. But why does this guy come to him? He might want to make a deal with him, if he can accept it. That's no problem. Seeing Sohan's performance, the leader of the Rain Kingdom stopped talking and took out something similar to a memorial, but this memorial was written vertically and was bright yellow. There is a fire dragon mark on it. It is obviously the credential of the leader of the Yen Kingdom. Look at this, this should be written by your grandfather. I don't know why he is like this, but now I am thinking about another question. Your grandfather's attitude towards you is really very bad. Can you tell me, are you your grandfather's biological grandson? Sohan only listened to half of what he said, and then he started to read the credentials. When he saw his grandfather's ugly handwriting, which could almost be described as flying and phoenixing, he immediately laughed out loud. If before, he was not sure whether he was from the Su family or whether his predecessor was from the Su family, now he was a bit unlucky. Chapter 553, You gain with blood, but I will never lose. It's true that he is the reincarnation of the Demon King. He is indeed the reincarnation of the Demon King. He just occupies the body of his grandson, but he will never leave this body. It's not that this guy can't practice, he is just tormented by that mysterious jade pendant. His own physique cannot be shown. Why couldn't I crush that guy in the original continent? Such a result is really unexpected, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, my result is very clear. If I want to do it now, it's free. I think just do whatever you want to do. Could it be that this guy can still stop him? Mr. Su, you'd better not let me run into him, otherwise I will definitely kill you. Don't think I can do anything, but now, it's more than enough for me to kill you, and if you want to do it to me now it's easy, then just do it. After muttering a few words in his heart, he turned around and looked at the leader of the country. Isn't this man just greedy for the elixir? Give it to him, no matter what. Give him whatever you want. Anyway, if you want to kill this person completely, he will definitely not be your opponent. Even if you try hard to do it, you can't do it. Sohan, what's going on with you? If you need my help, I can help you. I didn't reply to this letter of credence, so I told him. It would be impossible to hand you over to him, and I promised you. I promised my daughter that she would never hand you over. Sohan's eye circles were already red at this time, and anger was erupting from his eyes. He didn't expect that his grandfather would be so greedy and domineering, and even wanted to control other countries. He thought he was the founding father of the Yen Kingdom, so what was so great about him? Lord of the Rain Country, tell your army. If you are willing to continue to help me, then I will make everyone in your army, and even everyone in the entire Rain Kingdom, into monks at the peak of foundation building. I know that peak foundation building is not that difficult for me, I only need foundation building pills. But you have to plan for those martial arts and combat skills by yourself. Sohan said these words through gritted teeth. So it sounds a little weird, but the leader of the country knows how much this man hates his grandfather. It is possible to torture his grandson now. As long as Sohan decides to do something, he will definitely do it. Anyway, there are still a lot of foundation building pills in his sea of consciousness. Not eaten by the system. There are 3 million that he deliberately kept to develop his own team. Of these foundation establishment pills, if you want a mortal to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, you need 2 of them. Even a person with poor qualifications only needs 2 pills. In other words, if Yu-Gi-Oh cultivates monks who have no skills at the peak of foundation building, then these 3 million pills are enough for him to cultivate 1.5 million. This is really surprising. Of course, I don't need it. If I want to cultivate some teams, I will also need this thing, but so far, there are no classes that I can cultivate. Mr. Su, what you said can't be a lie. You asked us to try our best to recruit some grooms for training. I can understand this, but you want to train a large number of monks at the peak of foundation building all at once. This is a bit scary. In this case, my national strength will definitely improve a lot. The leader of the Rain Country only said half of what he said. If all these people were to be trained into peak-level monks, then a lot of medicinal materials and money would definitely be needed. But at this time, Sohan's anger was already obvious. In order to deal with his grandfather, he has forgotten everything. Sohan hated it when people said such things to him. After thinking about it, he immediately hit the leader of the Rain Kingdom in the face with a storage bag. The leader of the Rain Kingdom was hit hard, and half of his face immediately became swollen. I'm going to fuck you for real. Although the leader of the Rain Kingdom was smashed, he did not blame Shuhan at this time. He took off the storage bag from his face, opened it and was struck by the light emitted by the yellow and green elixir. I was so attracted that I was almost blinded. Sohan, this is the best foundation establishment pill? Then do you really plan to give it to us? And now, in order to deal with your grandfather, do you really plan to give us many monks in the foundation establishment stage, and they are at the peak of foundation establishment? Not to mention anything else, 1.5 million monks at the peak of foundation building are enough for the Yu Kingdom to work for Sohan. This result is really unexpected. But the Su family missed this opportunity. If Mr. Su didn't act so domineering, he would have been able to get so many monks. Sohan curled his lips. The medicinal materials for the foundation establishment pill in his secret space were all mature and 10 batches had been collected. These pills were indeed not worth much to him. And I still have a lot to prepare for the system. Chapter 554, Secret Space. Host, you are really bad. You are really bad. In order to take revenge on someone, you actually used so many pills. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? At this time, the voice of the system's resentment drifted into Sohan's sea of consciousness, because at this time he already knew that he no longer had such powerful power. Although this system requires a lot of power to restore his strength, now, he has no way. System, please pull it down. Go to my sea of consciousness and see for yourself. Go to my secret space and see how many elixirs are there. You can take them as you like, but you can only take the foundation building elixirs and other elixirs. You can't take the medicine. The system was a little speechless, because what he wanted to do at this time was actually controlled by his own host, which was quite embarrassing to say the least. But that's okay. The host has his own plans anyway, which is also good. As long as he can get help from the host, he can get some benefits. When the leader of the Rain Kingdom got those foundation building pills, everyone could probably feel that. Decent performance, but now that I think about it, he was a bit unlucky. Why didn't those people notice this? In fact, after being unlucky, he was also a bit unlucky. Fortunately, even though I was hit with a swollen face, the leader of the Rain Kingdom returned to the Yu-Gi-Oh palace with an embarrassed look on his face, but his expression at this time was really funny, and he didn't want to say anything now. Lin Qinyu was in the palace at this time, but seeing her father in such a miserable and unlucky state, he felt a little happy. In fact, she knew that she was absolutely right to get that friend, and in order to become rich, he didn't know how many medicinal materials or elixirs the Su family brought to Yu-Gi-Oh. The leader of the Yen Kingdom shook his head helplessly, because at this time, nothing he wanted to say had any effect. Only by quietly talking to Sohan could he resolve the conflict with Sohan, and then shake hands with him to make peace. But now, does he have the right at all? Just not. After arriving in the Rain Kingdom, he discovered that everyone was sorting out medicinal materials, many of which were for the 9 turns golden pill. However, these people did not sell them after sorting them out. They just bandaged them and put them in a special place where the pills were placed. That kind of paper bag. The people of this Rain country are really simple and honest, but it doesn't matter now. I probably have my own way of doing what I want to do now. Anyway, I don't think too much about it now. If I can't afford to offend that guy Sohan, then I can afford it. I can't mess with him, otherwise the consequences will be really unimaginable. When the leader of the Yen Kingdom came to such a place, he actually wanted to completely shake hands and make peace with this guy, but Mr. So will never allow it. Such a nod is tantamount to a slap in the face. If such a character can shake hands and make peace with the king, then it means that he himself is not good enough. Sohan has been in seclusion for 3 days at this time. Of course, these are 3 days in the outside world. As for how much time has passed inside his small world, I don't know. After all, this is the time rule she controls and is different from other people's. The leader of the Yen Kingdom was also unhappy at this time. After all, he had been asking around here for a long time but had not heard any news about Sohan. Could it be that this guy really disappeared from the world? And the current situation is a bit embarrassing to say the least. Now I don't know what happened, this Sohan seems to have disappeared from the world. I don't know what happened to him. The leader of the Yen Kingdom is a person with no character. He is just because he is the prince of the Yen Kingdom. All his brothers were dead. He is the oldest and most senior among the remaining brothers, so he became the leader of the Yen Kingdom. This leader of the Yen Kingdom is really good. He actually came to trouble us, but it is acceptable. What qualifications does such a guy have to compete with us? Anyway, this is what Sohan wants to get the most. Then we won't be polite, it's our business to torment him however we want, and it's up to us to do whatever we want. The leader of the Rain Kingdom said very seriously, but at this time some things were also placed in front of him. Such people are really annoying, but now thinking about it, it is a very good choice to come out with such a guy. Father, if I were you, then I would deal with this person completely without disturbing Sohan. Sohan is in too much pain. He won't get any fair treatment in that country anyway. Anyway, no one would treat him as a normal person. Princess Yu-Gi-Oh said helplessly, but Lin Qinyu's expression was also quite bad at this time. After all, Mr. So himself had seen it before, and he would never accept such a person. But this time it was definitely not Mr. So who came here. If the old man's aura was here, she would be able to feel it immediately. After all, the humiliation she suffered in the Su family had already left her with Mr. Su's aura. Above your own heart. Chapter 555, Qualifications for Entering the Ancient Land. Chapter 556, Sohan's Demon King Physique. Sohan actually didn't think much about such a problem, but what to say at this time became a problem. Anyway, if he really had that ability, he would definitely kill all these people, but sometimes Sohan was not willing to alert others. Forget it, after I have some foundation and property in Rain Country, I will do it immediately. Going to the alchemy sect is just a challenge, there's nothing wrong with it. Sohan was talking to himself very seriously. Of course, if anyone heard it, they would be shocked. However, at this time, within the alchemy sect, Mr. So started his performance. Everyone looked at him in surprise, as if they were looking at some living treasure. You all, listen to me, this guy Sohan is not a normal person at all. Since he is like that, why don't you help us? Sohan is simply the reincarnation of the devil. If you don't help us to resolve this crisis, what else can you do? Speaking of such things, I have no responsibility, because they are not Sohan's parents. If Mr. So really fights, he will be able to compete with Cao Zhongwen, but now this question is really a bit speechless. Although it is normal for a man to find a woman or something, but now, this man has really gone too far. And there are many things that make this man feel like he is going crazy. And Mr. So basically looks the same as him now. If that's the case, then he doesn't have to be polite, he can do whatever he wants when the time comes. Mr. So, I just want to ask you a question. You said that your grandson is the reincarnation of the Demon King. Do you have any evidence? Such things are not just casual talk. Indeed, such things cannot be said casually. Sohan is indeed a loser, but it can only be said that he is a loser. It would be even worse if this guy is really the reincarnation of a Demon King. The reincarnation of this Demon King is not said casually. Shut up, all of you. What I say is true is true. Do you know what kind of trouble Sohan is in now? It's all because of his devil physique. It doesn't matter if Sohan is an alchemist, but he is the reincarnation of the Demon King, and I have already confirmed this situation. At this time, Mr. So was sitting in the Yangguo Palace, talking about these things. Of course, there are some other old people sitting in the Yangguo Imperial Palace. These, some of the notorious objects of old man country. I said, Lao So, you should come down. I think you can do it if you are your grandson, because heirs and other things are your private property, but in your case, there is no way to leave everything to the state. An old man is quite helpless and mentally ill. Sohan is a good person, why is he called crazy? This is not because of the instigation and teasing of these old people, but he cannot tell other people about this situation. But at this time, Sohan was also a little speechless. Although the leader of Yu-Gi-Oh came to this place and there were several assassinations, he obviously knew that they were not sent by Yu-Gi-Oh, and at this time he also had to prepare some elixirs to sell here. In the space, except for the pills left for the system to take, there is nothing else. Because he discovered that the system can grow, and the thing that grows is the elixir. As long as he can produce a lot of elixirs, it won't be a problem to completely catalyze the system and restore his strength. After Sohan thought for a while, he was very speechless. He was also very disappointed with such an attitude. Moreover, some jade bottles must be placed in this shop, and the previous jade bottles had been smashed by the So family. If you want to sell golden elixirs here, there is only one way, and of course the 9-turn golden elixirs can be sold in the store. But you have to pay attention to the problem. If you say that you have held an auction at the auction house, then there are also people who have rashly sold the 9 turns golden elixir without holding an auction. This is also a challenge for you. After thinking about it, he immediately sent a soul communication to the Princess of Rain Country. Kinyu, do you know where the largest auction house in your country is? If you know, please tell me. But it doesn't matter. If you don't know, please investigate and tell me. I know I have some 9 turns golden elixir here now. If I want to use the shop you gave me, then I must do this. Sohan said seriously, but what can he say at this time? After all, this situation is really terrible. So far, it would be great if he really has such great ability. Chapter 557, The Troublemaker is here. This bastard Sohan is coming up with some bad ideas again, but there's nothing wrong with that. My help is that this guy is really awesome now, and no one in our country can avoid his edge. After Lin Qinyu received the message from Sohan, she was very excited immediately, because at this time he could not do anything he wanted to do. All he remembered was Sohan, and now there were any problems that needed to be considered, but Lin Qinyu didn't know that such an action would bring a great disaster to Rain Country in the future. But this is something for later, and I won't state it here. And now, the consequences are not that serious. Even if he helps Sohan, there won't be any big problems. Lin Qinyu tried her best and finally checked all the auction houses across the country. The one I am more satisfied with is a place called Swilling Pavilion, but there is nothing much to say at this time. It's really difficult to deal with a place like this. Even if Sohan is found to help, it won't be of much use. After all, the consequences are really unimaginable, and now, even if he helps, he still has no ability to control the auction house, so he can only rely on Sohan. Father, so far I have a plan to control the auction house, but it is better for Sohan to control it now. If he can't control it, it's impossible. He is an alchemist and should be able to control all these auction houses, because these greedy auction houses rely on alchemists to make a living. Don't think I don't know, but now I should be able to think of it. These are the tactics. Princess Yu-Gi-Oh said very seriously, but her attitude at this time really surprised the leader of Yu-Gi-Oh, because at this time no one thought that this guy actually had such a powerful plan. However, at this time, Sohan was also helpless, because he just wants to run this store well and develop well in Rain Country before making other plans. But who knew that something like this would happen, and there are more and more troubles like this. There is nothing to explain it. Soon, a member of a relatively powerful family in the Rain Kingdom came to this shop. After seeing Sohan, his eyes immediately brightened. A flash of light flashed out, because Sohan didn't know what was going on at this time, but he didn't salute the Lan family. Who are you? An alchemist without the alchemist level mark. What do you think you are? But what do I need now? You want it? Sohan felt in his heart at this time. I was also depressed. I finally found a shop and found a place to live. I just need to live on the second floor of this shop and downstairs. But at this time, if such a dim guy came here, if he had followed his own temper, he would have already lost his temper. But now that I think about it, this guy is quite awesome. At this point, what else do you want to say? I am an alchemist. But I have no alchemist qualification certificate, let alone anything that can prove my alchemist level. Because my level as an alchemist is already very high, and if it can be proven, it would be my alchemy strength. Sohan said unhurriedly, but at this time, the man was obviously very angry. In addition to the weird adopter of this princess, there are probably other people in the Rain Kingdom who are a little weird. This person is really awesome, and after seeing this person now, Sohan is a little speechless. If you want to say that this person is beautiful, in fact, she is not beautiful. She is a woman, her waist is not slender, and the various things that a woman should have are not perfect. Such a woman sounds pretty awesome, and it is pretty good to be able to reach such a level. May I ask where you are from and why you came to my shop to act wild? I didn't know you before. Sohan said very calmly, because at this time he also understood that he was looking for trouble. It would be great if I didn't encounter anyone who was looking for trouble, but one has appeared now, and the results are still relatively bad. What kind of family is the Lan family? And the sudden appearance of such a person here really makes Sohan a little speechless, and the current result is really a bit beyond everyone's expectations. Such a result is really a bit difficult. Accept it. Sohan himself can't accept it anyway. This family is not a royal family, so why is he still so domineering? Anyway, Sohan is a little helpless about this. If possible, he would like to beat these people to death immediately, but the relationship between these people is too strong. These people seem to be difficult to deal with, and it is not easy to deal with them. In fact, in terms of cultivation, Sohan can definitely defeat these people, but he is not the kind of person who fights and kills. Although he is said to be a demon king, these people are well dressed and should be the leaders in this country. The clothes some people wear, I guess their status in this country is not low. Chapter 558, The Confidence of the Lan Family. What are you doing here? If you tell me, I can help you. But now, it seems that your purpose is not that simple. Tell me, if it is difficult, I can help. If I can't help you, then forget it. Sohan suppressed the anger in his heart and said seriously, but at this time these people immediately went crazy. After all, the result now is really unexpected. They prepared this house and this shop, something to give to the owner of his family for his 60th birthday. But to be occupied by such a guy, this person felt very uncomfortable, and the person standing in front of him was either the eldest son of the Lan family or the eldest lady of the Lan family. But at this time, Sohan was not afraid at all, he just wanted to see what this person was thinking, and if there was a problem now, there would definitely be a way to solve it. You don't have to do this anymore. If you have anything to say, just say it. If I can help you, I will help you, but please remember, I am not running a charity here. What do you want to do when you come here with such a vicious attitude? Sohan's tone was quite calm, but at this time the man and the woman laughed out loud after hearing this. They didn't know what kind of person this guy was. It was really ridiculous. This must be a country bumpkin from other places, but they don't know what this country bumpkin is going to do now. If you ask me what I want to do, I can tell you. Now your store is some property reserved by our family. What do you think you can take possession of at will? It has always been under our control. Why should it be controlled by you? The man spoke, but at this time Sohan was hesitant. What on earth did the leader of the Rain Kingdom mean by giving this thing to him without telling him these problems? It felt a bit fraudulent. But now that I think about it, I feel a little helpless. Since he didn't tell himself, he has to bear the consequences himself. Don't worry, Sohan, this guy from the Lan family is really awesome, and the current head of the Lan family has grown to a considerable extent. He always thinks it reigns his territory. Of course he also likes that house. So he made that house his own, but in fact he didn't even know about it. I didn't hear about such a problem until I returned to the country of you. Of course, my father gave it to you. It's your son, so you have to find a way to protect your own house. At this time, the princess of the Rain Kingdom tried her best to reach Sohan's front, but Sohan immediately became unhappy after hearing this voice. Indeed, such a guitar is surprising, but this does not mean that he is a soft persimmon. It's enough for you people. Now my name, Sohan, is written on the house deed, land deed, and other ancillary property deeds of this house. When did you become a member of the Lan family? Sohan smiled. I didn't expect such a result to be so violent. The civil war in the Rain country was really scary. But it doesn't matter to me. Now that I am in Rain country, it is normal for me to get involved in this war. But now that I think about it, if such a person appears in front of me, I will never forgive him. You want this house to take advantage of fair dealing. Of course, I will do this if the Lord of the Kingdom allows me to do so, but the Lord of the Kingdom has given me this house, so what should I do? That is to use it obediently. Sohan was also quite helpless about this, because at this time he no longer knew what to say, but now that he thought about it, he felt a little helpless. Is there such a domineering person? How your house looks like is your business, but this only belongs to me now, so you have no right to trouble me. What do you think you are? Sohan knew that after he said these words, he quickly aroused the anger of these people. Because these people are so used to being domineering in the Rain country, although Lin Kinyu only gave him so little information, it would be really bad if they really did something now. The cultivation of that young master and the eldest lady, although they are in the middle stage of Jindan, they don't have the skills to practice. Secondly, they want these things desperately. However, what exactly is there in their own shop? It's the elixir, which means that the cultivation of these guys was forcibly raised, and they used elixirs, without any skills or anything to assist them in their cultivation. Naturally, in Sohan's view, this is nothing. After understanding the details of these people, Sohan felt uncomfortable. What reason did such a guy have to talk nonsense here? And with the current situation, it seems that they haven't seen clearly what happened. Chapter 559, Get out immediately. This house belongs to me. I have the ability and the temper. You might as well find a way to frame me for doing something unspeakable in Rain country, and then you can figure out how to make trouble. Sohan half smiled, because even if he said this at this time, these people might not do it, because they didn't understand him at all. This result was really a bit depressing. This family actually did something like this, so it is necessary for me to go to this house and have a look to see if I have anything that can catch these people. If I have anything, that would be great. If not, forget it. Although such a prince's residence is very gorgeous, if they are monks, they probably won't care about such a gorgeous thing, because no matter how gorgeous it is only made of some gems or something. Why don't you reply to us? It's really awesome. It's just you people, so you deserve to die. The woman immediately became angry. In fact, he was not very beautiful, but Sohan was thinking about his own affairs and didn't even think about replying to him. The result was very unlucky. Successfully angered this woman. This woman is really a little depressed. She also behaves like this when others don't reply to her. But now, Sohan doesn't care about these people. He will die sooner or later anyway. In fact, there is nothing to care about, but now it is quite embarrassing to say it. If it can be done, then I will never be polite, because such a result is really beyond everyone's expectations. Either you immediately move out of this house or get out of here right now. Fight me in a duel, and if you win, then I will give you this house. The woman said very seriously, but at this time Sohan felt a little helpless. A good man will not fight with a woman. This is a very true truth. Of course, these people will not understand it. They just think that these people are afraid of him. But it doesn't matter. Now, any problems are understandable. If you say you don't understand these people at all, then there is something else to say. People from your family are really capable, but now if you all listen to anything I say, it would be really ridiculous. The Lord of the Rain Kingdom gave me this chosen son, so I can live a better life, but what the hell is going on? It's really ridiculous to think that all the people in this country are you. Whether you are qualified to rule the country is still a question. I said, little sister, are you still? You should leave my place quickly, I still have things to do. Shaking his head hard, Sohan made a move, but who knew that this guy was so strong? There seemed to be no need to explain this question, but what should I do now? Such a woman's reaction was so violent, and she immediately took it out. Take out the long sword. This man of the Lan family was a little defeated when he saw this situation, because his own clan members actually had such thoughts in this situation, which was seriously inconsistent with some of their family rules. It seems that your intention is very clear. You don't want to give this thing to us, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, what should I say now? People in our family are willing to pay some property to buy this house, but in your opinion, how much is this house worth? Sohan was a little speechless. This eldest lady is really good enough, but there is no problem. Anyway, they have already performed like this. If they do other things, there may be a little problem. If it is from another family, he may have already accepted it. However, after being reminded by the Princess of Rain Kingdom, it seems that this lunatic is simply a fake. They want this thing and are really speechless, but what should they say at this time? After all, they are a little depressed now. If there is really any problem, then they cannot be polite. After all, the result now is really unexpected. Everyone's expectations. It's just a house. A 19th turn golden pill can be exchanged for countless princes' houses. But now if this thing is given to other people and it is not obtained through fair transactions, it will be really annoying. Speaking of which, Sohan also has his own ideas, but now, he didn't react at all and just held his weapon. Anyway, there was nothing to say now. The result is that simple. I won't agree, because you have no sincerity at all. If you really want this house, of course it's not a big problem, as long as you show sincerity. Sohan said seriously, if they had said this at the beginning and clearly stated their reasons, he would not really not help them, but in the current situation, these guys have not thought of this at all, then I'm not polite myself. Why do these guys come to trouble me? In fact, it is just to get those things, but now there is no need to think too much, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 560, The Domineering Lan Family. Chapter 561, So Shameless? Lin Qinyo shook his head, because at this time he already knew how to deal with it. All he had to do was let Sohan go to the house and have a look. Of course, the Lan family mansion did not welcome outsiders, so just be a gentleman for once, and Sohan wouldn't mind that much. After all, such a guy has seriously damaged Sohan's reputation. But at this time, everyone in the market was attracted, because at this time, the eldest lady of the Lan family actually had a quarrel with a man. The result was really surprising, and the eldest daughter of the Lan family isn't the young lady aloof from the world? How could she have a relationship with a man? As soon as such a thing came out, everyone felt that there was something good to watch, so these people all came to Sohan's shop. Although the king of the country had just passed by, but these people are not afraid of the king at all, and he also has a good explanation for such problems. Haven't your Lan family always been an above-board existence? But what's going on? You actually have such an idea, and it's quite shocking. I don't know what I should say, but I also understand this kind of above-board family. Are you so shameless? Finally, one person couldn't bear it anymore and cursed loudly. But in the current situation, even if he cursed, it would have no effect, but his words did not sound like curses. The people present had already seen it. In fact, this guy was using a bitter trick. First, play an emotional card. This thing is to celebrate the birthday of the ancestor. Under normal circumstances, these people have great respect for the elderly. They will definitely think of ways to give this store or this house to him, or even if they don't, they will still think of ways. But at this time, Sohan is an inexperienced guy. How could he listen to these people? You are not my ancestors. Why should I prepare gifts for you? And even if you want that thing, there must be a fair deal. Miss Lan family, you seem to be unwilling to accept it at all. If you pay some money, I think you should be considered one of the richer families in the country. After shaking his head hard, Sohan was a little speechless, but he always looked a little helpless, because the result was a bit bad, but there was no way to solve it. Thinking about it, it was quite bad to say it. There is no need to say anything more now. After all, Zi's family has nothing to use. He must find a way to kill such a guy. Miss Lan family, I have one thing for you right now. If you want to take advantage of my house and shop, then you just send someone to defeat me. If you really have the ability to kill me, then I will give you to you, including my house and my shop. The woman stayed where she was. If the Lan family wanted something, she would have taken it out immediately. And the problem now is that if she couldn't take it out, it would be a troublesome thing. What should she think about now? But if she wants to fight, she can. The Lan family is not afraid of problems when it comes to solving problems. As long as this guy is really sincere and wants to give himself these things, that is enough. Anyway, it is nothing to him, and he doesn't need to think about it too much now. How can I believe your words? Even if you win, I can't give that house to anyone. I know it was given to you by the Lord of Yu-Gi-Oh, but if I beat you to death, then I can go and adopt this house in your name. One person in the Lan family's team said very seriously, but now his methods are indeed not very good. Sohang shook his head. In his opinion, his cultivation is very weak, and it is very weak. Even the eldest lady of the Lan family has the same cultivation level. I'm telling you, I'm right here, and I can't run away. And I can tell you clearly now that I don't even bother running away from that house. I'm an alchemist. I can just throw out a few pills. I can change to a better house. In fact, I don't mind a prince's house. Seeing that the two sides were about to get into a heated argument, and when they were about to fight, Lin Qinyu appeared in front of two groups of people with light makeup. After taking a look at Sohan, he suddenly wanted to laugh, but he still couldn't hold back from laughing. Although his family looked good at this time, they were an absolute defender of morality. He didn't know what to say about such a problem. This family was also quite bad and he didn't know how to deal with it. Your old man is going to celebrate his 60th birthday. I can think of a way to ask the royal family to give you a gift, but what do you mean? We said we would give it to you, but you don't want it yourself. Who are you qualified to say this? Now you want to find trouble with Sohan again. Lin Qinyu's words shocked everyone. It is true that this person is the princess of the Rain Kingdom, but the current result is really quite disappointing. Surprised, is it true what he said? If it is true, how can the Lan family explain it? Love reading reminds you, 3 things about reading. Collection, recommendation, remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 562, Bet. But these Lan family members will not be blushing, because such a result is really unexpected. They will not care after such a thing happens. After all, such a result is quite bad. No, it is indeed quite scary to think that the Princess of Rain Kingdom actually knows about this and such a person appears here. However, it is a bit bad to think about it now. A lot of such things have happened so far. What should I do? It's all your own problem to consider, and it's your own trouble to say it. If possible, it shouldn't be a big problem. Qinyu, you don't have to treat me like this. You still have a lot to do. You should be busy first. No need to say more about the rest. I will handle it. I know these people are not easy to mess with, but I have ways to deal with them. As long as you promise me one thing, if I kill the Lan family, I won't be responsible. Sohan said very seriously, but at this time he had decided to kill the Lan family. Although the tone of his speech was quite calm, he was a little annoyed when he thought about it now. After all, who destroyed the things in their home? Who can be happy? It is really bad inside the Lan family mansion at this time, because Mr. Lan has noticed the actions of their juniors. Indeed, these people are quite awesome, but if they really want to do something now, it is nothing. Good thing, it would be very bad if a fight broke out on the streets of Yu-Gi-Oh! It has always been against their elegant rules. But when Mr. Lan saw this situation, he didn't say anything. Although he felt very unhappy, he was still a little uncomfortable. His juniors were actually fighting in the street, and they didn't know what to do. Moreover, this woman was too. He is so overbearing that even people within the family can't stand it. It is true that Hugo has already spread the news that he is going to hold his 60th birthday, but what should he say at this time? He is going to hold his 60th birthday and it is not taking the opportunity to make money. Of course, such problems are still relatively obvious. These people hinder for the sake of face, he still has to give a gift. Although he is not taking the opportunity to make money, he will still accept it when he sees someone he likes. Lin Qinyu, you are really not afraid, but it doesn't matter. If you want to attack me, that's fine. If a woman like me fights with a man, they will most likely pierce my clothes, and then I won't be able to bear it if there is a real problem. Sohan was a little speechless. How logical is this woman? Moreover, the way she looks now is really a bit bad. Look at her appearance. She is really speechless. And the way she looks now is a bit funny. It seems that this woman is a little embarrassed. Wait, you don't look like a woman or a man at all. You are slower than a man, and you don't have any femininity at all. It's quite interesting that you dare to rob other people's shops so boldly. Sohan talked to himself, but his voice was not loud, but it could be heard by others. After such a result, Lin Qinyu smiled, but the faces of those in the Lan family were all ugly, because they could not see such a situation. He has seen a lot, but now he always feels this angry. Anyway, I don't know what you mean by this, Lin Kinyu said in her heart, but this woman is too arrogant, and all their elegance and integrity have disappeared. In fact, they are just some very bad people, and they are fake. Make etiquette. Although he didn't have much contact with the Lan family, Lin Kinyu knew that this male family member was really too kind, and the current situation was also very strange. If he couldn't understand the behavior of the Lan family, then he himself wouldn't be able to accept it. Kinyu, you deal with that woman, and I'll deal with that man. But now, there's nothing to say. This woman's mind is abnormal and very strange, but I should be able to deal with that man. I think his cultivation is also very weak. Lin Kinyu nodded a little sheepishly, because at this time she knew that Sohan was already taking good care of herself. To deal with that woman, although Sohang's cultivation level was slightly worse than hers now, and his combat power was slightly weaker than hers, but the individual differences are not too great. Since the Princess of Rain Country has challenged you woman, then I will deal with you man. Who do you think you are? But it's okay. If you win, even if you win against any of us, then you can also get a shop. If you win both of us, then the house that the Lord of the Rain Country gave me will also be given to you. That man from the Lan family who led the team was immediately moved, because as long as he defeated Sohang, he would get a shop, and this shop is still a very prosperous shop, and it is also in a very suitable range. If you conquer it, you will definitely get some rewards in the main house of the Lan family. Chapter 563, Don't be too domineering. In fact, when this family first came out, Sohan asked the system to give out the information of this family, but who knew that the system simply went into sleep and had no response at all. However, without the help of the system, he could still get it. Information about this family. This family doesn't know what's going on. They can't eat meat. Even if they eat meat, so what? It's still okay to eat outside, but their family eats very little. Everyone can only eat some plain soup and vegetarian food. It is said that there are medicinal materials that can help cultivation, but this is nothing, and they also practice Qigong every day, in a very strange way. This Lan family is generally relatively thin, but those servants eat fat and round waists. Regarding this result, Sohan also sneered, what is going on with this family, and now their reaction is really strong. Regarding this kind of problem, how should he explain that this family is very weird, and as long as they like it, they will use all means to get what they want. There is nothing strange about this. If you get it in a normal way, not only will no one talk nonsense, and they will also praise it very much, such as at auctions and the like. People who take the photos will be very happy, but except for certain enemies, no one will say anything. While thinking, a man suddenly appeared. Sohan, don't be too domineering. I will fight with you. If you really win, I will take everyone in the Lan family away. If you lose, then your store will be mine. Sohan looked at this person. In fact, he didn't know what kind of person he was. He only saw that his face was as pink as a powder and his lips were painted with vermilion. He was indeed a beauty, but there was nothing much to say about such a guy. He seemed he is a relatively noble person from the Lan family, but that doesn't matter. The current situation is really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Kinyu was surprised when such a person appeared. This person is indeed very beautiful, but there is nothing ridiculous about such a situation. This man looks better than Sohan, but he is too thin. Wearing white clothes is like a shroud. I said, who are you? I know your Lan Fangping is not very good, but I have never seen you. I know that a guy like you appears here for your family. Sohan said as if he was a fool. At this moment, the man smiled. Yes, he was indeed here to take these people back, but now he is always a little depressed. Why didn't people listen to him? Why didn't they go back with him? This man didn't do it because of this, but made two bows to Sohan and Lin Kinyu. After all, this was something started by their Lan family, and if it is true now, if there is any problem, then he will definitely be in a worse situation. Both of you, I didn't expect that this was a store given to Mr. So by the Lord of the Rain Kingdom. Otherwise, I would have taken action long ago. I just thought that the store was something our Lan family asked the Lord of the Rain Kingdom for. It has not been given to anyone yet, so it is understandable for the Lan family to take action like this. After all, the leader of the Rain Kingdom did not agree to our request that time, but he did not refuse it either. The man said very seriously, but at this time Sohang couldn't tell that he wanted to be suitable or was trying to sow discord. Although it was possible that the leader of the Rain Country would make such a promise, he neither agreed nor refused. This means that they should fight for this house on an equal basis. Mr. Lan, I can give you this opportunity, but you have to promise me. If you want this brand, I can give it to you, and I can also give you this store, but you have to promise me one thing. Unless you are better than me in strength, and you don't have to fight if you don't want to. The mountain range where the 555 alchemist massacres happened in the past has disappeared, but if you go east for a distance from this place, another mountain range will appear. There are many monsters. If you are in after 10 days, we will hunt together. If you catch the most demon elixir and spirit beast meat, then you will win. Princess Yu Guo and Sohan said in unison, although the two of them are indeed relatively powerful together, but at this time, the guy in our family is really a little helpless. This is their business, and hunting monsters is also very important. Normal. Sohan has long wanted to go to that place, but he has never had the chance. Since he wants to compete, he will compete in that place by the way, and the current results are quite good. Now if there is really any result, then I won't be polite. Since going to that mountain range can bring benefits, it is still a very good opportunity for an alchemist, but I never think too much about it, and I will definitely not miss such a thing. Well, I will take the children of the Lan family away today. If I defeat the young master in 10 days, I will definitely pay him a visit then. Chapter 564, Collusion. That, the Lan family said very seriously, but at this time Princess Yuguo was a little helpless, because what on earth was going on? He actually accepted the bet she made with him so easily. Speaking of which, it's also very funny. Who is this guy? The two of them returned to the shop together. After doing this, Princess Yu's expression could be described as helpless. What does it mean to be like this? And now he is like this, there is nothing to say at all. It seems that Sohan's decision is also very correct. Master Su, aren't you talking nonsense? They often hunt monsters in that mountain range and are much more familiar with it than we are. And do you know who that man is? He is the most talented young master of the younger generation of the Lan family. If we really want to, if he is looking for a woman, basically all the women in the Rain Kingdom will line up waiting for him to choose. Sohan smiled slightly, and he had already spread the news that the auction would be held in 3 days. Although he had not had any interaction with the auction house, he always had a chance. The reason why he gave him a 10-day deadline was that very simple. Princess, are you willing to come with me? If you are willing, then let's see how I deal with the Lan family. But it doesn't matter. Originally, I wanted to use this shop to deal with the family, and I have also thought about what to do. Now it's just a slight change in plans. Sohan smiled, but didn't want to say anything. After all, if someone knew about such a thing, it would not be a good thing. That, although there are many monsters and beasts in the mountains, they are also full of dangers. If such a problem really arises, it is estimated that many people will go hunting, but if someone does have an accident, the consequences must be borne by themselves. The goal of these people is actually very simple, just to find someone who can help them, but if they really want to explore the mountains, they will definitely bring people with them. However, the death of these people will all be blamed on the instigator. This is also the reason why Sohan is unwilling to do it. Although the cultivation of this princess of the Rain Kingdom is also very terrifying, not much different from her own, but if something happens to such a person in the mountains now, then the Rain Kingdom will, I guess I can't bear the Lord's wrath. That's okay, anyway, this kind of thing is worse. What I have to do in these 10 days is 2 things. The first is to organize an auction, and the second is to find a way to persuade the Princess of Rain Kingdom to leave this place. Although these 2 things are not easy, Sohan still wants to try, and even if he tries at this time, he might be able to succeed. Such results are expected to be seen, but at this time he can't not being able to tell how to persuade the Princess of Rain Country to leave here. Holding this kind of auction is already quite annoying, but now that I think about it, his purpose of holding this auction seems not as simple as he thought. If she takes out those things, it might attract other people's attention. Mr. Su, I'm really not telling you. If you really want to hold this auction, if you can't bring out decent things, you will be an enemy of the auction house. You just came to Rain Country and you don't know about it at all. If you open a shop or hold an auction in the shop, that's no problem. Princess Yuguo was also a little speechless at this time, but at this time, Sohan had made up his mind. If it was possible, he would definitely hold this auction, and those people in the Lan family are really awesome. Such a thing they can all find themselves, and there is no way to solve such a problem at all. If it could be done, I would not use this method. Lin Qinyu was a little helpless, but what could he say at this time? After all, everything he had now was in his heart and everything was not that simple. If the problem could really be solved, then it would be the best answer. When you go to Rain Country, you are going to an ordinary place. You may want to find a way to the advanced world, but I can remind you that you cannot go to that place, and even if you go, it will make no difference. The Princess of the Rain Kingdom suddenly said to herself. In fact, he knew very well these years. People who wanted to go to other places from the Rain Kingdom all failed, and almost none of them came back. No one knows what the outside world is like. Forget it, no matter. Sohan, I will help you until you complete the auction. I know you have a lot of good things. If you hide them, it is estimated that it can't be turned into money. If you really want something, you can exchange it. I will take you to the largest auction house in this country right now. Chapter 565, Explosive Strength. Chapter 566, The Mysterious National Preceptor. He was the Demon King in that world, but in this world he was a young and tender newcomer. No matter what he did, he would never be able to compete with such a big force. I really can't accept this result, but those bastards from the alchemy sect do have some abilities. I should think about what to do. This way the effect will be better. I don't know what to say, but now I just feel very depressed. After complaining in his mind for a while, Sohan immediately shook his head. After all, he still had to sell top-quality elixirs. If his thoughts were confused here, that would not be a good thing. After gritting his teeth, Sohan immediately walked to the treasure appraisal hall of the auction. Although this place seemed fair, he was a foreigner after all, and in his current state, it was impossible to fight if he wanted to. After all, this is not a place for fighting. When he arrived at the door of the treasure appraisal hall, Sohan saw several familiar people. In addition to the elders of the alchemy sect, there were also several people wearing white clothes. If it was okay for other people to wear white clothes, there was an air of immortality, but these people were dressed in white, as if they had just stepped out of a funeral. It can really be said that it is more appropriate to describe it as wearing sackcloth and wearing mourning, but now that I think about it, it is a bit excessive, and it is really a bit annoying to be like this now. If you can do it, then it won't be a big problem. But this is an auction house, and I can't do anything about it. What are these land people doing? Anyway, I don't want to say more now. Such a guy is really good enough. But if you think about it, you should be able to deal with it. Sohan muttered to himself as he went upstairs, waiting for people to come to the auction house. Of course, the treasure appraisal hall was empty, and there were seats everywhere. Just find a place to sit down, that's fine. After he sat down, he observed the characters around him and shook his head. After all, it was a bit too much now, and some of these characters were quite awesome. That, someone who looks like the national preceptor of the Rain Kingdom, a guy in black. He couldn't see his face clearly, but this person gave Sohan a very depressing feeling. And this aura is quite powerful, but in Sohan's opinion, he is just a relatively powerful guy. Grand Master of the Rain Kingdom, you are here now. Do you want to auction the life-returning pill you just refined? This is a bit scary. You just developed a medicine, and you put it up for auction. Aren't you afraid that it will fail? Elder Hongyu of the Danding sect really teased, but at this time, he and the Kyokuo master were slightly different. Laughing, because at this time he already knew this person's intention. It was absolutely impossible to test his own elixir. What you mean seems to be a bit powerful, but it's a bit difficult for your level. Hongyu, you just bought some 9-turn golden pills from Sohan, but you are surprised. Sohan refines 9-turn gold. The elixir is indeed very powerful, but I am not sure that he can also refine the life-returning elixir. The national master's voice was low and hoarse, and the two of them were doing tai chi without any warning, but Sohan knew it in his heart. This is not a battle between ammunition, but a battle between reputations. If this guy's refining of the life-returning pill was successful, then that would be fine. But what can be said at this time? This guy has nothing to say at all. After all, it's really scary to be like this now. If he could, he would never do this. What you mean is that simple, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I believe that if Sohan is given time, he will definitely be able to refine a life-saving elixir of better quality than yours. He is a guest of our sect, and the level of the 9-turn golden pill is much higher than that of the life-returning pill. Hongyu didn't change his smile either. He knew very well about such things. If he didn't explain everything clearly, then I will never give up. Although Sohan was here, he could only watch the two of them playing tai chi silently. After all, such a problem was really annoying. Although he was an alchemist, the only difference between him and them was that he had an alchemist certificate. But they didn't care at all about this. If you want this, you can give it a try. Then I will arrange an opportunity for Sohan to meet you. As a national master, you are really good enough. If he is willing to become the national master of your Rain Kingdom, then we will not stop him, as long as he promises to provide our sect with enough elixirs. Hongyu was very embarrassed, but Sohan felt bad at this time. What did this mean? These people just used him, but it was okay. Such a result was really beyond everyone's expectations. Never mind. Let me think about what I should sell. It's really annoying. How can I talk nonsense about this kind of thing? Can I tell other people this kind of question? It's also extremely funny. Chapter 567, Arrogant Waiter. Sohan said seriously, but he didn't know what to do at this time. After all, the current situation was a bit unexpected, and some people could not accept this result. But at this time, the person who came to his rescue came. The three of you came here. Did you want to appraise treasures or something? Are the three of you traveling together? I don't know what you are doing here this time, but you people from the Alchemy Cauldron sect should have taken out the 9 turns golden pill for auction. The waiters here are not polite to them at all. After all, this is an auction house run by the imperial family, and it has been established for a long time. They don't need to care about such a role at all. Such behavior is just nonsense to them. This, shop waiter, my requirements are not high, I just want to auction some things. It's pretty good that this person from the alchemy sect took out 3 9-turn golden pills, but I can take out more 9-turn golden pills and other pills. What on earth do you mean by neglecting customers? Sohan reluctantly shook his head, because this situation is indeed quite selfish, and he has no idea what this person wants to do now. This problem is really too serious now. If it can be done, it is nothing at all. Anyone can do it. He frowned hard. At this time, Han said very seriously, but these people were immediately frightened after hearing this. What does this mean? Is this person really that excessive? But Hongyu looked up and saw this person. Master So, it's you. No wonder you are so powerful. I thought it was you who dared to challenge our alchemy cauldron, but it turned out to be you. Why are there so many 9-turn golden elixirs refined recently? If there are a lot of them, why don't you sell some to us? Sohan smiled slightly. Of course, he would not really rob the host because he had an agreement with the alchemy sect. If he refined the 9 turns golden pill, he would give priority to selling it to the alchemy sect. But at this time, he didn't care about that. The National Master of the Rain Kingdom, this guy is very mysterious. As the National Master of the Rain Kingdom, you should know very well. Look at the people around you. If you know it yourself, then I won't say more. So far, I only have this way to solve the problem. Question. After seeing them quarreling, Sohan admitted it very much, but at this time many problems had already arisen, and many people knew this. What on earth is going on? If anyone dares to have an attack in this auction, it would only be the 3 of them. Sohan wasn't that excited at first, but what the waiter said next made everyone very sad. It's just that Sohan is not from this country. Sohan, where did you come from as a pheasant alchemist? You don't even have evidence of being an alchemist. No, you think that you can refine the 9 turns golden pill yourself, so that's something special. Let me tell you, our auction only accepts items from genuine alchemists. Who knows if you are a real pirated product? There are a large number of 9 turns golden elixir. Just make a mess on purpose. Although Sohan didn't care at all about this man's ridicule, he immediately felt very unhappy when he heard him say such words. He had the devouring system of all realms and various props, so why couldn't he think of a way to do it? It is not difficult for Sohan to get what he wants. The proof of an alchemist is not difficult to obtain, but Sohan feels uncomfortable at this time, because at this time he knows that if he is afraid of this person, the consequences will be real. It's unimaginable. You guy, what do you mean? Don't think that you can fight us by taking so many medicinal materials and mixing them into a pill. Let me tell you, it is just a pill that looks like a pill. You take golden paint, if you put something on it, will it become the 9 transformations golden elixir? Such words were indeed very irritating, and Sohan did want to hit someone after hearing it, but it was hard for him to say anything at this time. After all, such things were quite difficult for him. Anyway, if you don't want my elixir at your auction house, forget it. Don't think that you are running it with the royal family of the country. So what? You just have a certain status in this country. Sohan said silently in his heart that he also had various doubts about the waiter, but he had nothing to say now. After all, the waiter had offended him, and now he also wanted to use himself to get something. Although I don't know which family this guy is from, I know in my heart that the people who have hatred against me so far are either the Su family, the Lan family, and the Cao family, but the Cao family has been destroyed long ago. These 3 people from the 3rd family are very likely to work in this auction house, but at this time, even if Sohan has his own purpose, he can't say anything. After all, they also want to do business, and it is impossible to really do such a thing. Matter. Chapter 568, Chaotic Auction House. The person who can deal with me like this is probably not a good person, but it is quite funny to say that. After all, such things are not too rare for me. Now, I can only take out my auction items first. After that, come see Zhenjiang again. Sohan thought like this, but he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. These people had nothing to do with him at all, but they were incapable of solving all his problems. They did it themselves, and other people were normal. Yes, isn't this in vain now, and what should I say now? Since your auction house doesn't welcome me, then I won't think about anything else. I can just go to another auction house by myself, and I don't need to follow you. Say more, you can figure it out yourself. Anyway, all these problems are caused by you yourself. It's none of my business. Sohan also said seriously at this time. As for the waiter's words, he didn't take it to heart. Anyway, this kind of elixir can definitely shine. It would be good to go to another auction house to conduct this auction. It doesn't matter if you use this kind of elixir, whether it's the 9-turn golden elixir, the great return elixir or something else, just sell it casually. Hong Yu met Sohan at this time and didn't know what he was thinking. But anyway, he had no ill intentions towards this person, and he was quickly prepared. He already knew what to do about such a problem. Sohan, if you are not welcome in this auction house, you can enter this auction house with me as my friend. I will see what they can do. These people are really annoying. Don't think that this is an official auction held by the Rain country. So what? It doesn't matter anyway. Hong Yu said. Soon, a few chilly auras appeared around him, but he didn't pay attention at this time. After all, this situation was quite special. Since this guy had already taken action, he wouldn't care about it. You're polite, but at this time, Sohan saw that the waiter was about to leave. Suddenly, he exerted force on his feet and grabbed the collar of the waiter. As waiters at the auction house, there was no way that guy could act so arrogantly. He had already noticed it, but he didn't take action because there was no evidence. You don't have to be like this. I know who you are, because I'm not that domineering. I originally suspected that someone from my family came to Yu-Gi-Oh to cause trouble, but with the old man's temperament, he wouldn't do it. But who knows? I will encounter guys like you. When I fought with you, I only ended up in a house. Sohan shook his head helplessly, but what should he say at this time? After all, this is just a small challenge for him, and the rest is not worth it. Moreover, there are some situations now that are simply incomprehensible. Sohan grabbed the waiter's collar, looked at it carefully and couldn't help laughing out loud. This was indeed a conspiracy of the Lan family. The Lan family still looked a bit like elegant gentlemen, but at this time he was also shocked when he saw such a situation. He didn't know what was going on. I saw, the waiter in the shop actually had a bamboo leaf symbol on his collar. This is the symbol used by the outer disciples of the Lan family. As long as you join the Lan family, you will usually be given clothes with this bamboo leaf symbol. However, he took off the waiter's outer clothes and saw the Lan family robe he was wearing. It was indeed quite beautiful, but it was a bit unlucky for the guys from the Lan family to wear it. The people sent by your master are not bad. They actually followed me here. It's not bad. What is your purpose? Isn't it just for a house? How can you make it so earth-shaking? I tell you it's impossible now. It's already happened. There is no possibility of reconciliation. I just say this, I see what you can do. Anyway, isn't your family quite awesome? Sohan's anger at this time was already very serious. There was no way to express his anger. Even if he wanted to say something now, it would be of no use. After all, this was an auction house, and he found out about Yalin's family on the spot. Then let the auction house solve it by itself. Hongyu smiled. In fact, he had seen such a scene from the beginning, but he had no way to tell Sohang because this was also a test for Sohang. If Sohan recognizes such a character and who he is, then everything will be easy to say. If he doesn't recognize him, then he can only give up first. The only reason is that the Lan family is too greedy. For a little thing, they went undercover at the auction house, or they killed the original waiter. This result is really a bit depressing, and I don't know what happened. Well, there were actually many people dressed as waiters at the auction house in Yu-Gi-Oh! This was already very strange, but considering it was an annual auction, there was no reason to refuse. Chapter 569, Agree on a Plan. Because of the appearance of the Lan family, everyone was a little panicked. This family has become so domineering, so why should I be polite? Anyway, the result now is to deal with these people desperately. Now if there is really a problem, then I will never give up. Elder Hongyu, your behavior is too weird. Please tell me what is going on. If you can tell me, then I will not care about anything anymore. But if you don't tell me, then I have no idea. I know you must have some plan, it's just that I don't know. Sighing a little helplessly, the man in his 40s nodded. He was also speechless about the situation Sohan encountered, but what could he say at this time? These were some big names in the Rain country. Trouble, if it can't be solved, then Yu-Gi-Oh! Will always look like this. Sohan is a little helpless at this time, but there is nothing to say. After all, such a thing is too weird. Although these people dressed as waiters in the shop don't dare, they are all from the Lan family, but all these behaviors are weird, which is quite embarrassing to say. Sohan, the Rain country is in such chaos that even the princess has to stay outside to ensure her own safety. I don't know how to explain it, but what I want to tell you now is that the current auction house is controlled by the Lan family. We all know the reason for the control. Frowning hard, Elder Hongyu also spoke to him. However, after hearing this, Sohan felt very uncomfortable. Damn it, this guy is like this. No wonder he can't bear them. Feel. In fact, the Lan family is a bit like the princes and kings of the mortal world, a little bit like holding the emperor in order to control the princes, but now it is not that powerful. After all, Lin Qinyu's strength is much stronger than that of the Lan family, and Lin Qinyu is now you also have to get married, that is, marry into their Lan family. Sohan shook his head. Although he didn't know why this person did this, he felt a very painful feeling. Anyway, he couldn't do it, and he couldn't agree to their request. What exactly does this guy want to do to coerce the emperor and control the princes does not seem to be his real purpose, but I should be able to know something now. As long as I can solve the problem, maybe it will be much easier for me to do whatever I do in the future. Sohan always felt a little helpless about such a problem. At that time, he no longer knew how to deal with it, and now if he said he had a problem, he could still explain it, but after such a life, he didn't know what changes would happen to his plans. Looks like I have to be careful. A little, otherwise I really don't know what will happen. Now there are more and more troubles like this, what should I do? After Elder Hongyu finished transmitting the message to him, he immediately became very angry. It was indeed a bit scary that he could not control his emotions. Such a result was really unimaginable. Although he was not completely intangible with emotion and anger, but this kind of thing is also quite bad. Thank you for your kindness, but I may not really need your help this time. Now I have to find a way to retreat outside the sect for a period of time. I will notify the sect in time if anything happens. Sohan tried his best to not look so angry, and said very seriously, but it seems that everything is not a problem now, this kind of Lan family is really speechless. In the current U-state, the leader of the U-state is actually responsible for solving problems and handling government affairs in name. But in fact, their national advisor is also the Lan family, and he is the old head of the Lan family. Because he has learned some alchemy skills, he is very good at it. He was able to refine the Se Jizwen golden pill and other things just by luck. Hongyu said a little helplessly, because at this time he thought of his brothers who had left. After all, such a thing would be a big blow to them, and how to deal with it now is a problem. Okay, Elder Hongyu, now I don't have to go to your Zhongzong. I may have a little free time. Since the Lan family slanders me and attacks me so much, then I can think of ways to go and take a look at the Lan family. Secret. Sohan said seriously, but Hongyu felt very uncomfortable at this time. He was originally a guest of the sect, why should he ask for help? Speaking of which, such a person may be the opportunity to save his brother. There are many things I will do after you decide to go to that mysterious house, because the Lan family mansion is very mysterious in the eyes of the people of the country. As for what they have done, the sect cannot find out. Elder Hongyu said helplessly, if the Danding sect is very powerful, it is also the only sect that can check and balance with the Lan family, but in the Rain country, such a sect has no effect at all, so he can only rely on his only a lone ranger can do it. Sohan also shook his head. Such a family would have to check it out. After all, this kind of situation is very rare. If he doesn't pay attention, it would be terrible if something happens to him. Chapter 570, Find Another Way Out. Chapter 571, Negotiation completed. Shocking news. As soon as Sohan finished speaking, that Deacon oil stain was unfortunate, because at this time, he didn't believe what this guy could do at all, but at this time, something Sohan took out surprised him, because at this time, all the things he wanted were already in front of him. A jade box with small holes carved out, and in each small hole there is a 9-turn golden elixir that exudes brilliant light. This is what this auction house wants. Moreover, there are almost no auction houses, because the country prohibits royal family members from selling anything in this auction house, so the suppression of this auction house is also very serious. Mr. So, I didn't expect you to come. I'm really sorry. Can you forgive us for our mistakes? I don't know what to say. Now if you really have something to consider, just tell me. I know that my previous knowledge was very offending to you, but I hope you will ignore the villain's fault. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared. Of course, he was the owner of the auction house. However, this old man looked energetic and did not look like an old man at all. Apart from ignoring his silver hair, there was no other way to prove that he was an old man. You don't have to do this now. My meaning is actually very clear. I don't care about this direct provocation, but there is a problem I want to tell you. If you really want to help me now, then you must take some measures to let me these people think I didn't succeed at your auction house. Sohan said helplessly, the only way to deal with the Lan family now is this way, but what should I say now? Those guys in the Lan family are also very awesome. Since this is the case, there is no need to be polite. The Lan family is really bad. They don't have much ability, but they want to find trouble for others. Are you going to deal with the Lan family? How about this? I'll hold an auction in this auction house, but you have to prepare some pills. Give us a trial, just 5 of them, and then we will hold an auction for the rest every day, and we will tell you the daily income, and it will be written on your jade slip. Trying hard to swallow the excitement in his heart, the owner of the auction house said seriously, because at this time he also understood that if he didn't please Sohan, then the problem would be big. What should he do now? Although he didn't know, but such consequences are really hard to accept. Sohan was also silent for a moment, because he knew that he should, and now he has enough ability to do it, if it can be done. That's fine. If there is really any trouble, then we will never give up. Such people are not easy to mess with, but now I have to date, and there are quite a few such investors. If he doesn't harm me, then the entire auction house will be alive. Why am I harming you? Auction house owner, are you shocked? Or are you saying that you have been harmed by the Lan family now? But it's okay. I give these things to you with conditions. I not only want income, and I want the Lan family to get out of the rain country, so that he has no right to care about these things anymore. The owner of the auction house smiled. This person is really brave and careful, but if he wants this family to get out of the rain country completely, it cannot be done by just one auction house, but he can say that he wants to do one thing, then it's very simple, so that the Lan family's things can no longer be sold in the rain country. Mr. So, I can't solve this problem. You are too ambitious. If I can prevent the Lan family's belongings from being sold at auctions or various trading occasions, I have the ability, but I have to do it. He even left the country of rain with his baggage, which I couldn't do. The owner of the auction house said very seriously, but at this time, he actually didn't care. Sohang or someone else knew that they simply couldn't do such a thing now. After nodding, he felt helpless, but he still hoped that the owner of the auction house could help. Then do whatever you want. Anyway, I want to discredit the Lan family. If you can't do it, I won't cooperate with you. I don't know what you mean, but if you really have something now, even if you respond, I won't refuse. After the discussion, the auction house prepared a residence for Sohan. This residence is also very important to Sohang. It is a place where he can practice. As for the 59-turn golden elixirs, it is very simple. It can be refined as you like. These pills were not difficult for Sohan, but they were a fatal threat to the Lan family. Soon the Lan family learned the news. Another auction house that they have suppressed for a long time, whose name has even been forgotten, is actually going to hold an auction, and what is being sold this time is a 19th turn golden pill, and it is held every day. An auction? Love reading reminds you 3 things about reading to collect, recommend, remember to collect and save chapter. Chapter 572, The Arrival of the Goddess. This news is really exciting. Even these people in the single top can only meet part of the requirements. In other words, they must put up part of the 9-turn golden elixir for auction in order to meet their conditions. But it's a bit funny to say it at this time. The Lan family was almost frightened to death after hearing such news, because at this time they didn't know what happened, and even if they knew, it would have no effect. After all, Sohan's plan was now real. It's fatal. But at this time, in the room where Sohan lived, a rapid female voice came from the communication slip that Lin Kinyu left for him. Sohan, what are you talking about? But you did such a good job. The Lan family must be very angry at this time. Although I don't know how you did it, it really touched me that you did it. How could I be like this? It's because these people are so mean to me. Kinyu, you don't know what these people did to me? That is, they tried their best to get me out, but they didn't even want me to participate in the auction, so I won't be polite and go to organize another auction somewhere else. That's it. Sohan looked helpless, but at this time, the auction house immediately started planning the auction after receiving the order. However, he was also a little annoyed at this time. People from the Lan family and Zhang family sent people from these 2 families. Come. What are you doing? What qualifications do you, a junk auction house that we have suppressed, have to auction things here? Give me all your things. Don't think that my words are not valid. Lan Wanjan, the eldest daughter of the Lan family, said aggressively, but at this time Sohan shook his head. This woman came here just to be abused. She just couldn't prove it. What should she be careful about? Anyway, such things have already happened, so you have to be careful. Now if this is really the case, then you have to pay attention to safety. But with so many masters in the auction house, is it really true that no one has noticed this? It's a bit helpless. Moreover, this Lan family is irritating themselves, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, killing them by yourself has nothing to do with him. As long as he can understand everything, that is enough. Master Su, please leave quickly. Let's deal with him. I believe that this person can steal things in broad daylight. Now if such a thing is really done, we have a solution. The owner of the auction house said very seriously, but at this moment, Sohan shook his head. Such a question is really a bit unlucky. Why does he always encounter such a problem? What's going on? And the people of the Lan family look down on me at all. If that's the case, you're welcome. You don't have to be like this. As long as I solve this difficult to marry young lady, then you can hold the auction openly and honestly, and don't care about it then. I can't control you anywhere. Sohan said seriously, and in a flash, he was in front of them. At this time, when he saw Lan Wanjan's look, he really wanted to laugh in his heart, but at this time, he couldn't laugh out loud. He couldn't let it happen, he could see that he already looked down on them. Hey, isn't this the eldest lady of the Lan family? What are you doing here? You all say this is a dilapidated auction house. Don't you want it to continue to develop? Are your hearts so dark? Thinking about it now, she felt a little depressed. Sohan felt this way, but she didn't say anything. After all, this kind of thing was too terrible, and the current scene was a bit speechless. It was very unlucky. Things, but I am never polite. Lan Wanjun was a little angry when she saw Sohan's look, because it was not that Sohan didn't know what kind of people the Lan family was at this time, but he didn't know what it meant to Chien let the Lan family do what they meant. Han didn't understand either, but he knew that the battle here was indeed fierce. If he thought about it now, the consequences would be disastrous. Anyway, there is no need to say more now. If there is really any problem, then I will not be polite. Sohan, you promised me that we would have a show of courage after we entered this mountain range, and that there have been some abnormalities in the mountain range. We didn't notify you. Why did you appear here? Now let me tell you, if you continue to fight against us, please be careful and we will not be polite to you. Miss Lan Wanjun's temper made everyone very angry, but at this time, the owner of the auction house dared not speak out, and Sohan didn't know anything. He was quite helpless about such a problem. Even though this person was like this, then it is impossible for him to really do anything to her. Do you think my abilities are not that good? I'm telling you, now I can kill you, and I can kill you without any conditions. What qualifications do you think you have to fight against me? You are really capable. But now I can give you a chance. Pack your bags and leave this auction house as soon as possible. The fight between this auction house is none of your business. Chapter 573, Shameless Frame-Up. Lan Wanjun immediately became angry. She gave a so-called ultimatum, but at this time everyone looked at him with contempt, because at this time they knew that this guy was crazy again, and now he wanted to everything becomes a problem. Ms. Lan, you are really funny, but it doesn't matter. Let me tell you, I am the financial owner of this auction house. I asked them to auction the 9 turns golden pill here. Didn't you just blast me away? Don't you want me to participate in any auction? Aren't you self-righteous? Why did you explode like this when I auctioned the 9 turns golden elixir? Sohan is really annoyed with these people, but what can he say at this time? After all, such situations are not uncommon for him. Such people have only one choice, and that is to learn a lesson with all their lives, otherwise they don't know what will happen. What will happen? Although talking about such issues, there is a solution, but Sohan hesitates at this time, not because he likes this person, but because of his own problems. If he really teaches a lesson, what will happen to Yu-Gi-Oh? This person's family is. Even the king can be threatened. You don't have to be like this anymore. I know. Anyway, I understand your situation. You don't want to make trouble at all, but you want them to hand over the 9 turns golden pill, right? You people are really capable. Your family has received favors from Rain Country for generations. Haven't you ever thought of repaying Rain Country? After Lan Wanjun heard this, her face immediately turned ugly, because this was the Lan family's matter and what had it to do with the auction house? All she had to do was ask them to obediently hand over these elixirs. These people are so stupid. What on earth do you mean by daring to disobey the Lan family's wishes? Owner of the auction house, you don't need to tell him more. You just take action directly. You can't deal with this kind of problem anyway. Why should he be so worried? If the Lan family comes to visit me, I will take charge. Even speaking of it, this is quite bad. It's really interesting for you that an auction house is actually threatened by an ordinary family. Sohan was a little helpless at this time, but the people at the auction house were also interacting with each other at this time. If this person didn't leave, the consequences would be worse. How should we deal with it now? Could it be that we just succumbed to him? This is absolutely impossible. Sohan, please don't shake people's hearts and tell you that this auction house cannot exist in the U Kingdom itself. Only the U Kingdom Royal Auction House has the meaning of existence. If others exist, they will also wear our wedding dresses. Don't think that you are anything special. Moreover, people at the auction house look down on you. Could it be that you are responsible for it? At this time, Lan Wonjun spoke again. At this time, Suhan was a little helpless. This woman has. I clicked on that, but it's okay. Anyway, how to say it now becomes a problem. I won't let them go so easily. There's no need for me to explain it now. My sponsors have already spoken, so I'm going to kill you. Anyway, my sponsor has said this now, so the consequences will be borne by him and he will be responsible. The owner of the auction house said helplessly, but at this time, they were also a little angry, because at this time, what these people did had seriously threatened their interests. In fact, many times the auction house can bear the responsibility, because the Lan family has affairs with the relatively wealthy powerful people in the country. Although the royal family is not satisfied with the Lan family, they must at least maintain a very correct attitude. Of course, the Lan family has a very correct attitude towards Yu-Gi-Oh! It is also very important. Snapped. But before the owner of the auction house could take action, Suhan immediately took action and slapped Lan Wonjun hard. At this moment, Lan Wonjun became angry immediately. I don't even know how this person did it, but it seems that Suhan is indeed very powerful. But the next second, this person immediately became angry, because at this time he knew that he was no match for these people, and he immediately started to take action. Now, she immediately shouted, everyone saw it, this book is still insulting me, I don't know what to do, please help me, look at what he wants to do, he just wants to molest me, help me. Lan Wonjun said in a very strange voice, but at this time Suhan was really helpless. Is this guy like this and he didn't do anything at all? What do you want, you guy? You are pretty good at spreading rumors, but I can tell you now, if you don't give me an explanation, you won't be able to leave, and you won't be able to leave this auction house. What on earth do you mean? I know, I don't need to say anything more now anyway. Suhan's eyes were cold. If this person was just looking for trouble, then it was understandable that he would not care about anything with him. But this guy actually dared to frame himself, and also talked about his innocence. Speaking of such a person, it is indeed very dangerous. It feels disgusting, but it's hard to say what to do. This guy just molested me. Why did you only slap me? If you touched me, you molested me. If I say molestation, then it's just molestation. Do you have any reason to refuse? Speaking of which, I still give you some decency. Chapter 574, 5 slaps in the face. But at this time, Suhan had already been blinded by those words. At this time, he only wanted to deal with the Lan family. So far, he could not find any suitable way to solve the problem. Anyway, killing one person is a Lan family, and there is no big deal. Use value. You have promised me that you will not make things difficult for me during the game, but you can do whatever you want before the game, right? You don't necessarily think of us as weak persimmons, do you? Let me tell you, I, Suhan, have never encountered this in my life. If you have any objections to such an frustrating thing, just do it. Suhan was a little hesitant at this time, but he didn't think much about it. Anyway, the only thing now was to attack them. As long as he could kill them, that would be enough. If you, the owners of the auction house, are really scared, then you should leave here first. Anyway, I am going to kill this person. Damn, I will open a pill shop, and he will come and cause trouble. I came to hold an auction, and he also wanted to cause trouble. Are the Lan family really that domineering? Zhu Han said as he slapped Lan Wonjunhui. Each slap was done with all his strength. This shows how much this guy hates that family. What about the eldest lady of the Lan family? But it doesn't matter now. Just started. 555 slaps. Lan Wonjun's pretty face was swollen like a pig's head, but at this time he was also a little angry, because at this time these people actually had no intention of interceding for him. Although he himself is said to be arrogant and domineering, these people do not intercede for him, which is actually disrespectful to his family. Suhan had no idea at this time. After all, this woman was so shameless. He actually dared to threaten the auction house in such a situation. Since this was the case, there was no need for him to be polite. Anyway, these guys are pretty cool now. It's amazing. Now that they have done such a thing, what should I do? Lan Wonjun, I will kill you now, and then put your body in front of the Lan family's mansion to see what they want. How about it? Can they still attack me? Suhan said very seriously, and suddenly stretched out his fingernails and wiped Lan Wonjun's neck, and a stream of blood immediately spurted out. Lan Wonjun died so unknowingly. Of course, what would happen to these men? Immediately, the auction house sent a deacon to clear the money. Collected their treasures. The auction house handed these things to Suhan. Mr. Su, you have killed so many people now, so what should we do? Those in the Lan family are not vegetarians. I know this may cause trouble, but I still want to ask you what we should do. Don't you think this is okay? But I don't want to say more. Since they are like this, what else should I consider? Just do it directly and send their bodies to their family. When they want to investigate, they can just do whatever they want. There. As Suhan spoke, he tried his hand to test, but at this time he did not hesitate. The first thing he did was to chop the man's head into pieces. Of course, this was done by dividing the man's head into 2 halves, carrying one half in one hand, and then stepped directly on a cloud, then headed to the Lan family mansion. This guy is really too tough. Anyway, what should I say? It's better that we don't mess with people like this as much as possible. What has become of him now? I don't know about this guy Sohan. It is said that she has an affair with Dan Dingzhong. It has interacted with many people, but now it has interacted with us again. Is there really a problem? A deacon from the auction house said, but at this time, the owner of the auction house immediately stopped his statement. After all, once such a problem occurs, these people will be responsible, which is quite embarrassing to say. I can't explain the reason, but for the current situation, at least the auction house has no disadvantages and can actually increase its popularity. Don't worry about our affairs. Anyway, as long as he doesn't hurt us, there will be no problem. I don't know what to say, but now I always have this depressed feeling. If there is any problem, then I will never do it. In the end, that guy Sohan is really awesome. Just when the people at the auction house were planning how to deal with Sohan, Sohan had already arrived at the door of the Lan family mansion and threw Lan Wanjun's head, which was split in half. Anyway, it happened to fall at the gate of the Lan family mansion. What does this mean? The eldest lady of the Lan family was killed at the gate of the Lan family. Speaking of which, this is quite powerful, and the head fell from the sky. If anyone has a little bit of normal consciousness, they all think of some indescribable things. What on earth does this mean? Doesn't this guy know how powerful our Lan family is? He dares to kill him and throw him here. He is really powerful enough. Sohan, I don't have to think about it to know it's you. Chapter 575, Lan Family Countermeasures. Chapter 576, Invite the Yangtze Alliance. The old man of the Lan family said very helplessly, but what should I say at this time? After all, such characters are very mentally retarded to him, and if he wants to take action now, it may not be a big problem. But it's really a shame for such an old guy to deal with these people. If that's the case, then I'll ask the people from the Yangtze Alliance to take action. Anyway, some of these guys haven't had a knife to lick blood for a long time. It seems that our Lan family can't take revenge even if we try our best, so we can only seek revenge from such a person. No, it is an organization. If they can't solve such a problem, then don't think about it. It's really annoying, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, to me, it's just some money. The eldest son of the Lan family was talking to himself very seriously, but at this time, such a result was a bit funny. They had no way to deal with Sohan. Although such a result was very unacceptable, but like this it's time for a killer organization to let them out. In fact, the Lan family has thought about this problem for a long time, but now the Lan family is really unlucky. Will the people from the Yangtze Alliance help? It would be great if they could. The Lan family thought very seriously, and the eldest son of the Lan family also made such a decision. Sohan was also a little helpless about this kind of thing. Who knew they would invite these killer organizations to find a solution, but it doesn't matter, anyway. It wouldn't be a big deal if these killer organizations were bought by themselves and used to deal with the Lan family. But Sohan knew that his thoughts were in his heart, but the thoughts of the Lan family were on his face. It was his business how to deal with it. Rain Kingdom Palace. I really didn't expect that the current situation would become like this. Sohan is basically forcing us to take action against the Lan family. However, the Lan family is quite capable. That, although the auction house has declined, it can still be bullied at will. But forget it, this auction house is just an abandoned auction house anyway. If they want to stand up, let Sohan stand up for them. The leader of the Rain Kingdom thought in his heart, but at this time Lin Qinqinyu felt a little helpless. In fact, he also knew what his father was thinking. Father, if we want to take action, we can't do it at this time. That guy Sohan is actually trying to catch us at this time, but there is no such thing as him. If he catches us, it will be tantamount to. It's useless, he's just staying in Rain Country for a short time. I don't think his goal is in Rain Country. As a princess, Lin Qinyu certainly knows what the current situation is like, but it's a bit funny to say it now. After all, she has rarely seen such scenes. But speaking of it, I don't know what the purpose of that guy Sohan is. But there is a killer organization in the Rain Country. If Sohan meets Sohan, he will be in bad luck. Speaking of what kind of situation such an organization is, he doesn't know anything about it. As a princess, she doesn't know about this matter at all. It seems a bit too low. Killed myself. The Brilliant Blood Alliance branch. This is a very big house. Even the Su family would be surprised if they came here, let alone the Lan family. The Lan family is indeed a little helpless, but at this time they have nothing to do. After all, this situation is not common in their family. It has never happened before in history. But now the Lan family feels very unlucky. After all, this problem is really bad, and if the Lan family takes action now, the consequences will be disastrous, so they have no choice but to find this killer. The leader of the Yangtze Alliance is a man in his 40s, but when he saw these people, he secretly laughed in his heart. Of course he knew what was going on, but if Sohan was willing to show his sincerity, he could kill these people. Of course he will take advantage of both parties. Head of the Lan family, I know what you mean. You came here just to avenge Sohan. If that's the case, I won't be polite. If we help you avenge Sohan, then we ourselves must take responsibility. Do you know how serious this is? The leader of the Yangtze Alliance also knows this. He understands very well that if he kills the alchemist in this situation, he will be dead, and there will be no chance of turning around. However, he can get something at this time. Your family is rich, I know, but can I say one thing? You are really using me like this, but it doesn't matter. Just use it. I only do things for money. If you want me to do something, then you must give me conditions that make my heart move. This man in his 40s is in the middle stage of the golden core. He wants to reach the late stage of the golden core or even be stronger no matter what, but this is a good opportunity to rip him off. Chapter 577, The Conspiracy of the Yangtze Alliance. Lan family, why are you looking for me? And you can't say it now. It seems to me that there is something wrong with you. At this time, the man in his 40s spoke. His body was full of the smell of blood, but no one noticed this. Anyway, these problems are very difficult now, and there seems to be no way to solve them. What can be the solution? I have a question for you now. Leader of the Yangtze Alliance, if my Lan family gives you something, will you be willing to help our Lan family? I don't know what you think. If you are willing, then we will cooperate. If not, forget it. I want to ask you, if you can, think about it. The representative of the Lan family sent to negotiate with the Yangtze Alliance said speechlessly, but at this time he knew that what these people wanted and loved was money. But what should I say now? After all, the current situation is worse, and some problems are also it's not easy to explain. It sounds like some of these guys are quite powerful, but now it's just helpless. The Lan family has a lot of treasures, but what should I say at this time? These things are also very important to the Lan family. What qualifications does a bandit who grew up in a small place like them have to talk to their noble Lan family? It's helpless, but also quite funny. The result now is really disappointing. I also have a question to ask you. If I accept Sohan's order to assassinate you, guess what kind of benefits will be given to me? If the benefits he gives are not many, will I accept this commission? If I accept, then there will be no problem. Although what this guy said was quite casual, the Lan family knew what his purpose was, and it was just to get more benefits. Now that he has so many benefits, whether he can give it to him or not, then he has to. I planned it myself, which is quite funny to say. I don't understand why you are doing this. If you agreed to the letter, why are you still trading with me? You haven't agreed at all. This is quite embarrassing. As an alchemist, Sohan can indeed give you a lot of benefits. But do you know that he can kill you if he fights back, and what will happen if he tells these people that there is such a mysterious organization that threatens their safety? After the man in his 40s thought for a moment, he came up with his own plan. If the Lan family is here today, why can't he go find Sohan tomorrow? This is really funny. If he does that, then there is no need for him to hang around here. I believe Sohan will not be like this, and although I don't know anything about Sohan, he is just a little greedy for money. If he wants to keep it a secret, it's okay to take out all the treasures and keep them secret, and as an alchemist, he can refine elixirs at will, and nothing can be exchanged for them. The man said, but he said what he said in his heart. This result is really funny. Can this man really consider other things like this? It's very helpless to say the least. I won't believe you. You better be quiet. Your current abilities are not very good at all. And even if you can really defeat Sohan, there is no need to come to me. So what if I say that I am a gangster who cuts paths? That man in his 40s immediately made up his mind. The attitude of the Lan family made him understand that there was no value in cooperating with the Lan family. But if he cooperated with Sohan, although he was also seeking skin from a tiger, his own life will be stronger. You don't have to be like this. If you are like this, I will despise you even more. Lan family, please go back first. I don't want to cooperate with you now. It's up to you to do whatever you want. It doesn't matter even if you report it to the royal family of Rain Kingdom. These people from the royal family of the Rain Kingdom are just useless people. A bunch of guys who lick blood with their swords will be like this even after something like this happens. It doesn't matter who they are, but it doesn't matter now. Speaking of which, some of these guys are really powerful, but it doesn't matter now. The Lan family returned disappointed, because if these people helped the Lan family, they would also get benefits. Unfortunately, these people didn't think about it at all. Even if they really got benefits, so what? After all, for this situation it's still quite complicated. But at this time, Sohan didn't know about this. After killing Lan Wanjun, he returned to the residence arranged for him at the auction house. This auction house was quite suitable, and the residence arranged for him was also large and spacious. There is even an alchemy room. This auction house is quite conscientious, and I'm worthy of giving them 59 turn golden pills to restore their popularity. Kinyu, I can only say this, your royal auction house is so powerful that I cannot afford to offend you. Chapter 578, What a Great Man. After everything was done, Sohan sent a message to Lin Kinyu, but he did not hesitate at this time. He knew that this person would help him, but he didn't know how much he could help. But at this time in the Yuguo Palace, Lin Kinyu shook his head. This royal auction house has long been controlled by the Lan family, and his father knows this. You don't have to be like this, Sohan, I know what you mean, but it would be great if you understood this now. In fact, this is a conspiracy of the Lan family, but we haven't figured out how to deal with you yet. Kill Lan Wanjun, even if you are discouraged, of course we will not stop you. Everyone is very unwilling to face such a situation, but it is quite troublesome to say that he is like this now. Lin Kinyu said very seriously, but at this time, he was facing another trouble, which Sohan would only encounter during the auction some time later. Although the adventure in this mountain range may be postponed, the auction house cannot wait. You said you can do this? Kinyu, you asked Sohan to do things that he shouldn't do. Do you think you can really do it? If Sohan finds out, it will be strange if he doesn't blame you. In this case, the relationship between me and him will be completely dead. Some people in the royal palace of Yu-Gi-Oh said this, but at this time, the leader of Yu-Gi-Oh shook his head, because he felt that it seemed a bit excessive to let Sohan take care of their country's affairs, but those matters could not be solved by himself and his ministers. Father, actually I want to say one thing. It would be great if you could understand. People like the Lan family are bullies and afraid of the strong. No matter how elegant and upright they are, of course they are their own fault. Watch. Of course I know that. But if you ask Sohan to do this, what will happen to Sohan if he knows the truth of this matter? After all, such a result is really unimaginable, and look at what he looks like now. Even if he is willing to help us, can we really use him? Lin Kunyu just smiled, because at this time he already knew what these people were thinking. But could he say it at this time? Of course not. If he did, everything would be ineffective. The Lan family itself is a sex that is simply unimaginable, so what can they do but add fuel to the fire? The reason why Lin Kunyu didn't show up after the Yu-Gi-Oh national football team gave a prince's house to Sohan was because he knew the Lan family wants that house. The reason why he adds fuel to the flames is not because he wants revenge, but what can he say at this time? After all, this situation is quite strange. If you can, you don't have to think about taking action directly. It is quite helpless and quite embarrassing to say that. But at this time, Sohan is planning to refine an elixir that will allow him to break through to the perfection of the golden elixir. This elixir is called Dongsu elixir. If possible, he will be able to practice some techniques that belong to his previous world. Although it was still difficult for him to understand this situation at this time, one thing made him very clear now. If there was really any problem, then he would never be polite. After all, such a problem was already quite bad. If these Lan family members come to cause trouble again, then I won't be polite. Now that I am in the middle stage of the Golden Core, I am basically capable of fighting, but if I can use some of the things I collected in my previous life, then it's worth it. As for the jade pendant in his dantian, although it no longer threatened him, it was still like an old man, and he didn't know what was going on. And I don't know what happened, but this guy was very eager for Lan Wanjun's essence when she died. But because of Sohan, he still didn't take action. Anyway, when he killed Lan Wanjun, the uncle in this dantian was shaking desperately, trying to find something, but it's okay, it doesn't matter, I can control it. I don't know what is going on with this mysterious jade pendant, but I will figure it out one day. Speaking of which, this jade pendant is still a very bad situation for me, because when I was at my worst, the system came out to help, but who knew that this guy didn't make any movement at all? He was really an uncle, and a super uncle at that. Now it's worth considering what he's going to do. But for Sohan, I think I should help him, not because he saved me, but for other reasons. I know I'm in some trouble now, but I don't know what to say now. If you want to help him, then I can only say one thing. You don't need to think too much now. If it is really worth considering, then I will do it. I don't know how to do it, but I understand what you mean. Chapter 579, The Great God Arrives. The leader of the Rain Kingdom said very seriously, but it was really a bit troublesome at this time. After all, no one was willing to help him. The problem was getting more and more serious now. It was his own business to deal with it. It seems like the auctions are going well every day, but now I have to figure out how to fight. It's worse to say that such a thing is worse. If it can be done, I will never watch those people do whatever they want. Sohan thought in his heart, but this was all he could do at this time. These things are not important to him. Even the Dongsu pill he refined can be sold as long as he uses it himself. It can allow strong men in the middle stage of the golden pill to quickly enter the late stage of the golden pill, but it will take a long time. It takes time to stabilize and polish your cultivation. Sohan shook his head. As long as he enters the late stage of the golden core, he can choose better combat skills and exercises. In this case, he can create a world in the Rain country, and even go to the Black Moon country to find their country's leader. Trouble is not a problem. I don't have to worry about these countries attacking me now. Even if the Rain country turns against me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have this condition now. If there is any problem now, it's really hard to say. Sohan said to himself, but at this time she was very worried. If her refining of the Dongsu pill failed, it would be fun. Anyway, he had never seen such a rollover scene. You really went too far. At this time, there was an uproar at the Lan family mansion. He actually went to find people from the Yangsu Alliance. After something like this happened, these people were really a bit scary. What kind of organization is the Yangsu Alliance? Anyway, such an organization is really terrible. I have never seen any powerful characters, but these guys will attack with all their strength until all the organizations that guide them are dead. Even though the Lan family was really powerful at that time. But he couldn't deal with such a problem, and it was quite embarrassing to talk about it. If he could, he wouldn't have encountered such a trouble at all. He couldn't find any organization, but he went to find that sexy blood alliance that was like a vampire. The old man of the Lan family was also a little bit harmful at this time, saying that it would not be a good thing to let other people know about this matter. The consequences would be really serious. If we don't consider it, it would really become a big problem. Lan Wanjun is dead, but how can we find someone to do it casually? Can't we just assassinate him? He is an alchemist, so why did you go to Yenswamang? If the Yangsu Alliance takes action, unless Sohan can't offer a higher reward than you, but now he can definitely offer it. After frowning hard, Mr. Lan wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth tightly, because this problem was too serious, and there was no way to deal with it now. It was too embarrassing to talk about it. Yes, but for this person, it probably has no important results. They thought Yang's human was really good, but now it seemed to them that it was not a good thing. This guy has been thinking of ways to deal with other people, but Sohan is not something this family can handle. The strength of an alchemist is quite terrifying. Even a low-level alchemist, as long as he has a high rate of making pills, is equally terrifying. It's just that at this time, the old man of the Su family knows this, but other people don't know, and the current problem it is also getting more and more serious. But now it's quite embarrassing to talk about it. How come my own people don't know about this problem at all, and they all send their heads to the Yangsu Alliance? But at this time, a tall guy came here quickly outside the auction house, and this tall guy was very cool, because they didn't need to care about such a problem at all. After all, these are people from the Blood Testing Alliance, and they can enter any auction house at will. However, at this time, the auction house was renamed Longhai, because this kind of problem is quite bad. Now that he has a new financial backer, there is no need to be polite and he can do it casually. Owner of the auction house, I'm looking for Sohan, so you have no objection and I won't hurt him. It's just because those people from the Lan family have approached me and asked me to do something for Sohan. I hope to have an interview with him. For a moment, if you don't agree, forget it. But now Sohan didn't hear what they said, because his Dongsu pill was in the finishing process. Although he had just started refining it and could only get 3 pills out of 1 serving, it was quite speechless to think about it. What should he do so far? It's hard to say what to do. 10 minutes later, the owner of the auction house hurriedly arrived in front of Sohan's alchemy room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, because at this time Sohan had already changed the sign, indicating that he had succeeded in refining the elixir. Chapter 580, The Helplessness of the Yangsu Alliance. Chapter 581, Hard Steel. Even if the Lan family knows about it, I am not afraid. Let me tell you, I don't have to worry about such a problem at all now, and if something really happens, then I believe I can solve it myself, just by you? How can this little gang help me? Sohan shook his head helplessly. He actually didn't know why, but he also understood that it was not that he looked down on such a gang, but that he simply couldn't let the people in this gang help. Even if he wanted to deal with the Lan family, he had to fight alone. If there is any accident, then I will never be polite. Anyway, the attitude of the Lan family is very simple. If I don't make some reaction, I will never give up, so I might as well do this. If something really happens now, then I will not stand by and watch. What value do these people have to be tortured like this? This is impossible. Speaking of which, this is quite powerful. The level of the Lan family is really a bit speechless. The Lan family mansion. Boss, it's not good. Now a situation has happened. I didn't expect that the people from the Yangsu Alliance would dare to betray us. We gave him so many benefits. I didn't expect that they wouldn't give me the Lan family's face. The boss of the Lan family became very unhappy immediately after hearing this situation. What does this mean? And it is quite embarrassing to say it now. What should he do if he encounters such a thing? The problem now is, these people it's impossible to really help yourself. Lan Wanjun is the most talented female cultivator in Langia, but what should I say at this time? Although Lan Wanjun usually has a young lady's temper, he does really good things. Anyway, he didn't think of anything, but in at home, he cares most about the boss of the Lan family. If he could consider it, he would never let him die. I don't care. I hurried to the auction house. Anyway, this guy is at the auction house, so I don't believe it. The name of Longhai auction house was changed recently, but now I don't have any scruples. Anyway, the head of the family will definitely reward me for killing such a person. The boss of the Lan family immediately smiled slightly, because he already knew what to do, and he definitely didn't dare to fight back against Sohan. Anyway, so what if he was an alchemist? It didn't matter that he was not an opponent, he still dared to fight back. If so, then he is really dead. I asked, does a guy like you need to be like this? But it doesn't matter, the problem I am considering is that simple anyway. You have gone crazy, so the most I can do is let you take it. The elixir delays the state of obsession, and then you slowly eliminate the violent elements in your body, that is, you are really in trouble. Why are you looking for the Lan family? At this time, Sohan had completely understood the thoughts of the leader of the Yangsu Alliance. In fact, this guy only wanted to do one thing among other things, and that was to find a way to delay his obsession. In this case, the consequences would be much better, but now I feel a little helpless when I think about it. Can I find a good result like this? Mr. So, you don't have to torment people like this. If you don't want to help me, just forget it. I know you have such ability, and I also know that Yangsu Alliance hastily accepted the commission and made you very angry, but if you can help me solve this problem, then I will definitely be able to find a way to kill the Lan family. You don't have to be like this, I know what you're thinking. If that's the case, then you go find the Lan family. If the Lan family can help you eradicate this obsessive habit, then I will kill you as you like. If you can't eradicate it, you don't have to come to me. For a guy like you, what qualifications do you have to follow me? I fight. Sohan was a little helpless, because he didn't know what to say at this time. After all, the current situation was really unimaginable. If Sohan had any accidents, then these people would definitely not stand by and watch like this. They would just watch the fun. The leader of the Yangtze Alliance is actually only in the middle stage of golden core cultivation, and his combat power is not very impressive. If you pay a little attention, you can defeat him easily. Please come back. It's not that I won't help you, but I have something to tell you now, otherwise I don't know what to say. After all, this situation is very strange to me. If I can do it, I will never give up. Look at what you get when you work with the Lan family. Sohan looked at the leader of the Yangtze Alliance with a normal expression. At this time, he already felt very helpless. If possible, I would never help this person, but looking at him now, I know that without my help, he might not be able to get through his own difficulties. This guy can also choose to kill himself, but without his own Dongsu pill, he probably won't be able to recover anything, and things like Dongsu pill are very suitable for people in the early or middle stages of the golden pill. Chapter 582, Leaving Sadly. Can you really choose to kill me? This is impossible, but now I have something. I hope you can take a good look. Leader of the Yangtze Alliance, do you have any good strategies or other types of things? Of course I won't stop you, but remember, if you really don't have anyone to help you, then you can come to me. Sohan said seriously. In fact, the leader of the Yangtze Alliance really has a great effect on him. If he can do it, then he will never let this person go. It's embarrassing, but I never dared to say anything. But at this time, an employee of the auction house sneaked into a place, but no one noticed it at this time. There are people from the Lan family in every auction house, just like in Rain Country, but Sohan doesn't care about all this at all. So what if the Lan family exists? Anyway, I don't care much about it. As long as I control the leader of the Yangtze Alliance, I guess there's nothing that can be done to these people. How to deal with it is my own business. Who can control me? Work hard. After shaking his head, Sohan said seriously, but he was quite speechless about this situation. After all, his ability to control this guy was a gift from the Lan family. If possible, he really has to thank Lan family. Although this person from the Yangtze Alliance is said to have gone crazy, what should I say at this time? Such a person is of little use value to me. If I can, I will never be polite. What on earth are you people thinking, and what I want to do now is my decision. If you can figure it out yourself. If there is really something, then you can do it. The Lan family was very angry at this time, because they had lost so much help at this time, and if possible, they should have the opportunity to kill that person. Sohan didn't hesitate too much at this time. Anyway, he had his own plan. He could do whatever he wanted, as long as he wanted to. Anyway, he had this plan. What he wanted to do was still his own business. You don't need to say more. I'm busy with something now. If you are willing to help me, princess, then you can continue. If you don't want to help me, forget it. I don't ask you for anything. I hope you can help me well. I am the one. After all, I just want to know the news about the Yangtze Alliance. What kind of person is this party? Exist. At this time, Sohan calmed down and immediately sent a message to Lin Qinyu. However, there were many things at this time that Lin Qinyu wanted to say but could not, and the current situation was really bad. It would be best if it could be solved. Lin Qinyu may not need her own elixirs. After all, her newly refined Dongshu single finger is effective against those in the golden elixir stage. However, she has already obtained all the golden elixirs, nascent souls, and Mahayana realm Dao fruits. Everyone knows it clearly. If he really doesn't care about this, then he will have no effect. Maybe he just needs some energy, but for him, this kind of energy is the most indispensable. If he is willing, he can give it to him casually, but because of this reason, he probably won't cooperate with him. Come on, Sohan is a little painful, but what can he say at this time? After all, such a thing is really unlucky. If you don't give me these things, then I won't be polite. Anyway, I can't do anything now. What else do you want to do? Do you really want to kill people? It's quite strange to talk about such things. Yes, anyway, I don't know what to say or what to do. At this time, the leader of the Yangtze Alliance suddenly sent a message. But when Sohan heard the voice, he knew that he was just a bastard who licked blood with a knife. If he really ignores him now, then there are others who say that he will be ignored once. Then the consequences would be disastrous. If you don't know what to say or what to do, then go find someone for help. Anyway, there are many people who are willing to help you now, don't you know? What an idiot. You'd better think of your own way. I tell you it's absolutely impossible for you. Anyway, I'm just saying these things now. Let me see what you do. Sohan was also a little helpless. For such a guy, he knew he would definitely find a chance to come back, but he hasn't found a chance yet, so it seemed like he was at a small loss, but it didn't matter. But at this time, Sohan understood that such a guy who licked blood with a knife tip must have been subdued by him, otherwise he would not have made such a horrifying expression, and what he has done so far has been harmless to him. It's very rare for him to tell himself about the Lan family's situation. If he doesn't want to tell him, then it's all in vain. Chapter 583, 600 million gold coins. This guy from the Lan family is really capable, but there is no need to care too much about these things now. After all, such problems are really troublesome. If you can, then you don't have to be polite. It's all your own business now. How can he be controlled by them? There are still a few days left before the 10-day appointment, but Sohan is really unwilling to continue to cooperate with this person, and the current situation is really bad. If something goes wrong, then Sohan will never be polite. This situation sounds a bit depressing. After hesitating like this for 2 or 3 days, Sohan arrived at the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace. At this time, he no longer cared about other situations. After all, these Lan family members are really that kind of people. Because it is unimaginable that during the auctions in the past few days, many Lan family members were here to maliciously raise the prices, causing many people to fail in the auction. In the auction a day ago, the price was raised the most, but this time, the Lan family failed because they simply could not afford so much money. They seem to think that as long as they raise the price, they can stop people from buying it. One day ago, Longhai Auction House. I welcome you all, but this time I'd like you to do me a favor. This time we are auctioning 3 9 turns golden pills, and we hope everyone will bid enthusiastically. I know that the 9 transformations golden pill is a very expensive pill, but for you, this kind of pill is also very rare. The owner of the auction house said very seriously, but at this time something really troublesome came out. Everyone's eyes were looking at these 3 9 turns golden pills, just like looking at some naked girls. But it doesn't matter, only in this way can we build power, which is a bit funny to say. As usual, the Lan family was the first to bid, and they threatened everyone with their mid-stage golden elixir cultivation, which meant they bought the first 9-turn golden elixir. But it doesn't matter. They gave a price of 40 million purple gold coins, which is probably all the Lan family's property. At that time, Sohan was asking the boss in the box, because at this time he didn't know how much this thing was worth. Of course, 40 million purple gold coins seemed like a lot, but it was not their bluff. I don't know what you are thinking. I have to tell you one thing, Han. In fact, the properties of the Lan family are not very good, but in my opinion, these things are nothing. Their property is only 100 million purple gold coins. If you can defraud them of all their property, that would be a good thing, since there is no need for you to do anything anyway. Except for the royal family, the people of the Rain Kingdom are considered to be big families with tens of millions of purple gold coins. Of course, these things are judged by the price of purple gold coins, except for the alchemists. After all, these 9-turn golden elixirs have been sold and have been obtained. This is almost the annual income of the Yu Kingdom royal family, 600 million purple gold coins. Moreover, alchemists don't care about money at all. They only care about medicinal materials or other advanced techniques. But Sohan doesn't care about these either. What he cares about more is money. In the Rain country, purple gold coins are the highest currency. However, 1 purple gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 gold coins, so the exchange rate is quite high. These Lan family members want to live a life of ascetics in their families, so even if they have a lot of gold coins, they will not really give them these. The monthly pocket money of the young masters and ladies is only tens of thousands of gold coins, that is, a few it looks like a purple gold coin. This is really annoying. No wonder the Lan family has become so domineering, and they will try their best to steal other people's things. If he does anything else, the Lan family will definitely perish, because at this time they no longer have any property. He has negotiated to hire a killer from the Blood Alliance, and what if there is an accident? Without enough property, there is not enough benefit. So if the killers of the Yangsu Alliance will help him, they will naturally not attack him, but this kind of thing is really bad. If it can be solved, then I won't have much of a problem. Now I hope for such a result. As he saw, why can't this kind of thing happen to him? However, at this time, the Lan family was in a state of chaos, because he didn't know what was going on at this time. After learning the news, the old man of the Lan family he almost didn't have a heart attack, but he looked in pain at this time. There is no need for you to say anything. Let me tell you, if you don't explain this matter clearly now, then I will definitely never end it with you. What else do you want to do if you are like this? And you are really unlucky now. If I could, I would never forgive you. Now the people from Yangsu Alliance are always eyeing us, who hired him. The old man of the Lan family was very speechless, because what could he say at this time? After all, this situation is a bit strange. If such a problem did not happen in their family, then he would definitely sit back and watch the show. But now I would like to remind you, collect and recommend 3 things about reading. Remember to collect and save Chapter M. Chapter 584, Unexpected Visit. But at this time, their situation was really bad, and it happened to me. If such a thing happened to me, the old man of the Nan family would never be polite. Anyway, I don't know which idiot hired him. People from the Yangsu Alliance, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. We hired people from the Yangsu Alliance because we actually wanted to be able to reward Wanjun. Did we really do something wrong? It's easy to say that such a thing is simple, and there is nothing wrong with what we did. If Lan Wanjun is not dead, then there is still more to say, but now that Lan Wanjun is dead, if you say you don't want to avenge him, it is actually a lie. Anyway, you don't have to think too much, the Lan family is like this an idea, as long as Sohan doesn't give an explanation, then he must be killed. You can tell yourself what you are thinking. Anyway, I don't know what to say. You people are so shameless. If you really want to do something now, then let it go. Anyway, I don't have to think too much. Now my problem has been solved. After shaking his head hard, he actually had his own plan in mind at this time. The eldest son of the Lan family looked at his family helplessly. At this time, he had thoughts of killing people, but now there are some problems. If you don't get an explanation, this is a bad thing. Faced with the questioning of the old man of the Lan family, his anger finally broke out at this time, but such a thing was really speechless. If such an accident really happened, what should he do? Anyway, he has a kind of a very helpless feeling. If something really happens, you must be the first to take responsibility. Did Wanjun deserve to die? Wanjun was just preparing something for your birthday. Why did he die in Sohan's hands? And what on earth did that alchemist Sohan mean by not giving gifts to our Lan family? He also killed members of our Lan family. In fact, this house was given to the Lan family by the Lord of the Rain Kingdom, but he broke the promise and often tortured people. If that's the case, then you're welcome. Anyway, the current situation is a bit embarrassing to talk about. If there is really a solution, then I should be able to think of some solutions. The leader of the Rain Kingdom broke the promise, and we can certainly bear his responsibility, but why do you want to anger an alchemist? And in this situation, if this alchemist is really angry, the consequences are disastrous, and it is not Wanjun who is damaged, but other people. Lan family old man. I feel very helpless at this time, but it doesn't matter. After all, some of the current situations. It's really hard for people to accept, and it's really scary like this now. If I need to explain it, it's very simple. It's because of this reason that the unusual results are produced. It's just that at this time, the Lan family is a little helpless, because something like this has never happened in the history of their Lan family. Now, if there is really something excessive, then it is someone else's fault. The Lan family is not wrong. When Sohan fell over from his memories, he also felt a little scary. This kind of thing is really bad. I even feel frightened. After all, the Lan family is so unreasonable, and now it is up to them to decide what to do. He was actually speechless about such a situation. It was quite bad to talk about such a thing. If he could, he would never be polite. Anyway, it would be bad if he didn't kill such a family. Yu-Gi-Oh needs its own help, but they won't speak up. After all, they also need their help. If they don't say it out, I'm afraid no one will be able to do it. It's really worse. Mr. So, you have finally come to your senses now. I want to ask something. Are there any poisonous pills here? If so, I want to give one to the Lan family. I don't know what's going on with them. If you actually come to trouble me, I won't be polite if you can help it. The princess of the Yu Kingdom suddenly appeared in front of him, and all of a sudden, he had no thoughts of quietly recalling his own affairs in the room. Sohan was shocked, because at this time, the princess of the Yu Kingdom looked at him a little helplessly. When I look at her, I feel that it is quite bad. What are you doing here? Do you need my help? But it doesn't matter. If you need my help, just say so. I will try my best to help you, but you must be careful. If it is a matter of the Lan family, then you have to pay attention to it. Princess Yu-Gi-Oh shook her head a little hard, because at this time he was thinking about other issues, and it was not so easy to think about these things. But this time, Yu-Gi-Oh encountered a huge trouble, so he didn't have to think too much about it. More, just say it directly. Chapter 585, You Are Looking for Death. Chapter 586, Trouble Strikes Again. Isn't it a bit too much to just rely on the provocation of a family? It's a bit bad to say it, but I have never been polite. Anyway, it's hard to say anything now. After all, the current situation is really not easy to explain. The current situation, these things are really troublesome. Lin Qinyu, when the day comes when they compete with me, I will make them die miserably. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. If I don't do it, it won't be too late for you to kick me out of the Rain Country. I know you are already very angry now, but the way you are now really makes me feel very happy. At this time, Sohan said seriously. The same thing happened soon. However, the happiest person at this time was not Sohan, but Lin Qinyu, because at this time, Sohan didn't know what was going on. He took out something like a gourd from his waist. This gourd was transparent, and the 9-turn golden elixirs lay quietly inside. That's not how the Su family does things. Tell me, what is your real purpose? If you want to deal with this Lan family, I will deal with it with you. You don't have to do this. You can do whatever you like. I'm used to it. Sohan had already seen the girl's secret at this time, but now he already knew about it. This girl often did this after encountering many enemies. Not to mention that he is suspicious by nature, and there are other problems, but he will not talk about this kind of thing. After all, it is the girl's secret. If you think I'm like this, then you don't have to be polite. Sohan, let me tell you, you have to do this matter whether you do it or not. If there is really a problem, I will not forgive you. After all, the problem now is really more troublesome. I know you don't want to, but you can only survive in Rain Country if you help me now. Sohan was shocked at this moment, because he didn't know what was going on at this time. Suddenly Lin Qinyu said something like this. Isn't this a bit too much? Moreover, the current situation really shocked everyone. No one can understand what is going on. How can I say this? I'm just an alchemist. I think that even if the Lan family wants to attack me, they can't be so open and above board. He didn't know that I was an alchemist before, so he was so rude to me, but now, if he dares to do this, I will never let him go. Lin Qinyu's. There were tears in his eyes, because at this time he knew what happened, but the hatred of the Lan family towards him was really very strong, and even these people really wanted to find him, so it was not surprising. Anyway, all I have in mind are some plans, and if they cannot be implemented, then I am truly unlucky. They don't take our country, and these people also go to foreign countries. These countries are really a bit powerful, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I think people who are difficult to marry, what a secret, so I have to find out. If I can't find out clearly, I won't come back. I know you are worried about me, but if you really have any problems now, that can be explained. After frowning hard, Lin Qinyu said helplessly, because at this time he no longer knew what to do, but he had to enter the Lan family to investigate, and the current situation was really bad. If you don't explain it clearly to Sohan, lest he misunderstand again. After Sohan sent Lin Qinyu away, he went into seclusion for another 3 days. Although he had no achievements in practice, he still felt uncomfortable because the anger in his heart could not be described in words. People like the Lan family are too shameless. Anyway, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I hate him. You can do whatever you want, I don't know how to deal with you now, but if you have the ability, let's have an honest fight. After Sohan thought for a while, he walked aimlessly through the street, because he didn't know what to do at this time. Anyway, without the Lan family, it seemed like it had lost power, and he couldn't explain such a thing. What are you thinking about? What do you mean by this guy? I have been explaining to you for so long near your mansion, but I didn't find your presence. It's a bit hateful to say that. Why did it become like this? Let me tell you, this is not possible. A burst of harsh voices suddenly entered Sohan's ears, coupled with some angry expressions. This was really scary, because at this time she couldn't figure out what was going on, and now the situation is really annoying, and I would definitely not be polite if I could help it. What appeared in front of him was a person wearing blue clothes, or blue and white clothes to be precise, but for some reason, his brain tied a long streamer from his forehead. What exactly was this streamer? What actually no one knows. Chapter 587, Crisis Awareness. But the dazzling Lan family emblem on his body made everyone very angry. Anyway, this Lan family is really annoying. If something goes wrong, he will definitely not be polite. Anyway, such a character appears in his own eyes. In front of him, he didn't know what to do. I tell you, Sohan, you are a scumbag. If you help Lin Qinyu, you will die. I tell you, if you really don't help him now, but help us, then you will gain a lot of benefits. This guy's words finally aroused the anger of the letter, but Sohan didn't say anything at this time. After all, this situation was really unlucky. If he hadn't run into these people, it would be okay, but it was a pity that he really did. This is not a good thing either. And let's not mention that these people are dressed very simply like this, and these clothes are just like ascetic monks. Although they are made of silk and satin, they are the lowest quality silk and satin. Although the clothes worn by the eldest son of the Lan family are still relatively clean, the sword used is also better, but there are no high-end materials at all, not even protective clothing, and his sword is also crooked. If the things of the eldest son of the Lan family are also better, then these people it really looks worse. Hey, who's dead, and you're actually wearing such shabby clothes? But I don't care. What does your wearing such shabby clothes have to do with me? I don't know what to say. Sohan said very seriously, but at this time these people immediately became angry, because at this time everyone understood what was going on, and in the current situation, these people humiliated them, and they had nothing to say. Indeed, the clothes of the upper class of the Lan family are quite good, but the clothes of the middle and lower classes are terrible. Anyway, these people just want their families to live a hard life, although the quality of the clothes of the upper class of the Lan family is not bad. It's okay, but compared to other celebrities' children, it's a bit shabby. What do you people want to do? It's none of your business to worry about our Lan family. What do you mean by that? Do you really want to take action? If you do, then I won't be polite. The Lan family member said very seriously, but at this time Sohan smiled. Hasn't he seen such a thing before? Doesn't he know what to do now? If it is really possible, it is quite embarrassing to say. After all, the current situation sounds a bit bad, so what should we do? It's just a question of what to say now. But at this time, Sohan got angry and took action. The blue streamer they grabbed, because that streamer was a burden to them, but it was also a very easy tool for Sohang. Although such a tool would not allow them to die like this, he now always has the feeling that if such a thing happens and they are not sent away, then he will never give up. Anyway, there are many prisons in the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace. When the time comes, no matter what you do, there will be no problem. The attitude of these people is very confusing, but the feeling now is really helpless. No one knows what the current situation is. Anyway, the people in this family are so shameless. Now that it has reached this point, so what's wrong with dealing with them? Anyway, I have plenty of ways to deal with them. What's there to worry about? It's not a big deal. Sohan thought like this. While picking up the blue belt, he tied it up. I have to say that this blue and white belt, very willful, and there is no way at all. If you take it off, it will make a strong one. The rope is better, but at this time the system suddenly spoke. Host, you are really interesting. You can do such a thing. Those bags are their own tools. You actually use them as ropes. I think you really want to humiliate others, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Lan family we and the Su family will eventually unite, if you don't kill Mr. Su. Sohan was immediately shocked when he heard this. What does this mean? Are the two families really going to unite? This kind of thing is not allowed to happen. What happened to this damn system? Can this damn system tell him? If you can, I would be extremely grateful. After you send this prisoner to the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace, then I will find a quiet place to tell you, or you will find a quiet place and summon me out, and I can let you look at the images there. I don't know what's going on, the news I just received. The system also said seriously, but he was quite helpless about such a thing. If he didn't help Sohan, he would be finished. No one wanted to see such a result if the system really disappeared. I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Sohan, you must not let me down, but it doesn't matter. I want to kill them, so I have my own plans. Chapter 588, So Family Secret. The royal palace of Yu-Gi-Oh is a very splendid place. He had not looked carefully at it the previous few times he came, but this time he seemed a little helpless. This splendid place is indeed quite awe-inspiring, but the people here, but he is as weak as a rookie and has nothing to say at all. Sohan didn't hesitate. He held the blue and white belt with one hand and buckled the door knocker with the other hand. Although the door was guarded by guards, no one dared to see Sohan. What a shame. First of all, he is a friend of Princess Yu, and secondly, he has a member of the Lan family on his hands. This situation is really beyond everyone's expectation, and these people are not going to let him go now. After all, people like the Lan family are really unlucky. Anyway, their purpose is to get what they want. Just something you want. The guards did not dare to neglect and immediately went into report. However, by this time Lin Qinyu had already learned the news and appeared in front of Sohan. Lin Qinyu was actually a little happy that such a person was caught, but she never had the courage to catch him. This guy, and Lin Qinyu is really unlucky now. If he meets such a person, he will definitely find a way to solve it. I leave this prisoner to you. I want to find a quiet place to practice. Please give me a quiet place, even a side hall, even a small house. Anyway, I have caught it for you now. For such a person, you must also hate the Lan family. I don't know what to say. Anyway, half of my mission has been completed. After shaking his head hard, Sohan said helplessly, after all, he has a bigger plan now, otherwise with his cultivation level, the Lan family would have been wiped out long ago. I am afraid that not even a single member of the family will be left alive, but it's hard to say now. I have to find a way to hire people from the Yangsu Alliance. At this time, the guy from the Yangsu Alliance is probably crazy. Lin Qinyu shook her head and arranged for Sohan to stay in a side hall. At this time, Soheng felt relieved, locked the door of the hall, and called the system directly. However, at this time, the system was extremely arrogant, which left him a little speechless. Can't you be calmer about the system? If you don't tell me everything, then how can we cooperate? If we really can't cooperate, do I still need you to do any tasks? If there is any, then give it to me. The system was speechless at this time. So, Han has never done anything to the Su family. Although such a guy is very awesome, the most powerful one is the old man of the Su family. If the old man of the Su family can't solve any problem, then it will be a big trouble. Speaking of which, it's also bad. If there is really any problem, then I will never be polite. Host, can you have some ability? And you are taking good care of the Su family now. I don't know what to say. It is understandable that you take care of them. If they are good people, but they have already done that. You actually take care of him, do you still have any conscience? At this time, the system is a little anxious, because at this time the system does not know what this host can do. Although it has been dealing with the Lan family, it is very concerned about and loves its own family. Anyway, now I don't know what it is. What's going on? Did this person really give up his identity as the Demon King because of his family? Sohan was also angry at this time, because the Su family's information was not very well informed, and now he was hiding in Rock Country. Although I know that they are people from the Yen Kingdom, if the king of the Yen Kingdom does not appear in front of me, how can I deal with these people? It is a bit funny to say that this is a war between the two countries. If I enter the Rain Kingdom, after obtaining the identity of the Rain Kingdom, he can start a war with the Yen Kingdom openly and honestly. Money can make the world go round. He understands this truth better than anyone, but at this time, he cannot use this method to deal with the Su family. Although it is not that he has a bad heart or is soft-hearted, but now he really can't find an entrance to push the wheels. This is also very funny. If he can find a way to deal with these people now, the effect will be very good. If you don't deal with the Su family quickly, then you won't get the Su family's treasure. Do you think the Su family is so highly regarded by the Yen people? Let me tell you, the Su family actually has a treasure. As long as you can get it, the effect will be certain. It will be very good, and the Su family will go crazy after losing their treasure, so their status in the Yen Kingdom can be reduced again and again. The electronic sound of the system was a little helpless floating in the air, but at this time Sohan had a look of helplessness. If such a thing has not been verified, it is acceptable, but how can he go to Yen Country now? If he goes to Yen Country, then the effect you get is really poor. Chapter 589, Sohan's hesitation. But isn't it terrible to leave the Yu-Gi-Oh Palace at this time? And the current situation is really a bit unexpected. Things like this are really annoying now. If I encounter such an accident again, what will happen? To explain, it's a bit speechless to talk about such a thing. If something big happened to such a person, it would be terrible. But now there is no need to worry about these things. Anyway, Sohan has his own control over what to do. Anyway, he also has some things he can do. It's a bit funny to say that he doesn't know anything. And I don't even understand what this guy wants to do now. Although I say I don't know what is going on, I am really annoyed at this time. If I really encounter such an accident, I am afraid the consequences will be disastrous. I don't know what the situation is now. If there is really any problem, then I will not leave Yu-Gi-Oh easily, but I don't know how these guys from Yangguo will appear in front of me, and the current situation is that these guys have their own purposes. No matter how much you think about it, nothing good will come of it. The Su family mansion. We have troubled the leader of the Yin Kingdom for so long and it's time to take action. But what should I say at this time? After all, this situation is a bit unlucky. It would be great if a solution can be found. Anyway, I don't need much now, I said. If it works, then use it to deal with Suzhou and Hangzhou. Anyway, it has no use value for us now. Mr. So was also very unhappy at this time, because in his eyes, the leader of the Yin Kingdom was basically a chess piece that could be used. If he couldn't do it, then he would be a relatively unlucky character, and he wouldn't know how to do it anyway. If you are fooled so easily, why bother to compete with these people? You look too ugly, but it doesn't matter. You look ugly, I know, but now if you really do something, I will never let you go. At this time, a huge mirror was placed in front of Sohan. The mirror showed the situation of the Su family's mansion, but at this time, the Su family's mansion was full of smoke, because Mr. Su always wanted to deal with Su, but he did not have such ability. If Sohan is a difficult character to deal with, that would make sense, but when I think about it, I was a little helpless, but I didn't expect that everyone in my family would object to my dealing with Sohang. What they were worried about was Sohang's status as an alchemist, but that didn't matter. An alchemist was still valuable anyway. Frowning hard, Sohan didn't know what was going on at this time, and he was extremely angry in his heart, because at this time he had seen Mr. Su's attitude, which was really scary. This Mr. Su himself is a lunatic. He doesn't want to see you like this at all. Do you still want to help him? It's really funny, but it doesn't matter. I won't say more now anyway. You can figure it out yourself. If you really want to help him, then I have nothing to say. In fact, Grandpa Sohan experienced some things when he was young, which gradually distorted his mind. But at this time, Sohan didn't want to know what was going on. After all, such things are a bit troublesome to talk about. If it could be solved sooner, that's it. What else can I say at this time? After all, some of the problems now are really bad. You don't have to do this. Anyway, this is my request. I want to destroy the Su family, but for some reason I can't destroy them. I don't know what I should do. If you can, please help me. Well, in this case I will have a chance. I don't know what to say now, but I always have a chance now. Sohan didn't care about alchemy at this time, because at this time he knew that if he really lost to such people, he would never be polite, but now he had nothing to say. If he wanted to do it now, he would really. I can't find any way to do it. System, if you really want to help me, then tell me the situation of the old man of the Su family. In this case, it makes sense for me to decide whether to take action. But what should I say at this time? If there is really a way, if so, I will never stop. Look at how greedy and selfish he is, and he doesn't give any reason. Sohan said seriously, but a lot of things had happened at this time. If he could, he would not let him go so easily, but his current performance really surprised him. Chapter 590, Old Friend. Chapter 591, Memory Reappears, Magic Compass. Sohan was also a little helpless at this time. What kind of person did he meet? Moreover, these things are a bit troublesome to talk about now. The actions of the Su family just make people feel ridiculous. A person like Sukija is indeed relatively young, but now Sohan is no longer interested in this person. Originally, if he heard his reminder, he should have immediately. Walking is the answer, but who knows that these guys have never thought of this at all. They are quite helpless about such a problem. Can such an order and the threat of the family make them achieve results? Sukija is also a little helpless at this time. If possible, I don't want to argue with this person at all, and the outcome of the dispute will definitely not be good. Anyway, I will consider how to solve these problems. After Sohan saw this person's reaction, he immediately became a little angry. He pushed Sukija away and entered the Su family mansion. At this time, the Su family mansion seemed a bit desolate because this place had been completely destroyed by Mr. Su. Abandoned. This place was no longer his home, and he had already bought a relatively gorgeous house in Yangguo. However, the old man of the Su family, who had always been stingy, did not hesitate and immediately moved to such a place. Seeing the desolate scene of the Su family's old residence, Sohan felt a little sad at this time. Could it be that the old man of the Su family took this magic weapon away? And it is strange that a treasure like the Su family's mansion has not been discovered. This place is already what I am familiar with, cannot be more familiar. But at this time, the system suddenly spoke. At this time, Sohan was also shocked. When he arrived at such a place, he did not expect that the system actually spoke, and it was quite powerful. Actually, the treasure in this house has not been thrown away. I don't know where, but I can feel that it has not been thrown away. But now there are some problems that are difficult to explain. The treasure in this house is not a weapon, nor is it a weapon. It's not a magic weapon, nor a secret book, but a compass. The system told Sohan these things very seriously, but after Sohan listened carefully, he was startled. And this time he was really frightened, and his heart almost stopped beating. This thing is really scary, and people here are quite surprised. What is going on? In fact, not many people know that this thing is called the reincarnation disk, which stores the coordinates of a world. If you have this reincarnation disk, as long as it can be collected, after collecting some things, you can go to that big place. Such a place is quite surprising to talk about, but now I think about it and I am speechless. Why didn't I find this result before? That I have used things like Luo to play with. After thinking of this, he immediately pretty bad. That thing happened to be in Sohan's room. It was a compass covered with mud. If he couldn't be found, then the loser would have no use value. This one was covered in mud, and it was also of course no one will care about a compass without any aura. It is just a toy. System, please don't play tricks on me. I remember that there was a compass stained with dirt in my ex's memory, and he often played with it. I hope this is the thing I am looking for, and it is also the treasure of the So family. If you can help me, please tell me if that is the case. Sohan did not dare to neglect at this time and immediately came to his previous room. This room was an abandoned courtyard. In fact, this was also the courtyard with the worst conditions in the So family. But no one dared to say anything at this time. After all, where is Mr. Su's authority? As soon as Sohan entered the room, the memories of his ex quickly came to his mind, because at this time he remembered something. Such problems are really troublesome, and he has no opponent to speak of. In this place, he spent my childhood. He was bullied by the So family again and again, and Mr. So failed to fulfill his obligation to protect his grandson at all, just because he was the reincarnation of the devil, and I don't know which fortune teller figured it out.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.